It's been a whole year since the start of the series, and on March 21st, it was completed. It's been a wild ride, and to thank everyone and make my channel's videos easier to navigate, I've combined every single video into a trilogy of mega videos. So sit back and grab some popcorn as we face the truth of the complete Persona 4 Golden Diary. However, I wanted to give a quick heads up that every single video has been completely redubbed to fit my current mic quality. However, the originals are in a playlist if you desire to watch them instead. And all the months and events are timestamped if you want to skip to a specific part, but with that all said, let's get into it. April 11th. I waken in a limo riding an endless fog in a room of velvet. A strange man and woman greet me and introduce me to the Velvet Room. The man's name is Igor and his assistant is Margaret. They explain it's a room between a dream and reality and tell me my fate is one that will deal with a great tragedy in my travels and a mystery to be imposed in my future. Before I can ask how or even why I'm here, the meeting is cut short. Today, I'm moving to a small town named Inaba, while my parents live abroad for the next year. After arriving, I meet my uncle Dojima and his daughter Nanako. After pleasantries, we make a quick stop to the gas station to refill. After a brief talk and handshake with the friendly attendant, I feel a little dizzy. It seems the long trip is finally taking its toll. As soon after we arrive at the Dojima residence, after exchanging pleasantries and enjoying some food, Dojima is called for something and leaves in a hurry. It must be tough for Nanako, but she seems to have a good head on her shoulders. After some small talk, and her singing the Jeunesse theme, I call it a night where nothing too crazy happens. Just, the fog is coming, 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 the fog. April 12th. After an interesting dream, I get ready for my new school life at Yasagame High. After departing from Nanako, I start my trek there until I see a clumsy kid trying to hold an umbrella while riding a bike crash into a pole. I decide to ultimately ignore him. Arriving at school, I get introduced to the class by the teacher other referred to as King Moron, and I personally agree as I'm put on his shit list for giving him lip. After sitting down, nothing too eventful happens until the school speakers tell the students to stay seated after school, which then is revealed there's currently an investigation going on and could be related to that Mayumi person that everyone's been talking about. Some time passes and we're allowed to go home. I join up with the two girls seated near me. The short-haired girl tells me her name is Chie Satonaka and introduces her friend Yukiko Amagi. Before leaving, that kid who crashed hands Chie what sounds like a kung fu movie. When she realizes it's broken, his nuts join them, and like before, I leave him, but I kind of feel bad. After a short stop by a weirdo hitting on Yukiko, we walk down the road having small talk and hearing about the Amagi Inn, but getting cut short when we come to a crime scene where my uncle is currently investigating. After some small talk and what seems like an underling having a weak stomach, I part ways with the girls and I head home. As me and Nanako are watching TV, it is announced that Mayumi, the talk of the town, was found dead, which makes me think back to that weird old man saying that a tragedy will soon happen, but brushing it off as Nanako once again sings the Jeunesse theme. Kids really do find a way to find joy in even the smallest of things. After everything that's happened, I think it's time to call it a night, and I do. April 13th. Heading to school, the same kid from yesterday crashed into a trash can this time. It's a miracle his bike's okay. In fact, he wasn't appreciative when I was more worried about it than him, but he introduced himself as Yosuke Hanamura. After that little whimsy in the morning, I got to school and nothing too eventful happened until after school where Yosuke asked how I'm fitting in and invited me out for steaks. But with Chie butting in, he ends up being a cheapskate and brings us to the mystical Jeunesse. What a sight to behold, I guess. After cheers, they talk about the store a little and how it's likely affecting the smaller businesses around Inaba, which Yosuke is a little defensive about due to his parents being managers of the establishment. Breaking the conversation short, he talks to a worker who seems to be on break named Saki Konishi, who introduces herself to me, who also goes to Yasagame High. After ragging on Yosuke a little, her break ends and leaves, which then brings Chie to rag on him liking her, and for him to look at the Midnight Channel, because on a rainy day at midnight, if you look at the TV, your soulmate will appear, which does sound like a lot of fantasy talk, but it does pique my interest, only if it's just a little bit, and soon after we go our separate ways. Dojima's not home again. As I eat with Nanako, it does make sense with the whole reporter found dead, but it still feel bad for Nanako. Unfortunately, Dojima does come home early and asks Nanako to put on the news, which she obviously is not the happiest about, but complies. More talk about the report who died. But what caught my eyes is the person who found the body. Even though it's distorted and the face is blurred, it looks a lot like a girl I saw working at Jeunesse. Dojima soon after falls asleep on the couch. As Nanako goes back to watching TV, I decide to head to my room, but a part of me couldn't sleep. I wanted to see this midnight channel. I ended up waiting, looking at the TV for what felt like forever, staring at the static void before leaving the TV thinking it was a childish hoax. Someone even in glimmers flickers on the screen. I don't know who it is, but a voice starts calling out to me. I am thou. Thou art I. I get my bearings back and touch the TV. It feels like liquid. As I put my hand, as something feels like it's grabbing me, dragging me almost waist in, as I have to force myself out, banging my head and waking up Nanako, who I worry. With the confusion sorted, I think I might need a little sleep after what just happened. It's probably just delirium. April 14th. Going to school, Chie casually runs under my umbrella, then informing me she broke hers trying to do a thing she saw in a kung fu movie. I'm starting to believe that her and Yosuke run on the same brain cell. She asks about the Midnight Channel, which yeah, it did show something. After her bringing up how close we were, I challenge her to a race, and she gets over it fast. Later at school, my teacher, who dresses like a pharaoh for history obviously, asked me about BC and AC, and with Bible bashed into my head from an early age, I get the answer right, which felt good. With school over, me, Yosuke, and Chie talk about what we saw on TV, all being the same person weirdly enough. Unfortunately, Yukiko is too busy with the inn and leaves, but after small talk and me bringing up how I was almost eaten by a TV, they laugh it off with Yosuke saying that we should go to Jeunesse because they would be big enough for me to fit into. Very funny, bin man. At Jeunesse, we look at a giant flat screen, which I don't even want to imagine the price, as Chie and Yosuke put their hands on it and tease me, Yosuke even questioning why he's even doing it. But as Yosuke puts on his customer voice and tries to sell Chie on a TV, I put my hand in there, and once again it goes right in, as they're flabbergasted that I'm able to do it. For some reason I felt like just putting my body in there, maybe to see what's inside. However, that plan goes bad as Yosuke and Chie start panicking over Yosuke needing to pee, and Chie being, well, Chie, and proceed to push me in to the TV. It's a hellish scape that only SpongeBob and Friends reruns. God, that actually sounds really bad. This TV world is coated in a thick yellow fog, but it feels like we're in the back of a studio. But more importantly, there seems to be no exit. After a minor amount of fear-mongering, we decide to look around this new place and find a door, or at least it seems to be, like black and red glowing in a shape of one. Going inside the fog is way less. And it seems to be a room, a very ominous one, with a chair and a noose. It feels very serial killer adjacent, to be honest. Especially with a lady in a kimono ripped all over the walls, it's very foreboding, to be honest. After a small bit of investigation, and just being honestly spooked out, we go back to what seems to be the main lobby. This time, a being was waiting for us, what seemed to be a bear-like creature, but it seems very timid, hiding from the might of Chie. But he explains how someone keeps throwing humans in here, and it seems that we're just another group being sent here, but thankfully, he has a way out. Or really, he forces us out. The experience was utterly confusing, but they bring up how the person on the poster is the wife of the man who was unloyal. Could it be the killer's sick obsession? Or maybe more? Honestly, with everything that's happened, we all decided to sleep on it. I came home to Nanako and Dojima watching TV. Dojima asked if I knew Saki by any chance, which only briefly, and some other stuff like the announcer staying at the Yamagi Inn, but my head is spinning with all the stuff going on, and I feel a chill go down my spine and sneeze. Nanako gives me cold medicine, and Dojima says that I should get some sleep, which I end up agreeing to. I hope tomorrow is less eventful. April 15th. Yeah, I really shouldn't have talked. The Jima leaves the house in a rush as I get ready for school. Gonna be another rainy day in Inaba. The school has an emergency assembly for the second years. Saki has unfortunately passed away, which I can only imagine how Yosuke was feeling at the time. After the assembly is over, I overheard that her body was found in almost the same kind of way the announcer was, adding more suspicion that there is a serial murder case and the TV world being involved, especially when Yosuke brings up that it seemed like Saki was in pain when he saw the TV, likely watching her last moments, and that apparently someone saw the announcer as their soulmate on the Midnight Channel. This drives him into wanting to know the truth of the situation, so me and Chie race after him to Jeunesse, where he's waiting with rope and a golf club. After trying the rope for escape and handing me the club, we enter the TV world, only for our lifeline to be immediately cut. Entering the TV world, Teddy was waiting for us, or at least it felt like that. Putting his expert detective work, he deduced that we were in fact the people he did it, cause we've been here before. We chastised him for that, but at the same time, he had no grounds to disagree with it. This reminds me of what that old man told me about tragedy and a mystery. What is this world? Why does it exist? And who is doing this? So we agree on helping him find the culprit. With this, he is delighted and hands us glasses. Putting them on, the fog is basically no more, and he tells us his name is Teddy. With formalities out of the way, he shows us where the last human was, which seems to be a copy of one of the shopping districts in Inaba. Suddenly, Teddy gets scared as two blob-like creatures with masks appear, and they take form of orbs with tongues. Seeing them, my head starts throbbing. That voice comes back, and my body feels compelled to say the words.
So...
I awaken to a new power, dealing with the shadows Teddy told us about. He hypes me up, saying how cool my power was. Yosuke runs inside and hears the voice of the strip mall workers, family and friends, their disdain, their anger, their annoyance for Saki for working at Jeunesse. As much as Yosuke doesn't want to admit it, Jeunesse has taken a toll on the small places like that. Even if he didn't mean to, the people will blame it on him. A fact that Saki says directly, only being buddy-buddy because he was the boss's son. That's until we get cut off by Yosuke? No, it looks like Yosuke, but it feels different. It's more resentful, petty even. It feels like a polar opposite of him, or maybe his true feelings given form, as it dismantles Yosuke's character, mocking him, saying he wanted all this. He hates living in the boonies. He hates Jeunesse. He's happy that the TV world appeared. It's new and exciting. And Yosuke says, "You're not me."
You're not me! You're nothing like me! Yeah, that's right. I am me now. I'm not you anymore, see?
Yosuke is down, he can't take something that strong, and as a friend or that obligation, I defend and take down his inner voices. Yosuke still can't accept that it was him until, with comfort from me and Teddy, he finally admits that yes, it's a part of him. He feels this way and he accepts it, as the shadow becomes his persona. We wonder though, and Teddy does semi-confirm, that the last two people who died most likely did to their shadows going berserk, but that still doesn't explain how they got taken out of the TV world, or even how they're strung up that way. But I guess some questions can't be answered straight away. With answers still in our head, we return to the human world to be attacked by an emotional Chie, worrying that something bad happened to us. Yosuke thinks we should apologize to her tomorrow, but with that, Yosuke and I part ways, and I head home. As I'm almost at the home stretch, I see Yukiko. We sit down and talk only small things, like Chie and how I'm fitting in, and a little about the inn. She says that she's so busy, and she hopes that things might lighten up for her soon. With that detour out of the way, I finally get home, where Dojima not home dealing with the case with Saki, but I'm here with Nanako, so I hope it makes it at least a little more comforting for her. As we watch TV, the media, being vultures they are, asking Yukiko all sorts of questions, trying to get the next big scoop, which Nanako finds boring. So I help her out with the chores. I head up to my room for bed after such a long day. However, it's raining, so I check the Midnight Channel, and as I do, it seems a lady in kimonos on there, but their form is barely visible, so it must be fine, right? For now, I should get some sleep. As I'm resting, I feel the same comfort of a seat, and a room illuminated in velvet, and the same two people from before I arrived at Inaba. It's the Velvet Room once more. He has summoned me to talk about how I'm the official guest of the room, handing me a key to access it at will, telling me by using it, I agree to the terms of the contract and assume responsibility for any and all decisions I make. He also explained how Persona works, which I heed to. He tells me to strengthen my bonds as it will bring me the power and resolve to go through life's tribulations, especially with me holding the wild card. He then bids me farewell, and after a long draining day, I finally get some rest. April 16th. The final day of the first week of school, Yosuke meets up and tells me not only can he enter his own TV, but also his resolve and wanting to do this case as partners, which starts my first social link. This must be what Igor was talking about. These links develop as arcanas, Yosuke being the magician arcana. As we develop, I wonder if you'll embody the virtues of them. Chie ran up to us, and before Yosuke can apologize for yesterday, she cuts us off and talks about how not only is Yukiko not at school, but she thinks that she may be the person that was on the Midnight Channel last night. Now thinking about the last time I saw her, she does fit that criteria. Yosuke calms Chie down and tells Chie to cool her phone. No response. Yosuke thinking she might be already in there, but calling the inn's line, we did get a response, and it's her. She's just working at the inn today and won't be at school tomorrow either, putting a massive weight off our chests. Chie does get annoyed at Yosuke for making her fear the worst, but it does put into question if it was her or maybe someone else. We all decided to talk to Teddy after school. School-wise, nothing too eventful happens, thankfully. At Jeunesse, me and Yosuke tell Chie the incident with Yosuke's shadow, which baffles her, and that's fair. But we plan on meeting with Teddy. However, due to an electronic sale at Jeunesse, it's probably not wise to jump into a TV, instead putting my hand inside to call Teddy. It works, but he bites me and says an unbearable pun. Thankfully, he tells us that there's no one in the TV world yet. But me, Yosuke, and Chie agree that we should still watch the Midnight Channel to see if anything changes, exchanging numbers with Yosuke as I head home. At home, Nanako is watching a quiz channel. I decide to not interrupt her and head to my room to check the Midnight Channel, and the worst came true.
Good evening! Tonight, Princess Yukiko has a big surprise. I'm gonna go score myself a hot stud. Welcome to Not a Dream, Not a Hoax. Princess Yukiko's hunt for her Prince Charming. And I came from...
Yukiko is dressed in a pretty pink dress, talking about a harem, running into a castle with that familiar red and black glow. There's no doubt about it. She's in the TV world. Within seconds of the broadcast finishing, my phone rings. It's Yosuke. He saw it too, utterly confused what's going on, but I tell him to call Chie, and he agrees, telling me that we should meet up at Jeunesse in the morning. April 17th. I feel like I should preface this entry with Yosuke's a fucking idiot. Now don't get me wrong, bringing weapons to the TV world isn't a dumb fact. It's good actually. However, swinging them around with a care in the world in not only a public place, but where there's a current manhunt for 2 murders, yeah, we go to jail. And the only reason it didn't get worse is due to Dojima getting us out, but not without grilling us for our behavior. Thanks, Yosuke. As we're heading out though, we meet a detective. Oh, it's the same one that threw up at the first murder. He recognized me as the kid that's living with Dojima. Yosuke gets straight to the point and asks him if he knows anything about the current situation with Yukiko. And him saying, "'Cause we're friends," proceeds to tell us everything that he knows, including stuff that we don't know, like how her taking over is due to her mother collapsing from stress because of the announcer, and being their daughter, it seems that they're putting her as a possible suspect for the murder. But before he can talk to us more, Dojima gets mad at him and leaves before he faces any more of Dojima's wrath. Turns out Chie was waiting for us. How she found out, or maybe had a hunch, is anybody's guess. Yosuke tells her that everything that the detective told us, which enrages her since the thought of her being pinned for that horrendous stuff. As they continue to rant, I have to calm them down. After they get level-headed, Yosuke brings up the fact that we don't have weapons anymore. Fortunately, however, Chie just so happens to know a place. We proceed to get geared up and head for Jeunesse, but before I can leave the strip mall, I hear Igor call my name. As I turned, a mysterious door appeared. It seemed so otherworldly, but the key in my pocket started glowing from his request, so I enter the room. Igor tells me the purpose of the room. He will be able to mix personas and make new ones. When I defeat enemies, he must mean shadows. I could obtain these cards, and with the links I made with people, they can become even stronger. Margaret has the ability to summon personas I've already registered to the aptly named Persona Compendium. That does sound quite useful, to be honest. Then there's a new person. She does seem quite familiar, like I've seen her before. However, her ability is to give me skill cards. I assume I'll find these on my journey. But she's also a person on who I can establish a bond with, which does pique my curiosity just a little. Igor reminds me that the upcoming year is a turning point in my destiny, and to heed it well before bidding me farewell. After a minor detour, I head to Jeunesse and then the TV world. Teddy is deliberating and is in deep thought. Teddy tells us that soon after we left, it seemed that Yukiko appeared in the TV world. He points us in a direction of where she is, and there it is, the massive castle we saw on the Midnight Channel, towering over us. As we talk about cameras, channels, studios, and studs, Teddy is absolutely confused, as he only knows him in shadows, nothing more, nothing less. Ignorance is truly bliss. However, he believes that the program is influenced by Yukiko's feelings, which sounds about right, but is still really confusing. With confirmation that she is in there, Chie foolishly runs ahead on her own, making us play catch-up. Inside the castle, the shadows are quite plentiful. After Yosuke handles the first enemy, the shuffle time happens, which then reminds me of what Igor said. I just didn't expect them to literally take the appearance of cards. After taking my first persona, we make our way to the second floor where Chie is. Chie is standing there, listening to Yukiko's inner thoughts about a dislike for her name, and how Chie thought she looked good in red, and how she protects her, and how she's so much better than her, and so on, which suddenly makes the distortion of Chie's thoughts appear in front of her. Knowing what happened with Yosuke, this can't be good. The shadow Chie goes on about Yukiko is such a pretty woman, and how she gets a kick of her being jealous in a way. Chie is mad about, I guess, her boyish looks and likes compared to Yukiko's femininity. The shadow more or less saying the friendship is more of an abusive one than an actual one, which obviously isn't true, and causes Chie to say,
You're not me!
Her shadow takes a form of a sadist. After a long battle, Chie's shadow falls though. Chie has to face her inner thoughts, like Yosuke, and with her confronting it, she now has a persona. Falling to her knees before she can say to continue, everyone tells her to not overdo herself. And we can return the next day, as Teddy reminds us that the weather acts differently in both worlds. So until the fog arrives in Inaba, Yukiko will be safe. She won't budge, but Yosuke just flat out implies that if she continues, she, along with us, will likely die. After being confronted with this, she doesn't argue, but instead apologizes for putting us in mortal danger, which we forgive. And with that, we head back to the entrance. Chie complains her head feels like it's gonna split, likely from the endless fog, until Teddy makes her a fresh pair of glasses. We have a newfound resolve to save our friend Yukiko, and with me accepting being the team leader from Yosuke, the full arcana has been acquired, solidifying the beginning of our journey. As we head back to the normal world and part ways. At home, the tension is so thick you can cut it with a knife, as Dojima asks me because of earlier events that happened today if I'm getting into any strange business. Since it's been bothering him, I try to reassure him that there's nothing, but he'll be the judge of that. But Nanako is seeing it as fighting, and we're not in the police station. The Jima is disgruntled before reminding me that he agreed to take me in for the year. And try to stay out of trouble, please. The tension soon evaporates as Nanako talks about the weather reporter, but to her, she's a god of weather and dictates it at a whim, which, to be fair, I believed as a kid. I think it's time to go to bed. However, my homeroom teacher has dictated that it is actually, in fact, time for me to go to the gas station and get a jersey for the gym. Thanks, King Moron. But with that done, I can finally get some sleep. April 18th. Today is going to be a very important day, as it will be the first attempt to save Yukiko after forming the investigation team. Chie comes up to us and says thank you for saving her, and gets a little shy since we heard her inner thoughts, and asks Yosuke about how the stuff with his shadow went. As he dodges the question completely by bringing up that I didn't have a shadow, and how I already had that power, which Chie compliments me for, and reminds us about saving Yukiko. As the school buzzer plays and Yosuke rushes to the bathroom, me and Chie have alone time, where she thanks me again for saving her, and how there's something different about me, and with that, Chie's link, the Chariot Arcana, has started to form, which fits her brazen nature a lot. We exchange numbers and wait for school to end, so we can head to Jeunesse. Nothing too eventful happens, got a question right, and soon after, school finished. Before heading to Jeunesse, I quickly stock up on healing items and elemental consumables, and head to Jeunesse. With the team together, we head to the TV world with the hopes of saving Yukiko. Traveling to where we last stopped due to Chie's incident, we met Yukiko's shadow, where she invites us as a special guest to her hunt for Prince Charming. Chie gets annoyed, asking her where the real Yukiko is, which seems to enrage the shadow, likely forming the very ground we step on. That's when Shadow Yukiko smiles and leaves. Teddy reminds us that it's obviously not the real Yukiko, and how it's just the other side, and to follow her. As we explore the dungeon, we get bits and pieces of her inner thoughts, like reading someone's personal diary. First, it's the shadow looking for her dear prince. The second, it's her greeting someone to the Yamagi Inn. One where she wonders if we're her actual princes. She even challenges us with a guard to see if we have the mettle to be her prince. And the time when the leech of a reporter was harassing Yukiko over her being the manager without knowing about her mother's situation. But we were able to climb all 8 floors and finally reached her chambers. I wonder if we'll be able to do it or if we should just wait for another day to be at full strength, but I decided to tough it out and open the doors to confront her. In this room fit a monarch. There is 2 Yukikos, one dressed in a kimono and the shadow in her puffy pink dress, as they stand there likely waiting for us and announces us as late additions to her show and tells us if we were her princes, we should take her far, far away where she doesn't have to worry about the woes of the inn. Chie wonders if she's the 3rd prince, which she confirms, saying that she's always leaded her like a strong prince, but with her change of heart due to confronting her shadow, she's no good enough anymore, which starts to get the Yukiko to get mad as her shadow starts to do what they are good at, dredging their deepest thoughts out. Her being discontent with the inn, managing training before she can even decide her life's direction. How she sees it, she was born in Inaba, grew up working at the end, and she will die in Inaba, likely still in the inn. She just wants to run away, far, far away, where she decides on who she is, and her despair of the situation brings her into thinking the only way of being able to do this is if a Prince Charming takes her away. She's not strong enough to leave on her own. Her shadow asks Yukiko if she agrees. After all, she is her after all, and she says it.
No! You're not me! Oh, this feels wonderful. It's building. More and...
Yukiko's shadow comes crashing down in a birdcage, bursting out as a monstrous red bird with her hair and face. She feels way more different than Yosuke's or even Chie's. She's way more powerful. In this fight, she even calls this so-called prince, but honestly, he's just a coward as it runs away after such little force. However, it's tough. The party almost falls, but with enough ice cubes and willpower, she goes down.
Take this!
Having subdued her shadow, we comfort Yukiko, mainly Chie, apologizing for her never knowing how she truly felt, and her being jealous of her, and the insecurities of losing her. Yukiko apologizes back, saying that she was trying to find the easy way out, as she faces her shadow, admitting to her inner thoughts of wanting to run away, and accepts her shadow, that becomes her persona. She is tired from the experience, and we come to see if she's okay. Teddy gets straight to the point and asks her who threw her in, but she doesn't know since she didn't see her face. It does confirm that someone did, and Teddy proceeds to be relieved that it wasn't us who did it. Thanks for the trust, Teddy. Chie stops Yosuke from the likely verbal bashing he was going to give Teddy, and says that we should go back. As we leave, Teddy feels a little lonely and asks if we're leaving him, which Yosuke confirms since he does live here and all. Yukiko comforts Teddy, telling him that we'll be back soon, and we head back to Jeunesse. At the food court, we ask if she knows anything, which she confirms it all happened so fast, but Yosuke comes to the conclusion that Yukiko was attacked the same way as the last two victims, and how the Midnight Channel doesn't show the person, it shows their suppressed feelings onto the TV, which is very confusing, mainly on how someone would find out they have this power, or why they would want to do it. We decide to continue this talk when Yukiko gets her strength back though, heading home. Back at home, me and Nanako are sitting down. That's when Dojima arrives, and he brought a guest with him, this time the detective from yesterday, Adachi. He introduces himself as Dojima's slave since last spring, which he says he can work him harder if he likes. He laughs, but I can feel a slight bit of fear in that laugh. Just what does Uncle do to that poor soul? Adachi informs us that Yukiko was found safe, as he proceeds to talk about the case and how utterly complexing it is, which I agree in my head. Before he can continue to spell more confidential stuff, he gets hit by Dojima. After telling me not to listen to Adachi's blabbering, Nanako says that she's hungry, and we get some food. April 19th. I wake up to a phone call. Somehow the attendant from the Velvet Room has acquired my phone number from the cursed yellow pages perhaps. She tells me not to waste the time I'm given. I should strengthen my bond with people. Fighting is only one part of the journey. I heed these words. As I'm walking to school, I hear the soccer and basketball clubs are looking for members. I can only join one, so during class, I flip a coin to decide my fate. Heads for basketball, tails for soccer, and I got tails. As I head to the soccer field, I get introduced to the team, which aren't that happy to see me, likely due to me being from the big city. I think I'll one-up them, which isn't the case, but they end up ignoring me during the session. At the end of practice, the captain tells me not to worry about it, and that his name is Daisuke Nagase. After he introduces himself, we get a lovely appearance of the captain of the basketball team, Kao, as he sees that I decided to join the soccer team, saying their team needs their help since they're so weak, which gets Daisuke to hit him with the classic rebuttal of "no you." They seem to be great friends. After banter, Kao asks me if I've played soccer before, and I lie through my teeth saying plenty. And with the faint glimmer of a bond blooming, the strength arcana is bestowed upon me. Daisuke tells us to wait for him to do his laps, and we head home together. Dojima isn't home today, so I decide to be a little rebellious and go to the ramen stand I saw in the distorted strip mall a few days ago. Man, it is so good, but it's so spicy, I can barely feel my tongue. As I feel my courage increase, I pay the store owner and then head home ready for the next day. April 20th. Walking to school, Chie tells me that Yukiko is getting better and should be back to school soon, which is a relief. During lunchtime, Yosuke invited me to hang out with him, which I consider, but after helping him answer a question which I honestly winged, I felt compelled to visit the Velvet Room. As I enter, Marie is as friendly as ever, and Margaret has to reel her in, but it's fine. Margaret tells me that the Velvet Room is fate itself, and nothing that happens in its confines doesn't happen without a purpose. Marie, one who is not of man, as she refers to her, and me encountering, communicating, and her being in the Velvet Room is a part of that fate. Confused by what Margaret means, she tells me that it means Marie is unfamiliar with the outside world, and if I could take her out to experience it, she would appreciate it. Which I end up doing. As we step out, she comments on how stuffy the Velvet Room can be, and then gets interested in the steak skewers. Before I can pay for it, Yosuke unexpectedly appears. I introduce him to Marie, and he decides to be kind enough to buy it for all three of us. After finishing, Yosuke asks her if she liked it, which she thought it was delicious, despite basically ripping into it. She also asks what steak means, which obviously it means steak. Shame Yosuke stops the perfect gaslight. She's jealous, however, that we get to eat this every day, which isn't exactly true. Yosuke forgot his keys at work and legs it back there. Marie thinks he's a funny person, which is a valid thing. He is pretty clumsy sometimes, but he's still a good man. Marie gets up and moves around. She's a very frantic person, all things considered. And it takes a while, but I eventually take her to the outskirt that oversees Inaba, where she seems to sing a poem about? Before I can ask her, she calls me a stupid jerk, and then goes to the Outlook with a promise to show her more of Inaba. The Aeon Arcana is unlocked. Wait, is this an Arcana? This seems like a new one. But with that, I take her back to the Velvet Room, and during the night I sneak out again for more ramen. Once you have a taste of it, you can never come back from it. But Chie was standing there. I decided to talk to her. Not too much, really just about food places and how much she loves steak. And after some time, we parted, and I went to bed. April 21st. Daisuke during lunchtime reminded me that practice was happening after school, which I attended, but not before going to the store to buy a couple of books to have some things to do when Dojima is home. I randomly found The Elusive Funky Student by pure accident, and out of character I legit just guessed and got it right. I think it's muscle memory from my previous playthroughs though, to be honest. I get lost, but find Daisuke in the hallway, and we go to practice. Everything goes smoothly, and I get tricked into doing all of the cleanup by myself. Until Daisuke gets annoyed, since where we're meant to take turns, Cal comes in and asks if we finished early. He brings up a good point, not to do it out of obligation, but to do it because we wanted to help, to really throw them off guard, which, honestly, I don't think they care either way, as long as they don't have to do it. He helps us clean up, probably because he loves his bulls, and all three of us decide to go to Aya for ramen. Cal asked Daisuke if he saw the first year girl talking about how hard he can kick a bull, and he didn't, and like a boss, just says that we should do more practice to up my game so that the other teammates have to accept me. Also, Cal is obligated to join, obviously. With that said and done, I finally get home and do the birthright of every man, no, every human on this earth. I read up onto how to fish. After 2 more sleepless nights, I will be able to fish. Remember, the worst day fishing is better than the best day working. After reading the Holy Tome, though, I went to bed. April 22nd. I walk past an unruly child with his mother as Yosuke runs up and talks about it, which then leads him to talking about the killer and why he would want to do it, which I tell him to worry about it when Yukiko has recovered, and we head to school. With Yosuke on my mind, in the straightest way possible, I decide to hang out with him after school. He treats me to steak croquettes, which is an interesting combo to say at least, as 2 older ladies walk past and hear mumblings of Jeunesse and how the strip mall could close at any minute, which Yosuke apologizes for, adding he's quite infamous around here, although it's mainly his parents and he gets it because they're his son. But he seems fine with it. Yosuke decides to get some more, and after eating so much I feel like I'm going to explode, I head home. And at home, once again, I read up on how to more effectively fish to defeat the true final boss of life, fishes. One more day until I'll be strong enough to be more effective at fishing. April 23rd. Heading to school, I overheard 2 students talking about part-time work, which gets me interested. Could I qualify for work around here? That isn't just Jeunesse after all. I'll have to investigate. During school, however, I bring great shame to my bloodline by getting a question wrong. How can I face Yosuke after this? This is so over. With class ending, I take the walk of shame to the bulletin board in the shopping district and find they're looking for daycare workers to help part-time, which I take on heading to my new job. It's tough work. Kids have so much energy, but then I see a familiar kid and mother from yesterday. It really is a small world, isn't it? I found out that the kid dislikes her due to just being a stepmother than his real one, and some gossip which I don't really care for. I get paid my 5,000 yen and then head home. At home, just like the past 2 nights, I finally complete the most important thing in history, the book on fishing. Now I'll be able to be better at fishing. I wonder what type of fish Inaba has to offer, but that's tomorrow me to find out, as I have school off then. April 24th. With the plans of fishing during the night, I get the call from Cal asking if I wanted to hang out with him and Daisuke, which I decide to refuse, checking up on my main man Yosuke, and we head to Okina. Yosuke says that he's just a poor little city boy drawn to an urban scent, which he makes a comparison to Teddy, somehow, so I tease him. Suddenly, he gets a message from a spam number. I ask him why doesn't he just change his phone number, and he says that people would get annoyed with him having to inform them he changed his number. They don't seem like real friends, which Yosuke kinda confirms, saying Inaba suits him fine, and he is counting on me. He says we should head back, but get some souvenirs while we're here. He's acting like this is a trip across country, but I'll humor him. With that, I head home, and prepare for the greatest moment of my life. However, I forgot that to fish you need a rod, and currently I don't have one. With my soul and my life destroyed, I wonder if I should just throw myself into the TV to rot, but instead, I get some ramen at Aya, and plan on fixing the rod situation another time. April 25th. After a miserable realization yesterday, finding a fishing rod is my new side quest, but I decide to put it on hold when I get informed by eavesdropping that the cultural clubs are looking for members, which makes me wonder which one to join, but that's future me to decide, as I watch a clumsy girl run to school and then back for getting her bag. The decision of which club came sooner than I expected, because after getting a question right in PE, I head to the music room, completely forgetting that drama was an option, but I prefer music to be honest. As I enter, I see them playing, and a student got told to get a key, and almost bumps into me. Hey, it's the clumsy girl from the morning. She calls for the captain and I get introduced to everyone, and the first here introduces herself as Ayane. She seems to be shy, as soon after the club finishes, and she tells me the details and a bit about the club. I feel a hint of a possible friendship, as the sun Akana is bestowed upon me. After that, I ask if she would like some help. She thanks me, but says she doesn't want it, so I decide that I should just head home then. At home, Nanako tells me that she went to the shops on her own. She's a big girl, probably went to Jeunesse and enjoyed every second of it. She lives and breathes for that place. So I decide, with the food in the fridge, to make ginger pork, packing it for school tomorrow, and then heading to bed. April 26. Walking to school, I overhear two students talking about the current situation with Yukiko and how she's home safe and sound, and brought up Saki until a guy walked past and they shut up fast. Strange, but like they said, it's gonna rain tonight. This means the fog should be coming soon. Pretty boring day at school, all things considered. Helped Chie with a question, and then had ginger pork I made yesterday with Daisuke and Cal. With school ending shortly after, I went on my crusade. I didn't forget about my fishy quest. But where to get a rod, I am not too sure. But the god of fishing directed me to helping a kid with getting food for a ladybug. With that task completed, I head back to school and hanged out with Chie. At the riverbank, where I will soon fish on, Chie asks if I will help her with her training. She wants to be better prepared for the TV world, which of course, as a big fan of Dragon Ball, the training arc never ends. After spending a good time with her training, I head home for the next step of my quest. I head to pub Shiroku, where she's having issue with her fish not eating her food, which it reacts positively to the bug I got earlier. So I gave her fish and I am rewarded with a fishing hook. I'm one step closer. She was even nice enough to give me breadcrumbs. With this newfound hope, I head home to fold envelopes. April 27th. The rain today is honestly quite miserable, so there isn't much to do today, so it's going to be a fast entry. From the moment I finished school to the moment I head to bed, I caught up on my studying to get just that bit smarter, but the slow, ominous feeling is creeping up as the days where the fog will come draws near. Yukiko should be feeling better soon. With that knowledge, I think I'll be able to sleep soundly tonight. April 28th. Chie met up with me before heading to school to give me the great news that Yukiko will be coming back to school in 2 days, which I thank Chie for all of her efforts, as we head to school. During lunch, Ayane asks if I'm going to band practice today, which since the weather is quite bad, there's nothing else I can do. But before I can head to there, I go to the Velvet Room to obtain a persona, which Arcana is the sun's, so I can get closer with her. During band class, I am a boss at playing the trumpet, but the band captain notices and calls out Ayane for being flat, which he apologizes for. The activity finishes soon after, and once again, Ayane is left to clean. She compliments me for my skill with the trumpet, and I try my best to comfort her. This time, she agrees to let me help her clean up, bringing my understanding from basic to kindly, and ranking up the social link as I head home. And for the rest of the night, I just folded envelopes, which is a dull task, but 1,000 yen is 1,000 yen. April 29th. Today is the final day of the rainy weather, which means the fog will be setting in. With that knowledge, I heard somewhere that during the rainy weather, Aya has a challenge. I head there, and there it is, the Mega Beef Bowl challenge. If I finish this whole bowl, it's free. If not, then I gotta pay. This sounds like fun, so I head in to challenge the Meat Mountain. My social stats are not strong enough to face the meat dimension, but I have the resolve to face it again one day. It will be defeated, I just know it. But I'm not strong enough yet, so I head home defeated. At home, the whole family's here, as we watch the TV, as the weather god announces there will be fog in the region. With the Dojima worried that there'll be more trouble, Nanako is not interested in the deity's whims, changing the channel and getting an ad for Jeunesse, which says they'll be open for Golden Week, which hypes Nanako up as she sings the Jeunesse theme again, telling her dad it will be home, which he chuckled about and asked Nanako if she wants to go somewhere for Golden Week, which shocks her since he really hasn't been around that much recently, and she gets excited wanting to go to Jeunesse. Imagine a whole week at a Megamart. But Dojima tells Nanako it's time for bed, and now it's time for the moment of truth. As the fog rolls in and it hits midnight, it's time to check the TV, where we were able to save Yukiko, or does fate have something else in mind? As the TV glow illuminates the room, no one's there. We did it, she's safe. We saved someone from the TV, the killer has been thwarted, but for how long? April 30th. Last day of the month, and oh boy, it was quite eventful. Yukiko was waiting at the front of the gate for Chie, but I appear first, so I decide to talk to her. She apologizes for the troubles she's given us, but finds the words not right. She really wanted to say thank you for everything. Her mum is back to work, and the maids are being supportive. She wonders if she was just working herself too hard, and not looking out for help. But she can't help to be a little embarrassed, since me and Yosuke and Chie heard her and all of her inner thoughts. Chie finally gets to school gates, and we part ways. School things happen, like me randomly remembering the answer to a question like you do, and with that, school was over. We decided to meet up on the roof to talk about the investigation. Yukiko brings Chie sober, but it needs time to be ready, so we talk about the investigation. Yukiko doesn't remember anything that happened except the doorbell rang, and then she was in the castle. More wondering about why the culprit would even want to throw people in there, and that's when Yosuke tells the girls that me and him are going to find the truth together. Since compared to the cops, we have personas, and we can access the TV world, but both Chie and Yukiko tell us that they're going to join us, which brings the full arcana a level higher as our path continues. With Yukiko's questioning over, we have to put the cards on the table, and who could even be the suspect? Currently 3 victims. Mayumi Yamano, Saki Konishi, and Yukiko. The only strong leads is them being from Inaba and they're all women, and in one way are connected to the first victim, the announcer. But it only questions who will be targeted next, but we will have to wait for the next rainy day to see the digital equivalent of a ransom note. Now the heavy stuff is done, Chie and Yukiko's sobers are done, as they munch down and me and Yosuke look at them like starving dogs, and beg for some, as they nicely give it to us. I have one bite, and it awoken the beast inside of me, and in a matter of seconds, there's nothing left. They're rightfully mad, but Yosuke quickly jumps in, the saint he is, and hits Chie in the heart saying, "I'll buy you meat," which stops the wrath of her. But Yukiko is still mad because of her fried tofu. I'm worse than the killer, man. But we head to Jeunesse. At Jeunesse, the girls are still a little miffed, but they'll be fine as we get back on the topic. About the killer, in a bubble, it seems like a revenge story. But Mitsuo has a solid alibi, and in the second case, Saki was likely to keep her quiet, in the most literal way. We ponder, and like an angel coming from the heavens, Hadachi appears. He tells me to forward that Dojima will be home normal time to Nanako, as he introduces himself to the team, and Chie gets straight to the point, asking if the killer targeted Saki to silence her, which He agrees that that's the current belief of the police department. He then says something about maybe finding a hint to the case. Then he realizes that he's telling civvies info about a case and tells us not to tell anyone as he leaves. If every detective is like Adachi, the killer will never be caught. Chie and Yukiko finish their steaks and we head into the TV world. Teddy comes to greet us and tells Yukiko he stayed as asked, and if he's been a good boy, she tells him he is. And also, she joined the team, and he gives her celebratory glasses to see through the fog. And then we get into the nitty-gritty on how Teddy actually works, like he makes the glasses himself. His eyes are lenses so he can see through the fog, and he's very dexterous, which is a good thing because Yosuke launches him, which makes him drop an interesting pair of glasses. And Yukiko puts them on. You know, honestly, it fits her. Good job, Teddy. Sadly, those don't have lenses and they don't work, so they're duds, which is very unfortunate. Yukiko gives the pair to Chie, and she starts having a laughing fit. It's so weird to see Yukiko has always had a serious mood to her, but here she is, laughing her butt off. With that fun over and checking up on the big T, we go our separate ways. At home, the Jima says the 4th and the 5th, which confuses us, and he says that he might be able to get those days off, which hypes Nanako a little. Then she feels down because it's always cancelled. He asks Nanako, instead of going to Jeunesse, they should go on a trip, which makes Nanako super happy. The Jima asks if I wanted to come, and of course I will. It will make Nanako's year to go as a family. Nanako really wants boxed lunches, so Jijima has delegated me as the lunchbox boy, and with plans possibly set, I head to the fridge. There's white miso, but wasn't it red? Nah, it's just really expired. What's the worst that could happen? Well, my courage is now reliable. But I feel like I'm gonna die, so I'm just gonna head to bed. May 1st. It's Sunday, so a day off from school, as I get a call from Chie and about possibly heading into the TV world, since Yukio has now joined the team, which I consider, but ultimately decided not to, as I feel like I have to have a chill day after my body was destroyed by the expired miso, and head into town. Before getting there, I go to the river and see an old man, and talk to him. He asks if I have a fishing hook, which I did, and I handed it to him, and like a god, he bestowed upon me a fishing rod. Step 1 has been complete. I can now fish. After this officially becoming the best day in human history, I go to hang out with Marie. She wants to go to Jones, so Jones we go. We wandered the electronic aisle, and she seems utterly confused about everything. She wonders about the time sale and salsa dressing. And like if she said steak, Chie appears and sees Marie and asks me who she is, and that she's cute. I introduce her and we start talking about TVs, and the conversation is as you would expect. Imagine explaining a TV to someone who lives in the 1800s, and Chie is the exact opposite, stunned that someone in this age doesn't know or watches a TV, and chalks it down to strict parents, which, not parents, but I'd say strict. She decides to tell the nose, to get electric outlets for the room, and casually leaves. Later on, we go and get steak together. Chie not only bought one, but two, but had eaten it before we started eating our own. She teases us about needing to eat it to get big and strong, and Marie hits her with, "You're gonna get fat," that way, and Chie, hurt by those words, goes to get oolong tea for the three of us. Marie shows a lack of know-how, wondering why people go to Jones instead of just sitting in front of the TV all day. Mother and child walk past, with the parent telling her child they can't have a soda, and Marie asks if she thinks she was ever like that, but it's hard to really say. She tells me how not only she has no knowledge of her past, but how she ended up in the Velvet Room, and Margaret just gave her a name. Her lack of memory does seem to weigh down heavily on her, but she shows me a bamboo comb, which is her only keepsake from her past. She tells me to stop searching for the truth. It's a waste of time, as Chie comes back and notices the mood is heavy, and cheers us up with oolong tea, and soon after, we go our separate ways. Tonight, it's time to fish for the first time, and for my first attempt, with a little bit of breadcrumbs, I went pretty successful. I got a red goldfish. Soon, it'll be Poseidon himself. But, with no more bait, I decided to head home. May 2nd. It's looking like a rainy day. Heading to school, Yukio greets me and asks if I have plans for the Golden Week, which I tell her I'll be going on a family outing, and she wishes it could be peaceful like the week is looking. But the case isn't solved, and she says we should go to the other side once in a while to stay strong, and we head to class. King Moron yaps on about something, even though it's Golden Week. We're still students and have to dedicate our lives to studying, since midterm exams are next week, and low scores will be mocked. It's obvious he's never had joy in his life, but that's why he's a teacher in the boonies. School's finished up, and I wonder if I should study, but I end up deciding to go eat at Aya to work on my social points, even if I have zero chance of beating the Beef Bowl challenge. At home, me and Nanako are watching the news, where someone operating a earth mover has destroyed a credit union ATM and stole all the money inside, and fleeing the scene. That doesn't bode well, as I feel bad fortune, as Dojima isn't home, and when the phone rings, Nanako picks it up, and her mood changes to sadness. As she hands the phone and runs off, it's Dojima. Unfortunately, one of the younger workers got sick, and the case he was handling is important, likely what was on TV, and he's the one that has to take over. Poor Nanako. He wants me to check up and comfort Nanako. Maybe I'll be able to cheer her up with a trip in Inaba during the week. I could take her to Jeunesse, she'd like that. I just hope Nanako will be fine. May 3rd. The hope I had for Nanako being able to cheer up came sooner than I expected. Chie came to visit and asked if I wanted to join her, and Nanako is invited to. She seems so happy to come, and we're going to her favorite place in the world, Jeunesse. Yosuke asks, why would we bring Nanako to Jeunesse during Golden Week? And Nanako just says, I love Jeunesse. But she did wish that we went somewhere as a family, and wanted to pack lunches, as she looks at me after being asked if she can make them herself. Chie teases me about being a good cook and jokingly says big bro, as Nanako imitates it. Yosuke says something very suspicious, but Chie says she can cook and whip up some boxed lunches. For some reason, I feel a sense of dread when the words Chie and cooking are next to each other. Yosuke wants Nanako to be the judge on who can make the better meal, and confidently tells Nanako we could probably make something that's on par with her mum's cooking, which Nanako bluntly just informs everyone that she's dead. Yosuke apologizes for not knowing, but Nanako doesn't mind because she has a dad, has me as a big bro, and she loves Jeunesse! Which brings the mood back to a cheery one, as her and Yosuke get sodas. Both Chie and Yukiko agree that Nanako is strong for her age, and follow to get drinks. Nanako checks if I want something, and a bond materializes as the Justice Arcana, and we spend the rest of the day together. Getting home, I wrap up the day with some light reading, wondering how tomorrow will fare. May 4th. Another day off school, and after such a fun day like yesterday, why stop? As Yosuke asked if I would want to hang out, and he'll find someone to join us. And after some deliberation, I agreed, bringing Nanako. Nanako had the choice of place, and you guess it, it's Jeunesse time. Yosuke brings up how much Nanako loves her Jeunesse. As Kao doesn't blame her, it's a store of magic. He wishes her little sister was as cute as Nanako. Nanako, being a classic kid, gets pouty from being called cute and hides behind me, and Daisuke decides to just drop "you're not cute," making Nanako feel down and everyone getting mad at him. But that's just good old Daisuke for you, which he takes as a compliment, as Nanako points at the massive flat screen in front of us. As we all turn to look, Daisuke makes a note that if he watched sports on it, he'd feel like he'd fall right in. He's onto us. Daisuke is the real killer. It all makes sense. Noted. But we spend the rest of the day together, and just like the night before, I finish up reading The Lovely Man, increasing my courage considerably. May 5th. One more day off school, and I decided I should go somewhere. I usually don't, so the Yotsu Inaba station it is. I end up just hanging out there by myself for some time. I buy a tap soda before going to the shrine on my way home. No one was around, but man, the shrine has seen better days. It's quite dusty and falling apart. Honestly, it's quite a shame. But as I wanted to leave, I could feel a pair of eyes staring at me, like it was studying me. A fox jumps in front of me with an emmer in its mouth, handing it to me, reading, "Please help Grandpa's legs get better," from a person named Kaita. There seems to be a leaf on the back of it. It's rather confusing. Then an old man comes to the shrine, frightening the fox. He tells me a little about the shrine, how no one visits anymore, and how he used to come and tidy it when he had the chance, but his legs aren't the way they used to be. But with the lack of money, there's no way to maintain the shrine. And not only that, it'll be hard to visit his grandson, Kita. It ends up being the person on the Emma, as the old man recognizes the letter as an ache remedy. He asks for it and I hand it to him, and somehow, like magic, he puts it on his legs and he started to speed to the offering, dropped some coins, and then blitzed away. Somehow, it also revitalized his vitality, and that's some powerful stuff. The fox comes out and checks the offering box, and is super happy with it, as it's taken a liking to me, as a bond forms being the Hermit Arcana. It seems as if the fox can read my mind, however, as the idea of using the leaves on the other side to keep us vitalized for the shadows, which he seems happy with, but for a fee, of course. This turns out to be a very interesting day, as I head home. The man who stole the cash from the ATM was caught, and works for the company that owned the land mover, and as they talked about the suspect, the door opens, Dojima walking in, complaining about rookies getting sick. Walking in, apologizing to Nanako for breaking his promise again, but Nanako is content with the last few days since she had her big bro to keep her company, which Dojima thanked me for, and Nanako recognizes the bag being a Jeunesse bag, and wondering what's inside, as Dojima brought out some presents. Nanako got a goofy looking t-shirt with a platypus on it, and I got some swimming trunks with an interesting print on it, but thank you, uncle, for the gift. And he said not to mention it, and we enjoy a good meal together as a happy family. But after a heartwarming dinner, I go up to my room and get some work on my studies, so I don't get a bad grade like Yosuke likely will, and I head to bed. May 6. Yosuke is riding to school again on his old trusty bike, but it seems to be on its last legs, making all sorts of noises like it was crying out for its life. I say it might be karma for what, don't know, it was funny to say. And he apologizes for what he said to Nanako, which in his defense, how was he supposed to know? And with girls like Nanako in the world, it makes him want to work even harder on this case. I know I can count on him. Chie and Yukiko likely feel the same way as they seem to be closer, but Yosuke seems he wants to ask me a question but stops himself, saying we will be late for school. And with a little complaining about speeding and his bike being all messed up, he decides he should probably just walk until he gets his motorbike license. The day he gets to ride will be a dark day for Inaba indeed. During lunch, both Chie and Yosuke came up and asked if I wanted to hang out after school, which I decided to go with Yosuke. At the end of class, Chie complains about holidays ending so fast, which Yosuke brings up that at least they were peaceful, and not only that, but while working at Jeunesse, he gets to hear all the housewife gossip. And thankfully, no new missing cases have came up since we rescued Yukiko from the TV. Who knows if anything new will come up, but the culprit is still at large, so we have to wait for the Midnight Channel. But more important, we must worry about something scarier than a serial murder. Exam season! Even writing that makes me shiver. Chie told Yosuke that he should go over the material of Yukiko, and he boldly says they should have private lessons, and Yukiko seems to take it the wrong way, slapping him, because she had weird customers lately. And Yosuke directs the slap being Chie's fault, and they have a shouting off, as Yukiko casually leaves, as I'm left to watch the Battle of the Ages. But after they destroyed all of Inaba with their rage in their minds, I go to hang out with Yosuke, and we head to Jeunesse. Yosuke loves coming to Jeunesse every so often, since even though we're strapped for cash, we get a decent discount, but it comes with some downsides, as they rear their ugly heads. As two girls come to complain to Yosuke about being forced to work weekends, and if they don't, they'll be fired, as Yosuke brings up that they agreed to work them. They were hired and they'll have to at least work some, and they say they'll think about it and storm off. And another lady comes over, talking about the meat department, and they talk privately as I wait for him to return, as he sits down and complains how everyone treats him like the complaint department. As I compliment him on his mature manner, everyone takes advantage of him due to his family's position, and he might be fine with it if the murder case wasn't on his mind. And he wonders if the killer can be brought to justice due to how outlandish it is, but it's making him find everything else less important in comparison. Now that's the spirit, Yosuke. That took him off guard, and he just laughs it off. He never really thought he would talk about something so serious back in the city. It was all small, trivial talk that had no meaning, but with the team, he can talk truthfully. After all, I did see the worst of him, and he's happy it was me who did it. And after some serious talk, good old Yosuke gets back to his antics and wonders if he can get a deal for a meat lovers combo. Sometime later though, I head home. At home, Dojima is sitting on his favorite seat and decides to strike a real conversation with him for the first time I got from Inaba. It feels a little awkward to be honest, but he asks me about school, which is fun, and he tells me to enjoy it while I can, and then the topic of friends come up. Dojima is still thinking back to the weapons incident with Yosuke, definitely. The conversation felt like an interrogation to be honest, but I don't blame his thinking, since the killing started when I got into the town, and I seem to be there at every turn, and if I keep coming up, then he will have to. I understand what he means, but Nanako does as well, as she enters the tense scene. Nanako defends me and tells her father to stop bullying me, and tells her to head to bed. Dojima knows she's taken a liking to me, and tells me just to stay safe. He genuinely worries about me, even if his job is important too, which is when the Hierophant Arcana is developed between us. He tells me things are going to be different, but Inaba is a good place, and to head to bed. Man, that was intense. I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping after that one. May 7th. A miserable day in the weather department as I head to school and get reminded that exams are in 2 days. And not only that, but the results will be put up for the whole school to see, so I have to work extra hard not to be put next to Yosuke and likely Chie at the bottom half. In class, the likelihood of me getting a good score is thrown into question when I guess the long one and got it right. So if I just keep getting lucky, I should be fine, right? School drawers were closed, we're hanging out on our desks, Yosuke telling Chie he got the Trial of the Dragon Greatest Punches edition, saying he should have just bought it instead of 6. Chie reacts negatively to the storm that's outside, which Yosuke decides to make fun of her for. As the storm gets closer and closer, she gets mad at him for suggesting that she should learn a new kung fu move from training in the storm, and she demands that if lightning was a strike, be it this guy. And the lightning strike the school, killing the power. Yosuke says that's what you get, he should head back to work because he's still saving up for that motorcycle, as his phone calls. I couldn't hear it all that much, but it was likely Jeunesse, as he reacts quite grumpily, guess that bonus isn't coming after all. Chie asks Yukiko if they can go home, and Yukiko decides to have fun to tell Chie a scary story in the dark about a girl heading to the bathroom, and then Chie cuts her off, asking why would she tell it now? She seemed to be on the verge of tears. I join in on the teasing, poking her, as she panics, thinking it was a ghost until she realized it was me, calling me the worst. Yosuke tells Chie to just have me take her home, because she's so freaked out. And then the power came on. Chie left as fast as she could with Yukiko. Note to self, Chie is easy to scare. Not much to do afternoon, but I pick up a translation job on the bulletin board, and then head to Aya to get my social stats up with the Mega Beef Bowl Challenge, and then head home. Nanako is watching TV like usual, so I decided to strike a conversation with her. The conversation isn't super exciting, but it was insightful for understanding Nanako. She seems a little shy, so I ask her what's up, and she asks if I was an only child, and I say yes, and she's happy because I'm like her, but how she has a big bro and I have a little sister. A bond grows. With that, I can tell her about many topics as we sit and listen, and after a while, we head to bed. May 8th. One more day until midterms. I'm confident, but maybe I should have studied instead of hanging out with Chie by the riverside. We get ready to do some more training as Nanako finds us and asks us what we're doing. Chie tells her she's training. What for? To fight herself. Even if that's a joke, there is an evil Chie out there, and she let it slip. But Chie should get over her fear of insects first, as a grasshopper gets on her back, freaking her out, making her run around in a panic. Chie makes her disdain for them obvious, as Nanako doesn't mind them, making Chie think of Yukiko, as she's the exact same. She thinks it's funny that she can't handle them, and I wanted to tease her, but my courage made me go for the easy choice. But it worked out. Nanako reassures Chie that her entire class hates bugs, which puts her slightly at ease. As Chie asks Nanako if she wants to train, and we all train together. She wants to get over her fear of bugs, look strong for Nanako. She'll see them as shadows, but even then, it still gives her goosebumps. But she won't lose, and we part ways for the day. At home, Nanako is sitting down on the table, with what seems to be flowers, with a scowl on her face. I ask her what's wrong. She made flowers at school for Mother's Day. She was told it's a day to give your mother flowers, but she doesn't have one and doesn't know who to give it to. Poor Nanako. I tell her to give the flowers to me. She looks confused and then is smiling because her teacher did say that giving flowers is to show thanks, and she wants to show thanks to her big bro, coming to Inaba and invites me to make flowers with her, and we spend most of the night making them as a family, and I put her to bed, finishing the night with some work on my translation job. It has been quite an eventful few days, where I have found little time to log the events of the past days. So here's how it went. May 9th. Chie met with me all doom and gloom over the exam periods that's about to come, which I asked if she studied, which obviously she didn't. But she's got the mindset of, let's get over and done with. With that conversation done and dusted, the first day of the exam started. The questions from the past came to me, one after another. What is it called when muscles grow after exercise? Overcompensation, or muscle hypertrophy. What is the year before 1 AD called? 1 BC. My pen was flying on the pages, which means I had a strong start. But will I be able to keep this up? May 10th, day 2 of the exams, and I felt a second wind coming in. Which of these are of numbers that don't exist? Marriage numbers. Who translated I love you as the moon is beautiful, isn't it? Sosuke Natsumi, who, fun fact, is on a Series D of the 1,000 yen note and went out of circulation in 2007. And what's seeming to be a hot streak, it's time to see if my luck will continue into May 11th. Third time's a charm? Well, who said, as soon as laws are necessary for men, they are no longer fit for freedom? Pythagoras. Which of the following is the highest mountain in the solar system? Approximately 2.8 times taller than Everest and 2.3 times taller than Mauna Kea. Mars Olympus Mons is the highest mountain in the solar system. Just one more day until freedom. I head home, the days feeling like they're just melding together. May 12th. Exams came to an end as my pen flew off the paper. I just hope I can hibernate like a bear after the past 4 days back to back. But with school bells chiming, Yosuke says what we're all feeling. It's finally over. As Chie tells us to quiet down, as she asks Yukiko a question on the exam, which Yukiko put her sorrowful expression, and Chie put the rice cakes on top of the table, which she got wrong and bets it all on geography, asking me what I got for the tallest mountain, which I say Olympus Mons, which she reacts, realizing that she also got that wrong. Yukio also put that in, so Yosuke agrees. That means it must be the right choice, lamenting when everyone's results are put up for the school to see. As we were talking about the exam, we overheard 2 students talking about the TV station filming in Inaba, which caught our attention. Apparently, they're going to be covering bike gangs that hang around the highway nearby, which is a first time hearing about that. He heard it from a friend that goes to their meetings, which questions what type of friends he's friends with, to be honest. But they brought up something about a blind date and the rain, and by then Yukiko chimed in asking about biker gangs. Chie confirms they make a lot of noise, but she probably doesn't know since her house is too far away to hear them, unlike Yosuke. Apparently some students in here are a part of the biker gangs, and Yosuke talks about one specific person who's a first year, who's a total hellraiser, and he's been a legend since middle school, but he wasn't sure he was in the gang. Yukiko seemed super interested, but I think she got the wrong type of legend. As the conversation ends, with school finished, I can finally spend time with people, and I decided to invite Yosuke over to my house. Well, more like he barged his way into my room more than anything. He's impressed with how clean it is, and asks if I have the goods under the futon. I don't know what he means by that, but I'll humor him and say yes. He replies he'll go look at them when I take a piss and expose my secrets. I think I know what he means now. Classic Yosuke. Then he asks if I invited girls around here, and I said not yet, which seems to get his attention, thinking I'm a player. Nanako knocks on the door and asks if I have seen the public notice. She enters the room and Yosuke asks if she's busy, which she tells him that she's going to a guy's house, which piques his interest. Yosuke thinks that she's going to meet a guy in a dating way, but she just sits next to him in class. But her friend Miwa is going because she likes him. Yosuke thinks about relationships to himself, but he can't do it until we're done with the murder case. But Nanako thinks he's talking about homework. He says to hide the truth from her and calls her smart, which makes her happy, and Nanako leaves. Yosuke thinks about the moment with Nanako calling it homework, and reminds me that we can do it and that he's counting on me, as I feel a bond grow deeper. He asks me if the notice for joining the Young Men's Association came out yet, and how due to him working at Jeunesse, they're trying to rope him into it, as he turns to peek under my futon thinking he'll find some secret treasure. After a likely disappointment, he heads home. In the evening, Dojima asks me for a favor for him, since I'm at Jeunesse a good amount. If I see a Dachi at Jeunesse, he's likely slacking off, and if I could tell him off when he does it, I doubt I can put in the same power as Dojima, but I'll at least try. As I think of talking to him, but I don't think I can hold a conversation with him just yet. Maybe if my expression was eloquent. I believe the social stat gods were listening because, as I was doing my translation job on the side, my expression is now eloquent. And after doing such a good job, I got paid 6,000 yen and head to bed thankful that the exam period is finally over. May 13th. Compared to the rest of the week, school today felt like it went by so fast. And as I was heading home, I remembered what Dojima told me, and I headed to Jeunesse, and sure enough, Dachi was there loitering like the expert detective he is. He asked if I needed help, and I just said the word which probably sent a chill down his spine. Dojima has sent me. His time is up. He tries to make up excuses, but he's digging his own grave. But I decided to hang out with him. Unlike Dojima, I have mercy. He asked what I'm doing at Jeunesse. Was it to kill time? Personally, I just wanted to see what Inaba's finest was up to. But he seems to be quite bored of the quiet life, which I kinda get behind in some ways, which he knew I'd understand being from the big city as well. He starts talking about his first cases, like getting a cat from a tree and the force being cheap and not paying the dry cleaning, playing peacemaker in a marriage couple fight. It's obvious he doesn't enjoy the boonies, but he can't kick up his feet right now with the murder case going on. The higher-ups don't know what to do with it, and he thinks I'm worried about it, and he reassures me the police are on the job. You got this, Adachi. As our bond starts to form as the Jester Arcana. Man, even fate itself thinks he's a joke. But after that nice talk, Dadachi finally might get back to work until an old lady comes past, and he suddenly hides behind me until she's gone, coming out saying, "That was close," until he tells me to head home and to not tell Dojima about this as he leaves. And I heed his advice, going home soon after. In the evening, we're watching TV, and the piece on the biker gangs is on. Young men recklessly riding their motorcycles, disturbing the peace of a quiet rural town. I can smell the sensationalism as the report turned violent when one of the apparent leaders attacks the film crew, as the delinquent asks, "What the hell are the reporters doing here?" Dojima seems to recognize their voice through sighing that he's up to his old tricks again. Nanaka asks him if he knew him, and he tells us that he's known him due to his work. His name is Kanji Tatsumi. He's been crushing biker gangs in his area since middle school. He must be strong to be doing that at his age, but he's confused, since he thought he got into high school and started attending classes, with his focus now on the TV, and says that the blur is utterly pointless, as it's quite obvious who it is, saying his family runs a historic textile shop, and he believes he only crushes the bikers because the noise kept his mother up at night, which is a nice gesture, but he's too violent with it, and his mother might end up having to apologize again. Nanako notes that it will rain tomorrow, and I think to myself, he might be the next Midnight Channel victim. May 14th. It's a rainy day in Inaba, which means only one thing, and well, we all seem to agree to check the Midnight Channel to see if it's on. Yukiko hoping no one's on it. Yosuke agrees, but if someone did, that would help in our investigation and could point us to an actual lead. And Chie reminds everyone to check the TV, and we all agree. As I head home, I can't get the report from yesterday out of my mind, and how perfectly it aligns with a rainy day, but I might be looking way too into it, and soon enough, it's midnight, and I check the TV. Someone's on it, a man, and this time it seems to be a high schooler. It's hard to make out who it is, but that dread I felt when walking home came back to me. As I call up Yosuke and we talk briefly about what we saw, and we hang up soon after. Left with my own thoughts, I still can't get over everything is timed so perfectly, but it's probably best to worry about that tomorrow as I head to bed. 15th. In the morning, we head to our investigation HQ, Jeunesse, as Yosuke holds a meeting for the kidnapping/murder case in Inaba. Chie told him to take a breath as Yosuke seems thrilled, as we have a base of operations, which Yosuke fully supports as even Chie likes the sound of it. And yeah, it's a fine place, just hope that no one overhears us and thinks we're just crazy. But we get into the main discussion, and what we saw on the Midnight Channel. Chie first chimes in saying, "We saw it and it was a guy, right?" I added that they looked to be a high schooler. Yukiko brought up her previous experience and questioned that the target doesn't fit the other 3 victims, that being female. Yosuke agrees, but still not sure what we really did see. But Yukiko brought up a good point that the Midnight Channel changed when we saw the inside the TV world. Yosuke adding it looked like a low-budget TV show, thinking that Teddy might have been right and we were seeing the other Yukiko on the TV. But it does bring up a good news, since it means that we should be safe, at least for now, which leads to the most important question. If we can find out who it is, can we prevent them from being kidnapped and thrown in? But we have to find out who it is first, before we can do that, as Yosuke hates to say it, but we will have to wait for another night and pray he doesn't get nabbed before then. As Chie basically copies exactly what we were all talking about, as Yosuke is in utter disbelief, and Yukiko starts laughing like a hyena, as Yosuke is still surprised to see the side of Yukiko, but Chie brings up a point I've been feeling too, that she's seen the person before. A part of me wanted to bring up Kanji, but I kept that thought to myself, at least for now. And the 3 of us agree, as Yukiko is still laughing hysterically, making Chie grumpy, calling her a hyena, making her laugh even more, as we go our separate ways soon after. The waiting game starts, as it eventually hits midnight, checking the TV. This time it's more focused, and it shows him doing acts that could be considered violent. It has to be Kanji, right? It seems Yosuke had the same idea, as he calls me and I tell him that he also saw the special report, saying he's one scary dude, and we should get together tomorrow. And then he suddenly springs a question on me, a question he meant to ask for a long time, when I thought of Yukiko and Chie, and which one is my type? I said Chie before he could really finish. He seemed confused, but Kung Fu Movie Night would hit different. He said he'd keep it to himself, and he hanged up. With my interest in tomboys exposed to Yosuke, May 16th. It seems we've came up with the same conclusion. Kanji Tatsumi. Yosuke says that he didn't seem like the social type. Chie calling it an understatement, saying he's really scary, and brought up the special report asking Yosuke if he saw it, which he did, and Yukiko too, but adding he wasn't like that when he was younger, which came to shock us. He knew her, as she confirms, but adding that they haven't talked in some time, since his family runs the textile shop. The Omaki family have shopped there for years, and she talks to Kanji's mother sometimes, and says that we should go there, and who knows, we might be able to talk to him. Chie likes the idea since she has doubts he'd be flying off the handle in his family store. And if she does, Chie is counting on us to save her and Yukiko as we sometime later go to the store. Entering the store, Kanji's mother seems to be talking to a young man. Yukiko says hello to Kanji's mother, as she says it's nice to see Yukiko. The young man says his goodbyes to her as she apologizes for not being enough help, and he leaves. Yosuke calls him a weirdo. Damn, kinda rude, Yosuke, but okay. But Kanji's mother tells Yukiko she's looking more like her mother when she was younger, and asks if she's out to shop with her friends. And me and Yukiko make small talk with her as Yosuke and Chie look around, and Chie finds something that's very familiar. A scarf. Yosuke agrees, but he can't remember until Chie brings up the room in the TV world with that faceless posters. It's that announcer's. Kanji's mother chimes in asking if we were acquainted with her, and Yosuke says kinda, and asks about the scarf. It was a custom order, it was a pair, but she ended up only wanting the woman's scarf, and left it to be sold separately. This means that, even loosely, it ties to the first case. Suddenly a delivery man comes to the door, and she apologizes that she must get the door, and we tell her that we'll be going. Her asking Yukiko to say hello to her mother for her, as she heads for the door, giving us time to talk about the case. Yosuke is saying that it really is connected to that announcer, but it's just a scarf. Would a killer be that petty? As he's utterly baffled and says we should take this outside. As we head outside, almost like fate, Kanji is outside, and we were hiding, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. Something about a meeting between the two of them. Interesting. Something about being a guy and being interested in him. He seems utterly baffled and confused, and then he turns to see us, hiding, getting him angry as he charged towards us as we bolt for what felt like for our lives. But he doesn't give chase, thankfully. I agree with Chie, he's worse in person. Yukio says that Kanji was definitely the person on TV, and Yosuke concluding that Kanji's mother fits all the patterns for the killer to target. But why Kanji? And honestly, after the adrenaline pumping through me after that life and death experience, I can't really say. Yukio adds that her case is also the same as her mother's, fitted the case more than she did as her mother dealt with Yamano, not her. But she was targeted instead. But why would the killer target the child instead of the mother? It makes no sense. Could it be give the parents grief? But even still, this is utterly confusing as she brings up that we should just go up to Kanji and ask him to see if anything weird's happened lately. But I doubt anyone would want to be near him. But Yosuke brought up his plan with that mysterious guy tomorrow, which is weird since he's been skipping class since the start of the year. Chie senses something suspicious, which is obvious, and we decide we should stake both of the shop and Kanji meeting, so we can be ahead of the killer. Then Yosuke straight up asks Yukio for a phone number, which Chie chastises him over, and Yosuke defends it, saying she's the only person's number he doesn't have, and his Y section of his phone needs filling. Chie calls out Yosuke to stop calling her at night to tell her dirty jokes like a perv, as he deflects, saying he's trying to have a conversation with Yukiko. Her face looks sad, and then remembers she needs to get tofu on her way home, ignoring Yosuke. Don't blame her after he got outed as a real class act, as Chie gets pumped up and does some real detective work, even if I see this not going as we expect, but we go our separate ways. In our home, I'm so tired, especially with the likelihood of the event of running for my life thanks to Kanji tomorrow. I just hope it doesn't go that way though. May 17th. We've set up to tail the suspect, as it seems that Chie and Yosuke love playing detective as Yukio wonders what they're going to be doing as Kanji comes out wondering where the mystery person is, as they come asking if they were waiting long, and Kanji responds that he just got here as they leave. Yosuke could feel the awkwardness as Chie says that we need to hurry up after them, and Yosuke says it's split up, and I decided to go with Yukiko as Chie and Yosuke have the fun task of tailing Kanji. Yosuke tells Chie they should act like it's a date to make it more natural, as Chie says not in a million years, and goes for the hiding idea as they leave. They're going to get themselves caught, I just know it. Seems Yukio has the same thought as we stand there in awkward silence. She breaks the silence, saying it leaves in charge of staking out the textile shop as we head there. Yukio comes and hands me a drink of water, saying no one has come to the store yet, and she hopes it stays that way, asking my thoughts on if the culprit will come, which I doubt it. Her stating our efforts might be fruitless, but maybe it's for the best. But she's a little scared that he might show up again, but if he does, she'll try her best to catch him, reminding me that we all saved her life, and she doesn't want to be the only one doing nothing. But she seems to be unsure if she can do anything. She suddenly apologizes, saying she's nervous and she hasn't talked to a guy her age like that before. Chie she has no problems with because of her personality. And she's been having a lot of fun hanging out with me and Yosuke lately, and she feels the same way as she shows her gratitude, as suddenly a bond started to form with us, as it shows itself to be the Priestess Arcana. I ask her straight out for a number, which she gives me, saying she can't always answer since she helps around the inn, but feel free to call anytime I wind up Yosuke. Speaking of him, I wonder how Yosuke and Chie are going.
This ain't what you think! You got it all wrong! Hey! Are you listening, damn it? It seriously ain't like that!
They'll be fine. They come back bearing bad news that their mission has failed, as there was nowhere to hide, as Yukio thinks we should wait since he might come home soon, and like summoning a persona, he appeared, shocked, wondering what we're doing here, and he notices Chie and Yosuke as the two lovebirds he saw. Guess they did use that idea, as Chie gets mad at that. He seems baffled, wondering why they're following him anyway. He seems to be angry and confused. This might be the perfect time to ask him questions, as the brave man Yosuke asks him if anything strange happened to him lately. He appeared to take us asking the simple question of being asked if anything strange has been happening quite seriously, as it starts with, strange. What's this strange stuff? To, you think I'm strange? As he then goes off to the deep end and charges at us as we run for our lives once more from the raging bull that is Kanji. But thankfully nothing happened today. And it's only been a few days since he appeared, so it might be happening soon. However, we all agreed that we should check tomorrow, even if it feels like life and death every time as we go our separate ways. It's raining again, and I headed to my room to check the midnight channel, but before it would start, I get a call from Yukiko. She seems a little panicked, and she tells me that Kanji's missing from his home. She spoke to his mother, and she said that he wasn't home. She said it happened all the time, but it does sound bad. But I guess it's only a matter of time of waiting now, and we hang up, and midnight eventually striked.
Hello, dear viewers. It's time for Bad Bathhouse. Tonight I'll introduce a superb site for those searching for sublime love that surpasses the separation of the sexes. I'm your host, Kanji Tatsumi, serving you this scandalously special sneak-in report. Goodness gracious, just imagine the things that might happen to me there. Woo! Well then, let's get this show on the road. Toodaloo!
What was that? I can't even comprehend it before Yosuke calls me. Yosuke seems as baffled as I was. I tell him to calm down, but it was Kanji. The killer got one over us this time. But Yosuke wonders what the thing behind Kanji was. What even is a superb sight for the sublime love anyway? But that's for us to find out tomorrow, as me and Yosuke hang up and I decide to go to bed, but I don't think I'll be able to get that out of my head. May 18th. After school, Yosuke lets out a big sigh, saying, given the pattern so far, Kanji's already inside the TV. We all agree on that. Yukiko wondering what the Midnight Channel really is. Chie saying at first she thought it was a paranormal thing, but when she gave it a try, it was real, and it turns out it's connected to another world. Yosuke brings up a good point, that if the rumor going around, that means a bunch of people are watching it. Yukiko saying, how did the rumor go? If you stare into a turned-off TV on a rainy night. Yosuke added that no one in their right mind would try something that ridiculous, unless someone urged them to, which is true, that's how I found out about it. Yosuke seemed worried, since if the rumor spreads and everyone starts watching the Midnight Channel, it could cause a massive panic. If Teddy is correct, the missing person themselves create the stuff we see, so it's not random, it's specifically related. Chie sighs, adding that Yukiko had a show, but she doesn't remember doing anything like that. Yukiko wonders if the culprit is already watching the shows that come on. Chie concludes that he's probably sitting back and enjoying it, laughing his head off after throwing people into the TV. Yosuke agreeing, and that it's totally possible, and now he's picturing a total psycho. You're only now doing that, Yosuke? After Yosuke did a minor amount of teasing and Chie being grossed out, she realizes that people might have saw her face, her shadow, and she loses her mind, saying the killer is dead meat, and now she's motivated to get Kanji, and then crush the killer, and then finally she crushes him again, and then sends him to hell. We all agree on that, even if it's a little extreme, bringing our bond to rank 3. Yukiko chuckles, saying those two things are the same thing, which she knows, as we all are confused, and sometime later, we head to the TV world. We meet Teddy in the technical lobby of the place. Yosuke asking him that there's someone here, right? Teddy is unsure, but it seems like someone is here. Chie asks if he knows where he is, and when he says he doesn't. Yukiko thinks it's a boy named Kanji, but he seems down. Chie is worried, asking what's wrong, is he not feeling well? He tried sniffing for his presence, but he couldn't pin him down, which is why he's down. Yosuke tells him he's thinking about way too many things. Last time he was wondering who he was and how long he's been there. His head's empty, he shouldn't stress over these things too much. Teddy agrees, looking away. I kinda feel bad for him. And so does Chie. Yosuke tells Teddy if we can't find him, we're in deep trouble. We can't exactly wander around aimlessly in a place like this. Teddy ponders and then has an idea that we should give him a clue about kanji. If he has an idea, we might be able to concentrate better with it, and ask if we have anything that will give him a good understanding of kanji. Yosuke can't think of anything besides the rumors, just like Chie, so Teddy can't help us right now until we have an idea of what he's like. So we decide we have to go into town and find clues on Kanji's personality. My first hint was to talk to Kanji's mother for some clues. I asked Kanji's mother, who didn't have too much information, except to maybe look for that small boy who was asking him a few days ago. Asking around, I found out that someone saw him at Jeunesse. So Jeunesse I head. I see a Jeunesse employee. I ask her if she's seen the boy in a hat. She tells me he's been hanging around here lately, asking about a certain incident. We just missed him, but he might be here again tomorrow, so I'll have to wait for him again for tomorrow. With my newly gained free time, I check on the fox and he has an offering he wants me to complete. It says, I want things to go well with the person I like. Interesting. I accept it, which makes him happy, and I head to school. As I enter school, a girl is putting something into my shoebox. She seems to be embarrassed, saying that she made a mistake on the shoebox and runs away, dropping the letter. I read it. It's a touching letter. It seems that it might be for the person who wrote the Emma request. I should talk to her next time I see her. I decide to practice after an eventful afternoon. With a diligence, I need to kick a ball. My diligence is now from callow to persistent. And once again, they left me to do cleanup. Thanks, guys. Daisuke is mad, but before we do any cleaning, he wants to work on my dribbling. As Cal comes to tease us and asks if he wants him to toss balls at us or something. As Daisuke commands him to play defense. He agrees, saying we should see him in the basketball court. I can feel their consideration as a bond deepens. Suddenly, two girls came up to us, asking since practice is over if he might want to. He shuts it down, asking if it looks like it's over and see her. She seems timid and asks if she could wait for him and if she's in his way. As he flat out says she is and tells us we should get started. Cal tries to cheer her up as she runs away. Wonder what Daisuke's problem is, as we should probably get to practice, and after cleanup, we head home. And for the rest of the night, I spend it with Nanako. May 19th. Yosuke and I see each other as we head to school, telling me the good news that we won't have to worry about the fog for a while, and we should keep our cool and keep our skills sharp, which I think is a good plan, and with time management on my mind, we head to school. During lunchtime, a student runs in telling everyone the scores have been posted. Yosuke dreading it, and we head to check it out. As I look, I got top 10 surprisingly. Yosuke says good job and calling me smart, as the kids around me congratulate me on my score. I need to remind myself to check the others' scores next time. But that must wait as we get back to the investigation, heading to Jeunesse. The boy was there this time. He asked me if there's something I needed, and many people from the town come and meet at Jeunesse. It's a very convenient location. I ask him about kanji, and since it seems like an urgent matter, he decides to tell me. If I was talking about the recent events, yes, there was something out of the ordinary. He felt something off about kanji, and he told him outright he's an odd person. When he said that, his expression changed all of a sudden. He thinks kanji might have a complex, but he has no proof of that. This might just be enough to pinpoint him. I think the young man and get everyone together, forgetting to stock up, but it was too late by then. The fox was there. He must have known, and the investigation team was shocked that he was there, wondering where he came from. But I explained what he's doing there, and promise. They all seem confused. Magic leaves that can cure us, but Yosuke seems more focused on the money side. As the fox yips, which shocked them, they wonder if they can understand them. And it yips again. Chie is impressed. He was able to get by the police. Chie seems panicked, wondering what we should do. Yukiko thinks that we shouldn't trap it since it doesn't seem to be doing any harm. And I back it up. Yukiko seems to be behind it, since the curing thing might be a big help. Yosuke is still adamant about bringing it to the other side, but he relents since he thinks it might do things inside Jeunesse. And with that, the fox introductions, we head inside to save Kanji. Going inside, Teddy asks if I found any clues. I tell him to look for a complex. which is all I could find, which Teddy's asking if that's it, and I'm working him to the stuffing. But he tries it, and he found something, and we head there. It's a bathhouse. It has an aura to it, as Chie wonders if it's just her, as the fog here feel different. Yukiko's glasses were fogging up, and Yosuke realized where we are as the voice comes from inside.
Come here, pussycat.
Oh, such well-defined pecs.
There's no need to be scared. Now just relax.
Just like Yosuke, I don't want to go in there. Yukiko asks Teddy if Kanji is in there, which he declares the nose knows. For once, I wish he was wrong. Yosuke is having second thoughts, feeling a sweat roll down his cheek, but Chie tells him that's because of the heat. No, getting out of this one, Yosuke, let's go. We get going inside the steamy place we find ourselves in. Chie and Yukiko showing off special moves. We move floor by floor. On the second floor, Teddy asks why it's so steamy. Does it have to do with Kanji? Teddy asks for my opinion, and I have a hint, but it could be anything. On the third floor, we meet the Shadow Kanji, thanking us for our undivided attention, and announces that he's penetrated the facility. Ah, please let me leave, Shadow Kanji. I don't want to be in this steamy paradise. He has yet to see any charming encounters. He questions if it's the fog, but his body's tingling with excitement as a corny logo appears above him. Yosuke feels as uncomfortable as I am, and Chie says it's just like Yukiko's. She says it wasn't, and then the shadow laughs, coming back, and they're louder. Yosuke thinks they could be people from the other side, watching the TV, which seems frighteningly right, as Chie adds that if it's true, Kanji will be a legend in a way he never intended, which, even if it's the Shadow, no one in the outside world knows that the Shadow gets restless as Shadow Kanji gets back on track, wondering if the thing he yearns for is truly here, and wanders onward deeper to reach further realms of romance, and leaves. Teddy states the Shadow's trying to show us Kanji's inner feelings, and it's much worse than Yukiko's Shadow. At this rate, he might end up getting bare naked. Yukiko responds to the joke, and we all think we're going to see a laughing fit, but she didn't find it funny, and we move on as Teddy falls to his floor in defeat. Bear puns aren't funny, confirmed by Yukiko. Getting back on track, the fourth floor, we started to hear Kanji's inner thoughts. A man can't back down at a time like this. He's going to show the world how manly he is. The fifth floor, he cries out, a man's got a thing called pride, and he will never lose. Teddy now finding it hard to sense Kanji's doubting his abilities. On the sixth floor, Teddy tells us that Shadow Kanji is staring right at us, as he starts to flirt with us, saying, if we're also trying to break the barriers of acceptance, or maybe we're yearning for him, and he will prepare something spectacular for us, and he's looking forward to seeing us soon. I'm scared. We see his surprise on the seventh floor, a hulking beast, as Kanji invites us to a man's world, and from the sudden entry of this fine man who is triple my height, a single match, no time limit to see who's left standing, and we get into the brawl. It's a tough one, at least for Chie. He gets himself at the peak of his strength and then launches a devastating punch, which always hits Chie. He must have a type, but we take him down, and we go our way to save Kanji. On the 8th floor, he seems to be conflicted. Something about that it ain't important to a man's man that's not what he wants to become? Teddy bringing up ever since we came along, the human world seems so confusing. And ever since I came along, he's been thinking hard about what he is so he can understand Kanji in a way, and we have to save him. On the 9th floor, Kanji feels contempt with the place. It's hard to know if it's the shadow or the real Kanji, but Teddy feels something very wrong and we should hurry. And soon enough, we reach the 11th floor, the top. And before I open it and to rush in to save Kanji, I remember what Yosuke said. We barely have any items due to my mismanagement to get here, let alone save him. So I take a moment to step back and go back to the entrance, and I feel a strange urge to go to Yukiko's castle. It seems I was right. Apparently there's a shadow where Shadow Yukiko once stood, and we take him on, and it's a tough fight. It almost ended in disaster, but we took him down, and it brought my courage from reliable to brave. as I head back to the entrance and I head home to stock up and face Kanji Shadow tomorrow. At home, I decided to talk to Dojima, but before I do, he tells me that he heard about me doing well in the exam. He heard about it when he was doing his job, and he's happy I'm taking care of my academics, and gave me 20,000 yen, telling me not to spend it all in one place. Then he stops himself and tells me, do whatever you like. Thanks, uncle. That's gonna help when I go shopping. But I ask if he wants to talk, and he tells me to take a seat. He asks me what I've been doing at school. I tell him about the soccer club and the music club. He says when he was my age, he used to do clubs so much he'd be willing to cut class to attend the meetings. Stopping when he realized he said he cut class. He looks away with a slight sigh, as he sees it's him interrogating me again, saying we don't have too much in common except for the murders. So I take charge, asking him to talk about himself, which took him off guard, saying I'm interested in the strangest things, but he seems a little happy. But he says it out loud, he's just a simple country detective living with his daughter. Nothing that would interest a school kid. But he seems to be in a happier mood, saying it's good to have me around the house. But he didn't expect Nanako to be so happy, saying he's a little tired hearing big bro this, big bro that. It's like I'm a younger brother to him than a son, so I decided to have a little fun. I ask him I should call him Big Bro, and he lets out a laugh, which is the first, saying he doesn't know the last time he laughed this much. As I feel our bond deepen, he stops laughing and tells me he needs to get some work done, and to not stay up too late. And I head to bed, determined to save Kanji tomorrow. May 20th. School's over and I go and get everything I'll need this time. New gear, new accessories, and most importantly, more healing items. I should be more than ready for this fight, as I enter the TV world and break open the doors, where the two Kanjis are. As he's facing his shadow, he seems more confused than anything, like in a daze. And the shadow drops the charade and stops deceiving himself. What's so bad with doing what he wants to do? Kanji says it has nothing to do with that, but the shadow teases back, this is what you want, isn't it? Angering Kanji, and he says, oh, how he hates girls. They're so arrogant and self-centered. They cry if they get angry, they spread nasty lies. They look at him like some disgusting thing, calling him a weirdo, laughing all the while. You like to sew? What a queer. Painting is so not you. But you're a guy, aren't you manly? What does that even mean to be those things? Girls are so scary. Which throws Kanji off the deep end and getting mad at the shadow, as the shadow says, men are so much better. They won't do those things. And says, how can you say those things with my face? And the shadow tells him, I'm you. And Kanji says it.
No! There's no way in hell that you're me! You're me, and there's no denying it!
Kanji-kun!
Everyone, on guard!
I am a shadow. The true self. I'm just being true to myself. And that's why I'll get rid of anything in my way!
Are these Kanji-kun's true feelings?
This isn't really him. It's just his emotions going haywire.
This has nothing to do with you guys anymore. Didn't I just say I'm gonna get rid of you?
Honestly, I don't know where to start with what I versed. Two half black and white buff men. Kanji is inside a bouquet of flowers with a beefy body underneath carrying two male symbols. But there's no time for that and we have to take Kanji down. It was a rough one, a lot of trying to stay healthy, but it ended up not being as bad as Yukiko did some good healing, but it might be due to being able to focus on the support first. But I will take that over the shadow we versed yesterday. But with Yukiko dealing the crushing blow, Kanji went down.
I am thou.
The shadow was down, but it wouldn't stop coming. Kanji's rejection for him is keeping him going, as the Shadow Kanji says, "Such a passionate approach. I think you three would make wonderful boyfriends." I felt a shiver go down my spine, but Kanji finally puts an end to it, as the Shadow begs us to accept him. For Kanji punches him in the face, saying he can't believe that something like this is inside him, saying he knew something like him was inside him, but it isn't about sex, it's about being rejected in general. He's just a pansy who's trying to make everyone hate him. I tell him that it's just a part of him, and he says it sounds like I got it all figured out, telling his Shadow to get up. If it really was him, he shouldn't be done in by a punch like that. The Shadow stands up, as Kanji admits that I'm him and he's me. The Shadow accepts it and becomes his persona, as Kanji falls to the ground and we take him outside the TV. Yukiko asks if he's fine. He says it's nothing and he's feeling better, like his mind's finally cleared up, which is great to hear, as Yosuke gives him a hand up. He was about to ask about the events that transpired, but I tell him we'll tell him later, as Yukiko tells him he needs to get some rest, and Chie tells him that we'll be waiting at school, and he agrees, if he feels like coming. And Yosuke agrees to take him home, and if anyone asks, he'll just say I found him like this, and we go our separate ways. At home, Dojima tells me the news I already knew, that the guy on the special report, Kanji, went missing, but he was found, and he always thought he would let me know since we go to the same school. I'm glad to hear as we get back to eating, as until he stops and asks about why I've been seen around the textile shop that Kanji's family owns, as it's not the kind of shop students normally visit. What kind of business do you have there? And I tell him my friend took me there. He was confused, but then remembers, oh yeah, Yukiko's family does buy there wholesale. He then lets out a disgruntled sigh, telling me, don't get over my head. As Nanako's worried we're fighting, as we stop and enjoy the dinner together, as I head to bed soon after. May 21st. The wait for the fog to settle starts now, as I head to the bus stop to go to my daycare job. It was as rowdy as I remember, as kids run enjoying themselves, tugging me at all directions. And after a good day's work, I got paid 5,000 yen and then head home. As I was heading home, however, I saw a familiar woman sitting on the bench by the riverside. It's Yuta's mother, as I head over and see how she's doing, and she recognizes me as the daycare worker. She notices it was late and looked down. I asked her if something was on her mind. She said it was nothing, and said I seemed so mature for a high schooler. She looks down, saying she was going to pick up Yuta, but something came over her and her legs felt weak every time she thinks about him. She sighs and asks me if I've heard they're not related by blood. He's her husband's child. She lived with him for 6 months, and in those months, they don't really talk to each other. Her husband's away, so it's just them, alone together in a dark house. That sounds rough. But she apologizes. She didn't mean to tell me all that out of the blue. It must have just came out of her, but she's glad I listened to her, and that I spoke with her. She says it's sad, but these days she doesn't get to have simple conversations like this anymore. She seems like a person with good intentions, trying her best to adapt to the country life. Something I can relate to, as a bond starts to form being the Temperance Arcana. She introduces herself as Eri Minami, and to take good care of Yuta for her, and she reminds herself that she still needs to pick him up, and says goodbye to me as I head home. During the evening, I decide to spend more time with Dojima, sitting across from him like I usually do. He tells me he heard at the station the other day that me and my friends hang out at that jeunesse often. Oh boy, he's interrogating me again. He says that there's nothing wrong with that, but his question is why we make so many trips to and from the electronics department. Before I could answer, his voice must have woken up Nanako, as she gets mad not for interrogating me again, but for always talking to Big Bro, and he defends saying he always talks with her, which is when she says, when is always, which shocks him. She just wants to talk. She's so tired, and Dojima tells her it's bedtime, and they will play another time. She just mumbles, you promised, and heads to bed. He thinks back at that statement, when is always. With a scowl, I say I feel sorry for her, as he doesn't respond, and he admits that he left a lot of raising of Nanako to his wife, mother, so he doesn't know how to approach her, and he sees himself unfit for her, which I firmly state, fit or not, he's family. Which seems to hit home, at least a little, but he replies, I think just being blood-related makes you family. That's not the case. I understand Dojima's ideas, but I don't agree with it. But I understand him a bit more as a bond deepens. He apologizes, saying I didn't need to hear that and to get some rest, and I head to bed, hoping I can mend their relationship one day. May 22nd. Sunday means no school. Walking down, I saw Nanako staring at a potted plant. As we exchanged good mornings and she seemed disgruntled, I asked her what's what. School's making veggies, she says. Her teacher gave her seedlings and told them to try growing some at home. And she asked Dad where she could plant it, and he said wherever. She wants, but she can't think of any good spots. There's that side part of the house. Is that the property? I ask her and she says that it is. And then she asks if that's where we're going to plant it. And we go outside looking at the stuff there. Yeah, it should work. After a little work, a mini garden is complete. Nanako seems ecstatic, planting veggies, and asks if I think it will grow, which I say it will, making her happy. And then decides that she should make a sign. No one will know what's planted, so she's gotta write down what's there, which I think is a fantastic idea. And together, we make a cute little sign. She seems to love it, and she says that she'll oversee watering it, and I agree to help her as well. She then asks if she grows enough vegetables, will her house be like Jeunesse? And she says he can't wait. Nanaka and her Jeunesse. But with that, I go into town, not before seeing a lady and buying some seedlings off her, but entering town for real, I see Yukiko and I decide to spend my day with her. We're at the bookstore and Yukiko is holding a book about job certifications, saying thank goodness since this was the last one. Sensei recommended her the book because it has details on a bunch of different job licenses. She seems very invested in this. She looks sheepishly, saying inside the TV, the other has said she didn't want to inherit the end, and she believes it's her true feelings. So she decides to be true to herself and declaring that she refuses to inherit the Yamagi Inn, and when she graduates, she's leaving Inaba behind. And she seems ecstatic, finally saying it out loud instead of having it bottled up, having a big smile on her face. But to do that, she'll need to get a job license first. She's thinking something like an interior decorator, asking for my thoughts, and it fits her to be honest. But it will be hard and costly, and she won't be able to tell her mother, wondering if there's any part-time work she could do discreetly, which I tell her about envelope folding on the job board, and she seems interested as a bond deepens. She thanks me for giving her company today, nervous about telling the others, but she'll be fine, and with that, we go our separate ways. Getting home, the Dojima welcomes me home, and he heard about me and Nanako's little garden, and if you start something, you gotta do it right, and he will help when he has the time. And for the rest of the night, I spend it with Dojima, as, later, I went to bed. May 23rd. During class, King Moron was giving a speech, yapping on about this and that, and saying Kanji's a lazy punk. That's why he's always ditching, and he'll expel him if he could. And we should keep in mind that if we get on his bad side, it's a one-way ticket out of here. But after listening to King Moron's dribble, I finished school and I went to band class. I'm joining in, playing my trumpet with passion, increasing my expression, but INA isn't here today. But I found out why. She tells the band captain that she got their next venue lined up. 2 places, Yurioku-en and Shiwazawa Hospital, and they'll give them an exact date as soon as they can. The band captain asked if they wanted any specific songs, but she didn't ask. As clumsy as always, he tells her to talk to them as we need to know that. She apologizes and says that she'll go right away, and he stops her, saying next time and don't forget to tell the activities advisor. He tells me that they've decided who was playing in the next performance before I join, but I can join next time, that's fair. And he disbands the class for today. I talked to INA though, saying she might stick around to get some practice in since she didn't touch her trombone. I ask if she would like help, and she seems to blush, saying she's really bad and she would only embarrass herself, but we've got a performance and she needs to get in tip-top shape even if she's not going to be in it. I ask if it's because they won't let her, which only seemed to make her sad than anything. But she wants to try and be useful. If she plays with the others, she would only give them a bad reputation, so She wants help in the other parts like cleaning, accounting, and scheduling, which is very mature, but I also feel like it's not what she wants to do, truly. But I tell her that's a good attitude, as she says that she's better get practice and for me to have a safe trip home, as I feel our bond deepen, and I head home. Yesterday, I spent time with Dojima. I think it's only fair Nanako gets some love as well. Dojima is late again, but as she says that, she gets a call from him saying that he'll be home and gets ecstatic and goes to get dinner ready until she realizes that they're out of pickled radish. Dad will be disappointed. I say I'll go buy some, but he only likes the ones from Jeunesse, quite picky, but okay. But a part of me thinks it's a ploy to go to Jeunesse, but Nanako is so happy that I can't take that from her, as we head there and our bond deepens. However, trouble strikes as we get home with it. Dojima is already back and grills us for being out at this time of night, and asks where we went to. She told him Jeunesse, and he's mad she's out at late this time. She tries to defend herself, but Dojima tells her rules are rules, and she promised him. She looks sad, but I defend her, trying to take most of the blame. But she says if it's not her fault, then why is Dad so angry? So she starts shouting, "Stupid! Stupid, Dad! Stupid!" and runs off, as Dojima gets mad because how dare she call her father stupid. I then try to explain the reason to him. He seems to understand as he stews in it for a moment, and then shouts at me that it's been dangerous lately. Kids shouldn't be outside. That includes you. After getting grilled by Dojima, I went to my room. He can be scary sometimes, but hopefully that's a one-off thing, as I head to bed. May 24th. Today was mostly a miscellaneous day, getting small things done. Talked to the girl who put the love letter in my shoebox, and I said I read it, making her mad. Talked to a long-haired girl about her hobbies, bought some books at the bookstore, and then did some fusing in the Velvet Room. But when I entered the Velvet Room, Marie wasn't there. Apparently they sent her on an errand, and something was on the floor. As I try to pick it up, something's written on it. But before I can get a good look at it, Marie comes back and snatches it from me, and then she asks if I looked at it. I kinda did, but I asked her straight out to show it to me, which made her lose her mind a little, and tries to hypnotize me into forgetting it, and to go to sleep. That was something. But I got to my main goal and did a bunch of fusing for my social links, and then head back to school to join them in soccer. We've got a new team manager. Her name is Ai Ebihara, and all the other boys were fawning over her, until she told him what's what, that she's not gonna lift a finger for the team, and that she wouldn't be caught dead with a bunch of sweaty guys. The boys are confused why she joined, but it's only because of her own reasons due to missing too many classes, and don't expect her to be here, and leaves. She seems nice, and they talk about her, one trying to keep their fantasy about her in peace, and they ask Daisuke for his opinion about her, and he says, not a million years, and that girls annoy him. But then they ask the guys questions as someone cuts him off and asks about him dating in middle school, which seems to get to him, saying, oh, he must have higher standards, and he must be lucky being able to get as many girls as he likes, and they leave. He sighs, saying girls are a pain in the ass, and I confront him, agreeing, which seems to make him happy. Girls don't talk to him, but they are always asking him out. What do they even know about him? As he stews on that, Cal comes by and asks if we should do a little overtime practice and clean up, which brings him back as our bond deepens. And we get to it, as I go home a little later. At home, I spend some time with Dojima again. He was thinking about making coffee and asked, how do I like it? I never really thought about that, but I decided on simple old black coffee, which he also likes. It's the easiest to make. Nanako overhears coffee and asks for some as well. Extra cream and sugar coming right up, telling me to watch TV with her, and he'll bring it when it's ready. I would like to help, but he's offering. He tells me that when he got married to Nanako's mother, he made a promise, one thing that all he had to do was to make coffee, nothing else. And it's just a habit now. This is the first time he's opened up to me, as I feel my bond deepen with him. As we're watching TV, news of Okina woman getting hit by a car which killed her, as Dojima shouts for Nanako to turn the TV off. He does what she's told, and he walks away with a saddened scowl. Nanako said it was because the TV showed a traffic accident. Mom died in an accident. She was too young to remember, and her father won't talk about it, as she looks sad. And I spent some time with her, and then I went to bed. May 25th. At the school gates, I saw two girls talking to each other, talking about a new job posting on the town's bulletin board. A tutoring job, but you need high understanding apparently. Interesting. There's also a dishwashing job as well, but I'll have to check after school. It might work towards my social stats to beat that Mega Beef Bowl challenge. Honestly, besides that, the day was quite uneventful. I saw Ai and flat out asked her out, which caught her interest, saying that I should skip class with her next time. And with my courage, I should be able to do that with ease. But she'll invite me when she feels like it, and then I asked a love note to her how it went, and she got accepted by the boy she liked, and it was all because of that accidental shoebox mix-up, and she should put an offering in the shrine when she's there next. Before heading to the shrine, I asked the long-haired girl her dreams and headed into the shopping district, where the shrine is doing a quick stop and to check the job board. There are 3 new jobs, but unfortunately, I need an understanding of saintly for tutoring, a diligence of strong for the hospital janitorial job, but I was able to apply for the dishwashing job, and I finally go to the shrine, wait for no one to be around, and the fox makes its appearance. He's very happy with my work as he checks the offering box, seeing it full of coins, as our bond deepens. I'll have to get another offering from him soon. Perhaps I'll get a discount in the TV world, as I spend a little more time with the fox and then head home, and at home, I spend the rest of the night with Nanako, with hopes of our bond deepening soon. I head to bed. May 26. I saw Ai during lunchtime and she invited me to ditch class with her, but not to worry since we'll be back before the last bell, and I end up agreeing. She seemed to be surprised, but soon after we were in Okina City. She was happy to be there knowing that everyone was stuck studying, and I say it's nice to do this every once in a while, and she's surprised I'm so open-minded since she pegged me for a mama's boy. It's not like she does it all the time. Besides, she must keep a track of her attendance and behavior. She's been a good girl, but now she's just worried about getting a bunch of shopping done, and is smiling as I sigh, saying I'll come. Well, she intended, because why would I even be here, as times are wasting. Oh god, it was heavy. Does she really need all this stuff? I don't even know what half of this stuff is. It's just an amalgamation of clothing and accessories. But she seems happy with herself, calling me her personal servant. She paid with a gold card, and I asked her about it. Her family are new money. They may not have the status or history, but they have the cash due to her father, as she says that they should get going before class ends, since she's number 1 on the guidance counselor's shit list, saying he's a major pain as he mocks the teachers, but she says that she's had more fun today than usual, and that I'm different from the others. She thinks she'll keep me around, but next time we should do it after school, as I feel a bond grow between us, showing itself to be the Moon Arcana. After that, she shouts at me that we need to get going unless you want to be a blip on the guidance counselor's radar. As I panic, running after her, felt like my arms are gonna snap off, but we successfully get back to school in time, and for the afternoon, I checked on the shrine. I waited for the fox to appear, and he has a new offering for me to do. I read the Emma saying, I want to clear my mind of snacks. I want to hate them. And I accept it, making the fox happy. And I get back to school, but before I do, I see a lady who seemed distraught. So I get near her, and she got mad, telling me to not distract her. She's channeling her energy to control her urges. She mustn't want snacks. They'll make her fat, and Shiroku store is her enemy, but she can't control herself, wondering if there's bad tasting snacks. Well, not bad, maybe just odd tasting? I think I found the person who wrote the Emma request, however, and I think of Chie heading to school and asking her. I ask her about snacks that don't taste like snacks. She can't think of anything, but her snacks taste like snacks, and gives me meat gum. Yeah, that's something Chie would definitely eat. But I should bring it to the lady next time I'm there, and since I'm here, I spend the afternoon with Chie. At the riverbank, we do some more training, and she calls it a day as a boy appears. Asking Chie how is it going, she seems shocked, saying Takeshi. She says she's just training and working out. He seems confused, asking if she's going to graduate from the King of the Hill. Chie is confused. In kindergarten, it was a runt gang, then Alley of Justice. Middle school, it was the vanguards of the lunch revolution. What now? The protectors of Earth's peace? I butted in saying exactly. I mean, it sounds like something Chie would do, in the nicest way possible. Which caught him off guard, saying he didn't mean it in a rude way. He's Takeshi Kono, and him and Chie go back to until middle school, and he doesn't want to get in our way. Chie is confused as he asks about Yukiko and if she has a boyfriend yet. She's fine and doesn't have one, she replies. He says cool, and thinks he should try with her, and once again saying goodbye to Chie and to say hello to Yukiko for him. I decided to break the air by cracking a joke, pretending to be a different Takeshi, which got her to laugh, saying he's rude, and he's always staring at Yukiko. And not to get it wrong, he's nothing but an old classmate to her, just friends, but they used to get that a lot though. She looks somewhat sad as our bond deepens. As I learn more about Chie, she rebounds, saying that it was all in the past, and we should head home, and I do. Now, I should tell Dojima about the night work I got. I wonder how this will go. He looks shocked, saying he's my guardian, and do I think he'll let me do something like this? I say he should, as he seems to relent after letting out a sheesh, and he'll believe me, and it's better than me heading out behind his back. But I should watch out, and it's a promise. Thanks, Uncle. And for the rest of the night, I spend it with Dojima. May 27th. The days kind of blend in at a point, which isn't bad when the alternative is someone having their life threatened. I gave a lady the meat gum. Her mouth drools as the smell of juicy, raw, and yet sweet meat gum. As I hand it over, she has a reaction saying it's chewy meat. And this is considered a snack? Her eyes opening to what else could be considered a snack. But when she thinks a snack, she'll be thinking back to that meat gum. She thanks me, saying she won't linger around the store anymore, and that she should give the shrine her snack money as an offering. I should check on the fox sometime in the future. For now, I have a feeling that a certain ace detective is loitering Jeunesse, and I was right, as I strike a conversation with him. He asks why I'm here, to buy dinner, and he's impressed. He lives alone, and dinner is tedious. I wonder why. Cooking isn't even that hard. After all, he says a high schooler wouldn't understand. He's just so tired after work, so he just makes a cup of ramen. I ask him if he'd like me to make him dinner. Maybe it'll be nutritional for once. He finds it interesting, but he prefers a girl to come over. Cute girls are the best, but he'd also go for some real knockouts himself. And the best part, they should be good cooks. Everything else is take or leave. Quite interesting views, Adachi. We talk a little more, but then that old lady from last time appears and starts to talk to Adachi. She seems to treat him like he's her family and talks to him about everything and anything. As I watch them, it could go on for hours until Adachi stops it, saying that he needs to head back, as he wishes his day to go well, and she leaves. He sighs, saying finally, telling me her son must have the same name as him. Maybe that's why she's been hanging around him, but he just doesn't know. But she brings a whole bunch of Yamano to the station, and she'll talk your ear off. It's so annoying. She obviously cares for Adachi, but I can see where he's coming from. As he lets out a sigh, she's the exact opposite from Adachi's real parents, so he can't relate with her. She's probably just lonely and has no relatives, but he can't ignore her since it's a part of his job, and the police have been busy with the case. He's the only one that can deal with her, but despite his griping, he seems to be somewhat happy, as our bond deepens. He wishes he could share a name with her grandson, though. He's 27 after all, and says he better get going or Dojima will chew him out and leaves. I can't get a read on that guy. But, however, regardless, I head home. My social stats are quite low, as I don't find the words to explain in Nanako why people die, as I head upstairs and fold some origami paper. If I work hard enough, I should be able to get that tutoring job for my expression. But after that, I head to bed. May 28th. A rainy morning. Seems that the day the fog will set in will be coming soon. However, I overheard two students talking about a mail order show that plays every Sunday. The other girl said it's also on during Monday and Tuesday, but yeah, she knows since her friend loves it so much. Buying a skimpy bathing suit that one time, asking if she'll ever wear it. It sounds interesting. I guess I'll have to check it tomorrow. Honestly, my speeding into social links rather than my stats is showing their effects a little now, as today's soccer practice was quite average, all things considered. A boost to my diligence, but I feel my bond will likely deepen next time. And, at home, like Nanako, I can't find the words to drag a conversation about Nanako's mother with Dojima. I need to take an extreme and invest in the future, as I read English Made Easy, and in 3 days I should earn double. I wish there was an easier way to read books, but I don't have the access to that knowledge yet. But I have hopes for the future. May 29th. I awakened to remind myself to check the TV for that mail order show. Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. Got a catchy name, to be honest. This savvy entrepreneur started listing items on the sale, and right now, a Dio shoes, but wait, slap Slimming Foods on that bad boy for 5,980 yen, while the other is a medical supplies. Why not? Those shoes are probably faker than Ai's personality, but we'll go ahead and buy them. He thanked everyone for selling out his entire stock, and the broadcast turns off. What an interesting guy, but at the same time I feel scammed. But maybe just thinking too much about it. With my wallet getting smaller, I head into town and decide to hang out with Marie. As uneventful as the meeting was, I know that next time our bond will deepen. As I head home and continue reading English Made Easy, just one more night until I'll be getting double my expression when I translate. The following week, it will be raining, so the fog should be rolling in. With that information in mind, I head to bed. May 30th. Sitting in class, King Moron says Kanji's illness sounds like a load of bullshit to him. Betting he's just dicking around all day, as we kinda just stare at him as he gets on the defensive thinking, we're friends with that punk, and to listen to his words. Aristotle once said, a true friend is one soul in two bodies, and to watch out who we hang out with. We'll only bring our own worth down, though he doubts even the lowest trash would be friends with us. My knowledge increases, but man, I wonder how he's still a teacher with a mouth like that. And after school, I head to meet Ayane so we can go to band class together. I play my trumpet with passion, increasing my expression, and before I knew it, class was done. It was just me and Ayane, and she realizes that they're about to lock up the school, and she seems down because she can't play the part she was messing up previously. I ask her if she can practice at home. She wishes she could, but the house isn't properly insulated, so their neighbors complain about the noise. She thinks it'd be nice to play outside, but she would only be embarrassing herself. So I ask if she wanted to go together, which made her smile brightly as we head to the riverbank. As we play together, she is playing the wrong notes quite frequently, as she's apologizing, asking if I'm distracting from my own practice, and I tell her to hang in there. Practice makes perfect after all. And she tells me I'm right. If she has time to whine, she has time to practice, getting motivated again, saying she really appreciates me practicing with her, and she'll keep trying. I'm thinking that's the spirit as our bond deepens. She puts herself down a little, saying she doesn't have that much talent, but she does have dreams, and she wants to make music that can reach out to someone who really needs it, and it'd be great to make people happy. And with that speech, we go our separate ways. And like the previous 2 nights, at home I finished English Made Easy, and now expression will be easier to obtain while translating. And with that, I head to bed. May 31st. Quite an eventful day when it comes to the sports club. As I head straight to Daisuke, it's game day. Time to show my worth. And show what I did. It felt like I blazed through the field, showing off my skills I've gained. As the other players compliment me, saving, we might just have a shot next year. I wonder if I'll still be going here by then. But they're glad I came along. They finally accepted me, it seems. And I head out to eat with Daisuke and Cal. Cal seems to be happy, saying the training has finally paid off. And Daisuke saying he should have seen the look on those others' faces now. I shouldn't be stuck with the grunt work now, and I'm a part of the team now. But knowing how lazy they are, I kinda doubt it. Cal seeming more interested, saying he's free now, and it's hard polishing the balls after basketball practice, but me and Daisuke both know he loves polishing them balls. But he thanks him regardless, Cal saying that it was all for me, and I thank them for both their hard work. You don't find true lads like this so easily, but I'm honored. Daisuke says no worries, it was all you in the end, and Cal says we should celebrate with an extra order of mapo rice, and mine is covered by Cal. Sounds good as our bond deepens. With a nice cooked meal, as Daisuke asks for no green peppers on his steak, Cal asking why at this point it's just meat, and if he just wanted that, why didn't he just order it? as I watch them debate on it, and after some time, we go our separate ways. And for the rest of the night, I do some translating and get that boost in my expression and earn 2,000 yen for a good job, heading to bed. June 1st, first day of the month, and surprised quite uneventfully. Played soccer, boosting my diligence, and fresh off of the big game as I feel my bond with him going to deepen next time. But at home, Nanako told me that she left my delivery on the table. Oh right, the mail order show. I honestly forgot. As I pick up the stuff I collected, surprised Dojima didn't tell me not to waste my money on worthless crap. But walking past the house, I noticed the vegetables looking good, and we decided that we should harvest them. Dojima and Nanako head out. We all seemed to be impressed with the yield, especially Dojima saying,
Great vegetables.
As Nanako wishes we should do it again, and I decided to plant daikon seedlings. Dojima seems happy, not knowing the last time we've done this, and looking forward to seeing them grow, and so is Nanako. And for the rest of the night, I decided to get some more translating done, finally getting my expression to persuasive. With a good job done and 3,000 yen in my pocket, I head to bed. June 2nd. It's a rainy day now, and so I decided to spend the time with the fox. After all, no one will be around in this awful weather. The fox jumps down, happy with the emmer in its mouth, as it runs around me and checks the offering box like I did the last time. It's full of coins. Looks like I did a good job in his eyes as our bond deepens. We spend a little more time in the rain, and I head home. Now that I have the adequate expression, I can finally find the words to explain Nanako death. She nods, saying that it's hard, but she gets it now, and it's all thanks to me. I ask her why did she ask about that, and she saw a funeral and people were crying. She looks down sadly, and she asks me, where do people go when they die? I won't lie, I'm not a religious person, but I tell her heaven. And she smiles, saying that her mother went to heaven, and talked about seeing a robbery at the post office, and pauses, asking me another heavy question. Why bad people do bad things? And I really don't know the answer to that. She seems relieved somewhat, saying since I'm not a bad person, I wouldn't know. But Nanako knows if there were no bad people, then Dad would be home. Last year there weren't any crimes, so he'd pick her up at the kindergarten, and she asked if bad people are more important than her to him, and I shut that down, telling her that he's just protecting her, which she seems not to fully understand, as she seems to be in thought, bearing her sadness as I understand Nanako's more deepening our bond. Nanako then asks if we can talk about something else, and we do, and sometime later I tucked Nanako into bed and then went to bed myself. June 3rd. The rain isn't letting up, it must mean tonight might be the night. Not too much to do after school, except for doing the Mega Beef Bowl Challenge. But before that, I decided to check up on the fox, and to see if he has a new offering. As the coast is clear, he leaps down with a new emmer. It has writing on it, but doesn't seem not only from one person. Could this be a family? It says they want Koro to come back. Please, God. Sounds like a pet. As I accept the request, making the fox happy. But in this weather, the dog will be hiding in shelter. So I think it's best to leave it for another day. As I take another shot at the Mega Beef Bowl Challenge, and of course, losing, heading home with my social stats increased. At home, I think I can finally express my interest in Nanako's mother, as he tells me, I'm that bored, huh? And to hold on a second, he still has some things to do, so can't spend too much time, but he does seem happy. But it soon turns into disgruntlement. He's flipping through what seems to be police files, looking for something, saying it was there before, and those damn kids, they don't know how to teach them how to do file data anymore. He looks up apologizing, saying he didn't mean me, which of course, but I ask him if I can help, which he seems to tell me not worry about it, faking a smile. He then tells me that he was looking for an old newspaper article. It was falling apart, so he made a copy, but the copy is somehow missing. He looked at me, saying it's a certain case where they don't have a suspect yet, and since it's becoming a cold case, it's being buried under newer ones, but he can't give it up. Ever. This isn't the time to ask him about it, but I have a good idea what it is. As Nanako comes into the room, she seems unwell, as she calls out Dad, as he asks what's wrong, and she says her stomach hurts. He gets up instantly and wonders if it's something she ate, but it's a sharp pain below her stomach, which sounds really bad. He's going to call the doctor, but he says this has happened before, asking if it's like the last time. She responds unsure, but the Jima decides that the previous medicine should work, saying it's... His phone rings. He gets mad, wondering who could be calling at this hour, shouting what they want, and he gets told there's an unsealed letter for him from Ichihara-san, and asks when did it come. as he looks sad, saying he's just on his way, telling me that the medicine should be in the first aid kit and that Nanako is in my hands as he runs out the door. I gave her the medicine and tucked her into bed. A few hours later, I waited for Dejima to come home. Maybe he has an answer, but he seems to just be in a bad mood, saying, "I'm still up, and it's late, go to bed." I ask if he's okay, only for him to tell me to shut up. He pauses and apologizes, asking me, "How's Nanako?" I tell him she's fine and asleep, and he seems to feel better, and I've been a great help. He has a huge burden. I wish he would open up a little more, as our bond deepens. And he tells me to hit the hay since it's so late, and that's a good idea, as I head to bed. June 4th. Another day of unrelenting rain, so another day of eating at Aya's. I feel like I'm wasting my time, but no one really enjoys doing anything in such miserable weather. But at night...
And now the weather. The week ended on a wet note as rain clouds moved into the area. As a result, a thick fog is expected to form in the Inaba region later tonight.
It's finally here. Well, only one way to see if Kanji is truly safe, as I head upstairs. It's midnight. It's time for the moment of truth. Yes, we did it again. The killer has been thwarted, but I think this is only just the beginning. He might start to get more reckless at this rate. June 5th. A day off school, meaning Kanji should be meeting us tomorrow, but for now I feel like seeing what Yosuke was doing on his day off. And sure enough, he was at Jeunesse. Yosuke seemed to be desperate and said he has an offer he thinks I might be interested in. Alright, I'll hear him out. Apparently I was working at Jeunesse, and ended up agreeing on restocking after he practically begged me to, as Yosuke put on his best customer service voice saying, "Welcome one and all, choice salmon only 59 yen a slice, and why not get some cheese directly from Italy for only 298 yen, today only," as he tells me to stock up those shelves too. And after all that, I got 5,500 yen for my efforts. Not that bad. After work, we sat in the Jeunesse food court, saying he's tired and his father decided on a sale last minute and bugged him to find helpers. He told him he didn't have time for it, but his dad wasn't listening, so he's thankful I came to his aid. I said no problem, although next time he should probably give me a heads up. As we chat, those two girls from last time come up to confront Yosuke, asking, "What's with the crowd today?" If she knew this was going to happen, she would have skipped out. Yosuke, trying to be nice, said, "Please don't. I mean, did get a bonus today," saying, "Yeah, a whole 500 yen, and she's trying to save up, and she wants a raise." Yosuke, disgruntled, saying he can't help her with that, getting mad, saying, "What's the point?" And they go over to the side and start talking loudly, talking about their graduation trip going to be ruined, while the other says they should just find a man to pay for it, which made them bring up Saki, which seemed to get Yosuke's attention as he bites his lip. Apparently, she got with some college guy who came home and went off with him, but she came right back saying she'd save money and leave on her own. It's all just gossip though, but it's quite disrespectful to talk to the dead like that. As their gossip continues, Yosuke looks away saying it doesn't matter, and it's just hot air, and he's not going to let it get to him. But it's sad to be talked about like that, which I agree with. Yosuke looks up and says, "We're the only ones who can avenge Saki-senpai, so there's no need for outsiders." I bump up Yosuke's confidence, saying he's very mature. He smiles, saying he saw the kid in him inside the TV and felt like he needed to change. And it's good that I came along. Because of me, Yosuke was able to make it this far. I personally think it's him finally believing in himself, but I feel our bond deepen regardless of that. He looks up, sighing, saying, "What a pain." He tells me that I'm not a pain, but something else is. But he can't quite pinpoint what it is. But I spend some more time talking with Yosuke, and soon after, I head home, and for the rest of the night, I spent it with Nanako. June 6. We met Kanji on the rooftop as he introduced himself quite pleasantly, which catches Chie off guard, saying, "Where did the manners come from?" And he said he didn't know we were his senpais, as we laugh, and he thanks us, although he doesn't really remember what happened. Yukiko opens the conversation saying we'd like to ask him a couple of questions. Chie started asking about that boy he was with. Kanji doesn't really know much about him, only meeting them twice. Chie asking what they talked about, and he said it was just asking about if anything different happened lately. He didn't understand it, but when he came to his senses, he blurted out that he wanted to see him again. Chie saying, a guy. Kanji doesn't get it himself, but girls are so loud and obnoxious, so he doesn't like dealing with them. Guys are more laid back, so he started thinking to himself, what if he's the type of guy who's isn't interested in girls? And he couldn't accept that, but it kept spinning in his head. Yosuke admits that he can understand that feeling, more relaxed around dudes, and I ask how he's feeling. He says he's fine now since it was only all in his head, and when you get down to it, he was the one shutting out that stuff. He then tells us about how his family runs a textile shop and stops, since we already knew that, but his parents are weird, saying stuff like, dyes are one with the universe and cloth is alive. That was the kind of household he lived in, so he's been interested in sewing since he was a kid. But when he told people that they would just look at him funny, girls made fun of him, treating him like he's some zoo animal. So he was sick of everything. And when he got to his senses, he was run wild. He gets embarrassed because he keeps talking about himself, saying to forget it, and he must look really lame. But I tell him he's actually really cool. He says he doubts it, and he's smiling, saying he's never talked about anything like this before, guessing it's because he never had anyone to tell it to. Saying he wasn't scared of girls, maybe he was just scared of people in general, but that's all behind him. Chie is shocked, saying Kanji's a good kid. He blushes, telling her not to call him that. Yosuke rubs it in, saying he's a big man, he could take it, and we all laugh. Yosuke gets serious and asks Kanji if he remembers anything after he ran into us the second time. He says he went home, he was gonna sleep it off in his room. Wait, he thinks someone did come. Yosuke asks if he knew who it was, but he said it was just a feeling. He doesn't know if anyone actually came, but he remembered some weird dark entrance, and then when he woke up, he was in the sauna. Yukiko wonders for a moment and says that dark entrance was likely a TV, which now she mentions it maybe so, but why did she ask? She was just wondering, and Yosuke asks if the police asked him anything, and he says his mum called the cops to look for him, and they questioned him for some time. He told him exactly what he told us, and they thought he was crazy, which is fair. And he asks us the question of if we're playing detective, and Chie says, yeah, kinda, and he asks if he can help. If there's some bastard out there who put him through this, he isn't going to rest until he pays. And Yosuke loves the idea since he'd be a great addition to the team, and I agree, and Kanji's ecstatic, calling me sir, and he'll put his life on the line for us. With a new team member on the team, the investigation team gets closer to the truth. And Yosuke brings up if we're adding a new member and Yukiko knows where it's going, say we should take him to our special headquarters. Chie disgruntled, saying, we're still calling it that? And Kanji is shocked, saying, where is it? And Yosuke brings him there, and of course it's Jeunesse. Kanji having a full course meal, and to talk with Yosuke, saying he eats a lot, and are you even listening to what we're saying? He looks up with his mouth full, saying some nonsense, probably French, as Yosuke tells him to shut his mouth. Kanji confused about the whole thing, saying, wait, if he's killing people with a TV, he's beating them to death? Yosuke gets mad since it's obvious he's not listening. But to be fair, it does sound like crazy talk, as Chie says he'll understand when he sees the place with his own eyes. But before we did that, Chie brings up the way it happened was just like how it did with Yukiko. The killer kidnapped them first and then threw them into the TV. We look perplexed until two students are talking about who will be on the TV next, acting like it's a spectacle, wondering who the name of the person was, as Kanji overhears him and stops the conversation, and he says his name was Kanji Tatsumi, and he wasn't a biker. He was beating the shit out of those pansies and asking, who are you dipshits, as they run for their lives. calling them boring and sitting back down. Chie can't stand it, saying, sure they don't know it's connected to the murders, but how can they talk about a classmate like that? Yosuke compares it to an onlooker in a car crash. If it's not them, they're dying to see, but Yosuke says it sucks since they don't know who the next target could be anymore. Chie saying, what was the one thing they had in common originally? And it was it being connected to Miss Yamano, which is still correct since both Yukiko and Kanji were connected in one way or another, but Yosuke brings up it was with their parents, not them directly. Kanji says, oh, are we out of clues? He's got something big. As he brings out a piece of paper, he says when he made his comeback to school, some annoying brat was hanging around and it turned out he was snooping around his and Yukiko's disappearance, and he took it from them. But he doesn't know what it means. Chie worried he practically stole it, but I take it and I have a look. It's a list. I read TV programs, and it's April 11th and April 13th with Yamano and Saki's names next to the dates. Yosuke wonders what the dates are as Chie realizes that's the first body was discovered on the day the school started, which would have been April 12th. And Yosuke knows he can't forget the day that Saki's body was found. It was April 15th. But what do these dates mean then? And I make the realization that that was the day they first appeared on TV. And we all seem to agree saying Saki was interviewed since she found Yamano's body and Yamano due to the affair. And then suddenly we had a revelation. Yukiko was on the news too. She got interviewed, which she doesn't seem to remember, but she realizes it was the day I saw her when she was wearing her kimono. It was on April the 15th, and right after she was kidnapped. And Yosuke asked Kanji, he said, yeah, his mum went apeshit on him due to it, and Yosuke tells him to forget that and ask for the date. And he says he can't remember the exact dates, but it wasn't too long since he met us, which means everyone was on TV before they disappeared. This can't be a coincidence. Yosuke saying, now that he thinks about it, when the killer failed, he went for Kanji instead of trying again, maybe being on TV is some type of stupid rule the killer is following, which is quite common for serial killers. But it means the definite connection here between the kidnappings and the TV broadcast is they were shown on the mass media, which we all agree on, but Yosuke is baffled with it, since what's the motive? Like, why kill someone just because they were on TV? It makes no sense. Yosuke getting in his own head saying he thinks about it and it feels like we're getting nowhere, and he wishes we could have been smarter. Kanji, being a great man, says, why beat yourself up about it? He thinks we're awesome, adding, we noticed what was happening to him and we stopped it. He thinks that's more than enough. And Yukiko joins in saying, we saved her life too, and we may not have solved the mystery, but we've already saved 2 people. Yosuke saying it may be true, but Yukiko adding that everyone's deduction on Kanji being the next person was right on the nose. Chie agreeing as Kanji looked baffled, saying, we knew it before it happened, damn. He wishes he could have came in a bit earlier then. And we share in a laugh. Chie gets optimistic saying, if we know this much, we could maybe outsmart the killer next time, saying it's a countdown to his arrest. But Yukiko adds, there could be a chance that Kanji's the last target, but I doubt it. And Yosuke agrees, saying we thwarted them twice already, and he's hoping that the killer has learned his lesson by now. But we should keep checking the Midnight Channel like usual until it rains. And we all agree as Chie brings up something I didn't know. Apparently, there's gonna be a school campout next week, and she hopes it doesn't rain. Not only that, but it's for both first and second years, meaning we'll see Kanji there too. Kanji says, seriously? And what a drag. And then he asks Yosuke if he can order another grilled steak. He's gonna finish this one while the second one is on the grill. And we're going Dutch on this, right? Seems Kanji is in his own little world as Chie thinks we should finally show Kanji Teddy. He looks perplexed and says fine, he can go for something cheap like ramen or maybe takoyaki set? As Yukiko must bring him back, saying bluntly, none of it, blowing Kanji's mind as we head into the TV world. Inside we look at Teddy as Kanji seems to actually kind of remember him from when we were last in, but he doesn't think he was a bear. Now wondering why it's a bear. Yosuke doesn't have an answer, and honestly, I don't think any of us do, including Teddy, who also wonders why. Kanji finds him kind of cute though and asks if he can touch him, which Teddy says no touching allowed, which brought on the wrath of Kanji, saying to not give him lip, as Yukiko chuckles as he looks at her annoyed, but asks, she was kidnapped too, right? And says, yeah, not long before him. And he asks, so that means she came out in front of everyone else, right? Which he stammers, looking down, and before he could continue, he invoked the wrath of Yukiko and got slapped, which hurt him, and she apologizes, not meaning to slap him that hard, as Kanji says, my jaw! And she apologizes, saying she'll be more gentle next time. He blushes, saying, more gentle? I agree with Chie, what a bunch of dimwits. Teddy says he has a gift for Kanji to celebrate him joining the investigation team, as he holds them, saying, these are the glasses we told him about. As he looks at him, Yukiko insists to put them on, which he hesitates since they're different from ours. But he relents putting them on. He actually put them on, what an idiot. As Yukiko bursts out laughing, saying it looks good on him. Yosuke joins in on the laughing as Teddy adds, he did have a normal set ready for Kanji, but Yukiko just wouldn't budge on that one. He gets furious, saying, real funny, smartass, as he grabs the real one, as Teddy gets annoyed, asking why he's taking it out on him, and he puts on another dud. Teddy adding, Kanji, you must really like those glasses, as we all burst into laughter at the clown Kanji is right now, as he tosses the glasses into the foggy abyss, and Teddy finally gives him the real pair, as he gets irritated, saying, why the hell did he bother making a spare of that useless crap? And he will get us for this someday. And after a long laugh and a little running from Kanji, we go our separate ways. At home, nothing too eventful, as that full day of just harvesting some vegetables, or in Dojima's opinion,
great vegetables.
And since I forgot yesterday, I checked Tanaka's amazing commodities. This time I bought the Jinji, Fudoshi, and Slimming Food combo for 11,800 yen, and folded some envelopes, making my diligence strong, meaning I can finally apply to be a janitor at the hospital. And after getting paid 1,500 yen, I went to bed. June 7th. During lunchtime, we enjoy ourselves, the simple things in life being ramen, as Yukiko brings up how the rainy season is just about here. Yosuke wonders, isn't it a little early? But Yukiko brings the reality. We're gonna have to keep a constant eye on the Midnight Channel when it does come. Oh god, she's right. Late nights, here we come. As Yosuke says that he didn't think about that, but so it goes. But he brings up the school campout getting excited. Chie seems less excited, asking, why are you so excited? Yukiko realizes we don't know anything about it, as Chie brings us the unfortunate news. The purpose of this trip is to develop a love for one's hometown and young people. And by that, we develop that love by picking up trash on the mountainside. Yosuke is shocked, saying, develop love my ass! This is slave labor! Chie brings up that at least the night is kinda fun. We cook our own meals with mess kits and sleep in tents. Yukiko telling us that we're all in the same group as well. Yosuke takes it as we're gonna be sleeping together like an idiot. But Chie shuts it down, saying, you wish, and guys and girls sleep in different tents. And she warns him, if he leaves his tent at night, he'll be expelled on the spot. But honestly, I think Chie will just pawn him out of the universe, but they're both the same thing, but he said straight down, grumbling that this is just getting worse and worse, thinking it was gonna be fun. Yukiko tries to bring Yosuke's hopes up, saying it's only for one night, and they disband the next day, and Chie remembers they had fun at the river before returning home last year. Yosuke asks if it means they get to swim, and Chie thinks so. There's always someone who tries to take a dip, although her and Yukiko didn't, which invigorated the pervert Yosuke. The girls are confused, but I know what he's thinking. After school, King Moran came up to me, saying, did I know it's Health Week? And I'm not a part of the Health Association, meaning I'm a lazy bum. And he hates lazy, good-for-nothing kids like me, so he signed me up to take place of the sick member. Chie tries to defend me, but he silences her and says he doesn't know what school's like for big city kids, but here, every student's got to pitch in. And don't tell me you're not enough of a man to do something this easy. And I just end up agreeing, but what a pain in the ass. And he tells me to head to the infirmary straight away, and they should be expecting me since he already said I'd do it, and I should thank him. as he leaves and Chie says good luck and I guess I should get over there. I enter the infirmary and they seemed like nice people as I head in, and they know me and ask if I got hurt or something, and I tell them I've been sent to replace a sick member. They're thankful, saying they're running low on people. They said they need to check around the school and see if anyone needs help, and to stay and watch the room, and if anyone comes by to deal with them, and no touching the medicine, but if someone comes in hurt to use the first aid kit. Oh, and the only other thing is the chance of a salesman and phone calls, but that's uncommon, and they leave. This is already a drag, but someone in a fancy suit appears and tells me about an order, and honestly, I wasn't listening all that much, but I got the gist of it, so they returned and asked if anything happened. I tell them about a representative of a pharmaceutical company came, and I tell them that Kiteo from Santo Inc., and they knew it was for the gauze, and I tell them that they will come in 2 months, and they make a call, and it seems I got it correctly, increasing my knowledge and expression, and they decided to discuss what they found around school, and that's when one kid brought up Konishi. Wait, did I hear that right? As they feel bad for him, as if he was called, he appeared, apologizing for being late. The girls say it's fine, and it must be helping at his parents' store, and they found a replacement, and not to worry. He looks at me and says he doesn't want to be the only one, and they others decide to report to the teacher and leave, clinging to me and him. This is awkward, as he tells me his name, and I knew Saki, right? Well, he's her brother, and I'm friends with Yosuke, right? He hates him, and me too, and asks if he can go home now, and I say sure, and he turns to leave. That was something, alright. As the others don't seem to return, I finish up cleaning and just head home. During the night, I go to the job board and accept the job for the janitor, which I can go to during the night on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and I head home to spend time with Nanako, watching a documentary about a young man searching for his real father. Nanako is staring intently as she starts thinking, real father, and she asks me, what do they mean by real? I think about it and I say that they're always on your side, and she gets happy saying it means I'm her real big brother because I'm always home every day, but Dad, maybe she's not real to him. Does Dad not come home because she's not his real daughter? I shut that down by asking her, did he say that to you? And she said no, and looks like she's less worried, but she wonders why did her mum leave her? When she was still here, they all went out together, they picked flowers at Samegawa. As she talks about her happiest memories, I feel a bond deepen. She looks up to me, asking me something, but it's past her bedtime. But I'll let her stay up a little longer, as she wanted to play a word game, and the word of the day is worm, as she looks so happy, and after a while it got quite late, and I put Nanako to bed, and then went to bed myself. June 8th. Mr. Kondo was teaching a class in science since it's raining and asked Yukiko a question, and I had to play wing student and told her balance beam, and she was thankful, boosting up bond and my expression. After school, as I was ready to get going, Yosuke came up to me and asked if I've heard. I look puzzled, and apparently when they're sitting behind you, it's called a squeeze play. I ask him what he's even talking about, and he says, I must know what he means, right? Just spit it out, man. And he checks around to see if anyone's looking, and he says, it's when a girl sitting right behind you on a motorcycle, and then they press up against your back. A motorcycle? What is he even talking about? As he calls me thicker than he thought. My man, you just threw this at me. Shut up. He believes that motorcycles are the hot new thing for guys now, and girls like guys who spend time outdoors, right? So he got me this. As he drops a license book down, asks if he want to get a license with him. I look at him a little confused. He says he can't afford anything bigger than a scooter on his budget, but at least they will get us to new places, which is fair. And asks if I think we deserve that much due to the investigating the case. Yosuke does seem serious, so I might put it into consideration. As Kanji enters the classroom and joins in asking about the camping trip and saw us talking and asked if we were busy. Yosuke says, kinda, and we were talking about motorcycles, hyping up Kanji thinking, we're gonna go stomp a gang, and if we're bringing a war, he'll help. Thanks, Kanji, but as Yosuke said, we're not bringing a war. And what does that even mean anyway? We're just getting our licenses. It seems Kanji's surprised, asking, we don't have ours yet? Yosuke seems shocked, thinking, no way, does Kanji have his already? But he's 15, so he can't yet. As Yosuke gets mad at him, saying it like he does. But that reminds him, he's surprised he picked up a fight with a biker gang. How did he even catch up with them? As he proudly says, a bike's all you need. Yep, he's a man of mans. But anyways, he tells Kanji he can't join in the close and personal plan. Kanji gets taken off guard by what he means by that, getting the attention of the girls in the class. Yosuke tells him to keep it down, and like what he told me, guys nowadays need to be a big man, is a motorcycle, and then Kanji's on the edge of his seat and says, and a girlfriend. I tease Yosuke, calling him a kindergartner. He tells me to shut up, and he's at least middle schooler. Kanji asks if we're getting a license for the big stuff. I mean, he knows he joined in late, but if you're talking about taking a go on a bike, you've got a seat for two. That's not allowed on scooters. Yosuke forgot about that as we look at him, but he says it will work out. As long as we have a motorcycle, the girls will come running. That's all the advantage we need. He then tells us to listen closely. The reason why we don't have girlfriends is because we're stuck in this town waiting for it. Inaba is so tiny, and it's no wonder we can't find one. And it doesn't matter if it's only a scooter. Any form of motorcycle is a ticket to get some chicks. Then, later on, you get bigger ones, and that's when the real close and personal plan really starts. We both a whole city boy thing going on. If we're gonna be serious about this, then we gotta expand our horizons to a bigger town. We gotta take the initiative, and there's no time to wait for a train that leaves every so often. We'll roar up our motorcycles like badasses, and when the chicks come up, we'll play it cool. The pheromones will be dripping off us. We'll bring them around in no time. Okay, Yosuke, but Kanji misheard him, getting Yosuke mad, saying, I'm talking about pheromones! And his research shows that a motorcycle is the #1 surefire way to increase a man's pheromones. Kanji blushing at those words. We both look at him with a stunned expression, Yosuke saying that's how pervs act. Kanji gets his groove, shouting that he's in it too, and get ready for Kanji Tatsumi to show his manhood to chicks. Yosuke gets louder, saying, I already told you that you can't! Anyways, don't tell anyone about this. Got it? If the other guys try to copy us, then it will dilute our pheromones. And tells me to tell my uncle about getting a license. Got it? And Kanji said, got it, angering Yosuke, saying he doesn't even know his uncle. He's disgruntled and gets back his groove, saying he's serious about this. If we have motorcycles, we can go all over and it'll be fun. He's got me there, and I agree to it. Yosuke hyping himself up, saying that somewhere out there, the best days of our youth are ahead of us. Kanji agrees with him. I swear he's in his own little world, but with Yosuke convincing me, I head to Aya to get my stats up with the Mega Beef Bowl challenge and then head home. Oh look, Dojima and Adachi are home. As I walk in, Dojima notices I'm back. Adachi's saying, hi there, and if I would like eel, but fair warning, it's from the supermarket. Dojima disgruntled says, well, excuse me, as he panics saying, it's delicious. He couldn't believe it was on sale. Dojima looks at him as he panics more. Dojima apologizes, saying he constantly eats ramen noodles and the slurping got on his nerves, so he called him here. Adachi brushed it off, saying, don't bluff, you just wanted to eat dinner with your coworker, right? Dojima shuts it down, saying, don't be stupid. Poor Adachi. But he says that eel was a great choice. Nanako loved it at least, and says that she's eerily proud of her daddy. Adachi, you deserve everything that happens to you, especially for that eel-related pun. Soon after, though, Dojima tells him to eat his dinner, as he shuts up with a yes sir, but Nanako is a good girl. She went straight to do her homework once her plate was clean, but it's not every day you get to eat eel. You'd think she would want to savor it. Dojima telling bluntly, you think that because you slack off too much. And you should follow her example. He looks genuinely hurt at that, eating more eel. I feel like the time is right, as he sees something's the matter, and I tell him about getting my license. He seems confused, but he remembers that a kid my age can ride those. But he's unsure about it. Adachi comes in to save the day, saying it's no surprise he wants one. Out here, he understands how I feel, since he's also from the big city. The trains don't run that often, and walking around is pretty inconvenient, isn't it? I say it's not that bad, but he does have a point, him saying that it's normal to feel that way. Dojima is still unsure, as Wingman Adachi continues, saying that it reminds him of how Dojima told him once about some reckless things he did on his motorcycle when he was young. He gets shocked, calling him a moron and to think before he talks, and once he's done eating, hurry, and his phone goes off as he picks it up, and it seems to be work as he mumbles saying he made the right choice of skipping the booze, and Adachi was in charge of some files, as he seems confused, and then starts to blurt out something about a suspicious guy, as Adachi tells him to keep his mouth shut, and they're going back now. Get in the car. Adachi feels more worried about his eel liver soup since it's not finished, as enough grumbles and stares from Dojima is able to make Adachi get going. As he takes a short pause and about the license. Did I decide it on my own and no one's telling me to get it? I nod. He knows it's hard without a way to get around, but they're dangerous, and do I understand that? I tell him to trust me, and he replies that it's not that he doesn't trust me, but allowing me to get one is something else. He scratches his head and tells me to not give him that face. He knows I'm serious about this. For now, I should get my license, then we can talk about it again. With that talk, he tells me to look after the house, and heads out. Almost like he knew, Yosuke calls me as Dojima left, asking how I went with my uncle. I tell him how I went, and he gets excited, saying, we need to get up as soon as we can, and he's going to hit the books, and let's make sure we pass together. Hanging up, wow, the first time he's serious about something. Took him long enough. I think about the day and the suspicious person, but for now, I should worry about reviewing the manual Yosuke gave me for the exam tomorrow, and after that, I get some rest. June 9th. I met Yosuke as I was heading to school. He looked absolutely drained. Must have been all of that studying. He said he'd head to bed, but little details just kept bugging him, and he'll just get up and check the manual. It never ended, and he ended up getting no sleep. Yeah, he looks like death, but he gets his groove back, saying, if we're gonna do this, let's pass on our first try, asking how I'm feeling. I knew it was gonna be a breeze, for me at least. Yosuke smiles, saying, that's my partner, and he's seen I haven't forgotten about a close and personal plan. And let's make sure we're not late for the exam. We'll leave as soon as school's out. We continue talking, and as soon as it started, school was finished, and I headed with Yosuke to do our exam. Surprisingly, it was easier than I thought, as the answers seemed to be flowing from my hand, and as soon as it started, I passed, obtaining my scooter license. We rendezvous at the bus stop, and Yosuke is happy. We did it on our first try, and actually, it was easy in Yosuke's opinion, thinking he studied too hard, and honestly I agree. We walk and talk, and Dojima seems to be filling up his car. As we see each other, as we head over to him, Yosuke asks him if he's on duty, Dojima saying that we're just filling up their car, and to take on some minor business. And he asks where we went to. I say to get our licenses, shocking him as I bring out my brand new license. He seems a little disgruntled, saying he knew it was a written test to get it, but he wasn't expecting me to pass this soon. Oh well, looks like he's gonna think of a way to convince his sister, meaning he's okay with it, saying he can't say no now that I have it, and my enthusiasm is catching. Yosuke is excited that he got the okay from Dojima, saying he needs to head home and read through the catalog, and he will see me tomorrow as he leaves. Dojima looks at me seriously and asks if he can borrow me for a sec before I head home. Dojima shouts Adachi's name as he brings out a really nice looking white scooter and apologizes to Adachi for dragging him into this. As Dojima tells me that this is his scooter. He got it fixed at the shop. It might be a little old, but it runs well. He came to put gas into it, but he wasn't expecting to hand it over today too, which shocks me. He's handing it to me. I say it's a nice bike, making Dojima happy, saying I can tell the local shop doesn't carry twist grips. So he had one of the repair guys at work help him out in secret, and tells me not to tell anyone. His passion for bikes showing as one of the greatest interactions happen.
You're always so strict at the station, but you're a cool dad inside, huh?
Shut up, Adachi.
You always yell at me.
Poor Adachi, but he wishes he had a sleek means of transport like my new scooter. Who knows when that suspicious guy will show up again? Hasn't he been using professional quality cameras to take pictures of people's houses from the Yamagi Inn to around here? Even looks like he knows the back streets too, so a car won't. Dojima yells at him to stop blabbering and get back in the car, as he runs to the car like a dog being punished. Dojima sighs, saying, well, anyway, he was around my age when he got his license too. He took it behind his parents' back, and when his father caught him riding one later, he gave him a good thrashing, chuckling. Don't tell Nanako about that, okay? As he looks quite mischievous. Never know as soon as I see that side of him like that. He gets serious again, saying, since he's already given me the okay, he won't bug me about traffic laws, but just be safe when I'm riding, and if I do, he'll look the other way if I want to use it out of town. I agree to the verbal contract, and he says he's going to hold me to that. As we talk a little more, and I take my new bike home, and since I'm here, I decided to take the bike for a short ride around Inaba. As I ride down the quiet streets, getting lost, but I found myself at the train station, but I feel myself getting used to this place. I should ride more as my courage increases, and I head home. At home, the Juma tells me about a package waiting for me. Oh yeah! Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I collect my stuff, and today I decide to head to my first shift at the hospital. I am wiping the windows in the quiet hospital hallway. I heard a noise down the hallway, and I must be hearing things. As I get back to work, boosting my courage. As I move to continue work, I see a nurse and doctor talking, and the doctor notices me. He looks at me with a stern face, saying, "What am I looking at? If my shift is done, then go home." As he goes back to talking to the nurse, I pick up little bits and pieces, but it's not my business. And he leaves, as she walks past me, stopping beside me, saying, "You were listening, and I'm cute. I'm the new student working here today, correct? She'll show me something fun the next time I'm here, and she'll see me soon." Leaving, that was ominous, but I finish my work getting paid 5,000 yen, and then head home to get some rest. June 10th. Walking up to the gates of Yasugame High, Chie runs up to me, asking me who I think will show on the Midnight Channel next. She heard it's going to rain this evening, but it's not going to last all night, and if I've been trying to solve the case on my own spare time. She said she should be thinking about it as well, but that kind of stuff isn't her speciality. As her word soup mashes around in my brain, I just bluntly say thinking hurts my brain. She agrees with that statement, saying she moves before she thinks, and well, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and she'll stick to kicking things. Times like these are perfect for working out, but please keep that to Shadows and Yosuke, please, Chie, as we head to class. As Chie says, it seems to be raining, which I think is the perfect time to continue my scooter trek around Inaba, this time finding myself at the hill that overlooks Inaba itself. Really puts into picture just how small the place really is. But I'm getting a good feel for the place. If I ride more, I should be completely familiar with this small town. I get a small boost in my courage and then head home. And during the evening, to keep up a good impression, I head to my janitor job. I'm cleaning a vacant hospital room, and those noises are back. And I feel a presence this time. Is this place haunted or something? I get back to my work, boosting my courage. As I turn, I notice the nurse from yesterday enter the room. She wonders if someone's in here, and sees it's me and I'm doing my job. And she introduces herself as Sayoko Uehara. I nod, and she seems nice. She tells me once I'm done to come by the nurse's office. She'll pour me a hot coffee. She pours and says, "Just kidding." I get confused as she approaches me, saying she heard I'm a high schooler. She looks me up and down, saying my skin is so smooth. Saying, "I know what I'm getting at, don't you?" I panic, looking for a possible exit, saying, "Don't worry, no one will see." I crack a joke to try and de-escalate the situation, as she chuckles, saying she's only kidding. Today, at least. She likes me, and when's the next time I'm working? She'll adjust her shift, and even in a town like this has some fun to do. This nurse has a mischievous aura to her, but I feel a bond start to form with her, showing itself to be the Devil Arcana. She says she'll see me later, leaving, and soon after I finish my work, I got paid 5,000 yen. Is it worth it to come back with the haunted noises and her? I'm too tired to think about that as I head home. June 11th. After school, I remembered about the Emma request of the fox, and I checked around and found a dog at the riverbank. He seemed to be apprehensive of me, barking as he left. The dog seemed to be wary of me, but I might just have to see him another time. But I doubt I'll find him here again, as I cut my losses and ask Marie if she wants to hang out, and she agrees, wanting to go to the big city this time. Since she heard a bunch of things, and I take her to Okina City. She looks at how big it is, and says, "This is the big city, huh? What a funny place. It's so wide, but so narrow. It's grey and full of squares," and asks, "What does it do in the city?" I say I play around. She says I must be a playboy, and says that's why you come and see me once in a while, huh? And you suck, I hate you, loser. And why don't I think of her sometimes? She just sits there, waiting as she pouts. But we get to talking, and it seems Chie and Yukiko are in the city as well, and come to talk. Yukiko wonders who Marie is. Chie is saying, that's right, you've never met her before, introducing her for me, saying she's Marie, and she had lunch with her once, and then introduces Marie to her friend Yukiko. Marie seems fixated on the word friend. Yukiko says if I know her, she must not be from around here, right? And does she come from the big city? Chie says she gets it, so that's why we're in Okina City. There's diddly squat to do around Inaba, right? She gets it. Marie looks at me, saying there's a red one today, and what's green and red doing here? The two girls take it as a shock, maybe as an insult as well, as Yukiko seems stuck on those words while Chie questions her fashion style, saying she was wearing green last time, huh? Marie tells them she didn't say it looks bad. In fact, they look good in those colors. They both look at each other and are happy, Chie saying thanks, and she didn't know it was a compliment, and Yukiko says she's a nice girl, no doubt about that. Marie then asks, red girl's all red, and does green girl always wear the same thing all the time? They both seem a little panicked at the realization that Marie is absolutely right. Marie doesn't mean in a cruel way, just that it's a waste. Humans can change their clothes, right? And they should try wearing different colors. Yukiko says she doesn't really pick out her clothes. Chie gets an idea. They were going to try on new clothes and ask if we wanted to tag along. Yukiko seemed worried that we might already have plans, but I take the initiative and say we don't mind. Marie didn't mind as well, as the girls link their arms between Marie and head to the shops. Honestly, it felt like a skit. Chie asks about what is this shirt? It's green. I tell her it's green. She realizes trying to ask Marie her favorite color, which she doesn't have one. Yukiko holds out a crimson skirt, which is still red, which Marie pouts at as well, as she gets back to looking and away with simplicity. Me and Marie look at each other. This is an absolute disaster. Chie says, doesn't this look like me? Yeah, Chie, it does, because it's green. Yukiko shows something that goes away with simplicity as Marie's head spins with all the colors. Chie finally brings something that's different, a yellow skirt and a blue shirt. Marie says at least it's not green, but Yukiko says that mixing the colors together makes green, and she's right. Chie calls it an instinct while Marie says she's doing it on purpose. And after that event, we hang outside the station. Chie said they didn't have anything in her size. Yukiko says that it can't be helped and they should go back another time. They might have a new inventory by then. She says we should go together again. I say of course. Marie seems less enthusiastic, asking why. Chie asking because we're friends. Marie bluntly responds, since when? Shocking Chie saying, were you not having fun? Was she bothering her today and last time? She wasn't bothered, she just asked why she'd say friends. What does it mean to become a friend? Chie shocked she doesn't know the meaning of friendship. When I say you know once you have one. Yukiko agrees, saying she believes there is a meaning. There are things you can't do by yourself that you can with others, like today with Marie helping to choose clothes. She looks a little sad, saying she doesn't get it after all. I wonder what she meant by that, as Chie remembers there's a CD she wanted saying she needs to hurry, it might sell out. Yukiko says it's a kung fu movie, right? She doubts it would sell out, but that's enough talk. We all need to hustle as they leave. Marie realizes she came along panicking a little as I say, let's hurry. She doesn't get it, but it's not like she doesn't want to go. Marie then asks those two Persona users, chasing after the truth with you, huh? You can't do that on your own, but you can do it together because you're friends? Marie seems to be attached to that conversation as I feel our bond deepen. Chie yells at us to get a move on as we get going, and I spend the rest of the day with everyone and then take Marie back to the Velvet Room and then head home. And during the night, I did a little more gardening with Nanako, but I forgot to get seed, so I'll have to remind myself to get some to plant tomorrow. And then spent the rest of the night with Nanako, going to bed soon after. June 12th. Starting the day off right with Tanaka's amazing commodities, as any man should. Today, I decided to buy the fire suppressor and herbal pill for 4,980 yen. Chie may finally be able to survive a fire hit. And then, I leave Dojima's house ready for the day. I bought some seeds from the lady in front of Dojima's house, then went to the bookstore and bought some books, which I might read, who knows. And then went to spend the day with Marie again. This time, she wants to see a school. Sounds good to me, so we're going to Yasugame High. As we're walking, Marie asks, so you go to this school every day, right? Do you get tired of it? I say it's fun. Well, minus King Moron. She seems confused, wondering, do they have a TV in there? Can you watch Star Scandals? I still don't know what that is, but she seems content. Suddenly, Yosuke appears and asks what I'm doing, and he notices Marie saying it's been a while, and she heard that she's been with Yukiko and Chie, and I'm showing Marie around, huh? What are we doing out for the stroll? I tell him that I'm going to show her the school. Yosuke gets it, saying Marie goes to a different school after all, but what could be so special about our school? Let's go with the different school idea, Yosuke. But Yosuke wants to tag along. Sounds good to me, but Marie sounds as surprised. As I am being able to go inside, apparently there's a committee meeting today, and the gate should be open. And if anyone asks, we can just say we're showing her around. That's pretty convenient, but we should get going, and we do. As we tour around the school, Yosuke brings us to our classroom, showing it to Marie, saying it's pretty retro, but you can call it cozy. Marie is shocked, saying it's so big. Yosuke is surprised by this, saying, well, there's lots of empty land here, and he guesses the school's pretty big if you count the fields and yards and stuff. Asking Marie if her school is cramped since she's from the big city. She looks for a moment and then bluntly says, it's tiny. After all, it's a single room. Yosuke's mind is blown. A single room? Really? It's some kind of advanced placement class? Marie's not sure, but it's small, it's dark. The nose doesn't talk, neither does anyone else. It's quite boring. Yosuke seems confused by the term, the nose, guessing that's what she calls the teacher. But a teacher who doesn't talk, isn't he neglecting his job? Yosuke seems baffled as Marie casually keeps walking, saying she wants to see more. There's still more to see, right? She's enjoying this a bunch as she heads upstairs, and Yosuke talks to me privately. She's as strange as last time. Then again, everyone he's gotten to know recently has been pretty on the odd side, so he's gotten used to it. Weirdos attract Yosuke, but we follow her to the roof. Yosuke proudly announces that this is where we hang out. Asking Marie's opinion, isn't it a great place to spend your youth? Marie seems confused by that word, asking how does one spend youth? Give her an example. Yosuke says that it's, well, building friendships, sharing concerns, confiding in each other, stuff like that. Saying it's awkward to put into words. Marie asks me if green and red do that as well, and I confirm they do. But Marie seems quite cynical, saying, why do you need to spend your youth? Don't you guys have anything better to do? Yosuke talking back from that, saying she wants him to say more. Well, I mean, it's fun. Not being in superficial relationships and being with people who know the real you. Marie focuses on the words, the real you. Yosuke pouring his heart out, saying being with people like that helps him from losing sight of who he is, and so he can face himself. And then stops, saying it's too embarrassing. He can't say any more, apologizing. She looks down and thinks on the words, face yourself. I tell Marie, let's go spend our youths, but she refuses, saying, what good is that going to do, as she's deep in thought. Yosuke says we should end it here, and to please forget everything he said, saying we haven't seen the library yet, and we don't have all day, and we should get going. As he power walks away, Marie thinks on the words, face your true self. She's hiding something, I can feel it, but I understand Marie just a bit more, as our bond deepens. Marie tells me we should get going, and we do. And after a little more showing around, I take her back to the Velvet Room, and then head home. At home, nothing too exciting except planting cabbage with Nanako and Dojima, and then going upstairs to do some translating to boost my expression, and with 3,000 yen in my pocket, I head to bed. June 13th. Today we start wearing our summer clothes, so better put it on and head to school. As I was heading to school, I overheard two girls talking about it's finally time to break out the summer wardrobe. The other girl's hoping it doesn't get cold again, and with all the rain, her friend reassuring her, that she's heard there's going to be less rain this year. Oh, thank God for that. Nothing too eventful happened today, though. Got a question right in gym class and looked around and found a stray dog, talking to it gently as it feels less intimidated from me, but still leaving. I doubt it'll come back, but I'll try again another day. But I decided to hang out with Yosuke today. We decided to go to Jeunesse and have a bite to eat. He asked me what I would like to have as those two girls come back again, getting mad at him once more. As Yosuke asks, what is it today? They want to know why Kazumi gets to take the day off, but they can't. Yosuke is confused. They continue. They told him before they can't work Saturdays, but when they refuse, they were threatened with firing. She doesn't get it. Yosuke says as calmly as he could that he talked to the manager and have you two been taking absence without leave lately? They seem to panic, saying they just forgot to come, and that's besides the point. What is Yosuke going to do about it? She has a date on Saturday. And why is he favoring Kazumi? He was like that with Saki. That name catches Yosuke off guard. The girl keeps going at Yosuke saying, don't try and hide it. We all know. Yosuke liked her and treated her special. Yosuke, keeping his cool, says Saki doesn't have anything to do with this subject, but they disagree, saying he told the others to take it easy on Saki too. Didn't you think you can do anything just because you're the manager's son? And now it's Kazumi now that Saki's dead? Don't bother. She has a boyfriend. Didn't you get it? Saki didn't like you. We heard it from her. She may have acted that way, but before they could go on with their pathetic display, I get mad telling them to shut up. Yosuke is actually surprised at my retaliation, not seeing that side of me before. They try and defend themselves, throwing a you shut up, and Yosuke finally loses it, saying, you're the ones that should shut up. What do you even know about Saki? She didn't do things half-assed like you two. She looked lazy, but she worked hard. She talked bad, but was good inside. So she hated me? I knew it! And she's not here anymore. I'm left behind. Just leave me alone. They seem to be taken aback from that outburst, but it was due to coming as they leave. Yosuke seems a little down, saying, I just blurted out a bunch of crap, huh? I ask if he feels better though. He says, no, he's just as confused as ever, but just another pathetic display from Yosuke, huh? He was thankful, though, for me telling them to shut up, and it made him happy, as I feel me and Yosuke's bond deepen. He sighs, saying he doesn't want to, but he'll have to talk to his dad at this rate. They're just gonna quit, and should tell him and apologize. He walks forward, pausing, unsure on what to do. He seems to have his own demons, as he says he'll see me later, and walks away. And I decide to head home. And at home, I work on my expression, getting it finally to touching. And after grasping the context of the English, I made 12,000 yen, and then head to bed. June 14th. Miserable weather as I overhear two students talking about the school camp, which is coming next weekend. The other student says, right, and it's just gonna be all work, no fun, and there must be a way he can ditch the stupid camp. His friend's liking the idea, wanting to brainstorm ideas on how to get out of it. It can't be that bad, right? But with school over and the rain not letting up, I decided to go for a bike ride, and I finally make it to Okina City. Felt like a different world because for once, the rain isn't miserable. I helped the guy in front of the cinema to hand out pocket tissues to get myself familiar with the place, played some gachas, looked around and bought an outfit for Chie, and then went back to Inaba deciding to do the Mega Beef Bowl Challenge. For some good social stats, didn't pass again, but my understanding is now generous at least, as I head home. At home, me and Nanako are watching TV. She looks bored, saying if I want, I can change the channel, but I have a better idea. Watch this, Nanako. I'm a wizard. I put a rubber band on my index and middle finger, secretly hooking it under my pinky without Nanako's knowledge. She seems confused as I show her when I open up the hand I had closed slightly. The rubber band springs off the index and middle finger, moving to my ring finger and my pinky. Nanako was shocked, saying, it went zoom! And to do it again! She looks so happy, and now it's her turn, as I have some fun with Nanako, showing her many magic tricks all night long. June 15th. It's a beautiful morning, and it seems like fate has decided for today to be an interesting one, as Yosuke tells me he's finally gotten a motorcycle, his very own, just like he always dreamed about. And he's been on cloud 9 all morning. He decides that today we should take our motorbikes for a spin to Okina City, saying after, I promised him, I play along, saying, the close and personal plan, eh? He's happy that I remembered, saying, that's my partner, and let's use our motorcycles to hit the city girls plan into action. He wants to make sure he has a girlfriend to spend summer with this year. Don't you also want that? And we'll head out as soon as school's finished. Sounds good to me. This will be interesting at least. Class is the same as always, but I bailed out Yosuke from a question by King Morin himself. And after him droning on and on, we're finally free to ride our bikes freely to Okina City, with the bright blue sky to join us instead of the miserable rain. Yosuke says it's easier than he thought as the familiar bike ring chimes. Yosuke's surprised he actually followed us all the way here as Kanji appears, saying, that was a breeze. It's no sweat keeping up with a couple of guys that still get used to their scooters. I can see how he ran those bikers away. Yosuke says if he didn't run out of gas, we would have left Kanji in the dust, saying he shouldn't have cheaped out, just so he'd have more money to fool around with. Kanji catching his breath saying that every time he comes here, there's a lot of people around. Yosuke agreeing, saying if we wait long enough, he bets people will come to talk to us. Wishful thinking, Yosuke. Kanji asks if it's fine if he heads out for a bit. Since he's here, there's this craft shop, and it's nothing, but he's just gonna go buy some stuff. Saying he's gonna do this own thing, and we can start without him. Yosuke wondering why he even came with us. But I reminded him about the plan. He agrees, saying, let's get the plan underway. 3 hours pass as we're just standing there. Why did I agree to this again? Kanji's back, apologizing for the wait. He couldn't decide on what to get. Kanji seeing us that we have had no luck. Yosuke finds it weird though. He thinks someone was watching us from somewhere. My wish has come out as I just want to go home, man. Yosuke begging me to hold on. He's sure if we hang out just a little longer. Kanji telling him the sun's going to set and there's maybe holes in his plan after all. I say maybe it's my fault, knowing this whole thing's just stupid. Yosuke talks me up saying, I'm looking good, and so's my motorcycle, as Kanji reminds Yosuke it's a scooter, and doesn't it, not what kind of motorcycle you have if you got one? Saying it's true that the ones he saw in the magazine were all big motorcycles, but that's just how it goes. There's a gap between a man's dream and cold hard reality. I can agree with that. Kanji asks if we can give him 10 minutes. He can't keep quiet after getting shut out like this, and he'll avenge us. Go, Kanji. But Yosuke doesn't vibe with Kanji's words, saying it isn't a fight, you know. What are you gonna do to avenge us? Hit on girls? Kanji says, hell yeah, how else would he fix this? Yosuke being classist, saying they have motorbikes and failed. There's no way you could do better, right? I say I only need 3 minutes. Yosuke is confused as Kanji believes me, astonished since instant noodles take at least 5 minutes to make. That's his senpai. Thank you, Kanji. But he says we should make this a contest, and he'll show us clowns how a real man gets it done. Yosuke tells Kanji to calm down, and this is turning into something we've all got a stake in. Do you realize what he's saying? That means we have to approach girls, and that just sounds lame. And he doubts it will go well. Kanji calls him a chicken. I agree, Kanji, he's a pussy. Besides, we just gotta ask them to be our friend and then make him say yes. Okay, I take it back, that is a horrible idea, Jesus Christ. But Yosuke seems to be in his last straw, saying he guesses he has nothing to lose. Kanji telling Yosuke, that's the spirit. And if he loses, he'll have to run around the block in nothing but his underwear and those gag glasses Yukiko had. Yosuke tells Kanji that girls are only allowed. Kanji gets mad, saying, you're so stuck on that? And hell, if he's gonna lose this is going to go awfully, but I'm here, might as well try and have fun. I talked to 2 city girls who mock me for living at Inaba, calling me a farm animal, and squeal for them. And I did, boosting my courage. As they laugh hysterically, I was close to getting their numbers, but they're quite forceful and I sense the situation is getting out of hand and leave before it gets any worse, with no number in hand. Kanji is being forceful, scaring girls due to a loose string. Never change, man. I talked to a girl who seems to speak in Spanish. I can work with this. Conversing with her back and forth. I asked for her number, but her mother asked to not give it out to people. But my Spanish is great as she leaves. Honestly, Bessa didn't get that number, Jesus. Yosuke's sounding more like an infomercial than a human trying to score digits, and I talked to this lady. She seems to be slightly interested, only if it's to toy with me, saying, do I like older girls? I say I love them. And after a little more talk, I actually got her number. I feel like this might be a trap, but we'll see, as eventually, the evening came. Yosuke asks Kanji how it went. Kanji looks down in the dumps, saying, not as well as he hoped. Yosuke thought so, but Kanji did get a phone number from a girl who said to give her a call. Oh, Kanji, you're the man! Yosuke's shocked, saying, what did they say? Something about only costing so much an hour? He's not sure what she was talking about. Never mind, you suck, Kanji! Yosuke calls him dense, and it doesn't count! He then turns to me, and I tell him I sure did get a number. He seems excited for some reason, saying, was it her number? And what kind of girl was it? And I should call her pretty please, but please! Yosuke's desperate. Fine, I'll call, but I didn't expect what came.
She picked up!
Oh, Senpai's the man.
Hello? Oh, I get it. It's you, huh? You rat bastard! You're dead, shitbird! How dare you hit on my girl! I'll rip off your head and spit down your neck! You better not call again, got it?
I could hear him from here.
Is that dude for real?
That was very scary, but Yosuke is our last hope. Oh god, Yosuke is our last hope. Kanji says, did you pull it off? Yosuke, he proudly says he did, and it wasn't easy. She was crazy hot. He just had to push himself and go for the sexy older woman. And it's time to give her a call. He hopes we're ready for this. Someone seems to answer as Yosuke tells them it's him. The person seems to know from what I can hear, saying, yeah, it's the guy who asked her out on the motorcycle. And man, he can't wait. But wait, how does he know his name? He didn't tell her. She tells him, of course she knows. We go to the same school. He finds that concept impossible, unless, wait, that voice! I couldn't get the rest as he hastily hanged up and says that he's in deep shit. And did he just call the wrong number? Giving it one more try, but it seems to go to the same person again as he hangs up just as soon. Kanji wondering, what the hell was that? It sounded like a fiend from the pits of the earth, and he could feel a chill down his spine. That's rude, Kanji. But Yosuke tells us we should forget about it. It's for our own sake. The number is dangerous, and it's best that we don't know what that was. I hear a voice. Oh god, Kanji's right. It crawled from hell! Yosuke backs up, asking, why is she here? The countryside is no place for a girl like her, and she was taking a walk, and she got a phone call. He's really into her, huh? And you want to go on a motorcycle date, huh? She looks at his bike and says, if you want to ride that bad, then she'll go with him, jumping onto it, destroying it. And Yosuke hope as he falls to the ground and shambles, crying out, my motorcycle! She wonders, what's wrong with this motorcycle? It's broken. If Yosuke wants to take her out, he's got to do better than that. The best girls don't go steady for nothing. You need to make an effort. She has a point as she leaps off the broken motorcycle and walks away. Yosuke, downtrodden, wonders if he's cursed. And did he insult a gypsy? I say we should just go home, man. But he says it's easy for me to say, but now he has no way to go home. Kanji tells him he fought well, and he was moved by the whole thing, and to hop on behind him. He'll get him home safe. Yosuke has no choice. Yosuke's forced to heart Kanji, saying, whoa, up and close and personal. He gets it now, and this was what Yosuke's plan was all about. Yosuke shuts it down, saying he doesn't get anything, and he's freaking him out, and says it isn't having two people on the bike against the law, but it's fine, just put an end to his suffering. Seems like Kanji won at the end, but overall, it was quite entertaining, as I head home. During the night, it's Wednesday, meaning I can spend time at the hospital, but I decide first to pick up the Devil Arcana Persona to have an easier time to bond with a nurse, but I find a piece of paper on the floor, and it seems to be a poem. I know she said not to read it, but...
Seafoam, listen to my voice. My shouting, bellowing voice. Here I am, pouring my blood into my words, yelling at the very edge of the world. I am the little mermaid, unable to return, The Little Mermaid faded to foam. The Little Mermaid.
It seems to be a poem, but a sense of poetry is difficult to comment on. But she seems to come on time to see that I've read a poem, trying to hide it, saying, it's not a poem, yeah, and it's just yelling at the edge of the world. She doesn't know what she was saying, words just came out, and stupid I hate you jerk, I can't believe this! Don't read my things! She picks it up and wonders why I was on the floor though, but after that, I get what I came for, and then I head to the hospital. Cleaning those same rooms again, that feeling of being watched comes back. Honestly though, I've been used to it by now, but best not to think about it. As I turn around and notice the nurse coming into the room saying, nice work, and I was waiting for her. Oh, you're just the sweetest thing, asking if I would like to study with her, perhaps a subject they don't teach at school. If I know what she means, I go with it as a joke, but she says she'll make sure I learn nice and easy. She tells me all types of parts of my body and how they work. That was nice of her. She then looks at me and downs, telling me that she doesn't find my type around here. The kids over here are much simpler. All they see is a carrot dangling in front of their faces. Yosuke! I have some sort of secret deep inside of me. The nurse smiles mischievously as our bond deepens. She'll see me again as she leaves. That was less awkward than last time. I hope it stays that way. And after being paid 5,000 yen, I head home to get some rest. June 16th. It's a beautiful morning as Yukiko says hello, and our camp starts tomorrow. We're going to be in the same group, but what should we make for dinner? And we should get everyone together and go buy ingredients after school. That sounds like a great idea. She smiles, saying she'll let Chie and Yosuke know, and as soon as it started, school was finished. And we are at Jeunesse. I watch as Chie and Yukiko choose what ingredients to buy. Unfortunately, Yosuke had to work today. Chie wonders, what do you put in curry again? That's not a good start. But Yukiko says a good list. Carrot, potato, onions, mushrooms, green peppers, and radishes. Chie asks if radishes are the same as turnips. Chie asks if curry is fine with me. It's practically our national food. Here adding that they were going back and forth between ramen and curry. But she thought ramen wouldn't be enough for me and Yosuke. She is a little disgruntled, saying, I wonder what ingredients Yosuke likes. She imagines he's a picky eater. He's on another floor. Would you like me to go and ask him? Yukiko replies. No need to, Chie responds. Plus, he said he needs to get ready for something. Yukiko is in deep thought, asking Chie if you use potato starch for curry. Chie is confused, saying, of course you do. Yukiko says, right, or the sauce won't thicken. Then we need the starch and flour too. But Chie says, there's all types of flour, which one should she get? Yukiko says that whole wheat sounds healthy. Let's get that one, and here they are, chili peppers. It can't be curry if it's not spicy. Chie doesn't respond well to that, saying, oh well, let's just get everything. That seems right. But how about some kimchi too? Oh, and ground pepper. But there's two kinds of black and white. Yukiko responds. Chie is impressed, saying, way to go, Yukiko. The Yamagi family sure know their stuff. Let's get both just in case. Yukiko adds, we need to get some special ingredients to spice things up. Chie bringing up stuff that really shouldn't be anywhere near a curry. While Yukiko talks about seafood, a part of me realizes whatever I'm going to eat will likely kill me. But after grocery shopping, I head home, and during the evening, I head to the hospital again. Once again, cleaning, ominous noises that I just know happen now. I turn around and oh shit, a ghost! Oh wait, never mind, it's just the elderly. She sees me and she says to forgive her as she leaves. That was interesting, but during my cleaning, the nurse found me and brought me into a room. She tells me, well done. I could slack off and do a half-assed job, but I'm really working my cute little butt off, don't I? And why am I working at a job like this? I say for the money, saying, oh, a starving student, huh? Then should I really be caught up with a naughty lady like her? She smiles mischievously, but still, a young kid shouldn't be wasting his time wiping windows at a hospital. She bets girls would be crying if they saw me doing menial chores, asking if I have a girlfriend. I say it in front of me as a joke, and she tells me I should work up on my pickup lines. I have an eye for the ladies. She turns around saying, high schoolers are so young. They're only 10 years younger, but it feels so far away. It's like they're glittering. She feels this envy? Maybe that's why she looks at me saying she wishes to see them screwed over by life. That was sudden, but she says she's joking, of course. Well, half of it anyway. She gets close, asking if I see what she's getting at. I say a nervous, no, but she doubts it, saying, you sure? Your face is all flushed. She smirks at me, but she has to go now. She has a lot of work piling up. But she just can't help herself because I'm just so cute. She smiles as I feel our bond deepen. She apologizes for bothering me while I'm working and to keep up the good work, and leaves, just as I thought she was normal, but I get paid 5,000 yen and head home. June 17th. The camp is finally here. I should hurry to the meeting place. The camp, or slave labor, finished before I could fully enjoy the suffering of picking up trash all over the mountain. Like Yosuke said, it's murder on your back. And he can't believe someone threw away an entire bike. Litterers should have to deal with their own garbage. But it's time for dinner, and he's starving. Yosuke's excited, saying the girls cooked for us. He doesn't expect much from Chie, but Yukiko's got a whole tradition of the Amagi Inn behind her. I don't want to burst his bubble, but we will both find out the hard way. But he's not gonna fall for that, and I just want it all for myself. He can't wait to dig in. He'll just have to be the first taste tester. But speaking of food, they bring it out, saying sorry for the wait. It looks edible, as Chie tells us they put a lot of love into it. Yosuke says it's a little cliche, but it's chow time, and digs in. A single bite is enough for Yosuke to make unnatural noises, and then... I did warn him, as he gets up furious, saying, what is this? I mean, what kind of in-between pains coughs? Curry's meant to be, like, really spicy or kind of mild. This just stinks, and it's gritty, too. Don't forget slimy, and it's just squishy parts in it. It's so freaking nasty. He can't even swallow it. Chie trying to defend herself, saying, it doesn't mix well, but it does offer a wide variety of textures. It's nauseating, Yosuke rebutted. Come on, it can't be that bad. It's just your opinion, as they want my opinion. Yosuke tells me, as a friend, don't do it. He wouldn't even joke about trying that slop. I understand Yosuke, but if I don't, they will destroy me. Maybe I'll just accept my fate, but my body refuses, so maybe I'll pretend. But they'll know I'll fake it. Well, time to eat. The moment it went into my mouth, I knew something was wrong. In one chew, I knew it wasn't edible, and my body it refuses it. I'm pretty sure I saw the light for a moment, but getting back on my feet, the girls apologize for that crime against culinary, as Yosuke sighs, saying, what are we gonna do? Our group's the only one without food. If it was slightly edible, that'd be one thing, but he's not taking another bite of Mystery Food X. I agree, Yosuke, but Chie smells something good. We turn, that's a good mountain of food, but it's Hanako. Yosuke says there's no other choice, and besides, she owes me for his motorcycle. Yosuke asks nicely at first, and then begging, saying he's starving to death here. Hanako says no way, she's on a diet right now, so this is all she made, it needs to last her. Chie commenting on the food portions, but we can't take her away from her food. Yosuke letting out a sigh, wondering if we could get something delivered here, but Yukiko reminds him that cell phones don't get service and dinner's almost over, she adds, as King Moron chimes in at just the right time, telling us to get to our designated tents and to look alive. Youngsters like us should eat and head to bed, and it seems he's going to drink, so lights out. Yosuke's disgruntled, telling the girls they'll pay for this. Chie letting out a panicked laugh, saying night, and Power walks away. Well, me and Yosuke should get to our tents as well. The evening comes, and me, Yosuke, and Kanji are in the tent, which after complaining about being hungry, Yosuke questions Kanji on. The teacher threatened him with being held back a year if he didn't show, and the first year tent is all quiet, like someone died. Yosuke's not surprised with Kanji in there, but Kanji questioned why it's only me and Yosuke, as Yosuke says it's because the others called in sick, which was a smart move. Kanji asks if he can hang out with us, and I see no problem with this, Kanji calling me a stand-up guy, and not worry, he won't cause any trouble. They won't catch us unless we make a ruckus. Yosuke relenting, saying, alright, you can sleep with us. Kanji questioned us on the huge-ass rock there, and how is he supposed to sleep there? It's gonna hurt like hell, raising his voice as Yosuke tells him to pipe down. Didn't you say you weren't gonna make noise? Kanji seems to avoid what Yosuke said, asking me if I could possibly go a little further back. Yosuke doesn't like that idea because there's a slope past here, and he'll roll out of it during his sleep. With his luck, I can see that happening. And if he dislikes it, go back to the first year's tent. Kanji relents, then asking, isn't your teacher some guy called King Moron? He stopped him earlier and pissed him off so much, he was close of losing it. He went on and on about when he was in middle school, when he doesn't know shit. Not only that, but he was bullshitting about how I'll be expelled immediately if I cause trouble. Yosuke is not surprised, saying he sets a speed record for jumping to conclusions. Kanji adds that, get this right, he heard this from a guy in class. He said he was talking shit on the 2 girls who died. I'm not surprised, I've heard it myself. But Kanji said, in more detail, it was stuff like, it's no surprise that people are unfaithful or run away from home meet a bad end. He doesn't know, maybe the guy was exaggerating, but everyone seems to hate him. But Yosuke can picture him actually saying it though. He just never shuts up about him last year when he moved here. Not that he remembered everything he said. Yosuke seems to get something out of Kanji's bag, snacking on it. Kanji says, even if it's a little true, it pisses him off. The dickhead's a teacher for God's sakes. But Yosuke advises Kanji to not waste his energy getting pissed at that clown. Kanji agrees, but realizes Yosuke is eating something, asking, what is it? Animal crackers, Yosuke responds. Kanji getting mad, saying, those are mine, damn it! He was so pumped about finding the penguin today. Yosuke's confused, but Kanji confidently adds, the secret animal cracker! He was eating them, and he didn't know? Yosuke is shocked he cares for animal-shaped biscuits, saying he should have said something then. Kanji relents, saying, oh well. But Yosuke complains, saying, it won't fill him, and let's just go to bed. Kanji not taking it well, saying, that's all you gotta say after taking the snacks. We get to the best positions we could have in this tight space, as Yosuke asks Kanji if he has more space on his side. But he can't sleep there, his back's gonna break if he does. Yosuke seems fine with that answer, and then asks another question. Why did he come to our tent? But he's already told Yosuke, what's wrong with him? As Yosuke thinks it's a good time as any, so he wants Kanji to be honest with us. Kanji seems confused. Yosuke wants to know if he's really, well, we want to know if we are gonna be safe around him when we sleep. That infuriates him, saying, what's that supposed to mean? He already told us he's not like that. We get up as Yosuke defends, saying, why is he so hot and bothered by it then? It just makes him more suspicious. Kanji says, hell no! And it was settled already, damn it! Right now he's, well, he doesn't know how to put it. Yosuke tells him to not try it off, it's freaking him out. But he tells him he doesn't have a problem being around girls now. But can he prove it, Yosuke rebutted. Kanji confused, but Yosuke just wants proof, or he'll be scared half to death. And Kanji gets in his mind when Yosuke tries to protest to head to the girls' tent. That dumbass is gonna get himself killed. Yosuke tells me to stop him, but honestly, I wanna see what happens, motivating Kanji as he chants to hell with King Moron as he lets out a battle cry running to the girls' tent. Whatever happens, happens, as we go back to hopefully get some sleep. As we're conversing, since the sleeping arrangements honestly suck, a familiar voice asks if we're awake. Yosuke seems a little grumpy, saying, what are we doing here? This is the guy's side. But the voice being Chie tells us to let them in. Yosuke says, don't be ridiculous. If King Moron finds out, we'll be expelled. Go back to their tent. But it seemed to be late, as the drunken King Moron stammers past as Yosuke relents, saying to come in. Yosuke asks, why are they even here anyway? Saying, it's Kanji, he's out cold. They don't know what happened, he just came in and then fainted on the spot. He got his ass beaten, and Yukiko's reaction probably means she did it. But there was no way they were sleeping with him laying there, and you know, if we woke him up, he'd make a fuss, so they left him there. Yosuke seems confused, saying, it makes no sense. He busted into the tent and then suddenly passed out. We can't ask more questions. King Moron stammers past, talking about being insolent and indecent, as Yosuke tells me to cut the lights, and I do, not making a sound. Asking if we're in there, I say, no. And is Hanamura asleep? He says, yes, fast asleep. King Moron tells him not to be cute. Hanamura, shut up and go back to bed. And walks past. Yosuke saying that took a couple of years off his lifespan. Chie agreeing, saying we almost got expelled. And Yosuke blames them for it. Chie gets mad back, asking what else were they supposed to do. But they can't leave now. They'll have to sneak out before the others wake up. Is that good enough? Yosuke is confused, saying, why is she so pissed off for? Chie says, you better not do anything funny while we're asleep, got it? As Yosuke seems to be insulted, saying, we didn't say they could. Damn it, you still owe us for this. Enough, Yosuke. I just want to go to bed, man. June 18th. The second day of the school camp. Hopefully it's better than the first. We got dismissed in the morning, but with Yosuke's desire to see the waterfall, we went there. Wow, it even had a rainbow as well. Yosuke's beaming with joy, saying we're the only ones here. Yosuke wonders what is Kanji's problem. Kanji's mind is a blur, saying it's just he thought he got pissed and ran out of the tent last night, which did happen, but it's so weird. Was it a dream? When he woke up, he was back in Yosuke's tent. Chie quickly tells him it was a dream, yeah, must have been. Kanji says, okay. Confused, they dragged him back after beating him up. Poor dude. But Yosuke seems excited, saying, let's go swimming. I don't trust that water. Kanji passes on swimming because he's still all stiff. Yosuke stares at both Yukiko and Chie, though, as they look confused, saying, why is he looking at us for? If we want to go swim, go right ahead. But Yosuke reminds them that they owe us. Kanji seems confused as Chie panics, telling Yosuke neither of them are going in there. But she does owe him, but... oh yeah, we didn't bring our swimsuits with us. Ah man, of all the luck. Yeah, how unfortunate, Yukiko adds. Yosuke attempts a little gaslighting, saying he sees how it is. We put up for dinner, we saved them from King Moron, and now they won't have fun in the river. Chie tries to tell Yosuke it's really too bad. But if only we had a swimsuit, letting out a nervous laugh. Yosuke proudly brings out swimsuits for both Yukiko and Chie, saying he got them covered. Jeunesse brand originals from their new line of swimwear. He had his clerk friend choose them. Pretty swanky, yeah? I don't know, Yosuke, this ain't it, bro. This is gonna backfire so bad. Especially from the girl's reaction. Yosuke smirking, saying, let's all go swimming. Chie wonders, should they just really do it? As Yosuke mimics what Chie said, making her groan. And then we were really looking forward to dinner as Yukiko groans as well. And he wonders what happened if we didn't help them last night. Chie gets the point getting mad, saying, yeah, sheesh. You never let things go. Yosuke says, that's more like it. This feels wrong on so many levels, Yosuke. But some time passes as Yosuke wonders how far do they two go to get change. Chie sighs, saying, let's get in, as they come out with their swimsuits on. Not bad, but it's obvious Yosuke's loving it, and it seems Kanji too. They tell them to stop staring at them like that. I decided to say, looking cute, Chie. She seems to stammer, asking, what's with me all of a sudden, seeming pleased by that. Yosuke is saying this is going even better than he expected, and it kind of makes up for Mystery Food X, but they have to admit, he chose some good suits. They seem to be surprised by that statement. Yosuke, stop. He doesn't, adding those girls might be childish on the inside, but he bets they're going to turn into fine-looking women before too long. Asking my opinion. I say I don't know about that as in the sense of Yosuke, please fucking stop, man. Because the girls have now decided we've crossed a line and launched us into the river, and it's freezing. Thanks, Yosuke. But Yosuke realizes that as well, and shouts, they didn't have to push us, before Chie reminds him that they were going into the river anyway. I was too busy panicking to notice they had launched Kanji into the river until he was in there. Yukiko says that was close. Kanji gets mad, saying, what was that for? He did nothing! Sneezing from the cold, Yosuke shouting, what's gotten into them? Yukiko seems to notice something, as we do as well. It seems King Moron is vomiting upstream. Kanji looks at Yosuke and he says, don't say it. This was hell, and it's all Yosuke's fault. But it's finally time to head home, and Nanako, with a cheery smile, asks how it went. I will never tell another soul what happened, as do farming with her, and then heading to bed, wishing to never be reminded of the last 2 days. June 19th. Looking like a fine day to start off with some Tanaka's amazing commodities. This time I decided to grab the Power Belt Herbal Pill combo for 4,980 yen. Kanji's gonna pack a punch if we ever enter the TV world again. Exploring the floodplain again, I found the dog from the Emma request. Talking to it gently once more, it seems like it will trust me maybe next time. I hope so, but he leaves. I'll have to wait for another time. But I found the lost twin sister while on my trip around. I just have to notify her sister, if I can remember where she is. But that can wait, as it's bromance time with Yosuke. As we head to the riverbank, Yosuke seems to be holding something. He looked down, saying it's a print club sticker he took with Saki when he first got here, and she insisted on taking it. Back then, deep inside, he thought he was above Inaba. People saw him as the enemy because Juness was going to ruin the shopping district. But when he first met her, she said, parents are parents, you're you. Even if she didn't mean it, it made him happy. Because of her, he started to think maybe Inaba wasn't all that bad. But then, I somberly say, she died. He breaks down crying out, why did she have to die? It pisses him off. It makes him mad. He wanted to talk with her more. He wanted to know her better, but she's not here anymore. Breaking down into tears, but he gets it now. He wanted to forget about Saki and how she's not here anymore. He just wanted to forget about his boring life in the middle of nowhere. When the murders started, he honestly got excited. There's finally a point of being at Inaba, and he can forget Senpai is gone, and the fact he was such a loser. He didn't take the first step as he apologizes to me and Saki. I tell him to take it slow. He nodded, his eyes red from crying. He believes he's awake now, and he needs to get over the fact that Saki isn't coming back. And when this case ends, he'll have nowhere to run, and he won't have changed. And I made him realize that Yosuke sees me as someone to rely on as our bond deepens. I make sure he's feeling alright after his breakdown, like a good friend I am, and head home. During the evening, there's a report about Rise Kujikawa taking a temporary leave of absence from the entertainment industry. As the reporter hounds her, asking all sorts of questions, Rise responds to them saying health isn't the issue. They ask if it's psychological, which catches her off guard. As the words keep going, saying you're going to Inaba, you know murders have been happening there, right? And is it true that your family owns a tofu joint? Will you help the family business? As her agent shoves the vultures as the conference erupts into chaos. Nanako asks if she's quitting her job on TV. Dojima responds, who knows, but Inaba is her hometown. We'll have to deal with everyone who's trying to get a glimpse. His work seems like it's gonna get more difficult. An ad plays for what seems to be a drink of sorts that will slim you down. Maybe Hanako should try it. But Dojima, being an old man, says, Rise Kujikawa, huh? The one good thing about this town is it has nothing of note, but now we got all of the buzz. Just what is going on? He's got a point, but it soon turns late, and I head to bed. June 20th. Heading to school like any other day, and Kanji meets me. Seems like he stayed up, apologizing, saying he hasn't woken up yet. Telling me that the shopping district seems different today when he passed by. Like it's hustling more than usual. He wonders what might be going on. I say I can smell a case behind it. He seems to be confused by the smell and says I'm sounding like Teddy. But it didn't seem like the police were involved in what was going on there though. But he thinks he'll ask around school. I'm assuming it might be related to Rise being in town, but I guess it's only a matter of time. I'll have my theory confirmed. But before school starts, Kanji comes strolling into our classroom. Chie is impressed he's been coming to school lately. What's up? Kanji's answer that it's due to this annoying thing called mandatory attendance policy. Yosuke looks disheartened, saying, looking at him reminds him of the school campout. Yeah, Yosuke, Kanji's right. We agreed never to utter those words, so shut it! But Kanji asks if we've heard the news. Chie responds, that's right, Rise Kujikawa is taking a break from Showbiz? She wonders why though. She was just getting popular as of late. Yosuke adds that goes to prove that being an idol is tough work. I'm confused, this is the first time I've really heard about her. But Yosuke takes it as a shock, asking, what's wrong with me? She's all over media. It hasn't been long since her debut, but she'll be a top-class idol in no time, and tells us he's a fan. She's such a cutie pie. Chie calls Yosuke 80 for using the word cutie pie. But Chie remembers that she did used to live here, so she must have local fans. Yukiko adding, the news said she's going to her grandmother's tofu shop, right? Asking, do they mean Maryuku? Yosuke's never heard of it, but Yukiko says, Maryuku tofu. Their inn was serving their tofu until recently. Yosuke finally realizes what she's talking about, saying, he passes by that place all the time. And wait, does that mean he could meet Rise if he goes there? I say I'm not interested, as Chie tells us we're getting a little sidetracked from the point. As she brings up, have we forgotten about the murders? Yosuke, you're the one who said that the connections between the victims might be the TV. Yosuke tried to downplay it, saying it's not like she started showing up on the TV recently. How could she be connected to the incident so far? He seems to have a realization as Yukiko joins in, saying she did some research on the matter. She didn't have any personal interactions with Miss Yamano, but they've been on the same show once or twice, and Chie adds she might have been an idol for a while, but she's the talk of the town thanks to the news last night, and she's moving here too. Yosuke realizes that if our assumptions are correct, then she fits the pattern, and she'll likely get targeted next. And if she is, it will narrow down the killer's methods even further. Kanji is oblivious, so Yosuke teaches him preschool style, telling him, listen carefully. If Rise's next, then it rules out our theory on the targets having to be connected with the first case. And that means the killer targets people who have shown on the TV recently. Get it now? Kanji responds more in a daze than knowing what we're even talking about. But Yosuke, becoming a stalker now, says, we need to keep an eye on everything Rise does. I agree with you, Chie. He seems more pumped, maybe a little too pumped. School itself, though, it wasn't too eventful. I got a question right, like usual, and then headed to the floodplain to find the dog, and he's where he was last time. I talked to him gently, and it doesn't try to run this time. It seems to like me, so I let it eat a steak skewer, and it got happy, and seems to run away energetically. It should return to its owner now, hopefully. I say that's mission complete. I should head to the Fox on a rainy day and give it the good news. And I decided to hang out with Chie today. We did a little training and then head to Aya to eat, to enjoy the simple things in life. Chie says she can feel the meat and rice flowing through her veins. I look at her food, saying it looks delicious. She can't recommend the steak bowl enough. She replies the sauce is to die for. She says she needs to work hard and pump herself up, or else she can't pull us out of a jam, right? Especially Yukiko. She wants to be able to protect her. She looks away in hopes that she isn't straining herself, asking if it makes me worry also. I tell her Yukiko isn't that weak. She asks if I think that. She doesn't seem fully convinced, and she says she'll make herself stronger for Yukiko, and I should keep it up. She knows her and Yosuke joke with me a lot, but they're all counting on me letting out a laugh. I can feel Chie's burning passion as our bond deepens. But now all the talking is making her hungry, asking for another fried rice with meat, asking what I would like. Chie, I haven't even finished my first. But me and Chie hang out a little bit longer, and then we go our separate ways, and then I talk to the main man himself, Dojima. As I ask him about the newspaper article, he looks at me, seeming confused at first, but saying yes, he found it. Was I worried about it? He looks away with a scowl on his face, and it's about Chisato, his wife. When she was killed in a hit and run, I suspected that to be true. He tells me, I've told you before, right? About the case, we never had a suspect. Get it now? There's nothing more he can say about it in this house. I say, then let's take it outside, genuinely concerned for my uncle, which cuts him off guard, saying, you win, as he sighs. She's Nanako's mother, was run over on her way to pick up Nanako at the nursery school. It was a cold day, and there was no witnesses, so didn't find her until much later, waiting for a mother who would never come. He couldn't tell Nanako that her mother was killed, that her father, whose job it is to catch criminals, couldn't find a single lead, but he hasn't given up. He will catch him, and he doesn't need a private life to do that. Nanako will understand. I ask if that's what Nanako wants. That catches him off guard, saying, even if it's not what she wants now, she will understand. Someday. He has to tell himself that. Dojima looks exhausted as he asks to be alone for now. I respect it, standing up and walking away, before he stops me for a moment, saying with a solemn, thank you. I feel our bond deepen with those words. And I leave Dojima to think on his own and get some rest. June 21st. With school finishing and the miserable weather comes in, which means two things. One, I have to check the Midnight Channel, and two, it's time to head to the shrine and talk to the Fox about the success of the Emma request, which the Fox jumps for joy over, checking the offering box and is pleased as our bond deepens. When I have time next, I will have to go get another request from them. When I'm free next, which might not be anytime soon, as when I got home and I checked the Midnight Channel, it's Rise Kujikawa. Or at least, it looks like her. It seems to be focusing on her more intimate areas. I guess that's how people see her. I get a phone call from Yosuke, asking if I saw that. That was Rise! I agreed with him, saying he thought so, but he realizes he shouldn't be excited due to the chance of her already being kidnapped, and we should head to Maruku Tofu tomorrow, and his heart's pounding already, and tells me he'll see me tomorrow. I think Yosuke's having a little too much fun with this. Whatever. With the plan set, I head to bed. Ryuku, just like Chie, I'm not surprised. But Chie wonders, was it really Rise on the Midnight Channel? Didn't she seem a little different? Yosuke knows it's her, no doubt about it, listing her curves, her posture. Yosuke, I think it's best that you stop, especially when he enrages Chie with his stares. But he's positive of slapping Kanji on the back. Kanji asks, though, if we're going. He doesn't really care for celebrities, but it's not like he's got anything better to do. So, sure, he'll tag along. Unfortunately, Yukio and Chie already had plans for today, but to give them a call if anything comes up as they leave. Well, that leaves me and Kanji to have to take care of Yosuke. He says, shall we get going? And remember, we're not spectators, we're doing an investigation. I feel like he's gonna say something degenerate, but we will have to see as we head to the shopping district. It seems like what people have been saying was right. It seems like it's way more popular than normal, as Adachi seems to be left with the grunt work as he says, Aye, these gawkers keep streaming in with their cars, trying to park in the middle of the shopping district. Kanji wonders, why's that? Adachi says, haven't we heard? Rise Kujikawa's here. Then asks if we've seen her already, wondering if she's really in there. But it seems Adachi misread his question. Kanji meant, why is he doing traffic control? The reality is, the Inaba police station isn't that big, so they don't have enough staff, but he still has to work to do, and he'll see me later, leaving. I think Adachi was intimidated of Kanji. Even Yosuke is saying, dude, you managed to scare up an active police detective. But he defends himself, saying he wasn't trying to scare him, he was just said what he says, thinking. But Yosuke agrees it's a little weird for the police to come out like this. Seriously, I don't think people are coming from all over to see the idol, uncaring for the people who live here. That, and like Yosuke said, she doesn't seem to be a target for the killer in Inaba. But we might get a little confirmation as my uncle comes out of the tofu shop, wondering where Adachi is, saying, damn it, I told him not to leave his post. He notices us, saying, what are we doing here, and is shocked to see Kanji asking if we're friends with him. Kanji looks away, grumbling, like it's none of your business. Dojima says, if you say so, but he'll ask again, why are we here? I be honest and say I want to see Rise. He lets out a, and as Yosuke's panic is saying, well, who wouldn't want to check it out if they found out an idol's family runs an ordinary tofu shop, and he's a big fan? Dojima lets out a hearty sigh, saying, fine, but remember, she might be a celebrity, but she lives here. Try to not bother them too much, as he leaves. Kanji asks me, that cop's your uncle, eh? What the hell was that? Why are we under suspicion? Yosuke is honest and says they've taken us in once before. 100% your fault, by the way, Yosuke. But we can't tell him everything. If we say anything about the other world, he'll look even more suspicious. And they'll be watching us all the time. Kanji agrees with Yosuke as a regular passerby says she's not here, only the old lady. The next guy next to him says, might have just been a rumor, and it was fun while it lasted, as they both leave, and so does everyone else. Yosuke seems to be annoyed more than anything, saying, a rumor? She's not here? Seriously. Kanji teases him, saying, you sound like the world's about to end. Yosuke lets out a shut up! Anyways, now that all the people are gone, we might as well check inside, and he'll buy something. I recommend Yosuke the Momen tofu, as he tells us he can't actually eat tofu. But Kanji saves the day, telling him to order the gunman doki. Yosuke asks if that is a kind of rice cake in it. This man knows nothing, as Kanji tells them there's no rice cakes in them. They're sort of like fried tofu patties with veggies and stuff mixed in, as he gives Yosuke a crash course on it. Didn't know Kanji was that passionate for it. But Yosuke smiles, saying, oh, he gets what Kanji means now. Yeah, he could probably eat that, as we all walk inside. As we enter the store, Yosuke has a look at the items, saying, sure enough, the only one here is your typical old lady, letting out a sigh. Kanji, being straightforward, says, dude, why don't you just ask if she's in the back? Saying, excuse me to the lady at the sink as the old lady comes out, which caught us off guard, as Yosuke says, what the? Then who's that? The girl looks up, that appears to be Rise, as the old lady walks away and Kanji approaches her. She looks confused as he asks her straight up, are you Rise? She responds, yeah, so? She seems tired, but me and Yosuke make our way to her. Yosuke opening, saying, "No way, are you really Reset?" Rise seeming tired of all the eyes, saying, "What do you want?" That caught him off guard, saying, "Huh? Oh, sorry, some tofu, please." Rise asks, "What kind?" Yosuke can't remember what Kanji recommended, seeming a little scatterbrained. Rise gives Yosuke ideas of types of tofu to buy, saying if you're going to eat it by yourself, she recommends the silken, but Momon's better for cooking, depending on how you use it. He doesn't seem to have his head on straight, as he asks Kanji to order something. That takes Kanji now off guard, saying, "Why are you making me do it? You already decided Ganmo a second ago." But he says, "Dude here wants free Ganmondoki." Rise says she'll go get him. As she's grabbing them, Yosuke says she's nothing like she seems on TV and wonders if she's just tired. But man, it's really her. He's so glad he came. Mission complete. Then he realizes we haven't actually done what we came for, as he tries to break the ice, asking Rise if she's noticed anything weird lately. Rise confused by that word, but asks, does he mean stalkers? And we're a fan of hers? Kanji says, wouldn't say we are, but the guy is a huge fan. Yosuke gets mad at Kanji for letting it slip as Kanji continues, mocking Yosuke by saying, her curves, her posture, even her beautiful slim legs. You finished checking them out yet, Yosuke? Yosuke gets furious at Kanji, saying, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Saying, he didn't say that, he never said any of that. Yeah, sure you didn't, Yosuke. He shakes his head, then asks Rise, you may already know, but it's dangerous in Inaba lately. That's why we've been investigating some stuff. Rise lets out an uninterested, oh yeah? But Yosuke continues asking if she knows about the TV show that comes on at midnight. It's not regularly scheduled programming. He doesn't know how to put it, as she says if he's talking about the Midnight Channel. Yosuke doesn't seem to process her words for a moment until it does, saying, wait, what? You mean you saw it last night? She heard some rumors from some friends of hers, but that girl that was on isn't her. She's never filmed wearing that swimsuit before, and that bus line? Yosuke seems confused as she says, hers aren't that big. Yosuke saying, oh yeah, I see what you mean. And he brings it back with a, oh, what am I saying? And he's so sorry. Rise seems to be in a happier mood, saying, don't apologize so much, and he's funny. Yosuke is happy, saying, hey, she smiled. She doesn't respond to those words, but she does ask us, what is that show anyway? Yosuke is honest in saying, we don't know either. But, you know, there's been some stuff happening here, right? We think the people who appear here get kidnapped next. She's surprised, which Kanji catches, saying he knows it's sudden, but we're not lying. Yosuke adding, that's why we thought you should know about it. Rise says something about it not being a dream. She was tired yesterday, but she couldn't sleep. And it was raining, so she decided to try that rumor. She ponders for a moment and thanks us, saying she'll be careful as soon after she has our free Ganmo for 600 yen. But she added an extra tofu for everyone as a little thank you for worrying about her. Yosuke is gracious for the gift. Kanji asks Yosuke since he can't eat tofu, does he want him to take his? Yosuke responds with a hell no, he always eats what people give him. Fair enough, Yosuke. But that was kind of Rise. I can have this for dinner, heading home. Dinner at the Dojima household. Nanako says, we have a lot of tofu. Dojima replies with a, yeah, it tastes great. Something is on his mind as he asks me about that meeting with Rise. What did we talk about? I'm honest and say the case, which gets him shocked and a little mad, telling me with authority that he told me to keep my hands off this. This is a job for the police. He shakes his head, getting his composure back, saying, forget it. He shouldn't have brought it up. Nanako moves past what just happened and is more impressed that we met Rise. Dojima sighing once again, saying, yeah. Nanako now notices the tension between us, asking if we're fighting. Dojima responds with a fast, of course not. And hurry and finish your dinner, as we eat in silence, still feeling the intense atmosphere. With time passing, it's now midnight again. Let's watch to see if Rise is safe or not. As it's more or less the same as before, focusing on her intimate parts once more, but since the image is clearer, it's obvious that it's Rise now. I think about calling Yosuke, but I think it's best to hold off until we head to HQ after school, and I get some rest. June 23rd. We all meet up at Jeunesse after school and talk about the Midnight Channel. Yosuke starting off saying it had to be Rise. It even showed her face this time. Yukiko adding that we now know one more thing. The ones that the culprit is targeting are, I say, broadcast on TV. Yosuke agrees, saying, exactly. So we can rule out the assumption that all the victims are connected to the incident with Miss Yamano. And for Rise, he had a quick peek and she's still in the shop, so he's guessing that the TV show thing doesn't appear until after the person enters the TV. Yukiko joins in with Teddy, said before that it might be the victim's own creation upon entering that world. She didn't understand that at first, but now she feels it to be true. The ones who appear on the TV is the other self. Maybe the victim's true feelings are shown unconsciously. Chie questions that. We see them on the Midnight Channel before they disappear. You know, when it's still really fuzzy and you can't tell who it is. How do you explain that part? Yosuke says it always happens before the person appears, thinking it's some sort of advance notice. Chie comparing it to a ransom note. But who are they announcing it to? And for what? Yosuke tells Chie to ask the killer. There's still a bunch of stuff that he doesn't understand. Yukiko wonders if we see those images for a reason. Chie asks for her to elaborate. She says if the Midnight Channel shows the victim's true feelings, maybe it does the same for the culprit. Maybe we're seeing the culprit's true intentions. Yosuke sees it as a possibility. The killer does throw people into the TV after all. That means they must have the same power as us. Chie has a little far-fetched idea of the killer saying, I'm gonna attack someone now, and that's what we see on TV. Yukiko doubts it, but Yosuke thinks if we want to go that far, we might as well say that that's the basis for the entire world, like it's some mix of minds of victims and the killer, or maybe it's everyone's mind. I think that makes sense, but like what Chie said, nothing makes sense with that world. Chie notices Kanji hasn't said a thing, asking him if he's still with us. Kanji sounds like he's woken up from a day saying, of course. No, he's just, lost in thought. Yeah, alright, Kanji. Chie brings it back, wishing she knew what that world was all about, as Teddy's explanations have so many maybes in them. She doesn't understand a first thing about it. Yukiko wonders why would the culprit throw people inside the TV in the first place. Yosuke believes they must know that people die when they're in there for long enough. There's no doubt about that. It's attempted murder. So the TV is a good way to do that since the police can never prove anything about the crime. Kanji seems in his own world saying, murder, huh? So the killer's got a grudge against certain people? Well, he knows a shitload of people who's got his number, but he asks Yukiko if anyone hates her so bad they'd get rid of her. Yukiko says no without thinking. It seems Chie might know something, as she says there's always a slight chance and you might not realize it. But if we're trying to think of a common grudge someone would have against all the victims, she's drawing a blank. But Yosuke says the good thing is we have another shot of getting ahead of the killer. We can leave talks about the motive aside for now, because once we catch him, we'll make him talk. The only thing we can be sure of now is Rise's in danger. Chie asks if we're doing another stakeout. Yosuke agrees, saying, hell yeah, we'll catch him this time. Seems like we're all agreeing, heading to get some snacks first. Talking about things like donuts and milk, Yosuke wanting disposable diapers for some reason, and Chie says they don't have them, but Janesse does, Yosuke responds. Kanji asking if we're done and we can pay for our stuff. And it seems like fate brought us together again as Adachi appears, noticing us as he looks away. Yosuke is surprised to see him, asking what brings him here. Adachi is honest and says he's doing legwork and complains about having to do babysitting detail. Yosuke seems confused, but he says it's nothing too serious. And it's not like Dojima ordered him here and asked what we're up to. Buying snacks? Yosuke says we're about to head over to the tofu shop to see Rise. Adachi looks disgruntled and says he was just on his way there as well. Chie asks if we would like to go there together, telling us, come on, he's a detective on active duty, not a bad guy to have around. Adachi seems confused by Chie's words, but we head over there, and we hang around and talk. It seems like Rise is just tending the shop. So far, so good. As the girls stay close, we pace around the street. We take a moment to stop as Yosuke gets mad, saying, don't stop, the culprit might be suspicious. Kanji being a little tired, saying, we've been walking past here for like 1,000 times already. Adachi seems to be having fun with us, likely knowing what we're doing, saying, come out you bastard, we're ready for you. A little overboard, Mr. Detective, but Yukiko seems to notice something as we look up. It seems to be a hardcore Idol fan trying to climb up a pole. Don't see that every day, but now that we've seen him, he slides down and then bolts for it, and we give chase. The suspicious man is stopped before the road with the cars, telling us to not come any closer. Kanji tells him to shut up, and what kind of idiot would listen to? He cuts off saying he'll do it. and we're gonna do it, and what's gonna happen if he gets run over? He seems to be very serious. Adachi seems to realize the situation he's in, trying to say if the suspect gets injured, the police will be held responsible. They'll get really angry, and he takes a step closer to the road, saying he'll do it. He swears, so get out of here and stop chasing him. Yosuke wonders what we should do, honestly. I'm not sure, but I think maybe tackle him from behind if that's possible. But it seems that Yosuke has a plan, saying, on your marks, look, over there, a Martian! That gets the guys interested as we grab him before he can do anything dangerous. We cornered him as he gets mad, saying, how dare we insult an ordinary citizen, like Kanji shouts at him, saying, shut the hell up, murderer. We're taking your punk ass in. He seems to panic, confused why that Kanji means by murderer. Chie telling him it's no use playing dumb, but he tells us, well, wait a sec, he just really likes Rosette, so he just wanted us to peek into our room and to look. All he has on him is a camera. Adachi soundly says, yep, you're the culprit, alright. No two ways about it, and we'll take it from here, showing his badge, telling him he would like to hear his story down at the station. And oh, how he's waited so long to use that line. The man pleads Adachi to let him go. He didn't do anything wrong. He knows for a fact that it's not a crime in this country to take secret pictures, but Adachi tells him, you don't understand what's happening here. You're under suspicion of murder, as he puts cuffs on him, saying, wow, it went better than he thought, thanking us for the help, but then tells us to stop getting involved with this stuff. It's dangerous, and he knows that Ojima is worried sick. And with that, he makes the culprit walk with him to the station. Yosuke wonders if it's really over. Kanji says the rest is up to the cops. Chie saying, guess the killer was a pervert, just like we thought. But wait, does that mean the case is closed? Seriously? Awesome! We want to celebrate, and Yosuke thinks we should tell Rise the good news now that she'll finally be safe. Rise's grandmother comes out asking if we would like some tofu, but Yosuke tells her that we're here to see Rise. And she replies, oh, you've come to see Rise? Well, she seems to have gone out, unfortunately. Yosuke seems confused since she was just here, but she tells us she does that sometimes. She'll just wander out without a word. And we must forgive her. She's quite worn out in many ways. Yosuke seems to be worried by those words, but Adachi seems to be in high spirits, saying, don't worry too much. She must have just stepped out. I mean, we just caught the guy, which confuses him as Adachi tells him, we'll discuss it later, saying we'll excuse him. He's going to take the guy for questioning. Adding he can't wait to see the look on Dojima's face leaving. Yukiko says she left without saying anything. Could that mean? Oh no, Yosuke thinks we should look for her, since she couldn't have gone that far. Good idea, Yosuke, but it's no luck. It seems not even the neighbors saw her. Chie is optimistic, saying we might not be looking in the right places, but where could have she gone? I agree, Yosuke, this isn't good. But Kanji is right, it's gonna rain tonight, so if she's not here, then I hate to think about it, but midnight soon comes in, and so does the rain. It's time to find out. It's Rise, alright. Damn it! We failed, but Yosuke called me asking if I saw her on TV, and she's seriously about a bearing at all? Is it just him, or does these shows get crazier and crazier? He seems to be excited as I tell him we should rescue her quick. He agrees, saying her shadow self is probably gonna do whatever it wants again. But man, we couldn't prevent the kidnapping this time either, even when we knew who the culprit was this time. And that detective this afternoon was no help at all. Guess we'll just have to do everything ourselves, and ends the call, saying he'll see me tomorrow. I should probably get some rest now. Tomorrow is going to be a massive day by the looks of it. June 24th. Walking to school, I hear two guys in front of me talking about how one is bored and he's got nothing to do. He's thinking of going to Okina with the movie theater, shops, and cafes there. It should keep him entertained. It's also a great place for dates too. His girlfriend really digs it there, so he should see if she wants to go too. His friend complains a little, his friend rubbing his girlfriend in his face all the time, saying he hopes that crazy lady at the clothing store makes him buy something dumb and chugs some way too intense coffee. His friend tells him to stop being a hater. He doesn't mean it like that, and it's just a fun place to go with friend or girlfriend. And extends an invite to him for next time. They seem like great friends, but those luxuries elude me as after school the investigation team meets Teddy. He seems to be in the same mood as last time, as Chie asks if he's okay. He says he wasn't crying, and everyone was having fun out there, and we forgot about him. He was abandoned. Chie responds that we would never do that. Yukiko apologized, asking him if he was lonely. He confirms, saying he was bored. It made him listless. He's a useless bear. He doesn't even know what he is. He can't figure it out. No one came to visit him, but then he heard voices from our world. They were all having so much fun. He was so lonely he wanted to cry, but he couldn't. I think he's going insane, as Yosuke says Teddy's hollow inside, angering him, telling Yosuke to shut up and stop saying he's hollow. As Yosuke shouts back, don't snap it back at me. This is your world, isn't it? You're the one who said you just want to live here peacefully and made us promise to find the culprit. Chie comes to Teddy's aid, saying she's sure Teddy's just tired from thinking too much, right? Teddy responds with, he's alone. He just thinks too much, which makes him even lonelier. He was so sad that his heart could burst and cotton would fly out. Yukiko and Chie try to comfort him and to make him feel a little better, as Teddy asks if he could try and score with Yukiko and Chie one day. Chie is fine with it, but Yukiko is still sore with the events with her shadow. But Yosuke gets back on track, saying the reason we're here, asking Teddy how it's been over in the TV world, asking if a girl called Rise Kujikawa showed up, and can he sense anything. He seems confused, wondering, Rise Kujikawa, Yosuke seems disgruntled since Teddy can't say anything. His nose has been losing its edge lately, This adds to Teddy's doubts, calling himself a shabby bear, and soon he won't be useful at all. Then he'll be thrown away. I ask him if he can try harder, which he says he'll try. Maybe there's something he can do. Chie says then we will look for something that'll help him on his search, like last time. He gives us hope, saying he can't tell for sure, but he can sense someone's in here, and he thinks he'll be able to find her. He just needs some sort of hint. Well, that's all we should do for you, Teddy. But as I was about to join in on everyone else and leaving, he tells me directly, saying there's still a lot of things he doesn't understand, but I reassure him, telling him that I've got his back. He's very thankful for those words, calling me kind, and that he'll try harder from now on, as I feel a bond between me and Teddy forming, showing herself to be the Star Arcana. But Teddy tells me that he'll be waiting here. Well, guess we should find that hint for Teddy. My quest for info found me in all types of places, but before that I gotta check on the fox for my new quest. This time it's for a kid called Yoshitaka, asking God to give him friends. Sounds doable as the fox lets it a yip, and I can get back on my quest for hints. Of course, the first place I went to was talking to Rise's grandmother. She recognized me and tells me she'll leave without her knowing, and she hopes she's okay, and tells me about a guy with a camera that has been wandering around recently called a Papa Rat, or something. He won't stop coming back, but he's often at the floodplain. Heading to the floodplain, I see a guy. I ask him about the Papa Rats. He doesn't know much about them, but he did say he saw a cameraman and, around here sometimes. They're obviously out of town, so they caught his eye, but he hasn't seen them today. Well, I should try my luck tomorrow then, but as I was leaving, I saw a little kid. He seemed scared of me, saying he doesn't have any money. I tell him I don't want it. He wonders, saying, I'm not here for anything else, then, right? He doesn't have any friends, so nobody wants to talk to him. The boy seems down. It seems he's the one who had the Emma request. He tells me everyone talks about things he doesn't know, and right now, they're all collecting stickers. He has a sticker, but they all said that everyone has that one. If only had a rare sticker. He sees I actually have a sticker, the granter of your desires. He asks me for my sticker, and I give it to him. He seems quite happy and saying now he'll make lots of friends now, leaving. And final thing before I call it quits today, I heard someone in Yasagame is a massive fan of Reset. after finding him, I ask him for a status update as he tells me she's nothing bigger than the bomb she dropped about taking time off for R&R. Her blog has some hints, but there's also a lot of theories out there, and that seems to be his use, saying if I want a minute-to-minute info, ask the media, but it seems like Rise had a lot on her mind. Well, that's all I can get for now, until the Papa Rat himself appears, so I decide to work at the daycare to pass the time. The kids are as pushy as ever, as Yuto asks me for an arm wrestle. He's the champion, no going easy on him, but I feel my understanding increase as after hours I'm talking to Yuta and Eri arrives to pick him up, asking Yuta if he's getting along with me, and he shouts, "No!" and she doesn't have to pick him up as he leaves. Her face goes sour as she sighs. Eri asks if I like children. I say I do, and she says when you become a father, you'll probably help raise your kids like those TV dramas. She's jealous. She admits it's tiring. She doesn't hate him, but I say she has a problem with him. It's obvious, but she says it's more complicated than that. She sees I'm still a child as she smiles sadly. She doesn't like coming here because she has to run into the other mothers, but she lets out a little chuckle as she smiles wryly as I feel our bond deepen a little. Like if they were called the other mothers come up to Eri asking if it's okay for her to leave Yuta alone for this long. The others agree as she tells her that even if she's worried about the new caretaker being able to watch over her child, Eri agrees, apologizing for the trouble and if I'll excuse her as she leaves. Well, that's work for the day done as I head home, not without 6,000 yen in my pocket. And during the evening, just before going to my janitorial job, I help Nanako harvest some crops, planting tomatoes on their place, and then heading to my job. Same as always, cleaning, weird noises, forgot about it like always. I wonder if the nurse will be, holy crap, an old person! She approaches me saying good evening. She apologizes for what happened last time. When she was staring at my face, I just looked like someone she knew, asking if I work here. I tell her I'm a high school student. She says that's wonderful, and she has a granddaughter who's about my age. She went back home today, though. She thinks about it. Meeting me here is wonderful. A wonder? But she says flatly she won't be coming back here anymore. I say we should meet again. She tells me that this isn't a big town. We might run into each other eventually. She says she likes to take the sun in at the riverbank on her days off. The river sparkles so beautifully. It feels so good. It saddens her as she leaves. And like she heard me before, I screamed the nurse appears, that the room over there needs to be worked in. Perhaps I could, oh whatever, just get in there. Well, I can't say no. She tells me that everything should be in order. The patient who had been in this room left just a little while ago, and she wants me to mop the floor, and not to ask what happened here. I say I'd rather not know. She laughed it off, saying the patient who was here was just released today. He returned from the brink of death. He was a good patient that listened to her, plus he was the president of his company at a young age. He was handsome, didn't complain, and independent. He wanted to get desperate to be back to work, and thanks to that perseverance, he was able to leave even earlier than they had him scheduled to release him. He bowed to her, saying thank you for taking care of me, and then turned around and left. She looked down, saying everyone leaves. They only need her when they're her patients. In the end, they all leave. I ask her why doesn't she just switch jobs. She says, make it sound so easy, but that's to be expected. I'm still a high school student after all, and a stranger to Inaba. She smiles sadly. She thinks she's making no sense, and to forget about what she was saying. She'll ask another janitor to take care of this room, and to head home. The streets are dark, I shouldn't be here, and I wouldn't want to be caught by her. As weird as she always is, our bond deepens. Well, I can't say no to her as I get paid 5,000 yen, and then head home. June 25th. Heading to school on this dreary day as Chie says good morning, and it seems it will be raining all day today, but they said it's not going to last until tomorrow, so she doesn't think the fog will appear, but I say it will be okay for a while, but I don't plan on getting it done today, but it will depend on one thing, and sure enough, even during a thunderstorm, the Papa Rat himself is here. He'll let me know what I know if I trade information. I gave him all that I know, and in return, I got a hint from what Teddy is looking for. Something about her acting with a manufactured personality, and worrying about her real self and her idol self, but she was surely worrying about her real self. Well, with this hint, I should be able to find something. Heading to Jeunesse, gathering everyone, and then heading to the TV world. I tell Teddy the hint that I found, saying she's just like him, a delicate, sentimental type. And he senses something, wondering did he find her, and to follow him. Wherever he found ourselves is dark. The lights turn on. Oh, we know what it is. Yosuke thinks it's like the ones you always find in resort towns. Yukiko thinks he might be right, but her family inn doesn't have one. Sure. As Kanji says it bluntly, saying, "This is a strip joint, eh?" Teddy seems confused by strip. Oh, he knows what strip is. It's those things zebras have, right? No one responds as he repeats the joke. We want to avoid it as much as we can. Yukiko says it's so bright in here, her eyes hurt. Teddy thinks no one understands his joke, but before he can explain it, Chie asks if anyone can shut him up. Yukiko seems confused, probably spaced out, asking what were we talking about? This shuts Teddy up, thankfully, saying he won't say it again, and let's hurry on. Now we know where she is, it's time to save Rise. With a team of me, Yosuke, Yukiko, and Kanji, we tear up this striptease. Like the previous dungeons, each floor is a mini conversation happens. The second floor, Teddy asks me if I'm okay. He's getting a little drunk from all the pink. On the third floor, he seems to sense it, and he's right on the money as we encounter Shadow Rise for the first time. It seems Chie was the first to notice, and Yukiko confirms it as Shadow Rise thanks all of her fans out there, and thanks for coming today. Today, we're going to see every last inch of her. And what's that? We don't believe her. She laughs, saying, okay, then why don't we... Oh, but we won't be able to see with all this smoke, huh? Okie dokie, just follow her further in and she'll prove that she's every bit good as her word. As the title of the program appears, Kanji is surprised to say the least, saying, we just like that? That's going kind of far. Loud applause comes from somewhere, Chie commenting on it, making her sick. As Yosuke says, if people really are watching this, we gotta do something, and fast. Rise gets back on track, telling her resetters to not touch that dial. When we come back, they'll get a good long look at the real her, Mariyuku, as she runs deeper into the dungeon. Yosuke's right, we better move it because it sounds 1,000 times worse than just hearing a few nasty secrets. The shadows are louder than last time as Teddy comments on them being aggravated, and what we saw was what Rise was suppressing. She'll be in trouble at this rate. Kanji guesses he's on the rescue team now, and let's hurry up and go. Sounds good, Kanji. Shuffle Time decided to give me something on the third floor.
It fucking took long enough. Finally, my first skill up. What am I gonna get, though? That's the question. What did I get? Cleave turns into single shot. Isn't that, like, still arse?
Getting back on track, on the fifth floor, Teddy asks if I'm okay, and why don't we call it a day? He's feeling real dizzy. I'll be fine, Teddy, but the Shadow and Rise notices our presence, finally asking, since we came this far, are we fans of her? And seriously, it makes her so happy. Since we tried so hard, she wonders if she should do something special for us. But not here. We gotta prove our love just a little bit more. She'll be waiting. This seems to reinvigorate Teddy, saying he's gonna try harder. Alright, Teddy. On the sixth floor, she continues to motivate us, saying just a little more to go, and she's rooting for us. Teddy is confused, we're desperately trying to save her, but she's cheering us on instead. He doesn't know how to feel about this. Me neither, Teddy, but on the seventh floor, it seems we've arrived for our gift. But she's a little embarrassed, so she's gonna turn off the lights. Teddy says, she turned off the lights? That means... He gulped, asking if we're about to climb the stairway to adulthood. No, Teddy. However, this floor was a pain, but I found my way around, and where she was, she says, you came, and she's ready for anything. Teddy gulps again, asking if I'm ready. As I open the curtain and enter, she tells me it's her first time, and to be gentle. She's gonna turn them on now, okay? And in a blink, she was gone, replaced with a snake. The snake really liked to spread poison, but due to its very unfortunate weakness to being set ablaze, it went down really fast. After that matter was done, Teddy found himself feeling an immense feeling. Is this disappointment? He didn't get a chance to choose. Has he been fooled? And he just wants to go home now. I'm sorry, Teddy, but he has to keep pushing forward. On the 8th floor, what seems to be the real Rise is introducing herself as Rise Kujikawa and says, why don't I tell you fans a little about herself? She wonders what to say, but she ends up changing her mind, which seems to get under Teddy's fur. He seems to be attached to Rise, but Heading to the 9th floor, she wonders about her work, saying it's really fulfilling. She longed to be an idol since she was a kid. Every day's so much fun. Teddy agrees with her, saying it's because he's with us. Thanks, Teddy. On the 10th floor, he wonders her ideal guy. She guesses someone who's kind and clean. She doesn't think looks matter much. She doesn't actually like handsome-looking guys. It's what's in the inside really counts, right? Teddy sees, saying, someone inside is important, huh? But he's all empty. During that floor, I got another skill up.
What's this? Another skill level up, I see. I wonder if I'm gonna get anything good this time. Probably not. I mean, I got Matarunda. That was Matrikaja, whatever it's called. The party attack up. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's see. Alright, less XP. Fuck you too. Alright, we got luck up. Cool. Alright, what do we get? Rakunda has become Marakunda. Isn't that the minus defense one? Yeah, I think that is the minus defense one. Oh my god, I don't know these magic words. Oh! This is pretty good!
On the 11th floor, we reached the boss room, but before I did, I decided to go back to the bathhouse to try my luck. If I can be the boss here, I should be able to handle Risei's shadow. We give it a shot. It was pretty easy for me, but a fight for Yukiko's life, it could hurt her, and by God, it did. But with enough endless revives, it wasn't that bad, and even got something special as I was leaving via another skill up.
God dictates that I get another Magician Arcana while I'm trying to do Kanji Super Boss. Let's see what we get, baby. Oh shit, Mahama! Oh!
But with that done, and I've proved it to myself, I head back to face Risei's shadow, and she's standing next to a pole looking down on the normal Risei. She lets out a laugh, saying, they're all watching, all eyes are on her now. Risei tells her to stop, but she doesn't, asking, what's the matter? You want to show your stuff, don't you? How's this? She mocks her as she begs her to stop it. She's laughing at that, saying she wants me to stop. That's so funny. As it's even close to what you're thinking, you little skank. You're me, and obviously I'm you. Risei can't admit it, but the shadow continues to say, come on, look. She knows she can't tear her eyes away. This is her. This is who she really is. Not Reset, the fake celebrity. Look at the girl right in front of you. She's sick of the airhead cliche, who chokes down everything she's fed and takes it with a smile. Reset? Who the hell is that? There's no such person in this world. She's no one but herself. Come on, look at me. But Risei can't bring herself to. Shattered Risei says, well, then, if she'll prove it, she's going to show it all off. Let her naked truth be burned into our brains. But Risei can't take it anymore, and she says it.
No, don't say it! You're not me! Here it comes! Now, I'm finally myself!
Here we go!
Risei's shadow. I really don't have words to really say it, but she seems to be quite weak. She doesn't do that much damage just until she decides that I'm a finicky guest and uses supreme insight, analyzing everyone. Now, no matter what we did, we couldn't hurt her. We try our best, but it's just not happening. She sees everything and we're desperate. We don't know what to do, as Teddy says it's scanning us, as the shadow tells us analysis is complete, as she lets out a counterattack and asks if we can dodge it. But at this rate, it can't be. Yosuke's right. This isn't good. We seem to be scared for the first time. The concept of death might be on the table. We can't stop it as we're now. Teddy doesn't want it to, but he doesn't know what to do. I tell him to run, but he doesn't want to abandon us. He doesn't want to be all alone again, as the shadow winds up for another brutal attack, saying goodbye forever until Teddy gets between us and uses some kind of weird power as he goes berserk and makes his last stand. Everyone seems confused as whatever Teddy does makes a blinding white light appear and seems to defeat the shadow. We all confront Teddy to see if the big lug is still with us. Risking his life like that, Teddy asks if he helped. Yosuke reassures him that not only that, but he saved our lives. He's glad he didn't want to be alone anymore. Chie feels for him as his new paper fin form gets itself up, which only then does he realize his predicament, saying, "What in the world? His silky fur! He was so proud of it," crying out. But Yosuke says he looks like he'll be fine, he guesses, and we go to check up on Rise as she wonders where she is, apologizing, saying it's her fault. I tell her she can let it go. She looks confused and says, "Yeah," and laughs a little, wondering when is the last time someone said that to her. As she gets up to face her shadow, asking her shadow to stand up, she apologizes to her, saying she must have been in a lot of pain now. She's a part of her, but she kept refusing to admit she existed. She was trying to figure out who the real her was, but she now realizes now that she was on the wrong track. There is no real her. It doesn't exist. Teddy takes those words to heart. Her shadow and Rise, they're all born from her. All of them are her. The shadow accepts those words, becoming her persona. As she falls down from exhaustion, as Yosuke helps her up, she says she's alright, and remembers Yosuke as the one who came to the store, right? Yosuke says that's right, and these guys came with him. As we briefly introduce ourselves, she smiles, saying she thought she recognized us, thanking us as well. Chie tells her we'll explain everything later on, but for now she sees something. Yukiko asks her what's wrong. We face Teddy. He wonders, there's no real me? Something isn't right as Rise tells her to get back as something comes out of him, saying, "Real me, such foolishness." Something comes out, shocking everyone. It's hulking, and its eyes seem alien. It's Teddy's in the thoughts, but it also feels like something else. Rise seems to agree, saying she felt some powerful presence intervene. Teddy wonders what's going on as he turns around to see it looming over him. The being speaks. Its voice doesn't sound like Teddy. The truth is unobtainable. It will always be shrouded in fog. Though you reach through the murk and gloom and grasp something, you have no means to know it is the truth. In that case, why? What sense is there in yearning the truth? Close your eyes, lie to yourself, live in blissful ignorance. It is a much smarter way to exist. The normal Teddy doesn't understand his shadow. He's just making it sound difficult because Teddy's not smart. How rude. Maybe you can't tell, but he's thinking as hard as he can. He tells Teddy that it's those effects that he's calling useless. You are hollow, empty. At your core, you know this. You just cannot accept it. So you seek an alternate form, a denial of your nature. You have no lost memories. If you have forgotten anything, it is the truth. Teddy refuses to believe it, saying it's all a lie. The shadow asks Teddy if he should spell it out. You are but a mere... Teddy shouts for him to shut up, trying to attack him, but bouncing off of him. We call out for Teddy as the shadow directs his rant to us, saying, "We undergo suffering because of our search for the truth. This world is filled with thick, heavy fog. How can you find something when you know not what you are searching for?" I let him know there's a way to find it. He replies, "And thus you invite more suffering upon yourself. It is beyond my comprehension." He pauses and says, "He will grant us one truth.
You will all die here. You sought the truth, only to find death."
Damn it. How are we supposed to fight something like this without Teddy?
It's all right. Get ready, everyone.
Hey! Don't tell me you're fighting with us! You can't take it!
I'm okay. I should be able to take that bear's place. It's my turn to save you all.
Now that's nightmare fuel. The hulking Teddy takes more of a monstrous form as most of it sinks into the room itself. As he says, he'll give us the truth we claim so dear. The inescapable fact of our death here. This fight was quite brutal. Not too many close calls, but I did play it extremely safe. Bringing Yukiko was quite risky though. I didn't know that thing was an ice user. During the fight, he told us to stop struggling. Even if we resist, it will all come for naught, as he used a move called Ultra Charge, which led to the main attack, Nihil Hand, that I was not risking to be hit by. If fear had a name, it would probably be that. Thankfully, it seemed to use block. He removed all damage the attack did. He called us foolish, but my resolve is stronger than him. And with Yosuke got ready, he dealt the finishing blow.
Counting on you.
That was something, alright. But Yukiko asked Teddy, honestly, is that thing part of you, Teddy? Chie saying even Teddy had a hidden side. Teddy confronts it. He doesn't know who he is. He's thought of it a number of times that maybe there is no answer, but he's here and he lives here. I tell him he'll find it. He asks me honestly if he really will find it. Yosuke says, dude, we'll help you figure it out. Yukiko reassuring Teddy that we'll find out about you as we continue investigating this world. We all agree on touching Teddy's heart. He's one lucky bear, he cries, and after a moment he turns to face his shadow. But it seems that it's accepted Teddy, as it manifests as a persona. Teddy turns to meet us, wondering, is that his persona? Rise says she can feel strong power in it. It's awesome, Teddy, as she falls down tired. Chie asks if she's alright, remembering her persona work too. She's so sorry, she must be worn out. Yosuke agrees, saying we should head outside, and we do. At the entrance, Yukiko checks up on Rise, asking if she's feeling okay. She says she's fine, but she's worried about Teddy. Kanji asks Teddy if he'll be alright here. We gotta go back for now. Teddy is honest, saying he wants to be alone for a while. That surprises us, as he says his fur is all rough and coarse, and his nose hasn't been working too well either. So, while he waits for his fur to grow back, he's going to train hard. You got this, Teddy. He's starting doing the flattest sit-ups I've ever seen. Yosuke wonders what's gotten into him, but he shouts back not to talk to him. Please, as one more set, and another one. Kanji says we should leave the dude be. Comes a time when a man's got to stand on his own 2 feet. Chie says she's not sure this is really one of those times, but Yukiko says her and Chie will take Rise home. Yosuke agrees with that idea, saying she needs a lot of rest. We can talk to her once she's regained her strength. We'll agree on that. Chie hopes Teddy the best, as he proudly says to just kick back and wait for his wonderful comeback. Peace out. I said good luck as we leave. But Teddy has made some choice words for me, saying he said it before, but he can sense something special about me, and that's why he's gonna get stronger to find his special thing, and lets out a mighty cry. Well, for Teddy at least, as our bond deepens. And I respect Teddy's words, leaving him alone, now that Rise is safe and sound, but the mystery deepens. I wonder if we'll get any new insights with Rise's safety. Guess we'll find out eventually. At home, me and Nanako are having food to eat, as Dojima comes home, Adachi telling him to be careful, as Dojima complains about who built a step here. Adachi tells him it was the carpenters, and come on, taking his anger out in the house won't solve anything. Oh, Dojima's drunk it seems. As he says, hello Nanako, I'm back. Nanako doesn't know how to respond, so lets out a somber, welcome back. Adachi asks Nanako nicely if she could go and get Dojima's futon ready for him, which she agrees, leaving me and Adachi deal with a drunk Dojima. Adachi says, whew, he thinks he had a little too much to drink. That's quite obvious, Adachi, but Dojima gets to complaining, saying, how else is he supposed to deal with this crap? Friggin' fancy talking kid. He's been in this line of work since we were all learning our times tables. Adachi tells me what happened. Apparently, the prefectural police have sent a special investigation support because of the fact they haven't made any progress on the serial murders since the start of April. And this special support is supposedly a hotshot detective from a private agency. But you should have seen the look on his face when he saw him. He's only a kid my age. My age, huh? I wonder. Nah, I doubt it. As Dojima barks back, he's just a brat like any other nothing. He could do to help. He goes on about deductions and deductions. So no ways, the prefectures ought to be more careful giving brats to babysit. Condescending bastards. Adachi adds, the kid said as long as they can be of assistance solving the difficult case, he won't require a reward. And you can imagine the shine the higher-ups took after that, so we can't exactly turn him down. The Dojima shouts, Adachi! Adachi apologizes for his big mouth. The Dojima tells him he runs his mouth like this is all some kind of joke. It's his fault for jumping the gun and hauling that paper, Tom. Adachi can't argue, as he turned his anger to me, saying, "And you can take share of the blame too. Always wander at the crime scene whenever something happens." Oh, he knows. But Nanako comes to save the day, saying the futon's ready. And Adachi helps him up, saying, "Up and at 'em. Nanako got your futon ready all for you." As he gets up, mumbling incoherently, as Adachi takes him to his room. Nanako looks at me and says, he thinks it's Saki in here. I agree, but it's getting late. Hopefully the smell can air out tomorrow, though. June 26. After the events of yesterday, having a day off was surely needed, but Tanaka's Amazing Commodities was calling for me today. I bought the Myth-like sword and herbal pill combo for 9,800 yen. I've been needing stronger gear, but with that sorted, I remembered something back a few days ago and checked the floodplain before I can go down. I saw that kid again. I wondered what he's doing here. Apparently he was showing his friends the sticker I gave him. Apparently grown-up stickers didn't count and gives it back to me. But now he wonders where he could find a rare kid sticker. He doesn't know any, actually Nanako maybe. I'll ask her tonight, but for now, I head to the riverbank and sure enough, that lady from the hospital is just standing there, watching the ocean. I approach her. It takes a moment, but she recognizes me as the hospital janitor. She didn't expect to see me here. It's a nice day today. Would I take some time to talk to this old woman? I agree to that, making her happy. I introduce myself. She says it's a lovely name, and it suits me. She lived here all her life, but she doesn't know me. I tell her I won't be staying long. She gets I'm from the city, saying I may find it a bit inconvenient here, but she thinks it's a nice town. I couldn't agree more, minus the murners. She says that's nice to hear. It's good to hear pleasant things about your home. She realizes she hasn't introduced herself, saying her name is Hisano Kurada, pausing and saying she is deaf. I ask her what she means. She apologizes, saying she's merely saying foolish things. After some silence, she asks me, "You're still not used to this town, are you? If you ever have problems, she can give me advice," and she chuckles, saying, "Though, I'm sure you would rather spend time with younger ladies." With this exchange, I can feel our bond deepen, showing herself to be the deaf Arcana. She smiles, hoping that we can meet again, and we go our separate ways for the day. During the evening, I ask Nanako about children's stickers. She goes to have a look, as she comes back handing me a Tinkiri Man sticker. I thank her and she smiles. Only a matter of time to see if it works when I give him the sticker when I'm available next. But with nothing else to do, I check the fridge. There's a small bag of wasabi, and I licked it. Oh god, done that. The tears, they don't stop. This brings my courage to daring, but I'm not feeling well, so I just head to bed. June 27th. Starting the day off right by showing King Morin I know what identity is. Should have used an example of the fact that he's a fucking arsehole, but with a boost in my knowledge and school finishing for the day, I head to the floodplain to give the kid the sticker that Nanako gave me. He seems to recognize it and is happy, thanking me, saying it's so cool looking. He's sure they'll let him play with them after he showed it to them. I think good luck to the kid as he leaves cheerfully. I'll ask him next time how it went. After that, I decide to head to the blacksmith. He tells me that if I like to fish, could I give him an Inaba trout? My meaning in life has been questioned. Now I just need to find a bug net so I can catch bait. But I can get to what I came here for, selling some materials and then buying improvements to my equipment. And then I headed back to school to attend band class. We all assembled before we practice. The band captain asking if everyone is here, telling us bad news. He just got word that Takeru's been in an accident. This causes the band members to talk among themselves. The band captain tells us he's still talking. It's nothing serious from what he heard. He just fell off his scooter, but he hurt his arm. One of the members asks if it's broken. The band captain says no, but he guesses it's sprained. He's going to need some time to recuperate. We don't know when he'll come back, so it leads us to the next problem, the performance. Telling INA she'll be his replacement. This surprises us as she shouts out, okay. One of the female members are unsure. Doesn't the song we use have a trombone solo? The captain has faith in INA, asking the members if she wants to swap to trombone and do it herself. INA seems unsure, but the captain starts practice and asks INA to practice by herself and to try and catch up with the rest of us, okay? She agrees, saying she'll do her best. And with that, a little practice boosting my expression, class is over, as Ayane is engrossed with her practice. I wonder if I should tell her that class is over, which I end up doing, which after some deep focus from her, she breaks out of it. She then apologizes, saying, I startled her. Practice is over, huh? Some time passes, and she doesn't know the solo at all. She never imagined she'd be the one playing it. What should she do? But her doubt comes to the surface. She believes she can't do it. She'll screw it up. She can't do anything right. All she ever wanted to do was play the flute, but her parents said it was too expensive to buy one. They had a trombone in the closet, so they told her to play that instead. It's hard for a girl like her size to play such a huge instrument, but she had no choice. No matter how much she practiced, she just doesn't get any better. She's afraid of sticking out during practice, and now, as solo, she just can't. I put my belief into her. She nods silently with a smile. She apologizes, saying she feels a little better now. It's all so much. And she thanks me, and as long as I'm here, she thinks she'll be able to keep on trying. And I can feel with that, Ayane is relying on me, as our bond deepens. She tells me that she's going to stay and practice a little longer, but not to worry, she won't get discouraged again. I say goodbye to the enthusiastic Ayane and then head home. And during the evening, I spent it by hanging out with Dojima, and with hopes of our bond deepening in the future, I head to bed. June 28th. Kicking this entry straight off with soccer practice, boosting my diligence. After practice, the other players seemed worried about Daisuke, one asking him what's his problem. Is he hurt or something? Daisuke asks them what do they mean. Cal comes straight out as this is happening, saying that basketball practice finished before soccer today. It's a miracle! But the argument is still going. The guy is saying Daisuke is running like a fat kid with asthma, and he's letting guys drive right past him. Daisuke tells him not to worry. When he plays for real, he'll be fine. The guy in green jokes, saying, well, yeah, when he plays for real, he's a freaking juggernaut, laughing. Cal tells him he needs to play seriously. If you're not going to play for real at practice, then why are you playing at all? Daisuke is offended by this, asking, what's that supposed to mean? Cal asks him if he thinks he doesn't know. He says nothing, as the one who started it says, we should lighten up, but Daisuke gets in Cal's face, angrily saying, go on, say it, Cal. What do you mean? The air is thick. Cal says, why don't you ask yourself? Before anything serious could happen, a varsity player comes in and asks, what the hell is going on over here? As they are both locked in a heated stare down, the varsity player tells Daisuke to sprint over to the gym and give him 20 sets of burpees. He doesn't want to do it, but he gets going. As the girl from long ago appears again, asking if he's okay, he lets out a half-assed, kinda. She then asks when he's free, maybe next time. The varsity player gets annoyed, saying he's earned 5 more sets. She apologizes, asking if it's her fault. He tells her no need. He needs to practice anyway. She says she'll see him later as he gets to his punishment. I wonder what that was all about. As Cal apologizes for putting a damper on everyone's mood. As he tells me we need to talk, it's about him. But he says he has family stuff to do today though. Would next time be okay? I wanted to say anything for them, but my understanding wasn't high enough. So I went for the next best option and said no problem. He thanks me, and it seems very important to Cal. He tells me Daisuke really likes you, and Cal does too. I'm the only guy he can talk about him with. I can feel my bond with both of them deepen with those words. He apologizes one last time and gets going, and with that, practice is done, and I head home. I think about reading, and I end up deciding the gentle way. It might take 4 nights, but the boost in knowledge is worth that alone, and soon after reading, I head to bed. June 29th. School's over. Let's see if the plan worked, and it did. They already knew about it, but he did make friends. Since he talked to them everything, they kinda just became friends. Good for you, kid. And he says he should put an offering in the shrine. That's my cue to check up with the fox sometime. But for now, I head to soccer practice. Doing my usual training with a boost of my diligence, I head home. And at home, I decide to spend the time with Dojima. We're talking about all various types of topics, no real direction, as Nanako comes in the room saying she's heading to bed. Dojima is confused and realizes it's quite late, saying goodnight to Nanako. She seemed grumpy though. Dojima wonders what's up with Nanako, and he says, you said you would read me a book before bed. He panics a little, remembering that promise. She's annoyed, but he says, okay, just a few pages. That made her happy, as he gets up, though his phone gets a call. It's from that Ichihara guy again, as he tells him he can be there in a few, as he seems to have a scowl on his face, hanging up. This isn't good. As Nanako looks sad, saying, "You'd read me a book." Dojima says he can do it any time, but I add onto the topic asking when's any time. That catches him off guard, unable to answer, but Nanako worries that we're gonna fight and that he can go. And for once, he shakes his head and says, "No, that's not it. I'm sorry, Nanako. What book would you want to read?" She's surprised, hoping it's okay. Dojima reassures her, since he promised, and with that smiles on their faces, Dojima heads to Nanako's room. Some time pass, and he comes out saying, "Man, she made me read the whole thing." He then gets serious and says, "We need to talk." We sit down and he tells me that phone call was from Ichihara, his former senpai. Dojima having him run tests for Chisato's hit-and-run investigation. He was calling him to tell him that the test results are in. Looking down, continuing that, judging by his tone, he didn't find anything. The police haven't already come up with. He knew going over there won't change the test results, but Dojima looks disheartened. It was a white sedan, most likely large and American, and as expected, no such car is registered in Inaba. Neither any records of one being repaired or scrapped. Worst case scenario, the car's out of the country by now. It scares him that he couldn't catch the guy, that he'll never have an outlet for this sick feeling. He'll just have to swallow it. Every time he looks at Nanako, every time he notices ways she looks like her mother, he feels like his face is being pushed down into reality, and it scares him. He takes a moment, letting out a You never thought he'd be talking to me about this, but Dojima has confided in me, as I feel a bond deepen. He nods, knowing that he can't stay this way forever, and while I'm still here, he needs to face himself. I sit with him in silence for a while, and then head to bed soon after. June 30th. Another great afternoon to be at school, and after choosing the one that sounded the funniest, I got it right, boosting my knowledge. And with academic side of school done, I head to Daisuke to attend soccer practice, which boosts my diligence. After practicing, Daisuke tells me he has to go class record today, so I shouldn't wait up for him. I tell him I'm okay with waiting. He asks me if I'm sure, then thinks for a moment and responds, "No man, really, I'll see you later," and left. Cal notices that happening, or maybe Daisuke saw him, who knows. But Cal asks, "What's with the cold shoulder?" Daisuke can be such a rebel, but it makes it easier for Cal, apparently, as he wants to talk to me, saying he'll treat me to some mapo rice. His treat. I respond, "He treated me last time," boosting my expression, as he relents, saying he's still going to throw in an order of gyoza. Works for me, as we head to Aya. As suspected, the talk is about Daisuke. As he looks serious, he tells me, "I've noticed him slacking off during practice a lot lately, right? He never used to do that kind of stuff. Before, he would have died for a chance to play soccer. You practically had to pry the ball away from him, even off the field, but now he's half-arsing everything. He doesn't get it. Maybe he just doesn't think playing hard is cool anymore. But he took training seriously when he was helping me train, though, right? He really wanted me to get good for the team to accept me, and I shouldn't get it wrong, he wasn't faking it or anything, but he wonders if part of it was him trying to make you do the things he feels like he can't anymore. He's fooling himself. It just pisses Cal off watching him do this. Cal lets out a sigh. How did he get like this? You know, his attitude towards girls is pretty sudden too. He used to talk about girls like any normal guy would, asking if it might be related. I think it might be. Looks like we're on the same page. Cal says he can be a little blunt sometimes, but he's a nice guy. He's been acting so cold towards girls, though. He's saying stuff he doesn't really mean. Disgruntled, he says he's only telling me this because he trusts me, but he begins to speak slowly. See, Daisuke had a girlfriend back in middle school, but from what he told me, they never even held hands. Then she broke up with him. She made a big scene. She was all like, "You don't even like me, do you?" He heard she even slapped him, and ever since he's been saying stuff like, "I don't know what it means to like someone. At this rate, he's gonna die an old hermit." He sighs and asks what I think. I say we've got a problem. He nods, agreeing with that, and suddenly he gets an idea, calling himself a genius. But I'm with him on this, right? I'm gonna help him. Cal looks at me, and I say he can count on me, which makes him happy, saying, "Alright, now we're talking." And with that, my bond with the two athletes have deepened. He says he's going to set everything up, and to make sure to wear some clean boxers. Okay, but with that conversation over, I head home. And for the rest of the night, I spend it with Dojima with the hopes of our bond deepening one day. I head to bed. July 1st. A relatively simple day to start off the month, especially for such miserable weather. First off, went to the shrine to give the fox the good news. Jumping off the roof, I tell him it's done, as it runs around and checks the offering box, smiling as our bond deepens. And after spending a little more time with the fox, I head home. At home, Nanako has set up a cute little bamboo shoot decorated with Tana Bada. On one of the cards, it wishes for Nanako to not get hurt. I decided to write one myself. I think hard and wish to have more fun with Nanako. And just before heading to the hospital, I tend to the garden with Nanako. After harvesting, I plant down some cabbages with the hopes of them growing. I head to the hospital. Like clockwork, weird noises and a boost in my courage, and the nurse checks up on me. Seems like I'm finally getting used to it all. And with that, I get paid my 5,000 yen, and then head home, ready for tomorrow. July 2nd. Today on this nice afternoon, I decided to head to the rooftop and hang out with Chie to train. And after our casual training, we found ourselves at Sozai Daigaku. Chie asked me if I've had their steak skewers. The meat is tender and delicious, and they hardly cost a thing. I think I did with Marie actually, but Chie says it might not even be cow meat, but she jokes as she thinks about it. That's kinda gross. But a police officer comes into the area, which catches Chie off guard, thinking, is this place really serving fake meat? The officer gets our attention. Chie is a little panicked, saying, yes? She hasn't eaten any meat today, she swears. That confuses the officer, who tells us, lately, there's been several incidents with a group of teenagers bullying people around here. Chie responds, bullying? The police corrects themselves, saying extortion, if you will, and asks if we've seen anyone suspicious. Chie says, no one in particular. The police officer understands, telling us to be careful, then leaving. Chie was glad he wasn't there for the meet. Good to see your priorities in check, Chie. But she's surprised. Bullying? What cowards! Getting up on a week like that. I agree with her, as she nods, saying, it's so cruel and stupid. She's outraged, saying, we'll grab them and make them apologize. Isn't that right, leader? I can agree with that. She's happy, saying she knew I'd say that. Chie seems in her own fantasy, saying, mowing down villains and saving the weak. A lone female stands to protect the town's peace. She throws herself into the battlefield, unbeknownst to all. She smiles to her own efforts, saying, it sounds cool, and to leave it to her. She pauses, blushing, saying, though, she'd feel better about if I'd help, and it would make her kinda happy. She's somewhat embarrassed, but I feel my bond deepen with her. Getting back on track, Chie says, alright, first, let's eat, saying a line, don't think, feel, then correcting herself, saying, in this case, don't think, eat. And after some time passes, I take Chie home, eating the steak skewers, and then head home myself. And at home, I did some translation work, and after grasping the context on the page, I got paid 12,000 yen, and then headed to bed. July 3rd. Another Sunday comes, but let's see what commodities Tanaka has for sale. This time, I bought the giant candy and Yamano Buster combo for 20,800 yen, and with that done, I head to the shrine to get my next task from the fox. The Emma this time says, I have nothing to live for. I want to recapture the joy of life. Interesting. Well, I should look for the man accepting the request, making the fox happy, and like clockwork, I met the person with the request, asking me, isn't this a great-looking shop? His father started the shop, and he's gonna close it down. Nowadays, kids don't make models. If they want toys, Jeunesse has a much bigger selection. You can't compete. Long ago, kids used to come and show off their models, comparing whose was the best. The store was so lively. Ah, those were the days. The man sighs and stares off into the distance. I think I found the guy with the Emma request. He seems he wants to find something to live for. He feels sorry for the toys that remain in the store. He wants them to be completed, but it'd be more pathetic if they had to be constructed by him. The models would be happier if a young kid like me made them. Sounds tempting, and I might restore his will to live. As I ask him if he wants me to make one, that excites him, asking, I would do that? And asks details and stuff I'll need to do it. He seems so ecstatic that I agree to do it, and then hands me an unfinished model, asking me to please show it to him when I finish it. Well, I should be able to assemble it on my table during the night. With that fox situation handled for now, I decided to go see if anyone would like to hang out. And she wasn't there, and once more, a letter was left for me to read.
You killed me. You are a murderer. by your silent smile, by your composed voice, by your dark eyes, by your bashful fingers, I am slain. I am a corpse, foolish, wretched, happy. Surely I'll simply rot away. My last words. Adieu. Au revoir. Mon chéri.
Interesting must be another one of her poems, as she comes back inside mad, wondering, why does this keep happening? What is it doing here? But however it happens, stop reading them, and if I keep reading them, my eye's gonna rot out. They'll rot away, and I'll be sorry for reading her stuff. I hate you, you suck murderer, stop reading. But she doesn't understand. She wouldn't leave it here. As she sits down, seems like she doesn't want to hang out. So I decide I'm just going with my final choice, Yosuke. As we casually hang out, and with the hopes of our bond deepening in the future, I head home and start getting to work on the model for the Emma request. It's honestly quite complex. As I diligently work on it, I won't be able to complete it tonight, so I'll have to leave it for tomorrow me to worry about, as I head to bed. July 4th. While the Americans enjoy their independence, we have to deal with a lecture from King Moron, as he calls for Yosuke to answer the question, but as usual, he was spacing out, and it came to me to help him, and I got it correct, which Yosuke thanks me for, increasing our bond and my expression. And with class over, I decided to attend band class today, and with a boost to me and Ayane's bond and expression, I head home. And during the night, I remembered a kid saying he lost his bug net. Part of me wonders if it's still at the shrine. I look around. With no hopes of finding it, I just went back home and got some more work done on my model, boosting my diligence. It's still not done, but it won't be long until it is, as I head to bed. July 5th. After school, I saw Saki Konishi's brother, so I decided to confront him. But he didn't seem to be thrilled, asking what I wanted. Say I just wanted to talk, but he bluntly says he doesn't want to talk to me. His words are harsh, but my understanding allows me to follow his icy demeanor a bit. He calls me an odd person for actually wanting to talk to him, as he gets slightly casual, saying he's chopped liver to the health committee. He then explains that chopped liver is something no one cares about. Wherever or not he's there, the results are the same. He's exempt from everything because of his family's troubles. Why don't they just come out and say he's pitiable? He smiles glumly. Everyone circles around him, saying he's so brave. It's actually kind of a nice feeling, though. But they all have these looks of curiosity written on all of their faces. How was she killed? Why was she killed? Do you hate the killer? They don't have the courage to ask him, but they follow him with their eyes, every move, every step. He's sick of it. He pauses and asks if that's what I want too. Did I come here to ask about the murder? I confirm, and he calls me a funny guy, but unfortunately, he has nothing to say. All he knows is what they say on TV, but to answer of if he hates the killer, no, he doesn't want to elaborate more, so I decide to leave him be, and hang out with Yukiko today. In Jeunesse, she asks me why are there so many types of food. Even egg comes in so many varieties. I ask her if she's making dinner at the end. She exclaims, no, she'd never dream of it. She doesn't think her food is nearly good enough to serve to guests, and I agree with that statement. But she is thinking about practicing her cooking. Since she decided to leave Inaba, eating out all the time is bad for you, right? So she's going to get in some practice while she can. I don't think there's any saving her, but I wish her good luck. Which she appreciated thanking me. But she was thinking maybe I could taste test her food sometime. Oh god, no. She wants someone to eat it, to see how it is. She thinks she would improve better that way, and she knows I'll give her an honest opinion. Won't I? I'm gonna die, but I fake her, count me in. She is happy, thanking me, changing the topic, saying when she first obtained the power of Persona, she thought, I can do it. She used to think she couldn't do anything on her own, but maybe she really can. She depended on others up until now, but from this point on, she wants others to depend on her. She'll do her best. I can sense her iron will as our bond deepens. With that talk over, she wonders where they sell lobsters. I don't know that either, to be honest, but I helped Yukiko with her shopping, and then I went home. And during the night, I felt compelled to go back to the shrine, and this time I got spooked by a woman in white. She seemed hungry and asked for a red goldfish. I hope she isn't gonna eat it, so I handed it her and she thanks me, giving me a King Yao stone. She then tasked me about a strange net on the roof, and if I know about it, I say I do, and she hands me a butterfly net. Oh, it's the kid's net. I should return it to him. After my hunch turning out to be correct, I head home and continue work on the model. And it's completed. I have in my hands a MF06S Brahmin. I should show the man at the model shop when I can. But with my new model in my hands, I head to bed. July 6. After school, I tell the kid the good news that I found his bug net. He's happy, however, he got a new bug net so I can keep his old one. But now we're bug catching buddies. Sounds like fun, so I ask him where I can catch bugs. He tells me the location and off I go. Perfect timing. Good job me. With me proud of my catch, I head back to school. I heard a rumor, and I ask what I assume to be the girl in question about it. She responds she's tired of coming to school. She can't believe that they let Kanji here. She heard he started his own gang and goes around bullying people. How did she get to be in the same class as him? She then tells me he's snooping around the practice building right now. Interesting. I think I'll have to confirm this. Heading to confront Kanji, I find Kanji and ask for his side. He asks why I'm making a scary face at him. Do I have something to tell him? I say I do, and he asks me we should take it somewhere else. Sounds good to me. We're going to the floodplains, not a bad place to confront him. He asks what I want, dragging him out here. He seems to understand that I'm here to tell him off. I just say I wanted to talk, but he sees through it, saying how come I'm sounding like a cop. So what is it? I ask him about having ties to a gang of bullies. That shocks him, saying, bullies? Me? And I'm expecting him? I tell him I want to believe him, but he defends himself, saying he didn't do it. Maybe it isn't easy to trust him, since they say he was in a gang, but I've got to believe him. It's his own fault rumors like that go around, huh? At this rate, he'll just cause trouble for us. I say it's no trouble. He smiles, saying, Senpai. After a pause, he says, whenever I've got time, could I maybe hear what he has to say? He feels all cramped inside, and he's too dumb to know what it's all about. As clumsy as Kanji is, he's looking for an opportunity for change, as I feel a bond with him start to form, showing itself to be the Emperor Arcana. Kanji is so reassured that to make sure he doesn't cause us any trouble, he pauses. He thinks he'll smack that gang of bullies around. We've got lots of work to do, but I talked with Kanji some more, and then I headed home. At home, the Dojima tells me that a package has arrived, so I picked it up thankful, and then head to my janitorial job. Well, cleaning like you... Wait, someone's fighting. The voice, it seems, but I get a boost to my courage. I get back to work, but that's when the nurse comes in noticing I'm here. She seems to be in a bad mood, but she asks if I've heard that commotion. That was the first time someone called her a slutty bitch to her face. I say it sounds like a soap opera. She agrees, saying, seriously? When she laughed at her feeble attempt at an insult, she scratched at her. Who's the bitch now? She smiles wryly and says at her previous hospital she worked at, she had a relationship with one of the doctors, but he had a wife. She looked away and adds, when she found out, she was forced to quit. Then she started working here. Not too long after, it seems they began to flirt with another nurse at the hospital. She didn't even know that happened, but she got dragged back into it. His wife came all the way here to bitch at her, sighing. She adds the other nurses were just watching, with these stupid smirks on their faces. But it can't be helped, to be honest. She chuckles a little, saying, I'm probably right. She'd likely do the same. In their place. Strangers are strangers. She smiles wryly and walks forward, sighing, saying, everything's just a pain. But it wasn't like it at first. When she thought about becoming a nurse, what is she working for? What is she living for? I haven't seen her like this before. I try and cheer her up, but she apologizes, saying she was just grumbling to herself. And I'm pretty bold for a kid. She smiles as I feel I understand her just that bit more as our bond deepens. She better go back now. She's sure that the bitch is gone by now. As she heads out, and with a good job done, I get paid 5,000 yen and then head home. July 7th. Every day becomes a blur when it's peaceful, as I get called to answer a question, which I get right, boosting my knowledge. Right as school is over, I had to tell the shop owner the great news. He starts getting emotional, saying, "Making models takes a lot of time, huh? The time you spend makes you love your creation deeper." He thinks he's getting old. He was recalling days he spent toiling away at plastic models. It was fun, but it's all in the past now. He thanks me for giving him a final glimpse of that joy. I made him realize that phase of his life has passed. Starting tomorrow night, he's going to start sorting through the remaining models at his store. And that's right, he needs to give his thanks to the shrine. He smiles sadly, but it seems I've completed my task. I should report to the fox. But the man gives me another model since he has fond memories of it, and he'd love to see me complete it. And he'll be near the shop at night. And if I do, he'll even give me another. Thank you, sir. But with that over, I buy some more books and then head back to school to talk to Saki's brother. He asks if I want anything. I say I just want to talk. He seems to dislike it, but he calls me a really strange person. Before we could talk, he gets called to head to the infirmary immediately. I tell him he doesn't have to go. He agrees, but he wouldn't feel right about it. When all the others are working, he seems quite earnest. Suddenly, some guy runs up to talk to me. Apparently, a teacher said I'm filling in for an absent health committee member, so I have to go too. And he told me, so I better go, or he is going to get suspended, as he runs away. King Moron, man, but Saki's brother sees the humor in it, saying, "You got dragged in again." He has to turn in some notes, so he'll join me later. I should go on ahead, and I do. They seem to be surprised, but I tell them how I got drafted, and she was grateful since they're low on members. The guy there said he really wishes they didn't call us in today. Heck, half the people here are saying they have dates or something. Plus, we have to take inventory. We're a little BS, man. Konishi has it easy. The other girl says he's exempt from homework. Is it true? The guy gets annoyed, saying, "It's so unfair." They start bad-mouthing him, as I try and stop them, but Konishi was at the door, opening it, saying he doesn't mind. As the room goes quiet, he apologizes he didn't mean to kill the mood. As he leaves, the girl is a little startled, saying, "Okay, back to work." And I spent an awkward amount of time with them. As I was about to head home, I encountered Konishi again. He says hi. As I ask him he hasn't gone home yet, he responds he didn't want to just leave when everyone else was still working. He just feels like he notices that my sleeve has dirt on it, saying it's because of inventory, huh? He says I should use this. He approaches me and hands me a cute handkerchief. He seems to want to say something, but stops himself. And he's going to stay a little longer, so goodbye. I part ways with him and then head home. At home, I tend to the plants of Nanako and Dejima once again.
Great vegetables.
And after planning new stuff down, I head to the hospital, and after spending time with the nurse, and with the future of our bond deepening soon, and 5,000 yen in my pocket as well, I head home. July 8th. A rainy day has set in and everything is right, so I think it's time to check the fox and share the delight. It hops off the shrine with anticipation as I tell the job is done as it runs around happy, checking the offering box, delighted with the results, deepening our bond. With that over, I spend some time with the fox and then head home. During the night, it's Friday. I head to the hospital, and with unusual encounters and spooky sounds, my courage increases. The nurse found me and took me into a vacant room. She's being quiet, so I ask her if something happened. She gets annoyed at me, saying, "Stop it. Do I think I'm some kind of counselor now?" She stops and apologizes, saying there's no point taking it out on me. She just got a call from the hospital she last worked at. The patient she was assigned to died. He was just a little kid. He said he wanted to go to school, but looks like he'll never get that chance. She even said he proposed to her. She told him she'd think about it when he's an adult. She then gets mad at herself, saying, but she forgot about him. When she transferred here, she was too busy. She thought about him once in a while, but soon after, she'd just forget. But he was fighting for his life the entire time. What is she doing? It's a hard question to answer, but I say it couldn't be helped. But she didn't like that answer, saying, should she just keep telling herself that? Should she just escape the pain she feels? Forget him all over again? What good is it to live without thinking about your past? She's lived so much longer than he did, but she's still only thinking about herself. Why did she transfer? When a patient gets better, she gets left behind, but now she's the one who left a patient behind. There should have been something she could have done. She's tormenting herself I know I should let her face her own demons, but that's not the person I am, so I try and speak, but she apologized, saying she's glad I came today. I can feel that she trusts me, as our bond deepens. She says she'll do it. There has to be something, anything she can do, and says goodbye as she leaves. I hope she'll be fine, but with her leaving, I finish up work, and after being paid 5,000 yen, I head home. July 9th. The rain is still persisting like yesterday, as this day is uneventful as it could be, with a quick stop to Aya to do the Mega Beef Bowl Challenge, and once again failing, the evening comes. And the weather reporter announces that there will be fog setting in tonight, which means midnight strikes. Let's see if once again we saved another victim. Once again, we did our job, and that will show the killer. Maybe he'll finally give up, but for now, I'm gonna head to bed. July 10th. Waking up, I heard sirens in the distance. Did something happen? That was confirmed with Chie calling me, asking if I have heard yet. They found a dead body just outside the shopping district. What? That makes no sense. Chie seems to be on the same page, telling me that they were all meeting at Jeunesse, so come right away. It can't be Rise, right? Well, better head to Jeunesse, and fast. I walk in and Chie gets my attention, telling me that Yosuke went over to check the scene and should be back soon. And sure enough, he was there. And he pans, saying, yeah, it was a murder, alright. The body is hanged upside down on an apartment rooftop built railing. Yukiko doesn't understand, but Yosuke drops a bombshell. The victim this time was King Moron, which shocks the entire table, leaving us to wonder why. As Chie wonders, what on earth is going on here? Yosuke responds, how is he supposed to know? But he talked to the guy who saw it. It's true, there's no mistake. Kanji says, he's gotta be shitting. Isn't the killer targeting people on the TV? He hadn't seen King Moron on the Midnight Channel or any other programs. Yosuke's annoyed, saying, why did this happen? Chie thought we finally figured some things out. Was it just a big coincidence? Yukiko is wondering if the Midnight Channel has anything to even do with this. Yosuke grievances come out fully, letting out a damn it! We came so far, and now we're back to square one? We're in over our heads trying to catch a culprit that even the police couldn't find? As the leader, I say it's too early to give up. Kanji says, damn straight, we started this thing because the police can't tell their asses from their elbows. We give up now and that shithead's going to be on the loose forever. This ain't the time for bitching and moaning. We just gotta keep on keeping on. Well put, Kanji. Yukiko seems to agree, and Yosuke says big talk from someone like him to tease as Kanji asks, what's that supposed to mean? Yosuke lets out a sigh, saying he knows we're dealing with a murderer here, but we've all risked our lives to get this far. No way we'll back it down, and we promised the bear too. Chie remembers Teddy and wonders if he might know something about this. Yosuke agrees, since moping around won't do us any good, as we head to the electronics department. Something seems to be up. Chie notices at first, as Yosuke checks what's up, asking them if something's happened. They say it's great timing, asking him if the managers told him anything about this. Yosuke is confused, but the guy says that apparently there's a weird mascot around the department for quite a while now. Is there some type of campaign today? Yosuke is confused as he continues, saying his name was, Terry? Eddie? But the guy says there's no customers around, so he guesses it's fine, and he better head back to his station as they leave. I know where this is going, seems Yosuke does too, but there is Teddy. God damn it. Chie sees him first as he's relaxing on a chair. He seems to be having the time of his life. Yosuke is baffled to see Teddy in the real world, but Teddy doesn't seem to care, saying, we took long enough, he's been waiting. Yukiko asks Teddy if he's okay to be on this side. Kanji's more interested in how though. Teddy tells us there is in fact an exit, but it just never occurred to him to do it before. But spending time with us has sparked his curiosity about our world. He wondered if it was a good idea, but his feet started moving before he could decide. And when he thought about it, he has nowhere to go, and it would be a waste to go back. So he waited for us here, Oh, and someone asked for his name, so he told him Teddy. Chie sees the confusion now as Yukiko tells Teddy we need to ask him something. How long has he been here, and did anyone enter the other world? Teddy replies that he stayed in the other world until the fog settled down on his side, but no one came. Yosuke asks if he's positive, and didn't he sense anyone, right? Teddy is annoyed at that, saying he just said that he didn't. He was there all by himself, like always. Yosuke adds, and your nose isn't clogged or anything? That angered him, saying, aren't you listening? He was utterly, totally, and 100% alone. That's why he came over here. But he can understand if we don't believe him, since his senses haven't been that good lately. I say it's hard to believe, and he calls me cold. To be fair, he doesn't know the situation. But Chie adds that the Midnight Channel was blank last night, and even before that, Teddy says he didn't sense anything, right? Could that mean King Moron was never on that side? Yosuke is unsure what's going on, but Teddy, seeming uninterested, says he wants to go somewhere. Kanji says it's not the time and seriously doesn't plan on going back, huh? Where do you even want to go? Teddy says he wants to give Rise the glasses for the other world, and that Rise will probably back us up now, so he's going to fight alongside us with everything he's got. He can fight? He tells us to not look at him as the same cute little Teddy. He's the all-new improved model. He has a powerful new attack, an unbeatable defense, and a winning smile. And today being the new legend of Teddy. Yukiko is shocked, saying, wow, a new legend. Yukiko is on this, but having Teddy as a frontliner will be helpful as all of our bonds deepen together, and another step closer to the truth. His cry seems to have attracted people, seeing him as a mascot, as Yosuke tells him to keep it down. Some time passes and we find ourselves back at the place we usually sit for our investigations. We're back to the investigation mode as Yosuke asks Teddy one last time. Nobody was over there, except for him until the fog came back, correct? Teddy confirms that's what he's been saying. Chie adds he didn't show up on the Midnight Channel either. Kanji wonders, what's up with that? Yosuke has no clue though, but he thinks we can be sure right now that he wasn't thrown into the TV. Chie wonders then what, he was killed over here? Why not throw him into the TV like all the rest? I do wonder if there's rules or something. It's an opportunistic killer, but honestly, I don't know. Yosuke wonders why, as Yukiko thinks maybe the killer thought since he couldn't kill any more people by throwing them into TVs. I mean, we prevented 3 in a row. Chie agrees, thinking that could be it. That just angers Kanji, saying, so they snuffed out someone on our side this time to make sure it worked? Damn it! If that's true, then we have no way of preventing more murders unless we catch the killer. Chie knows we need more clues though, and wonders if Rise is up and around yet. Yosuke seems to agree with Chie, putting his hopes on Rise. We agree as Teddy is saying it's so hot out, and he's taking his head off. Yosuke tells him he's not taking off his head, are you? As he tries, Yosuke stops him, saying that kids are watching. They'll be scarred for life if they see an empty mascot walking around. Having a little consideration, man. Yukiko is glad that Teddy's back to normal. His fur is all fuzzy again. Kanji likely wanted to feel the pattern, as he asks if he can feel it. Teddy says no, that bums Kanji out, but he tells us with an enthusiastic he's no longer a hollow bear. He trained and trained, hoping that someday score with Chie and Yukiko, and now he finally has it inside. Chie says good luck with that, but Yukiko is just angered, saying, can we give the rest of this whole scoring thing? Yosuke keeps saying Teddy is hollow, and taking off his head won't cool him down, but he decides to prove us wrong because the heat is just too much for him.
It's so hot! Whoa! What the?
Much better.
No way!
Now that hit the spot.
Honestly, wasn't sure what to expect, but it sure wasn't that. His form glistens in the light as a newborn. Teddy says hello to Yukiko and Chie. They seem absolutely floored, wondering if that is the real Teddy, until Chie realizes that he said newborn, meaning that he has no bottom part. He needs some clothes now, right? They should look around, as the girls leave with Teddy to go obtain new clothes. as we're just left baffled. Kanji flabbergasted saying, "That's Teddy? He said he wasn't hollow anymore, so, like, he grew himself a body in there?" Yosuke is as shocked as Kanji, wondering what creature could do that? What even is he? But I think Yosuke's gone insane at this point, as it's hardly the first bizarre thing we've seen. And he has to admit, it's better than him walking around in his bear suit, as Yosuke gets back on track saying, "Weren't we gonna see about talking to Rise?" He was so shocked that he lost track of the conversation. Don't worry, Yosuke, you're not alone. But we end up agreeing to go to the tofu shop with Yosuke since the girls will be fine with Teddy. Well, I hope so. Some time passes, but we gotta enjoy the simple things in life. Kanji gets it as it's finally time for the season for Topsicles. Yosuke asks Kanji how many he's gonna eat. He's gonna eat until he gets a stomachache. As the girls finally arrive, apologizing for being late, Yosuke wonders what took them so long as the new Teddy finally arrives. Yosuke is shocked. Then Teddy speaks French, and now it's even worse than the killer, so I stoop to his level and respond in French as well, as Chie tells me not to encourage him. But it blew her mind, but he's Teddy, alright. He made everything a huge ordeal since everything was new to him, and it turned into a big mess. He was so excited in the women's section, he started blabbering. Chie berates Teddy that he can't just go around doing whatever he pleases when he's in that form, okay? Teddy feels down as Yukiko supports him, saying that he can't help it. It's his first time in our world. Chie relents, telling Teddy to not get all mopey like that. She never said she wouldn't forgive him. Teddy is glad. He was worried that she didn't like him anymore. Chie chuckles, telling Teddy if he behaves himself, he'll be pretty cute. Yosuke asks Kanji if he thinks he's cute. Kanji's confused by that. Yosuke asks him if Teddy is his type, and Kanji responds in the best possible way you could have.
Oh, I get it. What you're really asking is, will you please beat the shit out of me, Kanji?
As Yosuke panics a little. Yukiko laughs as Kanji doesn't find it funny, but she can't help herself, so Chie apologizes for her since she's helpless when her laughing fit starts. Teddy tells everyone to not fight over him. Kanji turns his anger to Teddy, now asking him if he's picking a fight with him, which shuts Teddy up. Yukiko continues her laughing fit. Yosuke sighs and hands Kanji a 1,000 yen bill, telling Kanji to get whatever the ice cream he wants and just share it with Teddy. And we're going to head to the tofu shop, so wait here till we get back. Teddy is shocked, calling Yosuke rich. Kanji can't take it from him, but Yosuke insists, and to think of it as a welcome back party for Teddy. Just don't go around making a racket. Chie is shocked. Yosuke is acting like a real senpai all of a sudden. But she gets it. He might say differently, but you're still nice to Teddy. She's glad that Yosuke is developing into a mature adult who doesn't let trifles bother him. Yosuke is confused, but seems to sense something is wrong. Chie is worrying him, but he says it's outright. It's about Teddy's clothes. They didn't have the money for them, so they just charged the rest to him. It takes a moment for that to sink and charge. What? What the hell, Chie? He never said she could do that. Chie retaliates, saying, what else was she supposed to do? That stuff is expensive, even for Janess. Yosuke realized she was being 100% serious, getting even more mad, saying, why would she do that? She knows he just bought a motorcycle. He's broke. Chie, speaking like a true gambler, says, if you're broke, then want a little more debt. It isn't going to make much of a difference. That pisses off Yosuke even more. Teddy tries to interject, but Yosuke's having none of it, saying, it's your fault, you know, getting annoyed, telling Teddy he better take really, really, really good care of that. If he even gets a single tear in it, he'll make sure his next set of clothes is in the bear hide he took off. As Teddy feels down, Chie and Yosuke have a shouting match. Like normal, they're such good friends, as Kanji tells Teddy to not let it get down. Let's go get some topsicles. As Teddy joins Kanji, leaving me and Yukiko to watch, as she thinks we should just go on ahead. They're going to be at that for a while. Sounds good to me as we head to the tofu store. As we get there, the detective is there again, saying he had a feeling we'd come. Yukiko was surprised to see him, as he asks us if we're ingratiating ourselves with Rise now. Yosuke and Chie seem to have finished their battle of the ages, as Yosuke is even wondering why the clerk even let her charge it to someone else. Then Yosuke sees the detective saying, you're that guy we saw with Kanji. The detective says he doesn't believe we've met before. And not only that, but he doesn't believe he's introduced himself. His name is Naoto Shirogane, and he's investigating the multiple murders that have occurred here, and wants to ask us a few questions on the subject. The last victim, he was a teacher at our school, we all intended, correct? Chie responds, yeah, so? Naoto continues, the public is focused on the fact that he's associated with the second victim's school, but in truth, that is irrelevant. What intrigues him is the inconsistency, as he never appeared on TV. That shocked us, but Naoto asked for our opinion on that. Yosuke plays dumb as Naoto says, we'll leave it at that then, as they go on to leave, but stopping saying, for his part, he'd like to solve this case as quickly as possible. He'll be keeping an eye on us. And until we meet again, as he leaves. Yosuke wonders who that guy is, as Chie says it felt like he could see right through us. He even knew about the TV thing, but as we're left to wonder about how much Naoto knows, Rise appears from what seems to be a walk and says hi. Yukiko was the first to talk, asking if she's okay now. Rise nods as Yosuke is happy to hear, as Rise asks if we were all here to check up on her. Yosuke confirms, and then Rise asks if we have a moment. There's something she wants to tell us and to follow her. Her grandma is taking care of the shop today. That takes Yosuke by surprise, but we found ourselves at the shrine. We talk about the incident, as she says she remembers being at her house, but when she came to, though, she was already in the other world. Chie is down since there's still no real information about the killer. Yosuke says we met that weird kid called Naoto a second ago. Rise knows them. They'd come over several times to ask about the incident, but she didn't say anything about the other world though. She figured it would be a waste of time. Actually, she asked her about us and she made some stuff up, like we found her unconscious on the roof of Jeunesse. Yosuke says, well, it's close enough to the truth. She looks at us and seems to want to say something. Chie asks what's up, as after a moment, she says that she really appreciates what we did for her, and thank you so much, she loves us. That caught us off guard, as Chie says she didn't need to thank us. Yosuke says she's so cute, and it's finally hitting him that she's the real deal. She really is Rosette. Rise says she knows she's been sounding gloomy from all the stress, so she thought we might not like her that way, and asks if she sounds weird. But she realizes that it sounds more natural that way to public, and apologizes, saying she practically lost touch with what normal her is like. Chie says there's no need to, and to do what comes naturally. Yukiko believes there's multiple sides to everyone. She doesn't have to decide on just one. Chie responds it sounds convincing when Yukiko says it. Yukiko asks, really? Rise pauses, taking it all in, and says, thanks. And we're the first people she's got to know here, as Chie remembers to give her the teddy glasses, but she doesn't have to. The only question is if she'll accept, as Rise asked me directly if we would struggle without her help. That took us by surprise, saying she can help in that world, right? With her power, so wouldn't it be better if she joined? I hand the glasses to her, Yosuke saying it's proof that she's one of us. Couldn't have said it any better, as I explain what they do. She seems to understand and remembers us all wearing them, and thanks me, saying she's a part of the team now. Now that she's joined, she's going to be a strong asset towards the case, as the team is growing stronger, and together we will face the truth soon enough. She informs us that starting tomorrow, she'll be attending Yasugame High, but she doesn't have any friends yet, so don't ignore her, okay? She does owe her life to us, so, you know. I say got it, as she's counting on me. Yosuke does admit it's going to be a rough time to transfer here with the kidnappings. King Morin's death and the exams are soon as well, as Yosuke realizes that, saying now that's depressing. And he wonders if there's any chance they'll be cancelled. Chie doubts it, exams wait for no one. Rise sees the bright side, saying exams are nothing compared to being killed by those monsters. As Yosuke says, we should discuss the case some more tomorrow at our special headquarters. With that conversation over, Kanji appears, saying that, dude, Teddy had 5 topsicles tonight. If you count the ones he had before, that makes 6, so he still wins. Yosuke says, no one asked, but I'm proud of you, Kanji. Small victory. Rise says we're all done talking already, and we should go. As she gets close, Kanji wondering, when did she get so chipper? Rise asks Kanji if he also goes to Yasugame High, like me, and she'll be starting school there tomorrow. So she hopes Kanji gets along with her too. Kanji says, that's cool, but what grade is she in? Yosuke asks Kanji where Teddy is, saying he's over there finishing his 5th topsicle, and asks what are we going to do with him. Yosuke decides that he'll take him home. Looks like they're going to be roomies. But after such an eventful day, I head home. During the night, me and Nanako are hanging out watching TV as they talk about the serial murder case and how King Moron was confirmed to be the next victim. Although Yosuke told me it's still weird to see it on TV. Even if I disliked him, he didn't deserve to be murdered. Nanako sees my reaction and wonders what's wrong and realizes I know him. Looking down, she seems to be scared. I tell her I'm here with her. She seems to be relieved. As the TV continues, Nanako knows that Dejima won't be home again, so I do a magic trick. I move my finger to the right hand to my left hand. It blew her mind, asking me to do it again. I do it on the opposite hand, and it shocks her once more, wanting me to teach her my ways, which I do to make ease her worries, and then soon later, I head to bed. Tonight, I was called back to that room. This is the first time in months. Igor says to ease my worries. I'm fast asleep in the real world. He has summoned me in my dreams and asks how things are proceeding. Am I drawing near the solution of the mystery? I say yes, and he's happy to hear. Margaret now speaks, saying the season has changed, but my future is not yet closed in time. A path will open to me. Igor informs me that the true reason for calling me here is to provide a new form of assistance, to help me achieve just that. Fusing personas and the aid he will provide henceforth is an advanced form of fusion. He speaks of the power to fuse 4 or more personas at once. He is quite certain that this power will enable me to command even stronger power. And with that, he tells me my journey will soon reach its climax, as there are many challenges which he cannot foresee at the present await me. And it's most interesting, as he lets out a chuckle, and I get sent back to my sleep for the next day. July 11th. Yosuke meets up with me on the way to school, as he still can't believe that King Moron was killed. He couldn't get much sleep yesterday, and he asks how about me, am I feeling alright? And I say I'm okay, as Yosuke thinks that if we start getting depressed over something like this, we'll never catch the killer, huh? But Yosuke realizes that means we're getting a new homeroom teacher. He wonders who it will be, thinking they won't be able to find anyone worse than King Moron. Right, you just jinxed us, man. But we'll have to see when we get to school. When we get to our seats, everyone is talking about yesterday's events, wondering if the stuff with him is even real. Another student said it was on TV, so it must be. But before we can continue, the new replacement arrived. I know it's rude to say this, but you could play tic-tac-toe on her forehead. As she says her name is Noriko Kashiwagi, our new class teacher starting today. As we may already know, but Mr. Morooka has passed away, so she'll be taking good care of us instead. As she lets out a giggle, I want him back, as she says we should have a moment of silence for him. And to close our eyes, silence. She says that should be enough, and now she's on the desk, as she says she'll do her best to fill his shoes. As such, the regular exams are still on track for next week, as the principal said, it's times like these when the schedule is most important. As she says, it must be tough for us, but that's what it means to become an adult, little by little. The female student says she can't stand her already. A male student speaks up, saying, first King Moron, now Kashiwagi? How much worse can it get? She adds one last thing. That idol in the first year, Miss Kujikawa, was it? In person, she's nothing like she seems on TV. So don't get your hopes up, okay? What's so great about an idol anyways? Right, class? She's just a piece of inexperienced jailbait. She starts ranting as the students question why she thinks she's Rosette's rival. Another guy says she doesn't even stand a chance. He heard she's on the wrong side of 40. Another dude says he bets King Moron would have been ecstatic to see Rosette rolled here. Someone told him that they saw him buying a Rise pinup book. The other guy says, man, what a perv, and annoyed the hell out of him, but he feels bad that he got killed. Suddenly, the guy brings up the striptease, which caught the investigation team's attention. His friend doesn't believe him, because the Papa Rats would have been all over it. He tries to tell his friend to believe, but the reception went bad when it was just getting good. It was on that midnight channel everyone's been talking about. His friend says, you believe in that crap? How freaking dense are you? Trust me, you were dreaming it. They continue to talk as Chie says the rumor about the midnight channel is spreading further. Yosuke agrees, saying we need to wrap this case up quick. And anyways, let's meet up later. so don't make any plans for this afternoon, and we all agree. After school, we all meet up at Jeunesse as Chie complains that the finals are next week. Bleh! It's been a while since she's failed any subjects. Yosuke says if a while you mean all the time. Chie tells Yosuke to shut up, and like he's even seen her scores, Yukiko defends Chie in the worst possible way, saying she scores above average on subjects she doesn't fail. Chie can't disagree and says her scores are just varied. Yeah, that's it. I'm sure, Chie. Rise laughs at her as Chie feels ganged up on, but Rise apologizes, saying she wasn't laughing at her, it's just thought it would take her a while to make any new friends at her new school. Chie says it's a shame we met under such awful circumstances. This seems to bring the investigation team to topic, as Yosuke asks for our opinions about it. Since he didn't show up on the Midnight Channel even once, Teddy says that if someone had been inside the TV, he would have sensed it. His nose may not be as sharp now, but he can tell that much. Chie says they found the body on a foggy day though, right? And the crime scene was just like the way it is for when they announced her in Saki. Yukio wonders the killer's motive. Why was Moroko targeted? Kanji hopes that it isn't personal. There's way too many people who hate his guts. But Rise asks us, didn't we say it was people who got famous on the TV who are targeted? If the killer's choosing targets by watching TV, she pictures him as someone who doesn't know the victims at all. She doesn't think it's worth trying to figure out motives for that type. There are way too many people who hold grudges against you for no reason, even if you've never met them before. I've never thought of it like that. But Chie is right, she speaks from experience. Now I'm just thinking of Kashiwagi. However, getting back on track, Chie says he wasn't on the Midnight Channel nor regular TV. She doesn't get it at all. Kanji says, man, 2 victims in a row from our school. That's gotta set off alarm bells. They're not going to leave any stones at that school unturned. Yosuke wants to be honest and says that somewhere deep inside, he thought maybe King Moron was the killer. The news says he was the second victim from Yasugame High, but we all know that's not the case. And he's heard him say more than once that and so deserved to die. But now, he feels bad for doubting him. He was a capital A asshole, but that doesn't justify killing him. And not just King Moron, he feels sorry for all the victims. He can't forgive the killer, no matter what. Well put, Yosuke. As Chie says, we'll do what we can for King Moron's sake. At this rate, we have to figure that the killer has something to do with the school, right? So why don't we split up? And Chie gets cut off as Naoto appears, telling us that it won't be necessary. Naoto continues, there's no need to examine the case of Mr. Moroko anymore. Chie asks why is that? Naoto informs us that the police have found a suspect. It would be best to let them handle the case from here. Yosuke asks how does he know? Naoto responds that he's on this case as a special investigator, by the request of the prefectural police. So he's what got Dojima so grumpy, but we're all shocked. They actually found a suspect. Chie asks who it is. Naoto hasn't been informed of their name. All he knows it's a high schooler. This isn't public knowledge yet, but he's not a student from our high school, but it seems they're quite confident that he's the killer. They have testimonies directly linking him with the incident. He expects that it's only a matter of time until he's apprehended. Soon, this case will be solved, and our town will once again be its peaceful, rustic self. Yosuke thinks on the killer being a high schooler, but more importantly, Yosuke asks Naoto why tell us? It's confidential info, right? Why run here and spill it? Naoto responds that our game will soon reach its end, and he felt he should at least tell us that. Those words are kind of insulting, and they say it's not a game to us. He responds that we don't deny then, that we have involved ourselves in the matter? Well, no matter. He has no reason to say anything further. Rise gets annoyed saying, a game? Aren't you the ones who think of this as a game? Those words take Naoto off guard. She continues, she doesn't care if he's a special investigator or an amateur sleuth. All you're doing is solving mysteries. How could you possibly know about this? You're the one who's playing a game here. Yosuke adds that one of the victims, she meant a lot to him. How could he possibly treat this like a game? Plus, we made a promise. Looking at Teddy, Naoto takes these words in and responds, a game. That may be quite true. Chie is a little confused, asks Naoto why so understanding all of a sudden. Yosuke thinks he gets it, saying he was wondering why he was wandering around like this when the police had a suspect. What? Did they get rid of him now that they have their man? Is that why he came here? Because he was lonely? Naoto responds that detectives normally aren't involved in arrests. and we never harbor special emotions regarding a case either. Still, it's rather unfortunate that people only attentive so long as our services are required. But then, he's accustomed to it. Much about this case is perplexing, but its solution was surprisingly simple. Well then, I'll be going now, as Naoto leaves us. Chie wonders, what was that all about? He just said his piece and left. But he said they have a suspect. But is it really going to solve anything? Yosuke says who knows, and it seems for now we have to call it a day. And now that I'm home, I couldn't think of what to do except Tanaka's amazing commodities. Today I got the Growth 2 Hell Magitama combo for 24,800 yen, so I can get more skill cards without swapping Izanagi out. And now that's it, all done. I folded some origami to boost my understanding and then went to bed. July 12th. It's a rainy morning as I'm heading to school, listening to two students talking as the girl is complaining about finals next week. The guy tries to see the bright side since summer vacation isn't far behind. The girl tells him to shut up, and once he's a third-year student, he'll get a taste of what it's like to take tests all year. Well, not wrong, but better get to class. And it was a pretty uneventful day at class, just a reminder that if we fail, we'll have to do summer school, and some school-related stuff, boosting my knowledge. And with school over, I head to the shrine to get my next request. This time there seemed to be a woman from the handwriting saying she wants to be able to converse better. She doesn't want to hurt people with the rude things she says. When nervous, well, I got a new thing on my hands, as I accept it, making the fox happy. But with the weather and how it's currently going, I decided to study with Yukiko, getting a dramatic boost to my knowledge and increasing our bond. I don't think she'll have any issues with the exam, but it's always nice to study with friends. And with that, I head home. And at home, me and Nanako tend to the garden, harvesting tomatoes and planting paprika. With the garden being completed, I spend the remainder of the night continuing the model. It's not done, but future me's got this, as I head to bed. July 13th. Walking to school, but Yukiko comes running, saying it's an emergency, as she forces herself under my umbrella. She thanks me since she couldn't find her folding umbrella, and it thinks it's quite odd since she always has one in her bag, but wait, maybe she used it when she was at Chie, she wonders. She then apologizes since she asks she's intruding, but she's now a little embarrassed. What if people talk? I say give it 9 days. She wonders if it'll be a passing thing, but anyway, she hopes that the rain will pass by the time school is over, as she walks with me there. And with exams coming, we're getting hit with questions left and right, and once again, I got it right, increasing my knowledge, and then with that, school was over. I had to the rooftop to hang out with Chie, but she wasn't there, but a girl was. I approached her, but she seems to be shy and gets angry and then apologizes. She seems to be flustered. Maybe she's the one with the Emma request? She gets annoyed, asking me to stop staring with her face. However, my understanding lets me stand tall. She is surprised, since most people leave and sometimes yell back, "You're weird. What are you standing there for? Say something to me, you got that?" And she leaves. Well, that was something. She might be here tomorrow, so I guess I have work on my plate, but I can fix her. But as the good senpai I am decided to study with Kanji, to help him bring my knowledge to expert. And during the night, to top it all off, I went to the hospital. With the good old weird noises and courage boosts, me and the nurse's bond will deepen soon. But the 5,000 yen is nice, as I head home. July 14th. I still don't get why Hoshi teaches with a puppet, but once again I get hit with a question and get it right, boosting my knowledge. But with school over, I head to the rooftop, and sure enough, she's standing there once again. She seemed to be waiting, but then gets mad, saying, "No one asked me to come here, and she's busy. What's on your mind?" I ask her bluntly if she needs help speaking. She's confused, wondering, where did I hear that? Oh, it's not like she's worried about it. Leave her alone. But due to my expression, I offer her conversation lessons. She shouts, she doesn't need them, then pauses, but then says, if I really want to teach someone, then maybe she'll listen, but only for a while since she's nice. I give her some tips on how to converse. She says I should have told her this earlier. She realizes that's not right, correcting herself with, it would have been most desirable if you would have imparted this wisdom at a much earlier occasion. Yeah, like that. But she thanks me and hopes I can teach her again as she leaves. I wonder if it'll actually work, but we'll just have to wait and see. But with her assisted, it's time to hang out with the main man Kanji. We find ourselves at Aya, as Kanji has a request for me. Kanji is happy since he's starving for some Chinese, But if he eats and gets home, he can't finish his mother's food. She serves him like he has 5 brothers. She's trying to make his stomach burst. You have a good mom, Kanji. As we continue to chat, someone enters who seems to know Kanji, asking what's he doing at Aya. That annoys Kanji, asking, can't you tell? And hey, you're a cop. What do you mean, what am I doing? The guy responds, just what I said. There's been a lot of commotion around here lately. Kanji snarks that maybe if you did your job, things would be quieter. The officer tells him to fix that attitude. And oh well, just don't pull anything, got it? Kanji hates being accused, but the officer just decides to eat somewhere else and leaves. When he's gone, Kanji looks down and calls him an asshole. But the cops are always like that. Soon as they spot him, they're like, what are you doing? You look suspicious, and all that type of shit. But he's used to it. As Kanji apologizes for me getting mixed up in this. He's a real troublemaker for me and his mother. She's always apologizing for him, and he's sprouting more and more white hairs. I say he should apologize to her, but he knows that, but it's just kind of awkward, but filial piety, right? He doesn't really know what to do, or so he thought. As he gets back to good old Kanji, saying he's going to use his power he's got to make the town peaceful. He's done nothing but cause trouble, but now he can finally return the favor. So let's get to it. I can feel his enthusiasm as a bond deepens. Kanji asks the chef if the food is ready, but the chef didn't know Kanji ordered something, but called him Kan-chan, which pisses him off since he hates the name, and then says his order over as he says he's going to tear this store apart so fast he won't have time to file for insurance. I look at him as he restates it in a nicer, which apparently is to destroy the place and then rebuild it twice as good. This is going to take some time, but I left Kanji to his meal and then headed home. As I was going to my hospital job, Adachi seemed to be in the mood to talk, as he seems to not mind the idea. We had to eat at Sozai, but like everything else, it was closed, which Adachi complains that everything here is closed too soon, adding that he got off work early, so he thought he'd make something, but then he got lazy. What should he do? He does have a ton of Nemono at home. That seems to summon the grandma, asking Adachi if he's working hard. He seems to be unhappy with her appearance, saying, yeah, he just got off. She asks if he's had dinner yet. He's young, he needs to eat up. He panics, but then uses me as a scapegoat, saying, he's promised me that he'd eat dinner with me. I'm his boss's nephew, so he can't say no. Maybe next time. She thinks it's too bad, and then wishes Adachi a good night leaving. Adachi is honest and says that she sucks away his will to live. Can you imagine how awkward dinner would be just him and her? He doesn't even like her Monono anyway. The Lotus route is too rough. And then apologizes for using me, but I was a big help. I say I was a big help. Adachi is honest and says that was terrible. But it's interesting to think about Adachi. He thinks I'd be a good cook. Maybe he'll really come over. But Dojima would still be at work. Doesn't that mean it'll just be us? Isn't that weird? I say Nanako would be happy. Adachi says I'm such an older brother now. He doesn't think he's seen Nanako smile a lot more since I moved here. But he is interested to see what I'm like as a cook. When he was in high school, he never gave it a single thought. I asked him what kind of student he was. He was honest and said he just studied and studied. It was a good school where grades mattered. He didn't mind he got back as much as he gave. His parents didn't care that much as long as his grades were good. But that works out when you're a student. I ask him honestly if he doesn't enjoy himself now. He looks away, saying grown-ups have a lot on their plates, but lately things have been fun. It's nice to know there's something he's good at. It seems he's working hard, as I feel our bond deepen. But then he says that as dinner, sorry, not today. Maybe next time. He's going to stop someplace on his way back. So make sure I hurry home as we part ways and I head home. July 15th. Only 3 more days until finals, and I think I have a good chance as I get another question correct, boosting my knowledge. And with classes done, I head back to the roof to see how the girl went. It doesn't seem well. She's teary-eyed, saying, my lessons didn't work. She started a cheerful conversation with a girl in her class, but she got nervous all of a sudden and said something that she wasn't thinking. Move aside, ugly, I'm coming through. What should she do? She just started crying. My courage lets me say that she should apologize to her. I instruct her to courage one needs to apologize for your mistakes. She agrees with me, saying, hurting others without apologizing is selfish and cowardly. So that's what she'll do. And maybe after she can try and have a real conversation with her. She can't keep using her bad conversation skills as an excuse. It seems I finally got to her to come out of her shell. I should go check up on the fox. I have the time next. But since she's here, I decided to hang out with Chie as we had to train. With training over, we go for a quick stop at Aya. As Chie was deciding on what she wanted to eat, a familiar voice cries out in the district, but it's made obvious what's happening, as what seems to be a group of thugs are trying to rob the person. Chie recognizes the voice as well, and says we should go. As we go in the direction as Takeshi seems to be cornered by those guys the officer was talking about. As we get there, Takeshi gets behind Chie. The punk's leader mocks Takeshi, saying, "He's hiding behind a girl." Chie asks if he's alright. He replies, "He is, and she's always been good at this stuff. They took all of his money, so you're gonna get them for me, right?" Chie says it does tick her off, as she directs her wrath at the bullies, calling them cowards for ganging up on one guy. They ought to be ashamed. Takeshi tells Chie to take care of them as he runs like his life depends on it. Even Chie was surprised, thinking, sheesh. As she gets back on the matter at hand and with a firm "let's throw down," the punk wonders, "What's wrong with this bitch? You think you're all that? I'm not afraid to hit a girl. We will kick your ass." The punks didn't like Chie's jab at them. Things aren't looking good. As they come in to confront them, the leader thinks it's all a pain in the ass, as one of his lackeys says that Takeshi might call the cops, as they should run, as the leader calls it quits and they all run away. He tells them to hold it and chases them, but stops. It's too late. As she wonders, what the heck? Running away when I stepped in. She then gets annoyed, asking, why'd I butt in? She thinks I could have left it to her, that she could have handled it by herself. She stops and apologizes, saying she charged in by herself and caused me trouble. I say it's no trouble, and she thanks me. And she remembers that now she has to remember she's not alone. It's always like that, everyone doing their best. Then she starts to worry that it's all up to her. She's got to work harder. She worries that someday she'll end up causing more trouble like she did today and thinks she's stupid. But I do feel like I understand Chie just a little more as our bond deepens. Chie thanks me and seems to be blushing. She then pauses and says, never mind, she needs to work harder. Why is she moping? She's gonna think about it and give it some more thought. She's not too smart. But with that, I walk home with Chie. And during the night, I head to the hospital. The world where the weird noises are about boosts one's courage. And as I finish cleaning the windows, I head to the reception area as I overheard two nurses talking. They seem to be talking about Sayoko. One asking, which room was it again? And they should get going or she'll yell at you. She's been really scary lately. She's been trying to. She stops as she appears, scolding the girls for standing around. If they have time to chat, they have time to go check on all the patients. As she asks one if she's finished disseminating the patient, the nurse says that she was just about to. Sayoko responds she sees that they're skilled at slacking off and tells the other nurse that she misfiled the equipment order form in several places. She apologizes, saying she'll fix it right away. She informs that she's already fixed it and to send it. Just go. The girls leave so the scolding can stop. She looks at me and says, oh, you're working. That's good. She'll be going. Then she seems to be pale and tired. So I say to hang in there. She agrees, saying she can still work. Yes, very nice and clean. She likes me. I don't slack off. As she praises my work ethic, our bond deepens. But she gets back to her workaholic attitude, saying she doesn't have time to hang around. It's going to be another all-nighter for her, and leaves to continue her graveyard shift. But with that, I finish up work, and with 5,000 yen in my pocket, I head home. July 16th. Heading to school in such miserable weather, Chie runs up with a good morning. She wonders what the guy the police are after looks like, and how their investigation is going. She can't stop worrying about it. Speaking of worrying about things, finals are next week. She lets out a sigh since she can't study when thinking about the investigation. I say that I don't study. She chuckles, agreeing with that. I believe she thinks I'm lying until she looks at my reaction and realizes I wasn't. And with that conversation over, I head to school with Chie. With finals coming in 2 days, I found myself focusing more on school. And that's what made me realize we have a lot of really weirdly dressed teachers. Regardless of that, I got a question correct, boosting my knowledge. And with that, school is over. I headed to the shrine to speak with the fox. He came down to the shrine, hoping for some good news, and I gave him the good news. As it gets excited, running around, checking the offering box with joy. It's happy with my results, increasing our bond. And with that, I hanged out with the fox just a little bit longer, and then I went home. And during the night, I continue to build the model, and although it's not done just yet, a boost of my diligence is always nice, but for now, I head to bed. July 17th. I found I was wrong. Exams aren't tomorrow, they're Tuesday. So that's cool. Regardless of that, it's Sunday. I get myself some stuff at Tamaka's this time. I bought the giant candy purple suit combo for a mere 20,800 yen. And my wish is granted by Tanaka. I went outside and went to the Velvet Room. I needed a Death Arcana for the old lady. When I got inside, I didn't expect what happened. As Igor and Maria weren't in the room, it was just Margaret. She noticed I have entered the room and asked if I have business here. As I can currently see, her master is currently away. If my errand isn't urgent, she regrets to tell me to come back late. She stops herself, saying, "That won't do. This room is tightly bound in my fate. Nothing here happens without a reason. There must be a meaning in our meeting here alone." She then welcomes me to the Velvet Room and introduces herself. She is one who rules over power, invited here after her predecessor's sudden disappearance. I may be the first person who has ever been welcomed here by someone other than her master. The Velvet Room is inseparable from the heart of the guest. The shape of the room and its residents are selected by her master, based on the number of guests and her destiny. Shall we chat? She feels that's what she's been called to do. This feels weird, but she doesn't seem to mind this hand of fate, as I feel a bond start to form between us, showing itself to be the Empress Arcana. After we formed a bond, she comments that I've made several social links already, reoccurring meetings, reoccurring words. By deepening my understanding of one another, my bonds strengthen. But sometimes the heart is shaken more by a single action than 1,000 words. And she asks if I understand. I say somewhat. She looks at me and says that today's meeting would be classified as a single action. As she nods to herself, saying she's decided. That strand of fate that I follow? She wants me to entangle in her within it as well. Perhaps a new bond will be spun. There is something she wants to know, and I'm the first guest she's welcomed here, and in light of today's meeting with her master absent, she believes that we are both special to one another. As Margaret smiles, she tells me she wants to know more about me, but first, she will have me show me a rare persona ability, deciding I should show her an Ippon Datra that knows Sujikoja. I see, maybe when I have more time I should listen to her request. But she seems to be invested in this request, reminding me that the heart is shaken more by a single action than 1,000 words. Have I already forgotten? But she seems to be looking forward to it, wishing me well. I was taken out of the Velvet Room, but now that me and Margaret's interaction is finished, I re-enter the room, grabbing the Death Arcana persona, and then waiting to the floodplains before, so I can talk to the old lady. I found that missing twin, but she wants me to find a flower brooch. I agree to do it, but with that quest, I forgot about it a long time ago. Showed itself. I spend the day with the old lady of the riverside. She's staring intently at me. I am confused, but she says that the more she looks at me, the more I remind her of him. His nose was just a little lower than mine, and her eyes just a little smaller, and his hair was shorter. She chuckles, saying he was a handsome man. I had a good idea of who she was talking about, but I asked her anyways, but she confirmed it, saying it was her husband. He was a kind man, quiet, and attractive too. But she looks down, saying he passed away recently. She asks me if she looks like death. I say she doesn't. She sees and tells me I mustn't become deaf. She smiles sadly. I seem to understand the weight that she bears within her heart, as a bond deepens. She's honest and says that when she's with me, it feels like he's forgiven her, but that can't possibly be true, though, after all, she's the one who... She stops and says she'll see me later, and we part ways, and with the night approaching, I work on the model, and it's finally done. I now have myself a heavy armor Agni. Let's go. With this completed, I should head to the store during the night and get a new one, but for now, I should probably actually head to bed. July 18th. The exams start tomorrow as I head to the bookstore, since there was new stock. And with a quick stop and shop, I spend the day with Yukiko. Went to the floodplain and she handed me a homemade boxed lunch. Oh god, no. She says it came out well, so she packed it up and wanted me to try it. It looks normal. Wait, no, there's a smell. An unusually pungent smell that hangs in the air. I might die today, but I try and not hurt Yukiko's feelings. Saying, let's eat. She looks at me, expecting me to chow down, saying, go ahead. Oh man, here it goes. I started with the thing that looks like an omelette, I think. It's actually no, there's something too hard to bite on inside, and it smells burnt yet raw. Like what? How did Yukiko achieve this? I know my body is going to reject this, but I can't make her feel bad, so I swallow it. I can feel the pain she'd feel if I didn't, but I guess from my reaction to it, she knows it wasn't that good. And she looks sad, but I say there's always next time to comfort her, and she smiles, thanking me, seeming relieved. Suddenly Nanako appeared, asking us what we were doing, as Yukiko tells Nanako that she was having me try a box lunch. Nanako wants to try some. Yukiko apologizes since she can't give it to her as it's not any good. Eternally, I thank God. I know Jijima would have bring divine punishment if anything happened to Nanako, but Nanako, being herself, says that if she does make a good one, will she let her have some? Yukiko agrees with that request, and Nanako is happy rooting for Yukiko. And she says to Nanako that she'll try her best, but then says she needs to go to Mai's house, and leaves. Yukiko tells her to be careful, then she apologizes for dragging me out, and I tell her I'm having fun, which she's glad to hear, as our bond deepens. She thinks back on it. She only has a year left. By then, she'll need to be able to do anything on her own. As I hand Yukiko back the box lunch, and we part ways. During the night, I went to the shop to show him the newly made model, as he asked if I wanted to create another one, and I choose another mecha. He tells me apparently it's a universal destruction grade. Got some powerful stuff on my hands then. Oh, and it's even posable. He continues going on into details and then stops himself, hoping to see the finished results. As I head home and put up the model I have finished after doing a little victory dance, I head downstairs and spend the rest of the night with Dojima. It's been quite a while, diary. Exams have been quite hectic, so I guess I should write down all the details before I forget. July 19th. Exam period started, so I head to school as prepared as I ever could. First question, what was morale? Due to Moriko's death, there isn't much around in the team, especially with exams, but it's cheerfulness in a group. What is Haikendai? Which is Balance Beam? July 20th. Day 2, it is said, even Kubo made mistakes in writing. Which kanji did he make a mistake on? I chose the first option. And for the period, did Japan first implement bonus pay, which was implemented during the Meiji period, which commenced in 1868 and lasted until 1912, and marked Japan's transformation into a modern nation. July 21st. Day 3. Which king in the deck is missing a moustache? The King of Hearts, which is still not understood why, but there are some interesting theories. I recommend looking into it. And Pascal is the man who said, man is but a reed, the most feeble thing in nature, but he is a thinking reed. July 22nd. The exams are almost over. Which one of these is the name of a real river? That is the Pispis River, located in Nicaragua. And what is the beginning of Gakumon no Susume a reference to? Which is the Declaration of Independence. And an interesting read. Even if you're not an avid book reader, the first 55 pages are available and translated for free. But July 23rd, the final day of the exams, I feel confident that I'll get a good score. But with the exams are finally over, with school finishing soon after. Yosuke is thrilled, saying it's all over. And man, he's so sleepy, which annoys her since he's yawning in her face. But she gets back to it, asking Yukiko for the third question on English. Which phrase should he use? She responded, she said, used to. Chie understands, saying, wrong again. Yosuke teases, saying, so much for going aboard. Heck, why leave Inaba? You have so much right here. Which annoys her again, saying, he's so annoying. As Kanji and Rise come, they both look at her. Their life has been drained from them, as Yosuke snorks, whoa, more losers? Which gets Rise annoyed, grumbling, why does she need to know English for? She can always ask for a translator. And asks, how did I go? As I say it proudly that my pen was on fire, boosting my courage. She smiles, calling me amazing. But Kanji, seeming down, explains, enough about the exams already. What's going on about this murder case? Yosuke seems to like that idea, suggesting we should head to our special headquarters, since we haven't been there in a while. Sounds good to me as we head there. When we get there, Chie is honest and says that she's kinda bummed not about the exams, but the whole police finding a suspect. We thought we were the only ones that could solve the case, but now, Yosuke reminds Chie that we don't know yet. They haven't actually made an arrest yet. Kanji says we gotta sit on our thumbs mid-conversation. It's almost like he can sense the investigation as Adachi walks by, complaining about its Nice having a suspect, but where the hell is he? But they're on the end of their rope. And then turns to notice us, realizing we just heard what he just said, trying to sound cool, confirming the case is as good as solved, and not to worry, it's only a matter of time until they bring in the suspect. And the guy's kidnapping people at random and slaughtering them. They won't rest until they bring him to justice. And after a pause, he says he's gonna get back going, and then power walks away, as Yosuke says how we're all feeling right now, and continues that, on the other hand, if the police have a search warrant out for the guy, we should stay out of it. Kanji agreeing. After that realization is felt on the table, Rise brings the mood back, saying she just remembered there was a question on the exam she didn't get. She think it was the chemical formula HCHO used for silver mirrored reactions. Its 40% solution is known as formalin. And the question was, what is HCHO? I wasn't sure, so I said something that sounded right. Later I found out it was formaldehyde, but regardless, me and Rise got it wrong. By asking Kanji if he had the same question, as he gets annoyed at being called his first name, which she didn't like saying that was kind of harsh, and she just heard that he got a nosebleed when he was around Senpai. That took him off guard, asking, who the hell blabbed about that? Seems to be Chie as she tries to change the topic. Asking Rise, she doesn't ask Yukiko to help her study. She seems to not mind the idea, but she thinks that she would rather ask a senpai of the opposite sex, turning to me saying, she's not a nuisance to me, is she? That caught me off guard as Chie comments that she's dangerous. But with an awkward pause and staring, Chie says we should change topics, and Yosuke asks how Teddy's doing, which reminds Yosuke and tells us to check this out. It seems he got him working as a mascot, which he confirms as it's pay for letting Teddy live with him. He's now Juness's mascot. Pretty smart, Yosuke, and Kanji agrees, commenting that he looks one happy bear. Yosuke says he kept saying he didn't want to go back, so he made him a deal, and now since he has nothing better to do, he's gonna go bug him. Chie wants to go, as Kanji once again wants to feel his fur. Everyone leaves, and I guess I should do it too, as Rise stops me, saying that she's getting a hang of school. She wants to go out more and see the sights, but she tends to be recognized everywhere she goes. She's a little nervous about going out on her own, and it seems to be the type of guy to know all the cool spots in town, and looks at me, waiting for a response, as I catch the hint and agree to show her around, which makes her happy, letting out a woohoo, as I feel a bond start to form, showing itself to be the Lover's Arcana. And she reminds me, if I have time to kill, think of her, okay? And come on, let's go pester Teddy. As we go over and after some time hanging out more, I head home. During the night, a special report was on, talking about the murder case. Did something happen? It doesn't seem like it, as they're talking about how the police are yet to announce any progress on the investigation. As the thing continues, Nanako seems to be scared. I tell her not to worry, which she seems to nod, but sit next to me, feeling anxious about the case. Some time pass, and Nanako tells me that there's a package for me. I grabbed the commodities, did some farming with Nanako, which she loved, and with corn planted and honestly exhausted, I just went to bed. July 24th. It's a beautiful morning, no need to worry myself over exams. The only thing to worry myself is with Tanaka's amazing commodities! Today I bought the kitchen knife and giant candy combo for 11,800 yen, and with that deal sealed, I head out. I went to get a new Emma request from the Fox, kinda forgot to get the new one last time. It seems to be written in a panic. The person really doesn't like cats. Must have someone who's crazy cat lady in their life. But I accept the request, making the Fox happy, and I catch some bugs before heading out. I headed to the floodplains and found the guy. He seems to be talking about someone, and it's true, it's his beloved. He's getting married, and he should be happy, but if it wasn't for him, that horrendous furball, he can't even say those fanged demons are terrifying. I see a cat. He doesn't want to hear it. It's physically trembling from the word. This isn't how I expected him to react. This is pretty bad, honestly. He goes on about all the things he hates about cats, of all the pets she could have owned, and she said she couldn't get married if he won't let her have one. Why must he be put through this horrible test? I decided to be a little mean, meowing, and he tells me to stop asking, what do you want? Money? He'll give me that. Just get away from him. That's not how I expected a fully grown man to react, but anyway, I guess I'll have to find a cat. I think cats like fish. Maybe I'll finally go fishing again. But for now, I head down to see if Hisano's watching the river, like she usually does, at this time, and decide to spend time with her. I sit with her and she's honest, saying that I frightened her there. She thought I was her husband. She looks down and continues to say that watching the river with me like this brings back memories. I ask of what? That made her smile, saying when she was still young, before she became a wrinkled old lady, she met her husband here in this town. She was born and raised here. He was part of a traveling company of actors. They would come to town once a year. When she was small, her family would take her to see the play. That's where she met her husband, who was a child actor. He had clear, pale skin and spoke different from the other children. He was her first love, and every year he would come, and every year she would watch. Then she gathered all her courage she had and talked to him. By some miracle, he fell in love with her, too. They would talk behind the stage, one date every year. She thought he was flirting with her, but she thought it was okay. But guess what? He quit the company and said he'd live with her and even marry her. He did field work, though he didn't know how, but he would come home to show her his blisters. He was so proud, and she was happy back then. I admit and say that I'm jealous. She tells me that she's sure that the day will come, and I'll be so happy that I could just cry from happiness. And there are many people who are in the midst of happiness. They just don't realize it yet. If you don't know what you should hold dear, then your life is just a journey without a destination. But right now, she just wants to do is be by his side, but she knows she never will. He went to heaven, and she will surely go to hell. I tell her to please stop torturing herself. She smiles, thanking me for being so kind, as I feel I understand her more, deepening our bond. But she must go now. It's getting cold here down by the river, so she'll see me later. And we go our separate ways, heading home. And during the evening, I went fishing as God intended every man to do. I caught a goldfish, ambasima, inaba trout, and genju ayu. And after making fish fear me, I head home. July 25th. As I'm heading to school, Yukiko meets up with me, saying morning, and asks if I've checked the weather report. They say rain's going to lift in the afternoon, but they said it's going to rain all day tomorrow. The culprit is already wanted by the police, but he's already someone the police can't handle with. I do agree with her on that, and she says we should let the others know too, and with my conversation over, we head to school together. During lunchtime, the results came in, and once again, I got top 10. Yosuke says I'm so smart, as I feel my bond deepen with everyone I know at school, and then head back to class since lunch break is over. And with school finishing soon after, we're conversing as Yosuke comments that it's like we're finally free, adding, why don't we go somewhere during the summer vacation? His motorcycle is back from the shop. Rise calls us lucky for having our motorcycles, but Kanji is surprised it's actually fixed since, Hanako happened to it. Chie and Yukiko didn't know what happened and presses Yosuke on it, but Kanji tells them he was striking out all the ladies and got his scooter busted up, which shocks Chie since she didn't know Yosuke was after Hanako. Yukiko adding that she'll back him up, which angers him, saying he wasn't talking about anything like that. He was saying we should go somewhere over the summer vacation, like the beach. It'd be a pain to go by train, but by motorcycle. Yukiko thinks on it since it's been a long time since she last went to the beach. Chie thinks about the bright sun, the glistening waves, the luscious scent drifting from nearby stands, the dripping of meat juices. You okay, Chie? Yosuke adds, is food all she can think about? But Rise likes the idea, saying it's just a written test, right? Why don't we get their licenses too? Kanji tells her that they're too young, but Rise proudly says her birthday was last month, so she's 16 now. Kanji just liked that, saying, that's cheating! But then she thinks about it and says sitting behind Senpai sounds great too. She wants to squeeze in close. Before I could say anything, Yosuke is direct and says that is against the law to have two people ride on a motorcycle. Yosuke is jealous, but he does think it's a good idea for them to get their licenses. It only takes about a week. That's when Yukiko remembers that though it's supposed to be for work, their inn does have a scooter. Rise says they got one as a gift at the office that's just sitting around. She bet she could borrow it if she asked, but she would have to call her manager, seeming disgruntled. But with that, Yosuke is excited, saying this plan might actually work out, and asks Chie if she thinks of it, and Yosuke adds that it can be any kind as long as it's lower than 50cc, and then she responds that she might be in luck, since one of their relatives loves motorcycles, so maybe he has a scooter she can borrow, which gets Yosuke even more hyped, and says let's get our licenses and hit the beach together. But Kanji asks, What about Teddy? Yosuke thinks it and says if he doesn't move around, he could pass his luggage. But Kanji says that's stretching it a little, but Yosuke reassures him, saying if he can't get him on one of us, we'll just strap him on some wheel and tow him. The idea of that bringing over Yukiko laughing fits. As Chie asks, what's so funny? As she thinks of it when roller skates would be perfect, laughing more. Well, as long as she's having fun, I guess. But Rise has made up her mind. She's going to get her license, and thinks about the beach she's gone before for pin-up shoots. But it's been a while since she's went for fun. Yosuke makes the revelation that this means he'll see Reset herself in a swimsuit with his own 2 eyes. That annoys Chie, since she's standing right in front of him, which he panics as Rise brushes it off and asks me a hard-hitting question of which person am I looking forward to seeing in a swimsuit. I say it was hard, but I said Kanji without missing a beat. Which shocked everyone as Kanji is mono saying, it's nothing too special. The crotch area is thin and built for speed, so... Yosuke cuts him off and gets mad at me for saying that, and to cut it out, damn it! Yosuke wishes I said he was the one, but he gets back on track saying, we're set on going to the beach, and tells Yukiko and Chie they should get their licenses as well. Then we can ride motorcycles with us. They nod to agree. Chie is excited. Rise is even more excited, and Yukiko is, well, Yukiko. But it seems that it's planned, and now to spend the rest of the day, I remember I haven't given Konishi's brother the handkerchief back. So I head over to talk to him. He seems to be surprised I am saying I could have thrown it away, and after a short pause, he says it was his sister's. His mother put in his bag by mistake. No one uses it anymore, so... He's sure that it's glad to have fulfilled its duty, and thanks me. But I thank him for giving it to me, which he says, no, it's fine, really, and says his name is Naoki Konishi, and apologizes for saying he hated me when we only just met. I say I didn't mind, I did understand why he felt that way, and he thanks God and looks relieved. But I feel like I've finally acquainted with him, and seeing his struggle firsthand as a bond starts to form, showing itself to be the Hanged Man Arcana. He reminds me of last time, when he came to that meeting. He made everyone feel uneasy, right? After that, he was officially fired from the association. They told him not to come to meetings anymore, and he says it was his fault, left behind again. And he pauses, saying, if it's okay with me, maybe we can have fun together. And I'll find him at the family's liquor store at the beginning of the week. He's helping out there, and he'll be going now, as we go our separate ways, and I head home. And during the night, I work diligently on a new model I got, which isn't completed yet, and then I head to bed. July 26. Heading to school in the rain that Yukiko told me about yesterday, 2 boys were talking. One is excited for the summer vacation that's starting tomorrow. His friend's a little bummed out that it's raining though. The forecast said it was going to last until the evening. But his friend is fine with that. He didn't have any plans, but he guesses he could watch Tanaka's Amazing Commodities and see if there's anything he wants. He doesn't get what it's about, that show, but he always ends up buying something and tells his friend that to show, that the one that goes over the airways to you and asks if he's seen it. Sure I have, random person. I sure have. But at school, Kashiwagi tells us although she understands that we're all excited for the vacation, but we're having an end-of-term assembly in the gym now. She won't say anything mean like someone she knows, but to do what we're told, and she's excited about summer vacation too. She's already bought her swimsuit. No one wants to see that, especially the way that she talked about it. But she reminds us not to forget our homework. And with her speech, we head to the gym, and with formalities done, it's finally time for the holidays. As I head to INA to spend the last day of the term at band class. And with my expression boosted, I have to admit, INA is sounding good. I'm glad she's finally believing in herself. When practice is over, she tells me she's heading over the river to practice. It's so peaceful there. There's even a little roof nearby, so she can still practice while it rains. She's been going there every day, even when she doesn't have rehearsal. She needs to get all the practice she can get. She may be a lost cause, but she might as well try, and it's all thanks to me. If she's been on her own, she would have given up, and says she will make it a performance to be proud of, for the both of us. She wants to make me smile. I feel her affection towards me as our bond deepens. And says that she'll be on her way now, and I parted ways with the enthusiastic INA and then went home. Time passed, and it's now midnight. I guess I should see if anyone's on it.
You all think you can see me?
You all think you know everything about me? Then try and catch me.
That guy seems familiar. I'm assuming he's the killer? I think, but I get a phone call from Yosuke asking me if I saw that. He wonders who it was, that guy, he doesn't know him, and asks if I saw him on the news or some special TV event. He seemed gloomy, like a zombie. As Teddy is yelling out Yosuke's name, as Yosuke relents and hands it to Teddy, apologizing to me, he announces it was him on the phone and says he finally got to see what the Midnight Channel with his own eyes. Now he knows exactly what's happening. That guy's suppressed emotions are resonating with the other side, which are picked up on the TVs over here, and it's clear now that it's not only being filmed by anyone, so that mystery solved, but the kid is already in the TV world. Where are we going to do? I say we're going in, and he's happy to hear, knowing he can count on me. I feel a strong trust with Teddy, and also him likely having a heart attack as our bond deepens. Yosuke takes his phone back from Teddy, but Yosuke was surprised. He's already inside. What happened to the blurry image that we usually see in advance? And did I hear what he said? Try and catch me. And after a pause, he thinks about it. He looks like a high schooler. Could he be? He then thinks about it. We shouldn't jump into conclusions. We should head to our headquarters tomorrow, and hangs up. Chie calls me, and I answer. She finally got through. Yosuke's line was busy too. She was just talking to Yukiko. Was that? I give her a quick recap to her. She agrees with it, saying, we've got to get the bottom of this, and well, better get some rest. Good night, as she hangs up. Oh, I should do that as well, getting some rest. July 27th. Summer break starts today, however we promised to meet up in the investigation team at Jeunesse, so I head there. When I sit down, Yosuke informs us that Teddy and Rise are checking out the other side, so we'll go ahead and start the meeting. Now, about last night, we all saw it, right? Kanji angry that he sure did. That shit made his blood boil. That mumbling and his fish eyes pissed him off even more. Who the hell is he? I say, at least in my opinion, it's the killer. Yosuke agrees. He was thinking the same thing. Yukiko seems to be a little skeptical, but Chie sees the sense in it, even if it's a hunch. Yosuke continues saying that the suspect is a high schooler. The police are after him for the murder of King Moron. So, to see that on the TV last night, at a time like this, he even taunted the viewers saying, try and catch me. Kanji responds with a, yeah, so? Yosuke gives an example and says, his name, let's call him Shin. For some reason, who knows why, Shin is able to enter the other world. Then Shin, again, for some random reasons, starts throwing people into that world, intending to kill them. The police can't prove the other world exists, so it's the perfect crime. He can't possibly be caught. Now imagine you're Shin, but after a while, people stop dying when you throw them into the TV. You don't know why. You want to kill King Moron, but the TV is out, so you have to do it personally. Now the police are on you. As a result, you, he means Shin, is a wanted criminal, and there's no place for him to run. Kanji finally gets it, saying he went to the TV to dodge the cops. He gets why he said, catch me if you can. Wow, senpai, you're smarter than you look. That annoys Yosuke, telling Kanji that he pisses him off sometimes. But Yukiko brings up that she doesn't know why he targeted people who were shown on TV. But if he had a personal grudge with Muraoka, it would explain one thing. With a strong enough motive, wouldn't he forsake the untraceable TV method and try and kill Mr. Muraoka on his own? If you think of it that way, it sort of makes sense why Mr. Muraoka died without appearing on TV. That's true, but she wonders what the boy's going to do now that he's in the TV. With Teddy on this side, there's no way for him to get out. Chie asks us if we think he might get desperate and just end it all. He looked depressed, like it was the end of the world. Yosuke disagrees. The killer has to know that people he threw on TV have to come back to this side. You can see him missing Yukiko or Kanji, but Rise? A celebrity? There's just no way he wouldn't know she's still alive. Which means he must know a way out of the TV world. As for the rest, we'll just have to ask him face to face. As we converse about things, Rise finally comes up, Chie saying good timing, and she asks her how it went. She shakes her head saying, no, not good. There wasn't enough information to go on, but they're positive that someone's in there. Yosuke sees and wonders where Teddy is. Rise is honest and says he's still looking. What a hard worker. But Yosuke understands. We need to find out who that guy is and if he is the one the police is after. Once we figure that out, we just do our thing. Chie agrees if he really is the killer and he escaped into the other world, the police don't have a chance in catching him. Kanji agrees. It seems the investigation team's back on the case, as a bond deepens. And with that, Chie says, we should get digging. We go right ahead. I go around and see if there's anyone in the shopping district. No luck, so I head to the floodplain. I looked around and found Kanji, and I ask him, and he has nothing but tells me instead of bitching about it, why don't I go ask the source, being my uncle? I guess I could, but I know where this is going to go, so I head back to the shopping district, and he was standing there. I ask if he might have a clue on the investigation, and he responds how I expected him, saying not to stick my head out, and there's not a way he'd tell me. And where did Adachi go off to? Adachi, that's right, but I remember before heading to Jeunesse to give the Inaba trout to the blacksmith, and he made a weapon for Yosuke. It's fishy, but it's strong. But then I head to Jeunesse. Sadly, Adachi isn't there today. He must be actually working for once. What a shock. Anyways, since there's nothing I can really do today, I decided to eat at Aya, boosting my diligence and then heading home. And during the night, I went to the hospital, and with creepy noises about and a boost in my courage and the hopes of me and Sayoko's bond deepening in the future, I went home. July 28th. Another day for the investigation, so let's get into it. I went to Jeunesse and found Adachi, who seemed to be lazing around as he sees me, which startles him and tells me not to sneak up on him like that. I ask him what's he doing, and he says he's, well, you know, investigating. I say I told Dojima, which seems to scare him, tells me to keep this a secret from him, please. I ask him clues, which confuses him, and he says he'll tell me if I keep quiet. Sounds fair, and he tells me that he supposedly had a part-time job in the shopping district. Where was it again? He doesn't think he was told about it, but that works for me, I guess. I should go and check the shopping district. I saw Yukiko standing there. She must have heard as well, so I better get to looking. After a short look, he worked at Sozai. She wasn't happy, probably due to the bad press, but yes, he worked here for a short time, but that was a while ago. She had him cut meat, but he got bored of the work quickly. She remembers he had black eyes, but not really anything else, but the person who worked before him was his classmate during middle school. She sees him around here sometimes, so maybe we would be able to talk to him when we see him. We'd likely not find him today, but he had recently dyed his hair golden brown, so it should be easy to find him. Well, we have a lead, but I guess we'll just have to wait for tomorrow. And so, I head to Okina City. I heard that this place about a month ago, when one of those students was flexing his girlfriend, so I guess I'll go inside. He looks like that one teacher in a show that's getting popular in the West, but I don't remember the name, but he gave me a coffee and says he's impressed that I have the intestinal fortitude to set foot in here. After all he said prior, he introduced himself as Mumon. He's the owner of this establishment, and although this cafe is a chain, he refuses to serve mediocre coffee, and he will sacrifice his standards for no one. He apparently has an older brother, but they don't keep in touch much nowadays. He's caused him quite a bit of trouble. He became a Buddhist monk following their family tradition, but he's socially awkward, but he wonders how he's doing. He apologizes when he starts reminiscing. He has a hard time controlling himself. Tells me to drink up. It's a sublime cup of coffee. No, it's more than that. It's an experience. If you underestimate it, it will break you. As he leaves. Sounds intense. But I take a sip. My mouth is going numb, but now it's sharply acidic. Yet the body is full of wit. There's sweet undertones. This flavor is bold, too bold. I get swept up in the black torrent of flavors. I desperately reach towards something to grasp it. As I get dear, what felt like a moment was hours. As I wake up, it tells me he's closing up soon, and I must have passed out. He guesses my palate was overstimmed by the mature flavors, and I succumbed, and calls me a child. Well, I guess it's late, I should head home, and I do. During the night, I head upstairs and continue work on my model, and I've completed it. Now I have a melee Harihana. Man, these are such a joy to put together. I should get another from the guy later, but for now, I should head to bed. July 29th. With enough luck, this should be the day that we find the hint, so I head into the shopping district. I look around and found the guy at the tofu shop. I ask to see his U-book. He seems to know what I want. I want him, right? You want to see it, don't you? Well, it's my lucky day. Him and his friends are showing it to everyone and asked if I want a copy. I got the picture and sure enough, there he is. The name is Mitsuo Kubo. We've got a name. now to report this to Rise and enter the TV world. Rise shows the pictures to others. They all recognize it, even Yosuke saying it out loud. And it's settled. He's the killer, and he's in here now. Rise says he came to the shop before. That shocked us, and she wonders, was he spying on her? Oh my god. She really was getting targeted. It enrages Kanji, calling him a freaking punk. Chie seems to think that he saw him before. It then dawned on her, telling Yukiko, he's that one guy! That confused her, but Chie continues, remember back in April? He suddenly came up and started hitting on you. Yosuke remembers that too, the guy who got served by Yukiko in front of the school. He asked Chie how she'd remember something like that. She says that was the first time he talked to her, but she remembers that he was always following her around. Yukiko doesn't seem to remember, asking us what we're talking about. Yosuke seems to remind her, the dude who came right up to you at the school gates and called you Yuki. Yukiko seems to remember, but she seems confused more than anything. But Chie is annoyed, thinking that he targeted Yukiko to get back for rejecting him. Yukiko says that she didn't really reject him, but Rise continues, saying that while she was busy working, he came up to her and asked, don't the biker gangs bother you? Just going on and on about how biker gangs can't do anything unless they're in a pack and stuff. He seems to be the type of guy who just keeps talking, whether you like it or not, if that makes sense. She usually treats those people politely so they don't get offended, but she was so tired that she kind of ignored him. Was that why she was kidnapped? Kanji shakes his head and thinks, but wait, he's not a biker, that damn special report, so that's why he got dragged into this. Chie says she heard rumors about him talking about the announcer's affair too. Lots of muttering about how women who cheat on their husband should be executed. Quite extreme, but Yosuke believes that it's all coming together and it's time for a showdown. As we all agree, Yosuke asks Rise if she can tell where this Mitsuo guy is. She says she will trying, summoning her persona, and she says that she can, and he's that way. Chie says, let's go. We're all close to the killer. We can't lose him now. We all agree and head there. We seem to be in a pixelated world with something. It's hard to see. It's shrouded in darkness. Chie says that, what is this, some sort of game? Yosuke thinks, well, he did taunt her saying, try and catch me. He guesses he thinks this is all just a game, which pisses her off, sentencing him to 100 kicks in the face. And let's go. I joke saying, let the games begin. And Yosuke admits that all guys love games, as Teddy proudly says that all girls love Teddy. We heed him no attention as he follows. Well, let's capture this bastard. With a team of Yukiko, Yosuke, and Teddy, let's break down this pixelated world. Entering inside this world, we get prompted to begin a new quest or end the quest. They accept the new quest and get put with the name Mitsuo. Rise says that means the game's starting, and it pisses her off and says let's go. Rise shows off her skills already on the first floor. She truly is a force to be reckoned with. On the second floor, it seems a demon lord is taunting our hero, Mitsuo, and landing a critical hit and knocking him down. This confuses Rise, wondering what it's all about, and adds, we should hurry on. On this floor, just at the brink of surviving, Yosuke and Teddy show off a new move. They must have been practicing. On the third floor, someone is saying good morning, and it seems he slept well last night. In fact, he slept so well that not even the sirens from the police cars woke him. The person thinks something bad happened, and could he possibly grab a coffee from the cafe at the arcade? Did you hear a girl got killed? It's becoming a dangerous world out there. She doesn't even feel safe walking around town. Don't let your guard down, and make sure you're not out late, okay? What does this all mean? Maybe we'll find out later. On the fourth floor, a female announcer appeared. Command? He chose fight. And thou has done well in defeating the female announcer and has been promoted to the next level. Excitement increased by 4, emptiness increased by 1. This seems to be him admitting, but seeing it as a game, I agree with Rise. He's on my enemy list too. The fifth floor, a corpse discoverer draws near. Command? He chose to fight and defeats the corpse discoverer and promoted to the next level. Sadness increased by 5 and emptiness increased by 8. Rise wonders, is he getting stronger? And we should be more careful. He's more dangerous than we thought. On the 6th floor, what seems to be Mitsuo's voice cries out saying no, 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 and losing his mind, which Rise agrees with. He's unhinged and dangerous. But how far does it go? The 7th floor, the voice from last time, talking, asking if he slept well, and a girl was killed last night. The noise of the arcade was bad, but can you buy some coffee from the cafe in the police cars? Thanks. I can't even safely walk around. I can safely withdraw cash now. Have you heard? Good morning. Don't be out dangerously late, okay? Relax and don't let your guard down. I agree with Rise, he's going insane, but we must push forward. However, during this floor, we encountered a mini-boss, one of those hand creatures, but it wasn't too tough. The creatures it summoned were weak to Teddy's ice attacks, but the thing hit like a truck. I was extremely lucky he didn't finish me off and summon another ally, but I was able to take it down soon enough.
I'll get it next time!
Go for it! A flower's fate is to bloom and scatter.
But after this fight, I found a skill card.
Alrighty, let's see what I get. Honestly, I'm gonna change that to Zeodyne after this dungeon, so nah, whatever.
But after that, I got to the 8th floor. This time, the evil demon appears, which is revealed to be Muraoka. But this time, the prompt is kill. And after a small hesitation, he killed him, and gained 16 attention, 17 fame, and 3 coolness, which disgusts Rise, crying out, "She can't believe this. What makes him think this is cool? Let's hurry, senpai. We've got to catch this sick bastard." Sounds good to me. On the 9th floor, the voice congratulates Mitsuo for being a hero, and then continues, but stops by going insane and chanting, "Kill, kill, kill." We're getting close for sure, and Rise tells us that sure enough, we are at the 10th floor. We're here. But before I face him, just like the last 2 times, I head to the striptease. I tear it up, but also to make sure that Chie and Kanji don't become too underleveled in case they're needed for the future. But during my adventure, just before the big boss, I found yet another skill up.
Alrighty, let's see what we get. Alright, well, that's really nice. It's not Megidolon yet, but Megidola is really good at this level of the game.
But soon enough, we reached the top of the dungeon and faced what was waiting for us. It was honestly quite easy. It was weak to ice, so with support buffs and Teddy, it went down until the very end, when it got a crit and almost destroyed the party. But I was able to crawl myself out of that bitter defeat and took it down, boosting my courage.
There!
Persona!
Alright, we won! We did it!
We enter, and it seems Mitsuo is having an argument with his shadow. Kanji telling him he better be ready to pay, and calls him a bastard. Yosuke tells Kanji to wait. Something doesn't feel right. Mitsuo is arguing with his shadow, saying everyone gets on his nerves. That's why he did it. What do you think of that? Say something, damn it. The shadow merely stares. He continues, nobody thought of him after the first 2 people. That's why he went for the 3rd one. He killed them. The shadow continues to stand there. Mitsuo asks, why is it so quiet for? It responds, it feels nothing. That annoyed Mitsuo, telling it to make sense. Chie doesn't know which one is the shadow. The other Mitsuo responds, he has nothing. He is nothing. And you are me. That angers Mitsuo, saying, what's that supposed to mean? He's not nothing. Yukiko knows what will happen if this continues. Mitsuo is confused, asking us how do we get here? Who the hell are we? And what are we doing here? Kanji tells him to shut the hell up. We came after him. Chie asks if he's the killer. Mitsuo just starts to laugh and laugh, saying of course he is. He's the one behind everything. He doesn't give a damn what this imposter's saying. You heard that? You have nothing to do with me. Get out of my sight. It just doesn't respond as Mitsuo continues saying, it goes for the rest of us. Why we chase him all the way here? He's going to kill all of us. He can do it, you know. He can do anything. But that's when his shadow finally went berserk.
So you don't accept me?
What the? Damn it, here we go again!
Get ready, everyone. Once we beat him, this case is as good as closed.
Weird, it didn't say the true self. I guess there's some stuff we don't know, but it formed into what seems to be a hero, but we have to destroy the outer shell to fight what's inside, so let's get to it. After a little time, it broke down, and we were able to strike in its true form. Isn't too crazy, except for having stat nullification, all forms of elemental damage, and Megidola. He has good damage too. Luckily, we trained enough to be able to tank some of the hits, but it's a tough one. Every now and again, he'd try and reform. We stopped him the first time, but not the second. But even though he reformed, all it took was destroying the outer shell to finish him off. It was done. Mitsuo gets up and Yosuke straightforward, saying, "You're finally awake, huh? You've been a major pain in our ass." Mitsuo is just confused, saying, "Who the hell are we?" I say, "We've come to capture you." Yosuke tells him the police are after you. They think you're the one who killed King Moron and the other two, and gets to the point. "So, are you the killer?" He casually responds, "All the cases, all one, me." And he smiles, saying, "That's right, I did it." Kanji calls him a piece of shit. He continues saying, "Not just that bastard Moroka, the stupid announcer, and that Konishi bitch too. He killed all of them. It was all him." His shadow seems to just dissipate, which surprises us. Rise wondering where it went, and Chie seems to be the same. But Mitsuo couldn't just help but laugh, saying, "It's gone. That freaking monster disappeared. Take that son of a bitch." As he collapses, Rise says he's exhausted, and we need to hurry and get him out of here. And so, we took him back to the normal world. He wonders where he is. I tell him, can't he tell? He doesn't seem to care, wondering why he's here. And what the hell are we? Stop it. Why did the TV... Weird. Teddy seems to believe he is confused from everything that happened, but we have a bunch of questions for him. First off, why did you do all of this? Answer in 10 words or less. Mitsuo just responds laughing, asking, "What the hell? Is that a costume? What a loser. Get out of his face, you freak." That just annoys Teddy, being called a freak. Yosuke saying, "You're not helping, Teddy." I ask him if he's the killer. He tells me to get off his back. He's already told us he did it. Rise asks why and how could you do such a thing? Chie adds that 3 people are dead because of you. He can only respond by letting out a sickening laugh. Everyone's talking about it, right? It's a huge deal. He did it. All of it. All by himself. Yosuke sees it as attention-seeking. There likely was. Yukio then asks, why did he target her? And the others, how did you kidnap us? He seems to avoid the question, just staring at her saying, "Look who it is. Hi, Yuki. After all this time, now you want to talk to me? What bullshit." That angers her, saying, if he wants to hold a grudge against her, that's fine. But why the others? Mitsuo just says that, what a joke. You're so desperate it hurts. He didn't care who he attacked. Everyone pissed him off. That angered Yosuke, saying, you've got to be kidding me. You killed Konishi over nothing, you son of a bitch. Kanji approaches him and says, I hope you're ready to get what's coming to you. He looks, saying that, what are you gonna do, kill me? Yukio seems to think he might, but he merely grabs him, lifting him up and saying, he's not going that easy. What you did can never be taken back, you piece of shit. You're going to own up to your crimes and pay for what you did. You're not allowed to kick the bucket until you understand exactly what it is you've done. He doesn't respond and Kanji drops him. Yosuke just can't accept she had to die because of this bastard. He doesn't respond and Kanji tells us, the cops. Yosuke doesn't understand until he spells it out. He says, call the damn cops. And he does. And with that, the killer is taken away. Chie says that at least Dachi seemed happy. Yosuke says this means our work is done. Chie can't get her head around it. Doing it to draw attention, it's just wrong. She means not that it would be okay if he had a better reason. Yosuke says he knows, don't worry. Rise is happy, saying, it's over. Let's leave the rest of the police. Teddy is happy his world will be peaceful again. Yukio is happy for Teddy. We went through a lot. Teddy responds like scoring with guys. That annoys her, saying, you will just never let that go. That confuses Kanji. She tells him he doesn't need to know the details. I'm sure he'd like us to forget the sauna incident too. Right, Kanji? You can't deny that, but Rise thinks it's no fair. She wanted to see everyone else too. Yosuke realizes that's right, we 3 are the only ones who saw everyone's secret. Chie asks me, what was Yosuke's like? Come on, it's about time I told him. I say it was pretty much like the rest. Yosuke says, come on, let's leave it at that. But that reminds him, nothing really happened for me, huh? That surprises Rise, saying, wait, really? Is there something special about Senpai after all? Teddy says that I'm the man. Kanji feels a little down that now that the case is solved, they won't be calling me leader anymore, will we? Chie agrees they find it kinda sad. But Rise has an idea, why don't we have a celebration? They always have a wrap-up party after they've done shooting. It's fun, and it'll help give us some closure. Chie loves the idea, and thinks we should go all out. Teddy agrees, saying that we should go to Yukiko's house. The gorgeous dinner, hot springs, table tennis, yukata, geisha, Fujiyama, full wootness. That reminds Kanji that, yeah, her family runs a hot springs in, a hot spring that Yukiko bathes into. You okay, Kanji? Yosuke tells him to keep it to himself. He's sounding like a creep. Yukiko says it sounds like fun, but she doesn't think it's possible today. She agrees, it's summer vacation, all the rooms are occupied. That makes Teddy sad, that there's no sleepover. Yukiko says next time, and as a promise. Yosuke asks me, why don't we go to my place instead? But then Kanji thinks about it and says, won't my uncle be suspicious, like, why are you all celebrating? I think about it and say it's not a problem at all. Yosuke says, it's settled then, Nanako can join too. Chie realizes why it's not a problem. He's a detective and it might not come home tonight, and thinks Nanako might be getting hungry. Yukio brings the idea of why don't we make dinner together. Rise asks if she's good at cooking. Chie says, sort of. Don't lie. Yosuke even says, what are you saying? Have you already forgotten the tragedy of the school campout? Chie already told him that was an accident. Yukio agrees, saying that just got a couple of ingredients wrong. Yeah, like all of them, and I agree with Yosuke. We do not need another trauma to deal with. Rise says she's a good cook, and she'll make something for me. That's when Teddy has a great idea. Let's have a cooking battle. The winner will be crowned Iron Cook Inaba. Oh god, no. Yosuke hates the idea too, saying he's even more worried. Chie says it sounds like fun, but Rise, getting a little egotistical, says she'll win hands down. You sure you want to make it that easy? As they talk, Yosuke basically begs me, for the sake of our stomachs, I have to cook something too. I'm our only hope. I will represent the guys' team and Nanako can be our judge. That's a bad idea. They're going to kill Nanako. Kanji asks if he can be a tester. Good idea, Kanji. He can be the sacrifice after all. Teddy also adds himself as a sacrifice. At the end, he's supposed to say that was delicious, right? Chie stands up, fired up, and says let us advance forth into the grocery section downstairs. We get there and I call Nanako, and she doesn't recognize who it is for a moment, then did. She confirms that he's going to be late today, and I tell her about the competition, and she asks if we're all going to cook. And then Chie asks me to ask Nanako what she wants. She says that anything is fine, but Yukiko says she's being modest. Ask her again, and after that, in a short pause, she decides on an omelette. She wants an omelette with fried rice, and she sounds happy on the other end, saying she'll be waiting, hanging up. Yosuke says it's an excellent choice. With a dish that simple, he doubts we'll be having a second helping of Mystery Food X. The girls just stand there. Yosuke asks them what's wrong, and Chie says nothing and says let's go and get our ingredients, as they all go different directions. Yosuke comments on that, but honestly, Mystery Food X2 is about to drop. But getting back to the omelette I'm making, he asks me what I'm thinking, and I think on it, and I decide to go with something simple and tell him what I need, and sure enough, he goes and grabs them. And soon, we had a full cart, but something catches Yosuke's attention. Foie gras? Rise is impressed, and says he got quite an eye. It's a must-have for her special omelette, but don't worry, she'll let him have a taste. Ooh, maybe she could spoon-feed him, letting out a chuckle. She heard that last time you choked down something so awful that words couldn't describe it. Yosuke agrees, saying it was horrible. That annoyed the girls as Rise continues, calling us poor dears. Who could do such a horrible thing? Chie, gritting her teeth, tells Rise this is the only chance she gets to gloat. Is that clear? Yukiko adding that she'll crush her in one strike. Kanji's impressed, saying they look like they're ready to enter the Ultimate Frying Championship. Yukiko notices something in Kanji's hand and tells him that's alcohol. He only notices, or maybe he was gonna sneak out with it. Who knows with him, but he goes to put it away. Chie only realizes it now, but wonders where Teddy is. I heard Teddy for a moment. It seems to be coming from a distance away, as it seems he is hitting on the innocent Jeunesse worker who has kids. And man, he is really going at it, to the point where Yosuke says he's going to knock the stuffing out of that bear. But after his stuffing was beaten out of him, we went back to Dojima's place to start the battle. As Teddy was left to hang out with Nanako, I wonder what they were talking about, and eventually went over, and he told me he kept his promise with me, so he should go back to the other side. I tell him not to worry about it, but Teddy says a promise is a promise, It's not good to break them. I'd be honest and say it'll be lonely without him. That made him happy. He said he made a promise to Nanako to play with her, saying, can he really stay here? She nods and says it wasn't just his promise. Nanako moved with him. He's really happy, and he thanks me. His eyes are watering as I feel our bond deepen. Teddy tells Yosuke he has a new promise to keep, so he wants to stay a little longer. Is that okay with him? Yosuke says, what is he talking about? He's not going anywhere. He can't just quit his job like that. In any case, if he left, he gets stopped as Rise says, it's ready, incoming food, and make way, senpai, and barges in, pushing Yosuke out of the way as the 4 foods are left on the table to look at. They look normal, except the super red one. Rise says bon appetit, but Yosuke says wait a sec, asking Nanako to jump in and try these are kinda unethical. Looking at Chie and Yukiko, angering Chie, but Kanji gets the point. It's the taster's job to taste it and see if he can keep it down. Rise says that's mean, but I think it's valiant. But she asks Yosuke to try hers first. She's guaranteed delicious. Yosuke is happy, saying he's been looking forward to this. Rise cooked it herself. Can you imagine how many guys would kill him if they found out? Well then, chow time. He eats it, and by his face, he's direct and says he can't give it to Nanako. Rise takes it the wrong way, saying, oh, is it so delicious that you won't let anyone else have a bite? Well, I guess I should eat it too. Oh my god, it's spicy. Spiciness and heat is like lava in my mouth. I can't even taste or feel the foie gras at all. It tastes like iron now for some reason. I feel a dull pain in my mouth too. Yosuke is right, I can't give this to Nanako. I look at her and then down. It's too much. But Yukiko says to try hers next. Kanji agrees and takes a lot, which Yosuke seems to be scared of. But his face wasn't one of pure disgust. He just started eating it a bunch. Yukiko tells him to say something. Kanji seems to not have the words. He doesn't know how to put it. It tastes boneless? That annoys Yukiko, saying, that's not a word you use to describe taste. Does it taste good or not? I try a bite, and it doesn't seem dangerous, but I don't sense any flavor in particular. Actually, in fact, I don't taste anything at all. Not even the ingredients. How is this humanly possible? Kanji continues saying, it's not good for sure. It tastes like he's eating plain oatmeal. It's pretty impressive that you put so many ingredients into a dish, and it came out tasting like nothing. She says his palate just isn't refined enough. No, Yukiko, there is no palate in that slop. She's annoyed as Nanako braves it and eats her food, and she says it's pretty good. That makes her happy as Chie says to try hers next. She isn't sure about it, but she thinks it will taste good, this time for sure. Teddy says he'll give it a whirl and takes a bite, and how was it? I think I should let Teddy say.
Wow, this tastes awful!
Teddy tells Yosuke he should try it, but he refuses. After he said that, but he relents taking a bite and he sees why he said it. Mystery food X2, here I come. Yep, this is awful, but it's edible at least. Even Yosuke agrees, this is a huge improvement over the curry. Chie sarcastically says thanks for the consolation, she feels so much better. Nanako takes a bite and she thinks it tastes pretty good too. That made Chie happy, but Yukiko took a bite and agreed that it is awful, and she laughs at it, which annoys Chie, saying to try Rise, she bets hers that anything she made tastes better than hers. She looks at Rise smiling and agrees to take a bite. She seems to have a bad reaction and dies. That took Rise off guard and Kanji says, sure enough, one strike. Yosuke responds saying, well, Yukiko and Chie's didn't taste good, but at least it didn't cause any casualties. That causes Rise to be emotional, saying, the taste is too subtle for kids. It's a mature flavor, and we're just kids. And Rise starts crying. I'm sure they're fake, but Nanako eats it. Oh god, she ate it. She had a reaction. By god, she had a reaction. And in bated breath, she says, it's spicy, but it's still good. And she stops crying, saying she knew it. Nanako is the most mature person in this room. Chie comments on her crocodile tears, and the final one, which is mine. And Nanako perked up and seemed to be excited. Taking a bite, she's happy, saying it's good too. And it must have been really good because she ate the whole omelette. Chie asks Nanako if she's full. She confirms, but Yosuke says he's starving. Chie, annoyed, says, if you're so hungry, then help himself to an awful tasting omelette. But Yosuke has an idea. Do we know about the festival they're holding in the shopping district, right? Why don't we all go? Rise thinks that's a good idea. Teddy realizes that means girls will be wearing yukata. Nanako hears those words, and Yosuke agrees we should bring Nanako, making her happy, saying she can come. I say for of course, and she is absolutely ecstatic. Yosuke says that's settled, then everyone's nodding. Kanji is honest and says festival food always tastes great for some reason, even if it ain't that fancy. And we'll finally be able to get some edible food for once. That quote made the girls feel down, but that is a promise I must keep. Now that the culprit is caught, the rest is up to the police. The festival is on August 20th. I better make sure I don't forget the date, but for now, I should probably head to bed. July 30th. With the killer in custody, I celebrate by putting another mecha on the shelf, and then head into town and to the Velvet Room to grab Unicorn. I know I won't be able to get Zeodyne, but Zeonga will have to do for now. But now that I have my new persona in hand, I ask Marie to hang out, and she agrees. Looking happy, saying she wants to go to Joe Ness. She's got some change, so there's something she wants to see, and we head over there. We found ourselves in the food court. Marie says she's thirsty. She wants something to drink, something that isn't sweet and not water. A little too specific. Teddy welcomes me and notices Marie, asking who's this girl. Is she my skirt? I'm quite the naughty boy, aren't I? Marie gets close, has a nice look, and asks, what the heck is this thing? It's moving. Ugh, gross. Teddy is attacked by that, commenting saying, how rude. How can you say that to cute little moi? Marie is surprised. It can talk too. What's it made out of? He proudly says he's 50% kindness by volume. She's confused and asks about the other half, and he says teddy fur. She just blankly stares and says kindness and fur. Teddy nods and jumps about happy, as Marie just looks confused, and like she didn't want to be there, as Yosuke enters the picture and notices that it's me and Marie as well. Yosuke asking what we're up to this time, taking a tour around Jeunesse. Well, if that's what you are doing, he's just the man we need. Welcome to Jeunesse. Yasu Inaba branch. Marie questions why she needs a tour. She's already saw it. Teddy lets out a whoa, Yosuke got denied. Yosuke tells him to shut up. It's nothing like that. And that's when Kanji now appears, telling Yosuke about some CD he was asking about. He sees Marie and asks, who's this? Marie asks the same, calling Kanji an old-timer. That took him off guard. I tease saying, I see what you mean. Yosuke also agreeing, that angers him a little, saying, who you calling old? We all just laugh at his expense, which just annoys him to no end. And now Risette is here, asking him what he's yelling about. She thought he came to talk with Yosuke and Rise notices me. Getting happy, then she sees Marie and stops, then walks up and looks her up and down. She's found a new challenger, I think. Then gets close and says, whoa. Then gets annoyed, asking me, who is this girl? What is she doing with me? She's accusing me like we're dating, but Marie recognizes her. She heard about her from Margaret, someone even she can't handle. I go with it and say, that's about right. Bad choice. And she gets in her face mad, saying, that's not how it goes. It's something even I can handle. Marie just responds calmly, that's not so different. Rise responds, yes it is! I think a catfight might start as Rise asks Yosuke, who is this girl? That takes him off guard, but introduces her as Marie, my mate. She takes that as I thought she would, and Yosuke realizes he just added fuel to the fire. I just look at Kanji, but the day doesn't stop there now. She arrives with Yukiko, commenting that everyone's here, and Yukiko notices Marie saying hello. Kanji questions the girls that they know her. They confirm, saying that they had fun together the other day. Right, Marie? Kanji looks at Marie and says he doesn't recognize her. Which high school is she from? Wait, she's even younger than him? Which middle school are you from? She didn't like that, and so she asks him, what's that supposed to mean? You're pretty rude, old-timer. Which angers Kanji, asking her, why do you keep calling him old? Yosuke thinks about it and saying he doesn't know much about her either, and asks simple questions like how old is she, where does she live, and if she's on vacation. Marie Honestly just says that in a downtime, she doesn't remember. Chie gets a hint and tells Yosuke that he's scaring her, and Kanji says that isn't very sub-bottle of you. What? Yosuke also catches it confused, asking, what did you just say? I say it for him. Rise looks at Kanji with a face saying, did you just say the word subtle is pronounced sub-buttle. Teddy says that Kanji has a sub-buttle that annoys Kanji, telling Teddy to quit talking about his butt. That made Rise feel gross, saying, "Why'd you make her think about his butt?" He's the most unsubtle person ever. This caused Yukiko to have one of her laughing fits, and this time it's infectious, as they all just start laughing at Kanji's dismay. Even Maria lets out a little chuckle, which has just left Kanji to stand there embarrassed. But we spend time together and some time passes, and the others went home, leaving it to just be me and Marie. Marie tells me that those people were funny, but she doesn't get it. They're loud and stupid. So stupid. Sub-buttle. Despite her complaints, she seems to be enjoying herself, at least, as our bond deepens. Marie asked me, did they all face their true selves? I nod to confirm, and she understands, saying she was thinking maybe she should work on trying to get her memory back. Well, one of these days, they look like they're having fun. She wants to be like that. I say that I'll help, and she says please do. She doesn't know what to do, and thus I've agreed to help Marie search for her memory. But she states that she's not asking me to help right now, but when the time comes, she's going to count on me. So let's go home for now. Oh, but let's go by the river on the way. Sounds good to me, as I eventually escort her back to the Velvet Room and then went home. During the evening, I get another model from the shop, another robot, another mecha from the same series. As he goes on and on, I kind of just space out until I hear him say, "Are you even listening?" Get me back on track, saying to go ahead and do a good job with this one, okay? Sounds good to me, as I head home and then work on the model. It won't be done today, but the boost of my diligence is nice, as head to bed. July 31st. Last day of the month and Tanaka's got me covered, and this week honestly both choices were pretty good, but I ended up choosing the Mankey Neko plus Giant Candy combo for 7,980 yen, and with my shopping done, what feels like a new pattern for the Sunday, I went to the riverside and spent the time with the old lady, and she was happy to have me. We sat by the riverside like we usually do. She seemed to look around and asked me if her clothes smell of incense. Her husband's Suki Menichi was today. She just came back from visiting his grave. I'm honest and say that must have been tough. She reassures me that it wasn't. The cemetery is right over there. She doesn't have to walk very far. She smiles, and then after a small pause, she asks me if I know what death is. That question confuses me, but she continues that death is the entity that takes people to the gods. For those trying to reach the gods, and to the family of those people, death can be an ally. I think on it and respond that may be true, and she responds to say that is why she is deaf. When a person dies, the person who's left behind starts to grieve, right? Why did that person die? That's the question everyone wants to know the answer to. How is it right that this life has come to an end? The person did nothing wrong, and yet we want to think that they went to the gods. They've been summoned to heaven, and there's nothing we can do about it. We try and convince ourselves of that. Sometimes we look forward to death, taking them up to the gods. She pauses after saying that I think she's happy that her husband is gone, and she says she seems to think I don't quite understand what she's saying. I be honest and say that I think I do, even if it's loosely, as she smiles, calling me a kind child. I can feel her kindness as I feel our bond has deepened. She looks down after saying that, and she says that she's looking forward to death too much, and became deaf herself. Pausing for a moment before she realizes it, she looked at me and apologized, saying, I probably don't want to hear this, do I? She's going to go home now, saying that I be careful too. As we part ways, and I head home. And at home, I did some good old gardening with Nanako, and with daikon seeds being planted, I went back to my room on another model. Completing it, now I have Turbo Recon Dias. I can put that on my shelf. Good job me, but for now, I should probably head to bed. August 1st. First day of the month, and I should be able to get that skill card now, so I head into Okina City and have a coffee. And like before, Mumon's coffee is exquisite. Well, time for a sip. Once again, I'm overwhelmed by the flavor and left to grasp at anything that I can obtain, and that is Zionga. Mumon, just like last time, was waiting, telling me that he's closing up. Must have lost consciousness again. He admits he's impressed that I came back. He's even more interested in me now. Watching me reminds him of himself when he was young. Yes, that hot summer, long ago. His brother and him used to cool watermelons in the shrines well. But never mind. Talking about the past leads to no one particular. He tells me to be careful on my way home. I can come back here whenever I feel like. I'll listen to his words as I head home. During the night, I put my brand new model on my shelf and then went to get a new one. He's happy and gave me another mecha from the same series, something about it being an amphibious powerhouse. He went into details, but I'm still getting into the hobby, so it's just left me confused more than anything. But he can see that by his reaction and says to do what I can with it, and we'll see how good I am. Sounds good to me as I head home and start reading Easy Origami. I need to focus on my understanding if I want to get that tutoring job. There's still some pages left, so I decided to head to bed. August 2nd. Another day off school, so I head into the shopping district and decided to hang out with Yukiko. Before I did, she talked a little about motorcycles, but I can't really help her with that, and we ended up just spending time together. Went to Jeunesse and sat down for a talk before she goes on the shopping trip. She wants to buy notebooks, 3 colored pens, a loose leaf folder, labels at the stationery department, then the furniture department. She wants to look at desks, those, and lamps. I ask if she can carry all that, and she responds she definitely couldn't carry a desk. She does wonder how long it would take for it to arrive if she had it delivered. She thinks about it and says she's studying seriously for that job license, though she hasn't decided on exactly which one she'll pursue, but she was thinking of trying for all the ones that she feels she can earn. She started working at night. She asks if I remember the job she told me about last time. Oh, good for her. She got it, but she continues saying thanks for that. She has some money. Suddenly, as we were talking about, a bunch of men appeared, saying, well, if it isn't the manager of the Amagi Inn, or should he say, the manager to be? Yukiko responds, saying that she sees they haven't gone home yet. He responds, he can't really go anywhere until the next train or bus departs. This place really is the boonies. Stuck here with nothing to do. Man, the countryside is the dumps. Yukiko begs to differ, but the guy responds, turning down sweet deals as a part of the country life too, isn't it? And laughs. I don't really like this guy. But thankfully he left after saying that. Yukiko apologizes, saying those people were from some TV station. They wanted to cover the Amagi Inn. I ask if she said no. She confirms, seeming embarrassed. It's a News of the Weird show. It isn't real journalism. You know, since their inn was associated with Miss Yamano's murder, right? They want to do a special called Hot Springs Getting Too Hot for the Amagis. It's an abhorrent title. Her mother turned them away, but she has some doubts, saying maybe they shouldn't have declined. That kind of confused me, as she continues, since if it gets a bad reputation, they would lose customers, and then the inn really would close its doors. Then she would feel better about leaving. I ask her if she's serious, and she says that she is. A part of me doubts that. However, Yukiko bounces back, saying I'm right. There's no real point in saying things like that. She's leaving under her own power, her life is in her hands now. And of course, she wants to help everyone, me included, for being such a patient listener all this time. I consent to Yukiko's iron will as our bond deepens. But after that talk, Yukiko says let's go shopping. First is the stationery department. And we went inside, I helped Yukiko with her shopping, and then went home. And during the night, I continued reading Easy Origami. Thinking about it, I simply could have just read the books to boost my understanding, but I think it'd be a waste. Man, if only there was a way to read books at hyperspeed. But that's just a fever dream, for now though. The book isn't finished just yet, as I should probably head to bed. August 3rd. Another lovely day under the sun, so I decided to spend it with Marie. Today, help her with her memories. She said she wants to go somewhere to liven things up. That's okay, right? And we go to Soza and enjoy ourselves some steak. And we got into talking. I'm honestly convinced that Marie is a lightning rod for random encounters, as Chie and Yukiko appear seeing us, saying if it isn't Kiryu and Marie-chan. We meet again. Yukiko nods and Kanji's voice is heard saying, Yo senpai, what are you doing here? With Yosuke and Teddy not far behind. Rise calls out, it's not fair! You're all here without her. We could have called, you know, as Rise appears. Well, this is a surprise, but I guess everyone's here, and we spent a fun time with everyone, including Marie. And some time passed, it got late, so I escorted Marie back to the Velvet Room, and then I went home. When I got home, Nanako tells me my package has arrived. The amazing commodities are mine at last. Which is nice, but I have to get to work as a janitor, so I head into the shopping district and get going. Cleaning like usual, wacky noises honestly isn't that scary, but if I pretend, I get a courage boost. As I go to another area, I see Sayoko with a doctor. He asks me if I can take her to the... She cuts him off saying that she's fine. He responds that her face is very pale. He pauses and tells her she's aware that she's gained a reputation recently, right? He's not the only one who would rather see her return to the easy-to-work-with Sayoko-chan from not too long ago. She brushes him off, saying that she has work to do, if he'll excuse her. As she walks past me, seeming annoyed, saying, "Don't tell me you're slacking off too." She sighs and admits she knows she's getting nowhere, but she has to do it. She seemed to be genuinely tormented. I'm worried about her, but I hesitate to say something to her, but our bond deepens regardless. She says goodbye now and then walks away. I watch her as she does that and then went home, but I got paid 6,500 yen this time. I didn't know I got a pay raise, but that's pretty nice. August 4th. You know the drill. A summer morning, it's quite nice, but who am I hanging out with today? Kanji, the lucky guy. Before I talk, he asks how Mary? Whatever it is doing. He's not worried about her or nothing. She just seems like someone you can't leave on her own, but I shouldn't get the wrong idea. He isn't interested in a brat like her. Okay, but tell her that I said hi, and she ought to come along next time we get together. Okay, old man. But after him proudly saying he's able to speed past old hags on scooters, I invite him to hang out, and he agrees, saying we should stop at his place. His mother said she wants to meet me. Okay, but we're already here, Kanji. Regardless of that, he warns me there's nothing fun here, as he opens the door and shouts, "Ma, I'm home!" and got confused, closing it saying, "She ain't here," wondering where she's doing leaving the store open. Aya's owner runs up to Kanji, telling him panicked, his mother's in the hospital. That shocked him, and I say that we need to hurry. He seems to be in a blank going, "Huh? Oh, yeah, he needs to go and see." He says he only heard from a customer, but she's at the Inaba Municipal Hospital, and he should hurry and go. He nods saying, "Yes, sir," and we get going there. We get there, Kanji is frantically looking around, but as he was in a frantic mood, he sees his mum. She seems to be fine as he yells out, "Ma!" He asks if she's alright. She was taken to the hospital. Did something happen to her? She comments that he looks pale. He responds to, "Never mind about him. What about her?" Huh? Wait, you're okay? She nods, saying she wasn't taken to the hospital. She took someone. Kanji's confused. "Oh yeah, there's a kid there." Kanji's mother continues that the poor thing got hit by a bicycle right in front of the shop. He hit his head, so she had a doctor examine him. He said there's no damage. Thank goodness. The one who hit him was a boy from our school. When he saw the poor kid fall, he ran away. Why didn't you find him and give him a little scolding? Kanji gets annoyed, saying, "Cut the crap!" She got no idea how he felt. She reassures him that she's fine. Your mother isn't kicking the bucket that easily. It's not like him to get worried over such a thing. Kanji tells her to shut up and calls her an old cow, and runs away. I followed Kanji, worried about him. He takes a seat and apologizes, saying, "Looks like it wasn't a big deal." I say I don't blame him. He responds that, "Yeah, if it's not just me, then I guess it's okay." But he's still embarrassed. He thought he faced all his bad parts back there. But not everything can change just like that. Huh. I'm confused by that statement as he gets up, saying sorry for dragging me around. If he'd been by himself, he might have been more scared. It's good I was able to support Kanji, as I feel our bond deepen. He sees his mum coming down the hallway and says he's going home, running away, but I was confused initially and saw her as she says that boy, we were both going home, he didn't have to run away like that, and turns to me saying, "You must be Kiryu. You came to our store with Yuki-chan, right? She's been hearing a lot about me from Kanji. Senpai this and senpai that. He must really like you. She's sorry to have made us come all the way here. He hates hospitals. You see, I'm confused, but she says his father, her husband, died here. Kanji happened to be somewhere else when he collapsed, so she thinks he was scared today. She chuckles it off, saying it was good to see me. He's always had trouble getting along with people. He didn't have any friends like me before. I ask if it's because of his attitude. She admits that's part of it. He becomes clumsy and inarticulate and cowardly. He would rather play house instead of catch or go to home ec instead of PE, so he never had any male friends. But the girls didn't accept him either. After a while, he started getting into fights every day and bleaching his hair. She admits she was worried for him, but lately, he seems to be having fun. please take care of him. And I nod to agree as I part ways with Kanji's mother and then head home knowing more about him. And during the night, nothing too special. Just went to the hospital, did my cleaning job, boosted my courage obtained, but I'm not sure our bond will deepen just yet, and with 6,500 yen in my pocket, I head home happy. August 5th. With the morning looking so lovely, I decided today that I'll see if Rise wants to hang out, but I didn't have a lover's arcana, so I had to check the Velvet Room, and once again Marie left one of her poems time to read.
Eternal midnight. For mornings when I can't see you. Spicy mint tea. For brunch, a marmalade muffin. A touch of bitter fits my mood. A sigh is stardust. It's like our own Milky Way. I can't catch up to your distant back. Look! Twilight creeps up on us. The distance to you is like an eternal night.
I believe this poem is the most confusing, so it's right up Marie's alley. As she appears annoyed once again, saying, "Again?" She knows she hid that. She means she don't read that. Do not read that. You selfish bastard, don't you? You really are selfish. You creeping Twilight, pausing before saying, "I hate you, stupid marmalade muffin. Don't read my stuff." She believes something strange is going on. She smells a conspiracy. She wouldn't just drop this. I like to imagine Igor's just doing it for fun, but she takes her seat, and I get Queen Mab. With her obtained, I go and meet Rise. And I invite her to hang out, and of course she happily agrees. Saying, "Where should we go?" We end up going to Sozai due to Rise wishing to go there. She admits she can't take another bite. Her stomach is full, but it really hit the spot. She's been wanting to come here, but it's a little embarrassing to show up alone, you know. I ask her why. She's confused by what I mean, and I say a girl shouldn't be eating meat by herself on the side of the road. Besides, everyone would think she's letting herself go after taking a hiatus. It's kind of annoying though. It's also kind of true. Rise gets up and looks at the items and tells me the truth is she wanted to do this since she was a child. Her parents were actually pretty strict, and admits she didn't really have any many friends. Though she guesses that couldn't be helped since she hardly ever showed up to school, but that's enough talk about that. What a depressing subject, huh? Let's talk about something fun after all. She doesn't want to waste the time we have together. It's so great that she can come to this town and meet me. Really, she's serious. And with Rise chuckling and letting out a smile, I feel our bond has deepened. Now Rise decides that why doesn't she start by asking what kind of girls I like? That's quite forward, Rise, but I had to deal with a barrage of questions until it became dark and we went our separate ways. And during the night, it's been 5 days, so the crops are ready to harvest, and me and Nanako enjoy ourselves doing it, and we planted some tomatoes, and to finish the night, I forgot to write this down, but the bookstore had a book called Hyperspeed Reading. It might help my reading, but it'll need to be seen to be believed as I read it, and I've still got a lot more book left, so I'm gonna head to bed for now. August 6th. It's raining today, and it's raining pretty hard, but it's clear tomorrow, so I won't have to worry about the fog at least. But the weather is miserable, there's not much to do, so I decided just to finish Hyperspeed Reading. Reading some more in the morning, and then finishing the rest in the evening. I should be able to read 2 chapters now, so I should make books way easier, so that's nice. I hope the weather tomorrow is better, but for now, I head to bed. August 7th. Sunday arrives, which means only one thing, Tanaka's amazing commodities. And today I chose the Paladin Armor and Longevity Pill combo for 20,800 yen. And when my desire is granted, I head to town. Today I wanted to focus on the Emma request, and I find that cat, so I run around and found another cat. I fed her a red goldfish, he seemed to enjoy it, so I should report it to the guy at the bookstore. And I did. He's glad that I fed it. He knows it's probably a bad idea to feed stray animals, but he's glad I did it anyways, and he gave me a book, The Punk Way, and tells me I should read it. But it didn't get me anywhere with the Emma request, so I went back and started feeding the cat, maybe a little too much. I basically gave it all the fish I had, but I still got nowhere, so I went around places until when I got home I saw a cat next to the Dojima residence. And for some reason, I just felt compelled to interact with it. I patted the cat, it noticed me, I was kind of worried it'd scratch me, but it didn't, it actually wanted attention. So I spent time with the cat, I tried communicating with the boost of my expression, and interacting with the cute little cat has calmed me and instilled a sense of gentleness. which boosted my understanding, and soon the night came. And I read Off Day, and honestly, I'm shocked. I read the book faster than I ever could, and I finished it, boosting my understanding, and with the book completed, I went to bed. August 8th. Another fine morning, and I go outside. The cat from yesterday is still hanging out, so I go to interact with it. I was thinking of petting it, then I remembered the guy who was scared of cats, and decided to bring him to it. This cat is quite friendly, so it should be fine, right? Seems I was wrong. He was losing his mind, saying, "Cat, it's watching me. It's waiting for me to turn around. It's coming for me. It's gonna jump me. I'm gonna die." But he's a man. He's prepared for death. And he touches the cat, and he squeals that it's eating him, running away, but he was just licked by the cat. Yeah, that didn't work. It was pretty funny though, but with that step taken, I went to the shopping district and spent time with Yukiko. I doubt our bond will deepen soon, but we parted ways, and soon after, I went home. And during the night, I decided to read another book. Since hyperspeed reading lets me finish these shorter books, now the finishing short on cash, I got my understanding to motherly, just one more rank until I can tutor that person. But for now, I head to bed. August 9th is the perfect day to spend time with someone, but first I checked up on the guy who is scared of cats. He looks at me and says that I'm the guy who tried to feed him to that cat, and he apologized, saying he just can't stay calm when it comes to those damn cats. But he has an idea, asking me if I know what a cat likes to eat. If he can sneak up and slowly touch them while they're chowing down, he'd be in control, right? But he'll be honest, he's also scared of fish. Those creepy eyes, muddied, looking this way, and those scales. Is there some kind of cute fish? But he guesses that's just a fact of life. There's no such thing as a cute fish. Must be why they live in the water, away from human sight. I could maybe get him a goldfish, but I don't have crumbs. So I went to the shrine and attempted to catch a ladybug. Unfortunately, no luck. Well, I'll try again in 2 days. But that leaves me to spend the rest of the day with Chie. We went to the riverbank so we can train. Chie says that in a movie she watched the other day, this guy knocked down a tree using only his leg. How does one kick that hard? Just practice? Well, I think there's more to it, but suddenly Takeshi appears calling Chie by her name as she greets him, asking if he got robbed again. He says no, but he did take off right after it. Right, so she thought he'd apologize. Chie asked him why he won't be a man and admit that he ran away. Those words annoyed him, asking Chie if she's been this anal before. If you lose that sunny attitude, she won't have anything left. Chie tells him to shut up, but he adds that speaking of which, what's up with Yukiko? He saw her with Chie the other day. She seemed weirdly cheerful. She had this funky laugh, you know? Chie responded that funky laugh is just how she really is. The guy says, Chie rubbed off of her, huh? He can't believe it. That's not Yukiko. She was better gloomy. Chie doesn't respond at that and just says if he gets into trouble again, she'll step in and help. He responds saying, huh? Oh, thanks. Then letting her feelings out, telling him to shut his mouth about Yukiko. He doesn't know anything about her. She's a good person. Got it? That takes him off guard, saying, what the hell? And leaving, not wanting an argument. Chie tells me she just remembered. Way back, she saw Yukiko sitting by the road, holding a dog. She asked her what's up, and she said that she ran away from home. She picked up a dog, but her parents told her she couldn't have a pet, and that she would have to get rid of it. She looked like she was dead or something. She tried everything she could to make her laugh, and that's how they became friends. She faces me and says from that moment on, she told herself she'd protect Yukiko, but somewhere along the way, she messed up, and that shadow popped out. After that, she thought she'd try and focus on what's good about her. She sort of quit being nothing but the girl Yukiko could rely on, so she just tried her best at finding the culprit and stuff, just generally being more reliable, that's all. A short pause, and she admits that she feels like she missed the point. I say to her that it's hard to face yourself, which is true, and Chie asks if it's like that for me too, and then blushes, asking if I'm trying to cheer her up, smiling happily. She does wonder if there's anyone out there who can say, this is what makes me worthwhile, but she guesses that everyone's looking for that. Very true, Chie. But I feel as she's able to step forward and face herself as our bond deepens. She chuckles, saying, that dog Yukiko picked up, it's gotten real fat at her place, and tells me I should come by and see it sometime. It smells, but it's cute. But she blushes and says maybe she'll walk it over to mine, and with that, we talk a little more about various topics, and then I went home. And during the night, this time I read Changing Careers, and with another book conquered by hyperspeed reading, my understanding went up, and with that all done and dusted, I went to bed. August 10th. It's a lovely morning, but first things first. I checked the weather, it seems the fog will be coming in within 2 days. Works for me, I guess I go downstairs and do an early harvest with Nanako. With tomatoes collected and eggplants, well, planted, I went back to the shrine to test my luck with catching the ladybug. Well, I got 2 this time, so that's lovely. Better go fishing later tonight, then for the goldfish. And unsure who to hang out with, and I ended up deciding on Kanji, who was already outside, and he looked happy to do so. Kanji took me to the hill overlooking the town. Kanji admits he's always liked this place. Being able to see his house and the school and everything up here, it makes him feel small. And then asked me, when I met his ma at the hospital, did she say anything about him? I'm honest and I say plenty. And that's what he thought. Well, I already know everything about him, so he's got nothing to hide. He's a little embarrassed, but he has a smile on his face. But he wishes he could quit being afraid of hospitals. He's gonna get stronger. He turns and seems to recognize something. And I look too. Oh, it's the kid from the hospital. And we go to check up on him, with Kanji taking charge, sitting down with the kid, asking him what's he doing here all by himself. He lets out little mumbles and says, it's nothing. Kanji asks him, then why come he looks like he's gonna cry? And he's honest and says, he lost a doll. He lost a knitted rabbit doll that Sana-chan let him borrow. Taka said it was a girly and stomped on it. It got all dirty. And he said, if you're a man, then throw it away. So he threw the doll in the river, and it got washed away, and he started crying, asking Kanji, what should he do? He has to give it back to Sana. She liked the bunny, and he... Kanji takes a deep breath and asks him, why is he here? You ran away? He's left a sniffle, and Kanji calls him a dumb kid, and he just cries. Come on, Kanji, be tactful. But he stands up and tells the kid to not just stand there, and tells me he's gotta go now. I tell him that I'll go with him. That surprises him, asking me, really? And we go to the riverbank. Kanji's looking, the kid calls out, saying he can help. Kanji tells him to shut up, stay where he is, and make sure he doesn't get in the way, and tells me to make sure he doesn't come in after him. As cold water starts to get to Kanji, well, there's no stopping him when his heart's into it. Sadly, despite his efforts, Kanji was unable to find the bunny doll. He apologizes to us and says he's going to apologize to Sana-chan. Even if she's mad, he'll say that he's sorry. Kanji responds with a, yeah, well. If he does find the rabbit, make sure to give it to her. Suddenly, Kanji actually has an idea. Asking him, what kind of rabbit was it, and to spill it. The kid's confused, but Kanji continues to just tell me. That panics the kid a little, but he didn't cry at least, and told Kanji, and he seems to get it, telling the kid to apologize to this Sana-chan. He's the one who threw it away. It might not be the same, but he'll get him a new one, so let it go with that. The kid can only utter Mister. That annoyed Kanji, asking the kid, who's he calling Mister? And that's the kid's cue to leave or really scatter. Kanji is annoyed since he's still a high schooler. That's the prime of his youth. He asks me if he really does look that old. Maybe it's the eyebrows. I think it's his grouchiness, but he apologizes for dragging me into this. I ask him if he's getting the kid a new one. He responds saying, I heard him, huh? Seeming embarrassed by it. He says it's like he understood how he felt. Wanting to be accepted, afraid of being left out. Doing stuff that you shouldn't. Then taking the one person you shouldn't make cry and making him bawl. So, you know. He thought maybe he could help him. Was he too easy on him? Kanji laughs it off, but he has an embarrassed smile on his face. I feel like I understand Kanji just that little more as our bond deepens. Kanji feels a chill and says he feels like sneezing, but it won't come out. Oh, this sucks. Looks like he's catching a cold, and he better head home. As we part ways, and I head home. And since I've already done the gardening earlier, I head straight to the pub, acquire the breadcrumbs, and then head to the river to fish. I've been looking forward to this, and with a teeny tiny bit of difficulty, I caught a goldfish, inaba trout, 2 ember and a Genji Ayo to finish it up, and with all the fishing I can handle for one day, I head home to rest. August 11th. There's not really much I can do today due to the miserable weather, so I actually remembered I never finished reading Easy Origami, so I sit down to finally finish reading it, and with the rain trickling down, I feel a sense of peace, as I get a small boost in my understanding. But I finished Easy Origami, so now I can get more understanding when I fold, which is nice. I only need one more rank to tutor that person, but soon as night draws near, and although I read the book, I decided to go to my janitorial job. Clean, spooky noises, eyes watching me, and the courage boost, the usual, that I expect. And with Sayoko checking up on me, I feel like our bond will grow closer soon, and with that, 6,500 yen is in my pocket, I head home. August 12th. The rain is still going, which means the fog will be rolling in tonight. Most likely, but since I did finish it yesterday, I ended up deciding to fold some origami to pass the time, and with 2 boosts to my understanding, I completed the bundle of cranes and was rewarded a mecha leaf, which is nice. But soon, night rolled around, and with the confirmation there will be fog from the weather reporter, I wait for midnight to strike. Let's see if we did it once again. No surprise, nothing on the Midnight Channel. Although, I wonder what happened to that Mitsuo person after the police took him away. A case like his would be quite hard to pin him on, since it's supernatural in nature, but I'll just have to trust my uncle on this one. For now, I head to bed. August 13th. With the fog now gone, what's left is a bright day ahead of us. I head to the floodplain and hand the Allurophobe a goldfish. He has a good reaction, saying it's so cute, and tells me to give it to him. He'll use it to ambush that cat. He stole it from me and left. Well, I guess I'll just have to wait and see tomorrow how it went. As I went down to feed the floodplain cat all the fish that I had, and it's still hungry. Man, it's the bigger fish fan than me. Like, what the hell? I decided today, though, that I wanted to do my daycare job. So I head to the bus stop and get going. Kids once again tug me from all sorts of directions, but I feel my understanding increase, and with a light conversation with Eri, I feel our bond will grow sooner, and with 8,000 yen in my pocket, I head home. Adachi joins us in the evening for dinner. He commented on the spread of sushi, saying he's never seen this many pieces of fatty tuna. The Jimmer comments that if we're gonna have a celebration, you can't go halfway. Just like Nanako, I was wondering what they meant. But the Jima just tells her it's about this and watch.
I didn't care who it was. I was pissed off. I wanted to be famous. The suspect was often heard saying these things. The young suspect has confessed to being the culprit behind the recent cases, but he's shown no remorse so far. Because of several inconsistencies in the boy's deposition, some have called for a mental examination to be carried out. Until then, the police will be continuing their investigation to shed light on all the prior...
Adachi admits that it was really tough to make a case out of it. All they had was the confessions and some circumstantial evidence after that, but the lab found the perp's print on the victim's clothes, so they made it stick after all. Man, isn't crime scene investigation something? Who would have thought that you could make viable prints from cloth? The Jima reassures Nanako that there's no more scary stuff to worry about. She's safe now. That makes Nanako happy, nodding with a uh-huh. Adachi continues though, saying he was twisted. A high schooler committing multiple murders and leaving the bodies like that? He was over the edge. Good thing they caught him. Now he can't stop seeing suspects in every shadow. You just want to slack off, Adachi, don't lie. But Adachi says if the killer was still on the loose, I don't know why those words sounded ominous, but the Jima stopped him. That's enough. And if he keeps running his mouth, the sushi's gonna dry up. Adachi apologizes and Dejima tells everyone to eat up. Adachi is happy with that, saying, since you asked, However, he notices Nanako is seeming disgruntled, asking her if she doesn't like the sushi, but Nanako responds that it has wasabi in it, which reminded Dojima that he forgot to tell them to hold the wasabi. Dad of the year right here. But he says that he'll take it off for her, asking her which piece she wants. She responds to halibut, Adachi commenting that Nanako has excellent taste, but for him, you have some sea urchin going for it, which annoyed Dojima since that was the only one. But Adachi ate it, first come, first serve. Nice job, Adachi. But it's been quite a while since dinner has been this lively. It's nice. But the night soon comes to an end, and I head to bed. August 14th. I'm ready to start another day under the sun, but I got a call from Chie. Apparently, he's in a bind because there's not enough employees working at Jeunesse. Chie warns me he's likely going to beg me to rescue him. He'll be like, "You've got to save me from this chaos, Kiryu." She feels kind of sorry for him, so she's gonna help him out this week. And I'm welcome to as well. I really don't want to, but he'll find a way to convince me, I just know it. For now though, I check up on Tanaka's got it for sale this week. I bought the Wooden Bat Longevity Pill combo for 14,000 yen, and then went into town to spend time with Marie. We've got to get her memories back after all, and we get going. We decided to go to the riverbank. Well, more like Marie dragged me there, but she asked me what I think we should do about her memories. I asked her if she may have a clue. She says nothing. Like you said before, this is the only thing she can remember, as she opens up her bag and shows the bamboo comb. Marie continues that, if I remember, she told me that she had this before she started remembering, asking me if I think it will help. I think maybe it's sold somewhere. She doesn't know though. Maybe she could find something out if we find where she got it from. But it doesn't look like there's one at Jeunesse. They don't look anything like this. She looked interested in the comb's origins. She commented, "It seems older. Do I possibly know of stores that may sell stuff like this?" I think on it for a moment. Kanji's family does run a textile shop. That's old school, so maybe they'll know something? So I tell her and she responds, "That old-timers place? That's surprising." But tells me we should go then. And we head to Tatsumi Textiles. Kanji and Rise are hanging out. Kanji's customer service is impeccable, as he notices me and Marie. Rise responds, "What a coincidence. Oh, Marie-chan's with me too?" Then she gets a little panicked, asking if we're on a date. I say we're on business, as Rise is glad I shouldn't scare her like that, and directing Kanji that his senpai needs to talk to him. Kanji asks what's up as Marie shows him the comb, asking him if he may possibly know what this is, and to tell her anything he may know. Anything at all. He looks and comments, "It's a comb. A pretty damn old one too." Rise adds that it's a comb? It doesn't look like it's very easy to use with that shape, but Kanji asks her what she wants from him. She wants him to figure it out. Where it came from, I add that anything can help. He tells me that he doesn't know anything, but having a quick look at Rise, who also is unsure, as Kanji goes like, "Hey, Mom! Come out here! Yo!" Rise agrees with Kanji's judgment, thinking she may know something too. Kanji's mum comes out telling him he doesn't need to shout so loud. She welcomes us, commenting that, "Is that girl another one of Kanji's friends?" Kanji tells her that she wants to know about this comb. Does she know anything? That confuses her, but she has a look. After a short amount of time, she sees it's very old, and apologizes, saying they don't carry anything like this one. But Marie asks her if she knows anything about it. Anything at all. She looks at it more and adds, she's never seen a comb shaped like this. She doesn't think it would be for everyday use, and she may have better luck asking at a museum or a gallery than a clothing store. Rise asks her what she meant by museum, asking if it's rare. She comments that it might not be rare, but it's definitely not something that would be sold around here. Kanji rudely responds that if it's not sold, then where can someone get one? Come on, lady, help us out here. That response annoyed Kanji's mother, telling him not to talk to your mother like that. That shut him up fast, as he continues apologizing that she can't be of any help, but she really never seen anything like this. Marie questions why she has it. Could it have been a gift? Kanji's mother's not sure on that, saying combs don't make good gifts. The word comb, kushi, has the sounds for the words pain, ku, and death, shi. It's an old belief that combs have the power to cause separation, but she doesn't know if kids care about that stuff. Rise admits that she didn't know that, but now that she thinks about it, it does have those words in it. Suddenly a customer appears from outside as Kanji's mother has to tend to them, telling Kanji to see to their guests as she leaves, leaving us to think on what she said. Kanji thinking on pain and death, saying you wouldn't want to give someone that. Rise adding that she said separation. She didn't think combs are actually bad luck. Marie thinks on the word separation as she holds her head. Rise asks her if she's alright and if her head hurts. Kanji also seeming worried, telling her to sit her ass down and get some rest. I ask her if she's possibly remembered something. She's not sure, but there was something, but it's gone. She can't remember. Something came up in her mind. She was almost about to recall it. She looked vexed as Kanji says, you can't remember? You don't remember anything about this comb? Rise then realizes, then wait a second, that's not your comb? Maria tells them not to worry about it. It's her problem. They look confused as she brings it out again, telling me this isn't a normal comb, huh? What did she say? A mausoleum? A gallery? Maybe she'll remember someone if we can go to one of those. Sounds good to me as I feel her trust in me and our bond deepens. She puts it away and tells me that she's going home. She's tired, but let's continue it later. And she leaves Kanji wondering what's up with her. Rise calls her a bit mysterious and tells me that she's leaving, as I thank them both and escort Marie back to the Velvet Room and then went home myself. And I haven't done it in a while, but today I decided to spend time with Dojima, and he tells me he has things he needs to do, but he's happy telling me to take a seat. He's looking intently at a folder, seems like data about cars. He apologizes saying his hands are full here. I ask him if he would like a coffee as he smiles saying that's his job and not to worry about it, smiling wryly. He was thinking about this when talking with Nanako just now, but he feels she's changed a little bit lately. He doesn't know how to put it. She's stronger. And he feels like he's being left behind. Ever since I came, this house has become, well, homey. A house just isn't a big box. It's a place for a family to live together. Laughing, crying, fighting. Spending most of your lives together. A warm place. He forgot what that was like. He wanted to get that back more than anything, and yet he felt like he's been dodging it the whole time. He asks if I understand why. I say it's due to the killer being loose. He nods, but admits it's just an excuse. We've been here in the same place, but they weren't connected. But I brought the two of them together. The rest is his problem. Where does he draw the line with this? I feel Dojima's passion as our bond deepens. He shakes his head and says, screw this! He's drinking tonight, and I'm drinking with him. Alcohol-free, of course. If I pass out before him, I'm under arrest. Got it? Alright. We drink together, but he eventually passed out, and I left him there, and went to bed. August 15th. The summer break continues as I get a call. Just like Chie said, Yosuke is on the end, apologizing for dropping this on me, but he needs a big favor. Can I work at Jeunesse from today until Friday? They're short on staff, and he'll pay me more than they usually pay for their workers. He'll even buy me lunch every day too. He promises. Just please, and he's begging me. He seems desperate, but I flat out say no. He responds, guilt-tripping me, saying, come on, I'm his only hope. Super, please. I can imagine his helpless face over the phone, and Chie did ask me to help Yosuke out, so I guess I have no choice. His mood comes back, cheery, calling me awesome, and I'm a real lifesaver. He'll be waiting for me at Jeunesse, and he'll see me soon. Well, I guess I have no choice. What a pain. But I get going there. I do my best under the sun, but it's quite hot. Yosuke walks up to me sighing, wondering why there's so many people just for a hero show. It's so freaking tiring. He'd be a zombie by now if it wasn't for me. Still wish I didn't have to be here though. Chie puts on her best customer service voice on welcoming people and saying they've got shaved ice here with all their favorite flavors. Cheer with the heroes while enjoying a tasty snack of frosty shaved ice. Chie breaks character for a moment to complain about the heat, but at least Teddy's keeping up a good pace. I help Yosuke in the food court while the sun blazes down upon me. Better not get sunburnt. I feel like I'm closer with everyone. Chie gives me the good news though, all the girls have gotten their scooter licenses now. They're still getting the hang of riding them, but a little more practice and they'll be good to go. though we need to finish helping out at Jeunesse first. So let's pick up the pace. Well, if I'm gonna be here, better work harder. I'm probably going to be busy here, so I'll check back when it's all over. The days flew by and it's now August 19th. Why did I listen to Yosuke? It's so hot. Even Teddy seems to be slowing down. Don't blame him. Chie proudly welcomes everyone to beat the heat and eat some meat. Yakikiku, grilled steak, ginger pork. Chow down and restore the energy the brutal summer days have taken from you. Try our tender, delicious beef. Chie is speaking from her heart. However, Teddy seems to collapse. Yosuke comments on Teddy being really dedicated, isn't he? I mean, you basically make him work to live with you, man. But Yosuke continues commenting, he's melting in his short-sleeved shirt, and he's wearing a huge costume, and he's standing in front of a griddle. How does he do it? But I continue helping Yosuke under the blazing sun, getting closer with him and Chie. Yosuke reminds me that tomorrow is the summer festival, and to meet them at the shrine tomorrow, okay? But today was the final day of back-breaking labor, and I got paid 40,000 yen. Never doing that again. Maybe he can get Nanako to do it, but I'm gonna head home for now. Nanako greets me, and since I've been a zombie all week, I forgot about getting the delivery from Tanaka. But with it collected, I do some gardening with Nanako, and with eggplants harvested and the classic tomato seeds placed down, I head to my room. The summer festival is tomorrow, so I should get some rest, and I do. August 20th. The summer festival is today, and I am supposed to meet up with the investigation team, so I better get going as the night draws. Me, Teddy, Yosuke, and Kanji went to the shrine. They set up some stalls, and it feels pretty comfy, all things considered. Yosuke remembers it being a lot more crowded, wondering if it's due to the murders. Kanji agrees and says, you can't blame them for being scared, but it ain't so bad to have thin crowds. What is important right now is we get some ikeyaki. Teddy is excited, saying he wants to get some too, asking Kanji what it is. Kanji doesn't respond, he'll just have to wait and see. We get our selections of food. I got myself some shaved ice, Yosuke commenting on the girls being late, wondering why they met up at Yukiko's house in the first place. They gotta put on their yukatas, man! But Kanji says they'll come sooner or later. He stops. He seems to see something as Teddy asks if that's them. And I'm gonna admit, they all look good in their yukatas. It was weird to see Yukiko wear something that wasn't red. What I didn't know before was Kanji turned around at the sight of a woman. It's too much for him. Chie apologizes for taking so long, Yukiko adding that it took them some time to get dressed. Rise tells us that they had to wrap towels inside so they won't be as breezy as everyone says. Nanako admits it's hard to walk in, but I tell her that she looked cute in it, making her happy. Teddy says he's head over heels for her. Alright, reel it back, Teddy, but Nanako appreciates it. But Rise asks me for my opinion on how they look. Does the sight make my heart skip a beat? I think on it for a moment, and I go for the safest option, and Rise looks great in it. She says that it slipped out so naturally. Perhaps I'm used to saying things like that, but she's still happy to hear it. Seeming happy, and it was only until now that Yosuke realized Kanji was looking another way and asked him why he is. And don't tell him you're ashamed to look. What are you, a monk? Kanji says, that ain't it. Rise finds it cute, which he seems disgruntled by. Suddenly, Dojima gets all of our attention, thanking us for looking after Nanako. Nanako happily tells her father that we bought her cotton candy. Dojima smiles, replies, did they now? Alright then. Do you want to go over and do the target game with him? She agrees with it, smiling, as Dojima tells us that he'll take care of Nanako from here. It's only a few times a year this town gets charged up like this, so we should go and have fun. And they leave, not before waving Nanako goodbye, of course. Teddy thinks on it as summer festival. He spouts some nonsense about a girl's yukata coming loose, and I have to agree with Chie, what kind of tagline is that? He meant to say to go 2 by 2. Yukiko is confused, but Teddy elaborates that he's been thinking. It's the summer, you're wearing a yukata, and we're at a festival. It's just wrong for guys and girls to walk around in a huge group like this. So we should couple up while we're here. It's natural way of things. I agree with Kanji. What the hell are you talking about, Teddy? But Rise agrees with Teddy, telling me why wear a yukata in the first place, so we have memories we can remember fondly, right? So we should pair off right away. Yukiko and Chie look at each other, Chie commenting that Rise is a terrifying girl. But she has a good point though. Good memories. Yukiko is fine with it too, pausing and saying what she meant was counter-in. Chie telling us that we should decide on how we'll split up. That's surprising, even Yosuke was, asking if they're serious. But we held it together for the game plan. 3 guys and 3 girls. What should we do? Teddy confused by that, telling Yosuke he's missing one. But Yosuke is sure it's me, Yosuke, and Kanji. That makes 3, with shocked Teddy responding, "You did that on purpose!" Kanji wonders if he should really do this. Yosuke agrees with that since he can barely look at them. Kanji annoyed by that response. "You can look at them, it'll be a cinch, just you watch." But Yosuke tells Kanji he should just bail. It'd be the best for everyone that way, which caught Kanji off guard, asking his senpai if he doesn't believe in him, but Teddy made his decision during our debate. Kanji tells him to wait till we're done for that, but he doesn't, saying that he wants all 3 girls as his partner. That's not how that works, as Yosuke reminds Teddy that he's the one who said we should pair off in the first place. Kanji agreeing, telling him that he isn't joking here, Ted. If you try and butt into this, Teddy uses talk no jutsu, telling him that this is some serious business, and if he's a true man wouldn't be prancing around with other girls at a place like this. Kanji's confused, but Yosuke knows what's happening. The buttering up is real. But Teddy continues, telling Kanji that this is a test to see if he can uphold his status as a true man. And Teddy proudly says no one will be left out. And Kanji agrees and thanks to Teddy for saying that, and he drops out. Kanji is so fucking gullible, man. He actually fell for that, but Teddy decides he's going with all of them. Chie is confused, but Teddy continues, saying that there are too many guys, so someone would be left out, and he just couldn't let that happen, showing off his charm that annoys Yosuke, but the girls all seem to agree, Yukiko even calling him kind. But Rise sees it as kind of a letdown, but they all get going. Yosuke comments that we fail, huh? Well, man, that's just how fate works sometimes. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows for the girls.
Hey, Teddy! Why are you buying another idol's photo? Mine's in there too.
Aw, what's with this?
Hey, Ted! Hands off my car! Teddy, you got ketchup on my yukata!
But with that little hiccup, the first night is done and dusted, and sometime, not sure when I got home, I went to bed. August 21st. There's only a few days left until the summer break is over, but the festival is still being held at the shrine today, as I suddenly get a call from Rise, asking if I want to go there. Just the 2 of us this time, of course. It's tempting, and I end up agreeing to it. And she's happy, wanting to make it a night to remember, telling me that she'll be waiting in front of the shrine. And when night came, we found ourselves at the shrine again. The stalls were all lined up like they were yesterday, Rise saying that it's just the 2 of us. She kind of wanted me to pick her in front of everyone yesterday, but there were way too many of us. And Teddy was there, so she knew it was impossible. But it's nice that we get to come here twice then, for the memories. I agree with Rise, and we get going. Rise tells me that first, we have to make a wish, though it will be the second time she does it, and asks me what I'm going to wish for. I be honest and say that I want to become closer to her, but in a friendship kind of way. And she agrees on that. But she bets we're both thinking of specific things and how to achieve this. She might have bigger, bolder plans than mine. I might need to be a little worried, and she smiles mischievously, but after praying, we walk away as the candy apple vendor seems to recognize Rise, asking her if she's the girl from TV. She responds that she gets it a lot, but sorry, that's not her. A real idol couldn't walk around in public with a boy like this. That sours his mood a little, saying he got all excited for nothing. Oh well, and asks us if we would like a candy apple then. One for her boyfriend too. That made Rise a little giddy, saying so people do think I'm her boyfriend. But she asked me what I want to do. Want one each or do I want to share one? But she thinks about it, saying it sounds like it'd be really hard to eat. But the vendor speaks to my heart, saying that all vendors are handing out lottery tickets. She can turn them in for a chance to draw a prize of the Tory over there. Rise loves the idea, saying that it sounds fun, saying she wants 2 candy apples then, and he gets to it, as Rise tells me that we should look at the other stands after we're done eating, and I agree, and we went to another stand. Rise comments that the okonomiyaki she got yesterday was huge, so she gave most of it to Teddy, but he's not here today, so let's share one for real this time. Then another stand. Rise admits that she doesn't have very good memories with fish. She used to have guppies in her room before, but she was too busy to take care of them, but She's sure they'll give us lottery tickets if we're playing, right? We can always just catch and release. But finally, the highlight of the night, gambling. It's one per person. I wonder what I'll get. As the worker leaves, Rise has the same thought. She hopes it's something super weird so we can remember the day that she got it. The guy came back to us and tells us to close our eyes, and we draw a prize. And I do the guy a surprise, saying we both won. Rise got 4th place, and it was a cell phone strap. She's smiling, looking at the character, calling it ugly. She pauses and seems to recognize the clothes. Her tour costume last year looked like this. Wait, is this? She seems disgruntled, not sure what that's about. However, I got 6th place, which is a book, The Divine Way. Was this written by the people at the shrine? I'm dying to see what this is all about, but Risa comments that, wow, we saw a lot, and it seems that's our adventures for the night. Heading for the exit, Risa asked me to be honest, and I had other invitations today, didn't I? And even if I didn't, she's sure there were girls who were thinking about inviting me, and thanks me for coming with her today. And she says see you. Hopefully we can come again next year. Sounds good to me. If I can come next year, of course. But we went our separate ways, and I went home. August 22nd. With only a week or so left for the summer, I decide today is, well, Sunday, so Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. Today I got the Genji Beetle and Longevity Pill combo for 9,800 yen. Never seen those bugs before, maybe I need to read up on them to find out. Anyways, with that done, I head out and check up on the guy who stole my goldfish. He seemed to be in a good mood, but he was covered in scratches. He tells me thanks to that goldfish, I gave him all the kitties were all over him, commenting that they were all so cute. The feeling of their soft fur was great. He almost wants to marry her more for the cat than Miyoko. I'm shocked by the sudden change, to be honest, but mission complete. The Emerald quest has been fulfilled. I'll have to check back with the fox when I have time. But I left the floodplain, and today I decided to hang out with Chie. We finished training and we were hanging outside Aya. Chie comments that today's steak bowl day, just I wait. Suddenly we hear a boy cry out. Seems he's getting robbed. Chie, annoyed, wonders if they're doing it again and tells me let's go, and I agree. We head to the source of the noise, and sure enough, they're robbing a kid, no less. Chie calling out, asking what they're up to. Couldn't make out what they said, but he didn't seem happy to see Chie. But the leader proudly says he knows how to handle this bitch, which makes his friend happy. Seems he has something planned, as the child whimpers for help. But the punk calls Chie by her name, saying the kid needs help. That caught her off guard, asking him how does he know her name. He responds he ran into that guy we saved last time. He had a friendly conversation. He told them all kinds of stuff, like where she lived and about her precious Yukiko. Takeshi ratted, what a coward. But Chie asks, what are they trying to pull? But the punk just responds, he's gonna have a little chat with this kid, and to stay put, okay? Cause who knows what happened to Yukiko-san if she got in the way. His friends cheer him on a little. Chie gets angry, but can't do much in this situation. Things aren't looking good. I decide to take things into my own hands with Chie, and she seems to agree, saying, we can't let these guys get away. She's furious, but the punk tells her if she's sure about that. So she doesn't care what happens to her loved ones. Chie decides to confront him in her own way, telling him to hit her. Her logic is if he's pissed off with her, then why doesn't he just take a swing at her? She won't even fight back. Be her guest. The face, the gut, just pick a target, as hard as he wants. She gets close to him and eggs him on to do it. He doesn't have words for her display, merely calling Chie a freak. His friends asking, what's up with this bitch? She for real? And giving up, telling his friends they should just go. And they do. Chie too crazy for them, but the kid is safe, and through sniffles, he says, thank you. She seemed to be in a daze for a moment, snapping back into reality, telling the kid to not worry about it, and he ran off, leaving only me and Chie. She admits her heart still pounding, asking me if that was stupid of her. It kinda was, but it all turned out okay. She agrees with that, just glad the kid is safe. But she will keep a watch on Yukiko for a while, so don't worry about that. And it might have been stupid, but she wanted to save them. That kid, Yukiko, how she feels about this isn't fake. She really wants to protect them. She smiles gently as I feel our bond deepen. The conversation changes a little as she seems to blush and not find the words, until she says she also wants to protect me. She might be a little flaky, and maybe I don't even need protecting, but she wants to protect me. The mood seems right, and I know where this is going, and I'll admit, Rise might have put a spanner in the works, but I can't deny my feelings asking Chie if she'll be my girlfriend. That shocked her, not being able to find the words until saying, okay, and asking if I'm sure this is her we're talking about. She blushes and I nod to confirm. There's no turning back now. My relationship with Chie has become intimate. And Chie comments that it's all embarrassing. And with that confession, I spent some time with Chie and then went home. And during the night, I casually fold cranes, and with 2 boosts in my understanding, I went to bed. August 23rd. Waking up ready to start another day until I get a call from Yosuke asking me if my motorcycle is all gassed up. He says we should go to the beach today. I say we should go another day, and he didn't expect me saying that, saying he'll start getting ready and wait, what? What's gone into me? Am I really gonna pass up on summer entirely? I can't do that to him. Seriously, he's begging me here. Please! Well, I can feel his desire for this, so I guess I have no choice. So I'll have to go along with him, but Yosuke is right. The sky is bright and clear today. Perfect time for an outing. Well, I better get going.
Senpai! Is the beach really this way? We've been on the road for a while. I'm positive! Can't you smell the ocean? What smell?
You can definitely trust her on this, Rise. She's got the senses of a beast, remember?
What? Hey, what are you saying,
Hey, I was complimenting you!
You call that a compliment, you idiot? What kind of girl wants to be compared to a big furry animal, huh?
Hey, dude, give me a break, will ya? Have you seen the map? This is crazy!
Wait for me! I'm done for!
Look! The ocean!
All right!
Oh! It's pretty! Now it's gonna be me to the water!
Yeah, let's go!
Oh, okay! See ya ahead! Wait for me!
We finally reached the beach, and it was me, Teddy, and Yosuke hanging out. Yosuke admits he's starting to get nervous. I'm confused, but he says we're at the ocean, which means swimsuits, which means reset live and in person. What are the ramifications here? Is he using up all of his lifetime supply of luck with this? I now see why he wanted to do this. What a perv. But he notices something, letting out a whoa. Teddy lets out an ooh, and we face the girls. Chie is surprised, asking how come we're here? We should be in the water. Rise smiles, saying that we were waiting for them. Yosuke has a reaction thinking, this is insane, but I say I've already seen her shadow, which annoys him, saying, that's a little different. And I better not say that to her face, okay? Fine, but only because Yukiko says we should, but Teddy proudly announces that all the girls win the Laser Summer Competition. He's surrounded by such beautiful mermaids. He feels like this could be his chance for a summer romance. That annoyed Chie, saying like that would ever happen, but Rise looks around and asks a good question. Where's Kanji? Yosuke believes he's still worn out, riding all the way on his bike. Really did a number on him, but Yukiko sees him, saying here he comes. What on earth is he wearing? Oh my god. Yosuke is the first to ask him. Kanji responds, what's what? Which annoyed Yosuke, responding, your swimsuit! What else could he have mean? Kanji is seeing nothing wrong with it, saying it's your basic black. Yosuke responds, it's not about the color. He meant the whole thing. He's seeing things he never needed to see. Kanji responds that he's the only one saying stuff like that. But Yosuke tells him to not egg him on like that. No, Yosuke, Kanji's just confused. But Rise asks him how come he's not having a nosebleed over her. Kanji's confused, asking why would that happen? Which angered Rise, as her and Yosuke team up and argue with Kanji, as Chie is surprised they can get this worked up over just some swimsuits. Teddy calls them hopeless, and he's gonna go ahead and just jump in the water, and tells Chie and Yukiko to join and be mermaids. As he runs in, letting out a wee! Chie likes the idea, telling me and Yukiko let's go. As Chie runs in, and with a look with Yukiko and a nod, we run in after her. Some time passes, and we do our own little things. Teddy's living it up, Rise and Yosuke were having fun together, Kanji and Chie were having a race, and I helped Yukiko with her kicking. And with that, some time passed, and me and Yosuke got out to take a break. Yosuke looked at me and sees a vending machine, saying he'll buy some drinks, asking me if I like soda. I agree with that until I hear Yukiko shout loudly. Rise saying her string's getting undone. We turn to see the commotion, and Chie tells Teddy to watch his hands. I see Teddy is enjoying himself, saying he shouldn't be so stingy. He thinks we're overdoing for a wardrobe malfunction. This guy, I swear. Yosuke wondering what in the world is he doing? Now Kanji lets out a cry of whoa! Yosuke wonders what it is now as Kanji is out of the water holding Teddy, saying, "Got you, you bastard!" Teddy is defeated, saying, "Busted." Kanji notices out of the water and says that Teddy, that stupid bear here, walking up to us, and I notice, oh boy, Yosuke crying out, no, not cool. Kanji confused, asking if we're listening to him, but Yosuke calls for a timeout and to look down. He's confused, and he does so, and he notices it panicking, causing Teddy on his shoulder to flail. Kanji realizing he's the one with the wardrobe malfunction. Yosuke tells him, what's he doing? He needs to cover up down there, damn it! Teddy mid-flail crying that he gives up, as Kanji tells him to quiet squirming. If he runs off, he's toast. Teddy responds that if he doesn't run off, his dignity will be in ruins. Suddenly, we hear Yukiko say, why don't the girls take a break? Rise agrees she needs to put on more sunscreen. Chie adds they're gonna take a break to slate with steak. Yosuke's panicking, they're getting out of the water. Kanji, mad, asking Teddy, what gives? Teddy lets out a defeated, I'm done for. Yosuke tells me that he'll go and look for something, and to sit tight, this is a real emergency, but I give the idea of maybe a seashell? Kanji agrees with that idea, maybe he could use this sexy seashell. No, that's too sexy. Teddy whimpers that he can hear the harps. Kanji tells him to stay with us, Ted. Standing there panicking, Yosuke runs back saying he found something, showing seaweed. Kanji annoyed telling him, that's seaweed! But the girls are approaching, he has no choice. In the matter of moments, he's, yeah, I don't have words. Chie asks, what is she supposed to say to that? Yosuke says, we're, reenacting the birth of Venus? Kanji replies that, yeah, he's ready to be born, damn it. They look with nothing to say until Rise calls him a sicko and runs away. And we're left to look at the aftermath with nothing to really say. Yosuke wonders if it was the best idea. We really had no choice, man. Kanji says, whatever, but it's giving him an itch. And with a pause, Yosuke says dejected, we all managed to win a better battle. Or so I tell myself. But some time passes and the sun is starting to set. As me, Yosuke, and Kanji stare at the ocean. Yosuke says, pretty busy day. Kanji is disgruntled, saying he's still itchy. Yosuke sees the upside, saying at least we had a laugh over in the end, right? And we found his swimsuit too. Kanji admits that he would never come to the beach if we didn't invite him. Yosuke agrees, saying it'd be out of character for him. And Kanji thinks it actually might be more fun to try stuff that's out of character. Yosuke says that in a way, his nature is like a wall after all. Surrounding yourself in high walls makes things simple, but simplicity isn't always a virtue. Trying to sound wise, huh, Yosuke? Even he was wondering what that was. I said that by all means keep going, and he responds, well, if I have my permission. Come on, I'm just embarrassing him even more. Kanji says he thinks it's fine. He looks at that big ocean out there and thinks, man, why keep hanging on to all this embarrassment? Just let it go. But Yosuke just says, so you don't deny that it was embarrassing, huh? We talk a little more, but the girls were having their own conversation.
Okay, why don't we play a game? Whoever loses has to buy barbecue on a stick for everyone else.
But that's a prize only you would want to play for, Chie-senpai.
Then the loser gets to smooch Teddy!
Talk about kicking someone when they're down. Then instead of playing a game, why don't we do something else together? Like burying Teddy in the sand. You mean like giving him a sandbag? No, my wrist is red. It was so
As we watch the talk, Yosuke says that good things never last long. He wonders if our school days will end that way too. Kanji tells Yosuke, what's up with all the doom and gloom? The case is closed, man, if anything. He'd say we're just getting started. Yosuke agrees with Kanji and smiles, saying the motorcycle trip turned out to be way better than he expected. And I agree with that, which gave him an idea of why don't we go skiing during the winter break? Just wait until we see how awesome he is on a snowboard. But Kanji responds, talking about winter already? Getting a little ahead of ourselves, aren't we? But I admit and say that I will look forward to it. Yosuke sells me on it more, saying there's lots of mountains around here, so there's got to be a ski slope somewhere not too far away. Kanji confirms that there's none of them that are close by, but it won't be too tough by scooter. though we gotta stay safe. If the roads look dangerous, we might have to change our plans. Yosuke gets surprised by that, saying he wouldn't have thought Kanji would be on stressing safety. That confuses him, saying, what's the point of trying to act cool when it comes to that stuff? Danger's danger, man. I agree with him, and Yosuke says he does have a point, but now that we have a plan for winter in mind, he thinks we should head back before it gets dark. We're all beginners at driving after all. We agree on that, and Yosuke tells the girls that we're going home. And with that, the day was over, and we head home. But man, that was a memorable day. When I got home, I was sitting with Nanako, however, she still has some homework left to do. According to her, there's a huge pile of it. The objective of Nanako's homework is to tighten the bond between family members by doing homework together. There's too much for Nanako to finish all by herself, and I decided to help her with it. That makes her happy, thanking me. And she decides she'll start working on spelling practice, and I help her the best I can, double checking when I need, and after finishing her spelling, I put her to bed, and then went to bed myself. August 24th. With the summer break almost over, seeing Nanako doing her homework last night got me thinking. I also had homework as well, but it should take me a few days to do it. But I did promise Nanako that I would help her with her homework every night, so I guess I could do my homework during the daytime and I can start it today. And I might as well, as I sit down and start working on the material. I feel a better understanding knowledge boost. The homework is mostly review problems, but I feel like I have a better understanding of the material, another knowledge boost, but even if I feel like I understand, it's still not enough. Knowledge boost, and soon, nighttime came. And I decided to look over Nanako's homework. Nanako says that she has to write 3 proverbs for her homework today. Oh, she knows now, a rolling stone gathers no moss. The Jima always tells her that one. Suddenly the doorbell rings. Nanako wondering who it is. Oh, it's Yosuke and Teddy. Yosuke tells Nanako about how they had a little event going at Jeunesse today and gives her a souvenir and realizes that she's doing her summer homework. He feels sorry for her, but Teddy says that he'll help her and thinks proverbs. He has one. Kogido Ogo Sum. That confuses Yosuke, saying, where the hell did he pick that up? Don't cast pearls before swine is more like something he'd say. Yosuke and Teddy helped Nanako, well, I guess trying. And I became closer with everyone, and with them eventually leaving, I put Nanako to bed, and then went to bed myself. August 25th. It's raining today, and decided to finish the Emma quest a few days ago, so I'll head to the shrine and tell the fox the good news. But first, I did the gardening with Nanako in the morning, since we'll be working on her homework during the night. With tomatoes harvested and wall paprikas planted down, I went to the shrine for real. I always meet the fox during the rain, but he doesn't seem to mind, as it hops down from the shrine's roof, and with the confirmation that's been done, it runs around happy, looking at the offering box, and with that, our bond gets closer. And I spend some time with the fox, and then I went home. During the night, I helped Nanako again, and I look at her homework. She says she needs to write an essay about something that she remembers. She thinks on it, and then the doorbell rings. She wonders who it is, and this time it's Chie and Yukiko. Chie heard from Yosuke that Nanako is doing her homework, so she's here to help, and notices that she's writing an essay, asking if she decided on a topic. And Yukiko adds, not yet? Well, let's see. How about the time when we went to the festival together? Nanako loves the idea, saying that the ikiyaki was so good, and she had a lot of fun. Nanako begins her essay, and Chie and Yukiko help her with it, as I feel my bond is getting closer with the 3 of them, and after, I put Nanako to bed, and said goodbye to Chie and Yukiko, and then went to bed myself. August 26th. I've still got some homework to do, but I get a call from Chie asking if I wanted to hang out with her today. And I'd be a pretty bad boyfriend if I rejected, so I agreed. And I spent the day training with Chie, and soon the night came. Looking over Nanako's homework, she says that today's homework, she has to write a book report. She's already finished reading the book, so she just has to write about it. A king goes into a deep forest, and she starts putting a lot of effort into the report. The king was all alone, so he wasn't angry nor sad. The king said he was happy, but she feels bad for him. She pauses for a moment and asks me a question. Do I feel happy when I'm alone? I think on it, and I say that it depends. Nanako seems to understand and says that she should write about me, too. But after she finishes her report, I put her to bed and then went to bed myself. August 27th. The weather isn't good, so I decided that it would be a perfect time to continue my schoolwork, and so I did. I started with a knowledge boost. The homework is mostly review problems, knowledge boost, and I feel like I understand it, but not well enough, knowledge boost. And then soon night came, with Nanako working on her homework. She tells me that she's doing her art homework today. She has to make something out of stuff that she finds around the house. A milk carton, a paper towel tube, knitting wool, origami paper, what else do we have? Suddenly, like the man heard crafts, the bell rings and it's Kanji and Rise this time. Rise complains a little, saying that Senpai said that Nanako was doing her summer homework, and I should have told her. I wonder who did tell her, but she looks down saying that she picked the wrong day to come. She can't do any of this art stuff. Nanako is with her on that, but Kanji says to let him see what she's got. And in a matter of moments, he built something insane, to be honest. The detail is incredible, but he created something that an elementary student couldn't make. Well, I hope the bonding part of the homework doesn't bump the grade down. As I get closer with everyone, and I tuck Nanako into bed, and wave Rise and Kanji goodbye, and then went to bed myself. August 28th. Only a few more days until school's back, but today was Sunday, which means Tanaka's got something for me, so I check. As I did, I got called to come downstairs. Apparently I forgot to pick up the last commodities. That I got, silly me. But I grabbed them and got back at Tanaka waits for no one. And this time I bought a small amount of deliberation, the Thief Dagger, and Longevity Pill combo for 20,800 yen, and then went to the shrine to check on the new request. The fox leaped down from the shrine. The request was written in elegant handwriting. Their wallet is gone, it vanished in the dense fog. She yearns for some food, she wishes her wallet will return. Well, that wallet will be used to pay the offering box, which will please the fox, so I accept the request, making her happy. I had a small look around and found the person at the floodplain. She sighs, saying that she's so hungry. The trash can's empty today too. Was she eating out of it? She continues that she's done for. She's so hungry she's seeing illusions, saying, "Aren't you handsome?" She apologizes, saying that I am handsome, chuckling. And get to it, she's lost her wallet the other day and she couldn't find it. Her entire fortune, even her seal. It was all in there. How unlucky she must be. Her luck has left her. She really wishes she had some food. How her stomach growls. She then sighs, saying she made another haiku. From that reaction, she must be the person with the Emma request. I should probably look for her wallet. I looked for a while, but eventually scouring the floodplain, I found a wallet around one, so I went back and told the woman the good news. She says that it's a thick, fat wallet. I feel like she goes through 5-6 different emotions, maybe the stages of grief, before telling me that wallet isn't hers, and tells me to get that wallet away from her. She's fighting the urge to take it with all her will. If she took the money to eat, her conscience will just drive her crazy. Well, that's a dead end, but she continues her haikus, or maybe cries for help, really. She's completely given up, so I look around even harder, and she gives me a possible hint, something about a scourge, but then she says that the land might be a part of the shrine, which means my search takes me to the shopping district. I don't want to admit how long I took, maybe at least 20 minutes at most, but I found it. I hope this is the right one this time. As I head back to her, I tell her, she cries that I wasn't able to leave the city and continues with one of her haikus and wishes that she had her wallet. And I show her the wallet, and I only know that from her endless that's and saying that's her wallet, and I found it for her. I hand it to her and she checks inside. She's happy, saying it's her precious wallet, her seal, her contract, and deed. They're all here. She's happy, saying now she can go back to buying up plots of land. And she goes on about something, but I guess that's her quirks as a person. But she thanks me, reminding herself that she needs to say her thanks to the shrine too. With that, I completed the Emma request and I'll report to the fox when it rains next. But for today, I decided to hang out with the old lady. We were watching the river lie as we do. She looks at me and says that she's happy we could meet again, asking why I keep coming back. It must be boring, listening to this old bag stories. I say that it's actually interesting, which makes her smile, saying, "Aren't I just a special boy?" But she said enough about herself and asked to hear something from me. Tell her anything. I think on it and decide I'll tell her about the big city. She listens and says it must be quite a large city. She can't even imagine, saying it must be boring for me here then. She's smiling as if troubled. She says that she wishes she could listen to my stories forever and ever, as I feel her thanking me for the time we spend as our bond deepens. But then she tells me she doesn't want to see me anymore. I ask her why. She apologizes and tells me that I remind her too much of him, and thanks me for everything, and leaves before I could say anything. But I wonder what I should do. I may need to give her some time, but This doesn't sit right with me. Regardless, it's getting late, and I went home. Nanako is doing her homework again, and this time she needs to write about her favorite animal. But which one does she choose? She thinks on it and reminds herself on that shirt that Dojima bought her. It had a picture on it. What was it called? A platypus? She'll write about that. She gets work on it. She doesn't need too much help, but I'll make sure she stays on the right track. She lists that they lay eggs and they have poisonous claws, and asks me if it's the male or the female platypus that have poison claws. I take a wild guess, and I was wrong. And she's surprised there's something I didn't know. Well, you can't win them all, but after Nanako finishes her research, I tuck her into bed, and then went to bed myself. August 29th. The break is over soon, and I still have some homework to finish. It'll be risky to delay it any longer, so I guess today is going to be a boring one, as it'd be best if I do it. And just like the previous times, I work on the material, get my free knowledge boost, and after working diligently on my homework, it's all done. Thank God for that. But soon night came and I continue work with Nanako. She says this is the last thing she has to do for her homework. She just needs to write a picture diary. She thinks and says big bro and dad. She gets writing and then says let's see. August 27th. She doesn't remember the weather and then asks me if it was raining when she worked on her art homework. Good question. I think it was? I'm not sure. But I say it was sunny all day, which I know is wrong now and Nanako agrees too, seeming puzzled. But she gets back to work, saying Big Bro and his friends helped her a lot with her homework. They were so nice, she likes them so much. She panics, being shy, saying, I can't look. And with that, Nanako finished her summer homework. And after putting Nanako to bed, I went to bed myself. August 30th. The day starts off with a phone call, and it's from Rise telling me good morning and asks if I knew the fireworks festival was today. And she knows she doesn't have any plans. Sorry, Rise, but I'm taken. As I tell her that we should go with everyone together, she seems to agree on that, saying she'll call the rest of the guys up. And not to forget tonight, hanging up. Suddenly, I hear Nanako knocking on my door, asking if I'm there. And in a moment, she was in my room. She tells me that she's going to play at Mana's house, and she'll buy some trash bags on the way back. I nod to confirm and wonder if she knows about the fireworks festival. As I tell her I'll be going to the festival with my friends, she nods to confirm, saying Dojima said they'll be going to the fireworks show once he gets home. And it's at night, so she has to go with Dojima. But she did say he'll try and come home for it. I respond that I'm glad to hear that. She responds smiling, saying she'll go with Dojima and she'll see me there. And with that and a short talk, I leave Nanako to Dojima and then go to the fireworks festival with my friends, which led for night to come. We arrived at the hill overlooking the town. Yosuke is the first up and looks around, commenting on the crowd being pretty thin here. Kanji responds that the riverbanks were packed. He's surprised he found a quiet spot like this, but Yukiko comments that she knew about it. She passes by the mountainside a lot. Customers ask her about it too, but she wonders if Nanako will make it. She called and told her where we'd be before she left. I know she'll come, I just have a feeling. But Rise notices something off, asking where's Teddy. Yosuke responds that not only was he hitting on girls non-stop, he accidentally put the moves on Hanako, and she dragged him away. He ducked into his bear suit right away and acted like a bear, but he still got dragged off without a word. Poor guy. But Chie is worried, saying, can we just leave him like that? Yosuke says sure we can, his karma caught up with him. That confuses us, Rise asking Yosuke why he's being a little cold with Teddy today. But Yosuke says when he thinks back to what they did this morning, no, he really isn't. Truth be told, he wishes he could send 2 or 3 more Hanakos at him. Kanji comments that it would kill him, and what happened anyway? Yosuke responds that he doesn't even want to remember it, but he dug up some private stuff from his room and brought it to the Hanamura family breakfast. He was like, Yosuke, what's this magazine about? Can you imagine the humiliation he went through because of him? Nothing wrong with liking nurses, man. But Chie says that's his fault for having that stuff. Yosuke responds that it's not like he ever thought anyone would have it around in front of his parents. Right, but Rise asks if this is really what he wants to be talking about with girls around. Yukiko, God bless her soul, says, is he not talking about his secret savings? Rise responds, secret savings? For a guy. Right, let's just leave it him be. But she's still confused. Suddenly I hear a familiar voice in pain, which we all heard. It's Teddy, and he's flat, but alive at least. He says, what a tragedy, his lovely photo's completely ruined. That's his only issue. Yosuke admits it's worse than he was expecting. Anyway, people are going to stare at him like that, so he should hurry and take his suit off. Yosuke comments he feels like a newborn child inside, just like the magazines from the morning. That annoyed Yosuke, telling Teddy to quit reopening this morning's wounds. But suddenly I hear Nanako's voice calling out Big Bro as Teddy runs away so Nanako doesn't see his flattened self. Chie says hello to Nanako and says that it looks like Dojima made it in time. Nanako is smiling, saying, "Yeah, he came home early." I say that I'm happy for her, which makes her happy. Dojima apologizes to us if he made us nervous. He didn't quite finish his paperwork, but he figured that Adachi could handle the rest. That's when Teddy returns, asking Nanako if she would want to launch the fireworks of love with him. Nanako is interested, asking how does she do that. Teddy's about to say as Chie tells Teddy to cut it out, and does he want Dojima to haul him in? As they argue on it, Kanji looks at the city, saying that things are heating up down there. Yukiko wonders if that means it will be starting soon. Nanako says, "Really?" And well, she was right.
That's awesome! Pretty! Wow! Ted Maya!
No, don't listen to him!
Stop messing with her, Teddy!
Sometimes you're unbearable.
Was that supposed to be a joke?
Oh, looks like this one's a doozy!
Oh, you're right! Beautiful! Ted Maya!
Honestly, I enjoyed the Fireworks Festival. The announcer says that includes the program for the Summer Fireworks Festival. Thank you for coming, and from all of us in Inaba, we hope to see you again next year as well. And with that, it was all over. Chie says that it was amazing. It was totally worth coming out here for. Yosuke teases, saying because she gotta stuff her face, right? Chie says, "So, what were you munching on snacks too?" Yosuke says that an extra large steak bowl doesn't qualify as snack. But Yukiko breaks the conversation, asking Nanako if she had fun, and she smiles, saying yes, but she's sleepy. Dojima responds that he isn't surprised. It's about time for her to head to bed. Dojima continuing that he'll take Nanako back. Just make sure that we don't stay out here too long. I agree with that, as we all say goodbyes, Teddy being the loudest, and she says her goodbyes, and her and Dojima are gone. Leaving us, Kanji says that the fireworks were great, but you don't know, it just feels like summer's just about over. Chie asks him, disgruntled, why do you have to bring that up? But Rise says that she's alright with that, admitting when she's working, she has to wear full clothes during the summer, so she doesn't get a sense of the seasons changing. But this year, she went to the beach and saw some fireworks. She even got to wear a yukata out at the summer festival. Yosuke thinks back to the festival, saying, thanks to a certain someone, he doesn't have anything but bitter memories of that. Teddy asks, really? Yosuke gets annoyed, saying, someone was him! But Kanji admits that he had fun. Yosuke also remembers that Kanji was good at that candy cutting and says, wait, that's not what he meant. He was expecting something more bittersweet and stuff. And asked me, right? I said it was easier with guys, not to bring up the fact that I also went with Next Day of Rise, which only made him say that I take the long view too much when it comes to this stuff. Am I just going to throw away the only summer I'll have as a second year, just because it's a little less annoying? This only made Rise say that it was mean, and he makes it sound like we're annoying. That made Yukiko feel down, saying, annoying? Is she really? Chie responds that Yukiko's freakout switch just kicked in, and it's Yosuke's fault for being so insensitive. He seems apologetic, saying, yeah, this kind of thing really doesn't come up with guys. Teddy decides to tease Yosuke by saying, he really does only think about girls, huh? Which pisses him off, saying, like he's any different. And we all laugh, but Kanji wonders if we should have asked that kid to come with us today. Wait, what kid is he talking about? Yosuke responds he doesn't find the words, but then says, Naoto Shirogane? Kanji blushes, which reminds Yosuke about him. He guesses so. When you think about it, we were working on the same case in a way. Rise agrees with that, saying we might not even see him again. She'd hate to leave it with him like that. She said some harsh things. Chie says that, you know, she remembered him saying something that sounded pretty sad. Yosuke says, then again, he doubts that he's the type of guy who'd accept even if we had invited him out to see the fireworks. But Yukiko wonders if he's still even here anymore. He seems quite busy, so maybe he's already working on another case in some faraway town. Kanji seems downed and Rise apologizes. She didn't mean to be a downer. There's no point in wondering what might have been. Yosuke says that he was a good-looking guy too. He might have been a roadblock in other ways. And Teddy finishes him off saying, you really do only think of girls, huh? Yosuke getting angry again, saying he doesn't have to say it twice, as we laugh at his expense. And with that, night came to a close. August 31st. I woke up in the morning and head downstairs. Nanako seemed to be waiting for me, saying that I finally came down. She got a call from Dojima. He said someone gave him a watermelon. It's too big for us to eat, so he said I should call my friends over and ask if I think Teddy and my other friends can come. I don't see why they can't, so I give them a call. Yosuke hears about it and is totally for it, saying he hasn't had any yet this year. He's going to call up the others, so I better not smack it open before they get here. Well, it's not here yet, so hard to do that, but some time passes, and now their house was full. Luckily, everyone was able to come over. But Nanako may be a factor in the decision as well. Nanako tells everyone that Dojima got a watermelon from someone, so he said we should all call everyone. Kanji likes the sound of that, saying, man, a watermelon? Because of all the stuff that's been going down this summer, he completely missed out, so where is it? The fridge? That annoyed Risa, saying, gee, Kanji, they invited us over, at least show some manners. But Yosuke says that we gotta smack it open first. Chie asks if we're seriously going to do that. We can't eat it if it gets all crushed. Yukiko chuckles a little, replying, but doesn't it sound like fun? Nanako loves the idea, saying she wants to do it too. Teddy proudly states that he'll swing it with everything he's got. The splattering fruit juice, bursts of joy, one night of love. The bittersweetness of those days is the essence of youth. Okay, you lost me, Teddy, as Yosuke says that makes no sense at all, and tells him to cut it out, those commercial lines of his. But Nanako just says that's the essence of youth. Sorry, Yosuke, you can't win. Suddenly, we heard something at the door. It's Dojima, and he's surprised by the large amount of shoes, asking how many people are here. Nanako is happy, running to her father, saying welcome home, and says to her dad that let's split the watermelon open. Dojima responds confused, saying, well, you see, the watermelon was already cut and shared with the neighbors. Shame, but we enjoy ourselves some melon. Dojima telling Nanako not to pout. Everyone came out to hang out, right? She's still pouty as Dojima apologizes, as it never occurred to him that she'd want to do that. But Chie cheers her up, saying, let's do it again sometime. Next time, we'll do it right. At the beach, Rise seconds that. Yosuke, being himself, says that means we get another chance to see them in their bathing suits. Oh, but there's probably aren't enough days left. We'll have to do it next year. That made Nanako sad thinking about next year, asking me if they will play with her next year too. Chie reassures her that they will. Kanji says, you betcha. Yukiko says it as well. That makes Dojima happy, saying, did you hear that, Nanako? She did, smiling, thanking us, as the fun time slowly passes by, and eventually everyone went home. Dojima thanks me for everything today. It's been a while since he last saw Nanako in high spirits like that. He pauses and says that the case is finally solved. Now for all the... He stops, saying, never mind. Save it for another time, and tells me that I really made some great friends. I agree with him as the sun sets peacefully. A great day to finish off the summer holidays. And with that, the first part of the trilogy is complete. I just want to give a quick heads up that if you are interested in watching the other ones, there should be a link in the bottom of the description if it's out, or in the title card. And if you're also interested in other stuff, then why not give me a like and subscribe. And also, don't forget, on the second channel, Metaphor ReFantasio Diary will be starting on June 2nd. And that's all I've got. See you later.